Pirate World. In the year 1476 of the sea circle calendar on O'Hara Island in the west blue, the sea breeze stirred softly, while a few seagulls flew across the azure sky, their cawing echoing in the air. Deep within a forest on this island, a small wooden cabin stood quietly at the very heart of the woods. In front of the cabin sat a black-haired man in his 20s dressed in simple, worn clothing. A troubled look clouded his face as he let out a faint sigh. Sigh, how did I end up experiencing something like transmigration? And into such a perilous pirate world, no less. In his previous life, he had been a frail university student. On a whim, he stayed up all night binge-watching 2 years' worth of One Piece he had stockpiled, only to die suddenly and absurdly transmigrating to this place. He had now transmigrated into the body of a man named Kawe. Sorting through the memories in his mind, he learned that this Kawe had been abandoned when his wife ran off with another man. Unable to accept the blow, the man had come to the center of the forest to build a small cabin and live in seclusion. Yet one day, while out hunting, he encountered vicious weather and was struck dead by lightning. It was at that moment that he transmigrated into this man's body. You were even more miserable than I was. I died suddenly, it's true, but at least I got to transmigrate. You, on the other hand, were abandoned by your wife and then struck dead by lightning. Since that's the case, I'll live well in your stead from now on. From this day forward, I am Kawe. The man murmured to himself as he sat in front of the cabin. Kawe had already been in this world for 3 days, surviving on the food stores left behind by the body's original owner. In such a dangerous pirate world, Kawe, a young man in his 20s with barely the strength to truss a chicken, naturally did not dare wander about recklessly. Thus he had stayed at home for 3 full days. What was wrong with this guy building a cabin right in the middle of the forest and leaving me too scared to even step outside now? Kawe grumbled while eating. In the pirate world, not only the seas, but even the land was unsafe, especially forests where dangerous beasts could appear at any moment. He did not dare go out, but fortunately the food would last a while longer. Before it ran out, Kawe resolved to train seriously so that by the time he went out to forage again, he would at least possess some ability to protect himself. Ding! The strongest sign-in and attribute point system has finished loading. Holy, so transmigrators really do get cheat systems. System, hurry and tell me what you can do. As an avid reader of web novels, Kawe instantly understood that his golden finger had arrived. He had already prepared himself to train through sheer effort, but now everything was different. This system is the strongest sign-in and attribute point system in all the myriad worlds. Its function is simple and crude. You need only sign in once each day. Each daily sign-in will grant you 1 point of physique with occasional extra rewards. So long as you live long enough, you are destined to stand invincible in this world. Work hard, young man. Then let's sign in first. System sign in. Kawe exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Physique 1. Congratulations to the host for triggering a lucky critical hit on the first sign-in, granting an additional reward. Conqueror's Haki. Amazing. On his very first sign-in, he had drawn the entry ticket reserved for top-tier powerhouses. Worthy indeed of a lucky critical hit. Feeling the faint surge of new strength in his body, Kawe called up his character panel in his mind. Host Kawe. Age, 25. Physique, 11. Skills, Conqueror's Haki Beginner. Gazing at this concise panel, Kawe felt a faint sense of security arise in his heart. At last he possessed a sliver of power to protect himself. In his previous life, Kawe had watched the One Piece anime, but only up to the point where the main group arrived at Wano. After that, due to his studies, he had to drop it for a while, and when he later wanted to catch up, he died suddenly. Even so, he had seen some later plot points in short videos, such as the rubber fruit being revealed as Nika and Luffy becoming one of the 4 emperors. These glimpses once again impressed upon Kawe just how dangerous the pirate world truly was. Fortunately, the main story had not yet begun. This era seemed to be the Rock's era, did it not? Even so, that was far too perilous. He decided he had better lie low for a few years first. Kawe insisted this was not cowardice but prudence. The seas of this era were terrifyingly dangerous. Roger Garp, Whitebeard, Newgate, Golden Lion, Shiki, and the pirate Overlord Rocks, among others. It was truly an age of gods clashing, while Kawe at present was nothing more than a small fry. For him, caution was the only sensible path. Having transmigrated into the pirate world, Kawe harbored no grand ideals of saving the world. He merely wanted to become strong, wander about, tease some hot-blooded youngsters, watch the excitement from the sidelines, and then live all the way to the final chapter. Revisiting the memories in his mind, he confirmed that he was currently on O'Hara Island in the West Blue. If he remembered correctly, the hometown of Nico Robin. Later this place would be annihilated by a buster call. What a pity. If you insist on probing into matters forbidden by the world government, destruction is hardly surprising. Fortunately, there were still several decades before that buster call. He could develop in peace for now. In the blink of an eye, 8 years passed. Kawe remained hidden within this forest for a full 8 years. One day while Kawe was training as usual, he received a daily newspaper, as he always did. This was one of his few hobbies over the years. As time went on, his memory of the plot grew hazy, so he read the papers each day to learn about events across the seas. Kawe rose, wiped the sweat from his brow, sat down, and unfolded that day's news. The bold headline that met his eyes read, "Garp becomes a hero of the Marines." Has the God Valley battle already ended by this time? Though the article provided no detailed explanation, Kawe could easily infer the rest. Garp had joined forces with Roger to defeat Rocks. From then on, the Rocks era came to an end, and the captains of the Rocks pirates each went their own way. Later, each of them became a dominant ruler in their own right. 3 of the future 4 emperors were once members of the Rocks pirates. Such facts spoke volumes about how powerful the Rocks pirates had been. Yet even a crew that mighty was destroyed by the world government, which only underscored how terrifying this world truly was. System: open my character panel. Host: Kawe. Age: 33. Physique: 3847. Skills: Conquerors, Haki, Intermediate Armament, Haki, Intermediate Observation, Haki, Beginner, Swordsmanship, Beginner. Devil Fruit, Hito, Nomi, Pango. Form Development: 23. Looking at this increasingly detailed panel, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. These were the fruits of his 8 years of effort. The reason his physique had increased so dramatically was entirely because Kawe had never ceased training. The system only granted a single point each day, totaling a little over 2,000, while Kawe's persistent training had earned him more than 1,000 points on his own. However, the further he progressed, the less effective ordinary training became. In recent months, his efforts had yielded only a single additional point of physique. It seemed that regular training no longer had any real effect, so Kawe decided to lay back a little and rely primarily on the system. As for the devil fruit, that had been something he obtained during a stroke of extraordinary luck in a sign-in reward. According to the system's explanation, this fruit had been crafted by using diluted blood from Pango himself and presenting that power in a form compatible with the pirate world entirely without side effects. The news had delighted Jiang Hao, who silently offered a moment of mourning in his heart for the great Pango. Even so, this fruit was fiendishly difficult to develop. After so many years, he had only managed to reach 23 development. Of course, the benefits were immense. Most notably, Kawe could clearly feel that his defense, strength, and other attributes had all increased greatly, and his physique had been further enhanced. He had simply yet to discover any truly unique abilities. A gentle breeze drifted past as Kawe lay in front of his house, savoring the tranquil moment. Life was admittedly a little dull, yet the surroundings were pleasant enough to make up for it. Over the past few years, Kawe had uprooted all the trees around the house, clearing out an open space where he planted rows of vegetables. Every few days, he went out hunting to secure a supply of meat. On his very first hunt, Kawe finally understood why the body's original owner had dared to build a house deep within this forest. There were hardly any large beasts in this forest, only some ordinary animals. Kawe would occasionally go out to buy daily necessities, but he would never spend the night outside. Although Kawe rarely used money, after so many years the belly left behind by the original owner had nearly run dry. It seemed that after laying low for a few more years, he would have to go out and earn some money. With that thought, Kawe stood up and set up a barbecue grill in front of the house. He placed the beast meat he had hunted yesterday onto the rack, lit the fire, and began preparing his lunch for the day. A bit of barbecue every day made life feel wonderfully fulfilling. If only he had some wine to go with it, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, Kawe's finances did not allow him the luxury of buying alcohol. In just a short while, the grill began to hiss as fat dripped onto the flames, and the golden meat released an enticing aroma. Just as Kawe was about to enjoy this delicious meal, a faint sound of someone swallowing came from within the forest. "Who's there?" His invisible observation Haki instantly spread outward, sweeping over the surroundings. Very quickly, he detected a white-haired young woman hiding behind a tree. "Come out, I've already seen you." Kawe felt that she looked somewhat familiar, yet for the moment, he could not recall from where. Could she be someone the original owner had known? A white-haired girl slowly stepped out from behind the tree, her expression a little nervous. Keeping her distance, she called out, "I'm sorry. I wandered here by accident." She finished speaking and swiftly bowed deeply to Kawe. Seeing her apologize so earnestly made Kawe feel a bit embarrassed. Would you like something to eat?" Kawe lifted the skewer of roasted meat in his hand and gestured toward the girl. I can really have some." At his words, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked toward him. She truly had not the slightest sense of vigilance. "Of course, I couldn't finish it all by myself anyway," he said aloud. Though in truth he thought even if the portion were doubled, he could still polish it off. In all these years, no one had ever managed to find this place, so Kawe's curiosity was piqued. He decided to keep the girl around and ask a few questions. Hearing his words, the girl no longer stood on ceremony, taking the roast meat from Kawe's hand and eating with gusto. "It's so good. Uncle, your cooking is amazing. But of course, I've been grilling for a full 8 years. When it came to cooking, Kawe was exceedingly proud. Over these 8 years, aside from training his body, he had honed his culinary skills to perfection. Right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Nyeka Alvia and my dream is to become a great archaeologist. Excitement lit up the girl's face as she spoke. And you, Uncle A? At her words, Kawe's heart trembled. Could this possibly be the mother of Nyeka Robin? No wonder she had seemed familiar to him. My name is Kawe. I don't really have any grand dreams. For now, I'm just living in seclusion here. He paused, then continued. How did you manage to find this place? Oh, after I finished my lessons today, I came out for a walk. I was wondering if there might be anything in the forest related to archaeology, so I thought I'd look around a bit. Without realizing it, I walked deep into the woods. Just as I was about to head back, I caught a whiff of a delicious aroma, so I followed the smell and ended up here. Alvia's face was the very picture of innocence. This simple, pure girl would one day give up her life in pursuit of that vanished history. Kawe felt that she was truly remarkable. Though she might not be a good mother, she was undoubtedly destined to become a great archaeologist. Then we are truly bound by fate. I wish you to become the greatest archaeologist in the world. Thank you, Uncle. After finishing the barbecue, the little girl had to return to her studies. Kawe's words of encouragement had renewed her confidence. From that day on, Nyeka Alvia often came to Kawe's place to freeload food and drink, and the two could be considered friends. He had never expected his first friend here to be someone so significant. And so another 5 years slipped by. Kawe was now completely out of money. It was time to head out and experience the chaos of the Great Sea. System, open the status panel. Host Kawe. Age 38. Physique, 5,438. Skills: Conquerors, Haki, Advanced Armament, Haki, Advanced Observation, Haki, Intermediate Swordsmanship, Advanced Marine. 6 styles, Advanced Treading Water reduces stamina consumption by 20 when fighting on the sea. Devil Fruit, Hito, Nomi Pango. Form Development, 32. His physique had already surpassed 5,000. Kawe could feel the immense power surging through his body. A height of 2.5 meters was nothing remarkable in the world of pirates, but his astonishing musculature and aura were more than enough to exert an overwhelming pressure on ordinary people. As his physical body strengthened, his armament, Haki, and the later acquired Marine 6 styles had both advanced to the high level. His observation, Haki, improved more slowly than the other skills because strengthening the body did nothing to boost it indirectly. Kawe disliked cultivating on his own, so the only way it grew was when repeated observation Haki rewards from the system were converted into proficiency. Another reason Kawe dared to venture out and stir up some waves was this treading water skill. After all, the pirate world was almost entirely ocean, and as everyone knew, people in this world possessed monstrous stamina. Although his devil fruit ability already allowed his stamina to far surpass that of others at his level who would complain about having even greater endurance. All the more so for Kawe, who prided himself on being cautious and steady. Judging his overall strength, Kawe felt that he should be able to contend with a Marine admiral. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and began packing, ready to set off. He prepared a month's worth of provisions and stored them in the system's space. Fortunately, the system had storage capabilities, otherwise carrying so much food would have been a real problem. Why not just put it on a ship, you ask? Sorry, but what is a ship? Would someone like Kawe need a boat to sail the seas? In truth, he simply did not have the money to buy one, but heading out like this seemed fine to him. After all, he had the treading water skill. If Akiji could ride a bicycle leisurely across the sea, then using his own feet was perfectly reasonable. He went to say goodbye to Alvia, telling her that she would not be able to come and freeload meals from him for a while. The little lass even complained about it, urging him to come back soon. Anyone would be anxious if their free personal chef was leaving. After bidding farewell to this quirky girl, Kawe finally stepped off the small island. This dangerous and twisted world. Let me see what you truly have to offer. A month later, in a certain sea area, a massive whale-shaped pirate ship was hosting a banquet. Gulalala, my sons, the banquet has begun. It was the Whitebeard pirates, and ever since the Battle of God Valley, the Rocks pirates had been shattered. Each captain established their own faction, seeking allies and competing for the only position atop the vast sea. Now Edward Newgate was in his prime, a powerhouse and a strong contender. Old man, someone is walking on the sea. It seems to be coming towards us. Young Marco shouted from the side of the ship, looking at the figure on the water. Oh, can you see clearly who it is? Could it be the Navy? Whitebeard responded curiously, knowing that anyone who could walk on the sea was certainly not an ordinary person. I don't recognize them. It doesn't seem like the Navy. The newcomer was Covey, and one could only wonder how he had spent the past month. Every day, he traveled using moonwalk, and when tired, he would simply walk on the sea for a while. With no map, no record pointers, he just picked a random direction and set off. As a result, he wandered for a month without even sighting an island or encountering another ship. Finally, on this day, Covey had good luck and stumbled upon a pirate ship. So he made his way towards it. From a distance, he couldn't see clearly, But as he got closer, wasn't this the Moby Dick of Whitebeard? What luck! If you don't encounter anything, it's fine, but when you do, it's a heavyweight. Covey had already arrived at the corner of the Moby Dick and called out, "Excuse me, I got lost. Can I come aboard for something to eat?" Now that he was here, he couldn't just ignore it. Covey intended to sneak in some food and perhaps borrow a map. Old man. Marco was momentarily at a loss on how to respond to Covey. He had never seen anyone so bold as to come to the Whitebeard pirates for a free meal. He could only turn his gaze to Whitebeard. Gulalala let him come aboard. "It's been a long time since I've met someone so interesting." The signature laughter echoed from Whitebeard. With permission granted, Covey was not polite. He stepped onto the water and leapt down. Thud. He stood steadily on the deck. Covey surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on the man seated in the center. Edward Newgate, with his iconic mustache, his hair still golden and not yet turned white, had a towering physique that exuded a strong sense of pressure. Covey's height made him appear like a child in front of Whitebeard. This was the man who would one day be known as the strongest in the world, truly living up to his reputation. At this moment, Whitebeard was also observing Covey, trying to size him up. He found it hard to see through this individual who, though not tall, emanated a sense of power and a hint of danger. "I am Covey. My apologies for the intrusion," Covey said, cupping his hands and greeting to everyone. "We are pirates. Aren't you afraid of the danger in coming aboard so casually?" Newgate noticed that Covey seemed unaware that they were pirates. "Of course I know. I've heard of the great pirate Edward Newgate." Covey did not pretend to be unfamiliar. After all, claiming not to know Whitebeard in the pirate world was a stretch. "Haha, are the young ones nowadays all so interesting? Boys, we have a guest. Let the banquet begin." True to form, Whitebeard was generous. Regardless of Covey's identity, as long as he bore no ill will, Whitebeard was more than willing to make friends. However, Covey was somewhat displeased. Who was the young one? Whitebeard wasn't even that much older than him. But seeing how hospitable Whitebeard was, he decided not to hold it against him. Soon Covey integrated into the Whitebeard pirates. With his high emotional intelligence, he got along well with everyone. After a few rounds of drinks, the crew, swaying left and right, began to stir up some excitement, calling for a competition. Covey happily watched the performances. The first to step up were Jozu and Marco, both devil fruit users, one wielding the superhuman diamond fruit and the other the phoenix. The fruits were powerful, but their development was lacking. That was Covey's assessment. Both were still young and thinking ahead to the Marineford, where their performance was quite good. However, Covey refrained from making too many comments on Marco, a mythical Zoan. He felt that the development was heading in the wrong direction, a strong in life, but lacking in combat power. Seeing Marco reminded Covey of a memorable scene, Rayleigh battling Marco with a single finger. That scene had amused Covey greatly in his past life. Watching from the sidelines, Covey thought one day he too would become the main character. "Covey, why don't you give it a try? I see you can walk on water. You must also be a devil fruit user, right?" After Marco and Jose's sparring concluded, they turned their attention to him. "I guess so." "What do you mean by guess so? Either you are, or you aren't. You wouldn't be brushing me off, would you?" Marco immediately became displeased. Covey, feeling helpless, thought that walking on water wasn't a power granted by the devil fruit, and this didn't even count as a fruit in the pirate world, right? "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Come on up and let's spar." Marco was already impatient. "Right, Covey, show us what you can do." The crowd around him also began to cheer. Whitebeard seemed eager to see Covey's strength, knowing that Covey was definitely not simple. He thought the Whitebeard pirates were quite straightforward, but it turned out he was mistaken. So he wanted to test his own strength. "Is that really okay? I'm afraid I might hurt you." Covey truly feared hurting him. After all, he had power, but lacked combat experience. What if he accidentally went too hard? What Covey said took on a different meaning in everyone's ears. "Ha, Marco is being underestimated." The crowd burst into laughter. "Damn it. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young. I'm very strong." Marco was indeed strong, but that was relative to ordinary people. With Covey's current strength, he could easily overpower him without using Haki. Marco at this age probably hadn't even comprehended Haki yet. All right, but let's keep it light." Covey couldn't resist the crowd's enthusiasm and could only show a little bit of his skill. He moved to the center of the ship, and the surrounding people formed a circle, leaving the middle clear. Using heavy power techniques on the ship was not appropriate. They would just spar with physical skills. "Are you ready? Here I come." With that, without giving Covey time to react, Marco lunged in with a punch. Covey felt the wind from the punch and tilted his head slightly, easily dodging. Possessing observation Haki made dodging Marco's attack incredibly simple. Marco, realizing his first strike had missed, continued to attack with jabs, hooks, and kicks in a continuous barrage. Each attack was easily evaded by Covey, and Marco's anger flared up as he clearly recognized that Covey could use observation Haki. "If you have the skill, don't use Haki." Upon hearing this, Covey was taken aback, wondering if he should heed such a request. The surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates laughed. "Haha, Marco is too funny." Seeing everyone laugh, Marco's face turned red as he realized he had said something inappropriate. Cough, cough. All right then, this time I won't dodge, okay? Cough, cough. All right, fine. I won't dodge this time. Really? Marco's eyes lit up. Really? A slight restraint on his strength should suffice. Surely it wouldn't cause injury. Well then, no matter. They have a ship's physician after all. Come to think of it, isn't Marco himself the ship's physician? Never mind. I'll let it be. Come on. With that, Marco lunged at Covey once more, this time unleashing his full power. He would not allow Covey to underestimate him. Besides, as the crew's physician, injuring Covey would hardly be a concern. Covey remained blissfully unaware of Marco's inner monologue. Otherwise, he'd surely retort, "Young man, are you truly that arrogant?" Clenching his fist, he blurred forward and appeared before Marco in an instant. Then struck. Boom. Before anyone could react, Marco lay sprawled on the deck, a swollen lump rising on his forehead, already unconscious. Seems my strength was still a touch excessive. Covey scratched his head, puzzled. He'd only exerted 1/10 of his power. Alala. Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. Take Marco below to rest. Jozu carried the unconscious Marco to his cabin. In the wake of the skirmish, murmurs of admiration rippled through the crew. One strike, and Marco was knocked out cold. Covey, you're truly formidable. Nothing special. Just average strength really. Covey waved off the praise with modesty. A glint of sharp calculation flickered across Whitebeard's eyes, his thoughts inscrutable. After the sparring, the crew resumed their revelry, drinking deep until midnight. Covey, pleasantly intoxicated, simply found a quiet corner aboard ship and drifted into slumber. At first light the next morning, Marco's voice boomed across the deck. Covey, wake up. Covey stirred groggily, blinking open his eyes to recognize the figure before him. Marco, so early, what's the rush? Disturbing someone's peaceful dawn slumber. Luckily, Covey bore no morning grumpiness, otherwise Marco might have been unconscious for another full day. Get up now. I challenge you to a duel. Upon waking, Marco had recalled being felled in a single blow before the entire crew. His pride burned fiercely. It must have been because I didn't use my devil fruit powers. Yes, that's it. I'm a Logia user. Without tapping into my ability, how could I possibly unleash my true strength? Marco began rationalizing away his defeat. Covey, however, held no interest in indulging such childish posturing. Return when you've mastered Haki, and only then may you challenge me again. For now you remain far too weak. Goor, just you wait. I will defeat you. Failing to provoke a rematch, Marco settled for a defiant vow. Deep down he knew he stood no chance against Covey. Yet pride demanded he declare it. Marco will never yield to another. One day I will surpass you, Covey. Oh, Covey replied flatly, and promptly rolled over to resume sleeping. In silence Marco swore, the humiliation of yesterday shall be repaid tenfold. No, 100-fold, in time. From that day forth Marco trained relentlessly, vowing to best Covey within 3 years. A noble goal, but ambition unchecked often invites crushing disappointment. Waking naturally, blissful. When Covey opened his eyes again, it was already noon. The sky stretched clear and radiant, pierced occasionally by the graceful arcs of seabirds. Such serene weather was rare upon the Grand Line. Whitebeard's crew prepared to dock at a nearby island for supplies, and Covey decided to hitch a ride, seeking a populated isle where he might earn some coin. Covey, join us. Newgate extended the invitation. Covey blinked, dazed. They'd known each other less than a day, yet here was an offer to sail together. Truly, the world of pirates defied all logic. I'm afraid not. I've grown accustomed to wandering freely. Observing the spectacle is enough. As for becoming a pirate, no thank you. I prefer not to be hunted by the world government. Covey declined outright. Pirates, Marines, both paths brimmed with peril. One misstep, and he'd be finished. Besides, Covey had no desire to become one of Whitebeard's sons. He was nearly 40, a man past his prime, while Newgate, though older, wasn't so vastly senior in years. Rejected, Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Newgate, palpable, suffocating, absolute. Conqueror's Haki, the sovereign aura possessed by but one in a million. In that instant, heaven and sea recoiled. The ocean churned violently. Crewmen of weaker constitution collapsed, eyes rolling white. Only a handful retained consciousness. No one understood why Papa had unleashed Conqueror's Haki so abruptly. Surely mere refusal couldn't stir his ire. Covey knew better. Newgate sought to test his mettle. After all, Marco alone revealed nothing of his true depth. Sigh. A soft lament escaped him. Then with quiet resolve the unassuming man stepped forward. Rumble. A new sovereign aura surged forth, from Covey himself, clashing and intertwining with Newgate's own Conqueror's Haki. The air crackled with colliding auras, a sizzling electric hiss filling the void between them. Black lightning arced across the deck. Even those who'd held firm now broke into cold sweat, dizzy, breathless, teetering on the edge of collapse. Then, simultaneously, they retracted their auras. Instantly the crew gasped, staggered, gulping air like drowning men. The sky softened back to azure, as if nothing extraordinary had ever occurred. Alala, such overwhelming power, and yet I've never heard your name spoken across the seas. While I tend to avoid danger, Covey admitted, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. After all, prudence was his guiding principle. Having witnessed Covey's strength, Whitebeard beamed with delight. Had they not been aboard ship, he'd have dragged Covey straight into battle. The onlookers erupted anew, cheering for a secluded island where the duel could unfold. Marco led the chorus, roaring loudest, eager for Papa to settle the score on his behalf. Now that he'd glimpsed Covey's true power, Marco realized revenge would take longer than expected, so he revised his vow. 10 years hence Marco will surpass Covey. For now he'd let Papa deliver justice in his stead. Covey merely shrugged. We'll cross that bridge when we find it. After all, I'd searched a full month without spotting a single island. And if they did find one, then a match it would be, exactly what he needed to gauge his own standing. By his own estimation, he still lagged behind Whitebeard, whose prime blazed with unmatched intensity, whereas Covey's own peak remained just beyond reach. Still, the gap couldn't be vast. Upon Covey's ascent, enthusiasm flared. The crew scrambled for charts, eager to chart a course. All right, they had a map all along. So they sailed onward for over 10 days, searching solely for a deserted isle, determined to force a fight with Covey. No retreat, no second thoughts. In those 10 days, bonds of genuine camaraderie formed between Covey and the Whitebeard pirates. Marco practically haunted Covey, begging daily for Haki instruction. Covey rubbed his temples in exasperation. Newgate stands right there. Why don't you seek him? Why pester me? Truth be told, Covey had no idea how to teach Haki. It had been granted to him, whole system bestowed. Yet, drawing on memories of his past life, he offered one piece of counsel. First, forge your body. Strength precedes awakening. For true power springs from physical mastery. Only then does Haki bloom. From that day, Marco threw himself into brutal, relentless conditioning, striving above all else to awaken his own Haki. After a journey of more than 10 days, the group finally found a deserted island. Once they anchored the Moby Dick, they eagerly disembarked. Yay, I can finally see Dad in action again. Marco, that brat, couldn't wait to see Cowey make a fool of himself. La Cowey. Come on, let me see your strength. Newgate was also a fighter. The Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates have fought countless times, all a bunch of battle maniacs. Then let's do it. I also want to test the pinnacle power of this sea. Cowey jumped off the ship and joined the others on the small island. Whitebeard wielded his weapon, which was taller than Cowey, that Song Yun Xia, a Naginata style, glinting with sharpness. Cowey, where's your weapon? Hearing this, Cowey felt helpless. Despite his advanced swordsmanship, he didn't even have a blade. It seemed he needed to find time to acquire a weapon. That sword was still unclaimed. He should find a time to check it out, as it was a supreme-grade great sword with impressive power. In the pirate world, weapons come in various forms, whether using swords or knives, or even other strange weapons. They can all be referred to as blades. What good knives, great knives, supreme great knives, etc. It was clearly the realm of swordsmen that defined strength, yet they were referred to as knives. Cowey was quite puzzled. I haven't found a suitable weapon yet. Oh, can you use a knife? Whitebeard did not expect someone with kingly potential to not even have a weapon. Well, I can barely be considered a swordsman. That's good. Vista, lend your weapon to Cowey for a bit. Yes, Dad. Cowey catched the sword. After saying this, Vista, known as the flower, sword threw his saber over. Cowey caught it in one hand, glancing at it casually. The quality was decent, unsure if it was a famous blade. Cowey, get ready. While Cowey was still examining the weapon, Whitebeard Newgate had already launched his attack. He leaped into the air, holding the knife horizontally and swinging it towards Cowey. The terrifying conqueror's Haki wrapped around the Song Yun Xia. Damn, this old man started off with Haki. Is he trying to kill me? Cowey couldn't care less at this point. He quickly infused his sword with conqueror's Haki. With slightly bent legs, he exerted force and surged forward. With a loud bang, the ground sank significantly as Cowey charged towards Whitebeard Newgate. Zizzist. Boom. The two blades collided instantaneously. They were separated by a fist's distance, yet seemed to clash against one another. The resulting shockwave obliterated all the flowers and trees surrounding the small island. In utter chaos, black arcs of electricity wreaked havoc. Huh, Cowey, you're indeed very strong. You're not bad either. The two traded blows at an astonishing speed, their figures blurring, engaged in a frenzied battle, leaving everyone watching dumbfounded. Marco's eyes widened. He never expected Cowey could really fight alongside Dad, and this was what you call barely a swordsman. Then my plan for revenge is bound to fall through. No way, Marco, you need to pull yourself together. He will eventually grow old, and his battle power will surely decline. If you train hard, you will definitely have a chance for revenge. Thinking of how powerful he would be in the future and imagining Cowey's appearance when old Marco suddenly felt invigorated. Whitebeard Newgate and Cowey continued to fight for several hours, with neither of them showing signs of fatigue. Kawi privately marveled why every strong person in the pirate world was like a blood cow. Akainu and Akiji fought for days and nights over the position of fleet admiral, literally reshaping the terrain. Kawi, I'm going to get serious now. With that, Whitebeard Newgate plunged the Tsong Yunxia heavily into the ground and reached for an invisible space. Crack, crack. In an instant, the invisible space seemed to be grasped by Whitebeard Newgate, tearing open numerous rifts. The next second, the tremor fruit activated. A gigantic fist infused with the power of the tremor fruit was hurled towards Kawi. Seeing this, Kawi also threw down his sword and readied his fist. Armament Haki wrapped around. The blackish red armament Haki flowed over Kawi's fist. Flowing Sakura activated. Bang! The two fists collided with terrifying force, producing a piercing roar. The next moment, Kawi felt a tremendous force surge from his fist, accompanied by a tearing pain. Step, step, step. After retreating 3 steps, Kawi steadied himself. In contrast, Whitebeard Newgate remained standing in place. Can you handle it, Kawi? Kawi's strength still fell short of Whitebeard's, not only in raw power, but also in armament Haki. It's likely that Whitebeard Newgate's armament Haki has already reached the pinnacle level. Their conqueror's Haki was similar, both at advanced levels. Is that so? A man can't be called weak. Kawi didn't want to be labeled as weak, as it would lead to a lifetime of ridicule. Channeling the power of the Panga fruit, Kawi's figure suddenly grew by a factor of 2, his clothes instantly bursting, faint dark red patterns appearing on his body. In an instant, an aura reminiscent of a god or demon surged forth, bloodthirsty, terrifying. Everyone felt as if Kawi had transformed into a different person, the overwhelming presence making it hard for them to breathe. A devil fruit. Kawi's fruit power was difficult to develop. So far, he had only managed to unlock this one ability. He referred to it as an amplification skill, which could exponentially enhance all of Kawi's capabilities, including Haki. But the consumption was also immense. Given Kawi's current stamina, he could only maintain it for half an hour at most. Afterwards, he would feel a wave of weakness, much like Luffy did the first time he activated Gear Second. As his physique improved, this weakness would also be eliminated. Interesting, bring it on. With the power of the devil fruit activated, Kawi's strength finally matched that of Whitebeard Newgate. Whitebeard also stopped holding back, fully unleashing his power. Boom, boom, boom. The entire deserted island was shattered by their battle. It was as if a natural disaster had struck. After another half hour of fighting, they both came to a halt. That's enough. If we continue, I won't be able to keep up. Kawi waved his hands, signaling his surrender. It's been a long time since I've had such a thrill. Whitebeard Newgate was thoroughly satisfied. He was full of energy. Kawi was envious. However, it wouldn't be long before he could achieve that, and he would only grow stronger. Kawi, are you really not considering joining us? I can make you the vice captain. Whitebeard, that old man, was still not giving up. Yeah, Kawi, come be our vice captain. Everyone else also agreed with Whitebeard's suggestion. But what was Kawi really thinking? Of course he would refuse. Who wants to be a pirate? Sanhao Shueshing will absolutely never become a pirate. Still the same, I really don't want to be a pirate. Don't worry, I will never become a marine. You don't have to worry about being captured by me in the future. Damn, who would be caught by you? Even if you become a marine, you couldn't catch us. Marco was the first to jump out and refute. Everyone burst into laughter. Alright, since that's the case, let's be friends. Whitebeard Newgate didn't mind Kawi's refusal again. After all, the strong always have more choices. A few days later, on a strange island. Finally, I can see a town. It's not easy. Newgate, thank you for taking care of us these past few days. No need for formalities among friends. Newgate the Whitebeard laughed heartily. In that case, everyone, farewell, and may we meet again. Hey, Covey, remember to come find us in the new world. I still want to challenge you. Marco shouted reluctantly. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates had some business to attend to in this sea area, and now that it was done, they would return to the new world to continue their hunt. Don't worry, I will come. Covey waved goodbye to everyone. He would definitely go to the new world, as it was where the real fun was. Of course, he would have to wait until he was invincible before going. Covey's current strength was the strongest, but he still couldn't win against a group attack. Alone, he could only maintain a low profile for now. Upon arriving in the town, he wandered around casually to gather some information. He discovered that this place also had nobles. Unfortunately, Covey, who was short on money, could only set his sights on these nobles. He found a tavern, casually ordered a few bottles of wine, and started drinking. Gradually, night descended. It was time for thievery. No, it is the time for hunting. The next morning, news spread through the small town of several noble families being robbed. The entire town underwent a search, but no missing berry was found. It was all in Covey's system space, so how could they find it? This incident would later be referred to as one of the top 10 supernatural events of the town. The mastermind was currently enjoying the fruits of victory, devouring delicious food with a plethora of fine wines on the table. There was no other choice, he had money. After residing on the nameless island for several days, Covey found some nautical charts, and using his memory, finally located the place where the cursed sword was said to be. Aska Island, the location of the sword known as the strongest cursed sword, the Seven-Star Sword. Covey's memory was a bit hazy. After all, this sword only appeared in the theater version, and it took him many days to recall it. The Seven-Star Sword, I want to see what kind of supernatural qualities it possesses. After finding the location, Covey set off on his quest for the weapon. This time Covey had learned his lesson and used money to buy a ship and a book on nautical knowledge. On the journey, he studied nautical knowledge to pass the time, as there was no need to be in a hurry. He spent several months learning and was on the verge of becoming a sailing master. After months of sailing, he had no idea how many times he had deviated from his course. Thankfully, he bought a book on nautical knowledge, or otherwise he wouldn't know when he would arrive. He disembarked and stepped onto the dock of Aska Island, which was the size of a small town. The feeling of solid ground was wonderful. After a moment of reflection, Covey found a place to stay and planned to reside there for a while. The Seven-Star Sword seemed to be sealed by a special priestess. In the theater version, Luffy and his crew encountered a priestess named Maya. He wondered who was guarding the Seven-Star Sword now. Thus, Covey resided there for more than 10 days solely to gather information about the Seven-Star Sword. The inhabitants of the island seemed to know about this cursed sword. Whenever Covey tried to ask, they would fall silent, claiming it was an ominous object that could only be suppressed by the priestess. If anyone approached, they would be mercilessly devoured and turned into a killing machine. Covey found the town's mayor and spent several days building a rapport with him. "Old man, can't you take me to see it?" "Covey, it's not that I can't take you to see it. That sword is too dangerous and requires the priestess to be present for protection. I must ensure the safety of the entire townspeople." Mayor Stir had a fairly good impression of Covey. The young man was respectful to the elderly and often came by to help with tasks. Most importantly, Covey had money. This made Stir's attitude towards Covey very favorable. "Can I at least meet the priestess?" Although Covey wanted to search for it himself, the Seven-Star Sword was sealed, and the island was so vast that it would take an eternity to find it. Although Covey was not short on time, he didn't want to waste it. The previous priestess lost her life due to the Seven-Star Sword going berserk. This current priestess is not yet 10 years old. If the Seven-Star Sword has any more problems, it would be disastrous. Covey did not expect that the current priestess was still a child. "It's okay, just take me to see her. Perhaps I can help you solve this issue. I am very strong." Mayor Stir's expression clearly showed disbelief. All right, I'll take you to meet the priestess. After all, the Seven-Star Sword is under her management. If you can get her consent, we will take you to see that cursed sword. Just remember, she will never agree." Although the priestess is young, Stir still has great confidence in her. "Okay, you said it, no backing out." Covey eagerly followed the old mayor to find the priestess. Mayor Stir led Covey out of the town and into a remote mountainous area. In the distance, a small house could be seen built at the mountain's peak. The two climbed the mountain and arrived in front of the house. "Little Rosa, are you home?" Before long, the door opened, and a little girl with blue hair walked out, a smiling face gracing her fair complexion. "Grandpa Stir, what brings you here?" "Haha, little Rosa, how have you been lately?" Stir greeted her warmly. Only Stir in the town knew about little Rosa's identity as a priestess. Priestesses often have a singular lineage, which led to little Rosa living alone at such a young age. Due to the need to constantly monitor the seal's condition, little Rosa could only reside alone in the outskirts. Only Mayor Stir occasionally came to talk to her and bring her supplies. Little Rosa's only friend was her grandpa, the mayor. "I'm doing well, but it's so boring." A hint of displeasure appeared on Rosa's face. "Ha ha ha, I've brought you a friend. This is Covey. You can call him Covey or Uncle Covey. He has some questions for you." At this moment, Covey felt it was inappropriate to stand by quietly. He stepped forward with a kind smile and greeted little Rosa. "Hello, I'm Covey. You can call me Covey or Uncle." It was the first time someone approached little Rosa, which made her somewhat happy, her face slightly flushing as she felt a bit nervous. "You good? My name is Callie and Rosa. You can just call me Rosa." She reached out her small hand to shake Covey's hand. What a polite little girl. Covey liked this kind of respectful child, quickly extending his large hand to shake Rosa's. All right, let's go in and talk. My old back is about to give out from this walk." Seeing the two being so polite, the old mayor hurriedly urged them. Okay. Little Rosa quickly stepped aside to let the two in. The three sat around a table in a circle with little Rosa serving tea. Covey took a casual sip and placed it down, surveying the surroundings. The house was quite nice, though little Rosa was well taken care of. Covey gestured to Mayor Steer, inquiring about the important matter. Seeing this, Steer pretended not to notice and turned his head to look out the window. Little Rosa looked at the two with confusion, and the atmosphere fell into silence. "Ahem, old mayor, you must keep your word," Covey said quietly as he leaned closer to Mayor Steer. Steer found himself in a dilemma, wondering how to begin. Could it be that little Rosa would take us to see the seven-star sword? It is powerful enough not to be devoured by the sword. Ugh, isn't that just nonsense to a child? I steer have lived an upright life and would never do such a thing. Little Rosa, Uncle Covey has some questions for you. You two can chat slowly. I will head back now, as I still have chores to finish at home. After saying this, Mayor Steer stood up and prepared to leave. Hey. Cubby tried to stop him, but the next second the elderly mayor suddenly dashed to the door and opened it. Out. Closed the door. All in one go. There was no time for Covey to react. Hey, where's that old man I was promised? He came in so slowly, complaining of back pain. What's going on? Uncle Covey, what do you want to know from me? Coming back to her senses, little Rosa's soft voice reached Covey's ears. Well, it's nothing major, just that I heard you are the priestess in charge of the cursed sword seal. Is that true? Little Rosa nodded. Yes, my mission is to guard the holy sword and ensure it doesn't harm others. Well, I have a one-time solution to help you with the sword problem. Would you like to give it a try? Covey began to play the deceiver. Huh, Uncle, what solution do you have? Little Rosa's expression was clearly skeptical, as she knew the terrifying nature of the holy sword. Of course, we will suppress the holy sword with strength and make it submit. Hey, little Rosa, what's that expression on your face? Little Rosa covered her mouth with both hands, trying to laugh, but holding it back, which truly offended Covey. In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. If you want to laugh, just laugh, don't hold it in. Ha ha. Instantly, little Rosa burst into laughter, kneeling on the ground, pounding her hands on the floor as she laughed heartily. Oh no, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. Covey quietly watched her performance, thinking, enjoy your laughter while you can just wait until I claim the demon's sword and see your expression. Little Rosa stood up, took a big sip of water to calm down, and then slowly became serious. Uncle Covey, it's not that I don't believe you, but that demon's sword is too terrifying. I can't let you take that risk. Seeing that little Rosa was concerned for her own safety, Covey decided not to use force for the time being. It was better to build a good relationship slowly than inadvertently reveal his strength to gain trust, and finally quietly inquire about the location of the demon's sword. Covey didn't believe she wouldn't check the seal, he would follow her discreetly. A perfect plan. Alright, can I stay here for a while? I'll provide food for free. Really? Can you cook? Although little Rosa had been independent since childhood, her cooking skills were quite average. She could only say that what she made was edible. If Covey's cooking was good, little Rosa wouldn't mind agreeing. If you probably don't believe me just by my words, how about I cook a meal for you to try? As the saying goes, to win a girl's heart, one must first capture her stomach. This was a piece of advice Covey learned from his predecessors. Then Covey took out a pile of ingredients as if performing magic. Little Rosa was thoroughly shocked. She circled around him a few times, but couldn't figure out where he had pulled the food from. She wanted to ask, but felt embarrassed. After all, she had just mocked him, and asking would surely lead to another round of ridicule. Little Rosa would never allow herself to be ridiculed. Covey skillfully handled the ingredients, and in no time a large table of food was served. Wow, you're really amazing. The sight of the delicious food in front of her made little Rosa utterly impressed. Can we eat now? Yes, try my cooking. Little Rosa put her hands together. I'm starting. With that, she began to eat heartily. This is so good. Slow down, no one is competing with you for food. Covey handed her a cup of water. Thank you. This was the best food little Rosa had ever eaten. Thinking back to what she had made before, was it even fit for human consumption? As she devoured the food, she had already decided to keep Covey around. From now on, the most important things in little Rosa's heart were the holy sword first and delicious food second. Mayor Steer felt quite relieved upon learning this. He originally felt guilty towards little Rosa, having no friends or family, bearing such a heavy burden at an age when she should be playing in the mud. A month later. Covey, wake up. I'm hungry. Little Rosa shouted as she rushed into Covey's resting room, calling for him to get up. During this month, Covey had become little Rosa's personal chef, cooking for her every day, hoping to follow her discreetly when she went to check the seal. However, this girl had turned into a homebody, sleeping in every day and only waking up to eat. After eating, she would chatter away, asking Covey to tell her stories about the sea. Covey was exasperated. Where had that polite little Rosa gone? It had only been a month, and she wouldn't even call him uncle anymore. Covey was heartbroken. No, I want to sleep. Covey refused to indulge her any longer, turning over to continue sleeping. No one could wake him today. He needed to sleep all day. Seeing that Covey had turned away, little Rosa tried to pull him with all her might, but with her strength, she couldn't move him an inch. Oomph! Little Rosa pouted angry. She climbed onto the bed, straddled Covey, and continued to shake him. Get up. Wake up. Covey remained as steady as a mountain, unfazed. Who? Little Rosa let out a deep breath, stood up, jumped, and landed. Damn, you little girl. Are you trying to crush me? Covey hurriedly sat up and dodged. This little girl was becoming more and more audacious. No. Today I must obtain the 7-star sword and leave immediately. Seeing that he couldn't sleep peacefully, Covey had no choice but to get up and cook. What could he do? After all, Covey was kind-hearted. Quickly preparing breakfast, the two sat across from each other. Little Rosa had already started gobbling down her food, not even bothering with the etiquette of eating. Covey wondered if he was raising her the wrong way. Little Rosa, aren't you going to check on the seal? Huh? What seal? The holy sword. I can sense the seal. Why do I need to go check it? Rosa, let me be honest with you. I came to this island solely for that demon blade. Covey launched into his persuasive tale with theatrical flair. Surely you don't wish to spend your entire life confined to this tiny island. Don't you long to sail the vast, wondrous sea and witness its marvels firsthand? Young Rosa swallowed her bite, paused, and gazed steadily at Covey. Truth be told, over these past days, Covey had painted the sea before her as a realm of breathtaking grandeur, where one thrilling saga after another unfolded ceaselessly upon its waves. Her heart stirred. She yearned to behold that sea herself. She longed to live through those extraordinary tales. She craved a life unlike any other. So long as the sacred blade remained on this island, she was bound to it, doomed to repeat the fate of the previous shrine maiden, either slain by the blade itself or left to wither slowly until natural death claimed her. That foreseeable future bored her deeply. The month she had spent with Covey was the happiest time of her life. Yet she knew inevitably the day would come when Covey departed, and once more she would stand alone guarding this accursed sacred blade. Seeing Rosa's resolve waver, Covey pressed harder. I swear to you, I will eradicate this demon blade without a single casualty. Covey raised 3 fingers solemnly, his expression so earnest it seemed heaven itself might weep. Rosa hesitated a moment, then finally spoke. What if you fail, eh? Relax. I'll serve as your personal chef for life, free of charge. At those words, Rosa's eyes sparkled, but she quickly masked her delight, feigning reluctance. Then, I'll show you the way. A lifetime of free meals. How could anyone resist? Wait, wasn't there something odd about that? Could he even live that long? Outwardly composed, Covey was inwardly elated. Just a child, easy to manipulate. As for being her chef for life, if I can't subdue this blade, do I deserve to live at all? Excellent. Let's depart right after dinner. After so long, success was finally within reach, though he silently hoped the blade would prove worthy of the effort. No sooner had they finished eating than Covey, bowls still unwashed, eagerly pulled Rosa out the door. Following her winding path, left-right roundabout, they walked for hours before arriving at their destination. Before them stood a stone gate etched with strange, intricate patterns, an ancient formation sealing away some unspeakable horror within. It lies beyond this gate. Once opened, there is no turning back. Are you certain you're ready? My very life rests in your hands. Covey gently ruffled Rosa's hair and smiled warmly. Rest assured, I'd never gamble with my own life. Who knows? Rosa turned her head aside, evading his hand. Approaching the gate, she crossed her hands before her chest, bowed her head slightly, and murmured an incantation incomprehensible to Covey. Soon the formation upon the gate shimmered with a soft, ethereal light. Click, rumble. The massive stone gate groaned open inch by slow inch. An eerie, malevolent aura seeped forth, unnerving, sinister, terrifying. A faint golden radiance bloomed around Rosa's body, shielding her from its corrupting influence. It's open, go in now. You have 10 minutes to subdue it before you must retreat. That's the absolute limit I can hold it. So Rosa dared bring him here. Not because she was reckless, but because she retained some measure of control over the blade after all. Without hesitation, Covey strode across the threshold and vanished before Rosa's eyes. Please return alive. Beyond the gate, the oppressive aura intensified tenfold. Whispers slithered into Covey's ears, seductive, insidious voices seeking to shatter his will, consume his mind, and forge him into a mindless engine of slaughter. Is this all you've got? Covey enveloped himself in overwhelming Haki, repelling the aura like an impenetrable shield. A weaker-willed soul lacking such indomitable spirit would have been devoured instantly. But Covey was no ordinary man. He was a sovereign crowned with the king's Haki. How could mere whispers ever cloud his sovereign mind? Deeper he advanced, until at last he beheld the legendary supreme demon blade, the 7-star sword. It stood embedded in the center of a complex formation, a slender straight blade nearly 2 meters long. Resembling an ancient Chinese jian, its blade gleamed with an unsettling emerald hue at its core, exuding an aura of profound otherworldliness. Let's see just how formidable you truly are. Covey stepped before the sacred blade, seized its hilt, and drew it forth. Instantly, an immense, suffocating pressure descended, laced with seduction, dread, and primal terror. His Haki erupted, unleashing a sovereign presence so overwhelming it crushed the blade's malign aura beneath its weight. In that instant, every trace of corruption recoiled, retreating deep into the sword's core to fortify itself against his royal might. Oh, still resisting. Channeling a sliver of the Pangu fruit's primordial power into his Haushiku Haki Covey obliterated every vestige of the blade's eerie essence, utterly, irrevocably. As though it had never existed, the emerald glow at the sword's heart darkened, shifting, deepening, until it became pure, unyielding black. Its form had been remade, now wholly irrevocably his. I thought you'd be proud and defiant. Before the divine sovereign Pangu, you are nothing but dust. Outside the stone gate, Rosa paced anxiously. She felt the sacred blade's aura surge and falter, then vanish entirely. Was Covey still alive? Thud, thud, thud. Covey emerged slowly from the gate, the elongated 7-star sword held calmly in hand. He said nothing, only fixed his gaze upon the young girl before him. Yuri, all right. Rosa trembled, terrified that the demon blade had consumed him. Still silent, Covey slowly raised the 7-star sword, its edge tilting toward her. Ah, no. Covey's been possessed. Rosa's face paled. She clutched her head and braced for doom. Ha. Covey broke first, bursting into uncontrollable laughter at Rosa's wide-eyed panic. Huh. Rosa lifted her head, only to meet his amused grin. Instantly, she realized she'd been duped. Oomph. Her pout was utterly adorable. So this is the day you finally know fear. Covey exhaled deeply, his heart light, his spirit renewed. See, I told you. The blade was nothing but a petty nuisance. You were the one who doubted. Yes, you're magnificent. Now please let's go home. I'm starving. Rosa grumbled. Her monumental burden lifted, yet her stomach growled louder than any triumph. Ha, let's go. Tonight I'll prepare a feast. Yea, a feast. Her lifelong chains had shattered, but strangely she felt no soaring joy. Not even a grand meal could rival that elation. Covey gave it no further thought. He led Rosa home, where they feasted heartily. Truly, life is beautiful, he murmured, reclining in his grandfather's armchair, as golden twilight bathed the world in serene, tranquil light. The next morning, at the dining table, Kaiwei and little Luosha enjoyed a delightful breakfast. What's wrong? Why the long face? Who made you unhappy? Speak up so I can cheer you up. Seeing Luosha's lackluster spirit completely lacking the enthusiasm she had during the previous meal, a gloomy expression adorned her youthful face. Are you planning to leave? Luosha quietly inquired, her small face downcast. Ha, you wouldn't possibly be reluctant to part with me, would you, my little priestess? Although Kaiwei had achieved his goal on this trip, it didn't mean he intended to leave. After all, with him taking the holy sword, Luosha's mission would also be over, and she would no longer be bound to this island. He needed to find her something to do, otherwise life without a goal would be no different from being a walking corpse. In his past life, Kaiwei was just someone who went with the flow, performing repetitive and numbing tasks daily, devoid of goal, strength, or supervision, gradually succumbing to the pain he understood all too well. Not at all. Who would be reluctant to see you go? Luosha, flustered and angry, retorted loudly, her face flushed. Luosha, your mission has already ended. What are your plans next? Luosha fell into deep thought, and after a moment her gaze became resolute as she said, I want to go to sea. I want to see the outside world. Her small face was filled with hope, and her eyes sparkled. Luosha, the outside world isn't as wonderful as I say. You might not even know when you meet your end somewhere. How do you plan to go to sea? As a pirate? Absolutely not. Who wants to be a pirate? Pirates are all bad people. I don't want to be a pirate. It seems Luosha has a bad impression of pirates, which is normal. Any decent person should detest pirates. Then join the Navy. If you're going out, you need an identity. The Navy is at least better than pirates. Although the Navy serves the celestial dragons, they are still far superior to pirates, at least safer. Can I join the Navy? Does that mean I'll be able to fight pirates in the future? Luosha's face lit up with excitement, as if she could already imagine herself delivering a punch to a pirate. Wanting to join the Navy, your strength is still far from enough. If you go to sea like this, you'll only end up being killed by pirates. Luosha immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. What should I do then? I still want to become an elite in the Navy and bring glory to our Aska Island. Ahem, then just work hard to get stronger. Kaiwei transformed into a motivational master. As long as you work hard to become stronger, you might even become an admiral in the Navy one day. Just think about how magnificent that would be. The common folk would admire you and pirates would fear you, allowing you to do as you wish. Luosha's eyes brightened again, murmuring, do as I wish. Wouldn't that mean? Then with determination, Luosha raised her head and firmly told Kaiwei, Kaiwei, teach me to become stronger. Kaiwei's lips curled into a slight smile as a plan quietly took root in his heart. How much influence could this butterfly bring to this world? Initially, Kaiwei only wanted to survive until he became invincible and then be a source of amusement, but now he had a new thought. Becoming strong isn't that simple. Can you hold on? Luosha showed no signs of wavering. I will definitely hold on to you. I will only get stronger than you in the future. Soon little Luosha would be able to do whatever she wanted. Ha. Are you sure you want me to teach you? Just know that once you decide there's no turning back, I will be very strict. Kaiwei issued her a warning, lest she be unable to endure the hellish torment. He was determined to cultivate her into a great admiral. Teacher Kaiwei, I am absolutely certain. Luosha had already begun to call him teacher, seemingly unable to wait to become strong. The temptation was too great. All right, starting tomorrow, I will officially teach you. I hope you can endure it. Enjoy this brief and beautiful time while it lasts. After breakfast, Kaiwei found Mayor Stir in town and informed him that the issue with the holy sword had been resolved. He also inquired about the location of the best blacksmith shop in town. At the blacksmith shop, he crafted a sheath for the 7-star sword and spent a large sum to create a delicate knife suitable for a girl. Based on his memories from his past life, he also requested a full set of weighted equipment. The next day early in the morning, Luosha could hardly wait and pulled Kaiwei to begin their training. Kaiwei was very pleased, hoping that Luosha would continue to be this eager in the future. Luosha, remember, any powerful technique must be backed by a strong physique to unleash its full potential. Daily physical training is essential, understand? Luosha nodded. Got it. All right, put on this equipment and run 3 laps around the town to warm up. Kaiwei took out the surprise he had prepared the day before. Made according to standard weighted equipment, it should be just right for someone as light as Luosha. After putting on the equipment, Luosha immediately felt that walking had become somewhat difficult. Was Kaiwei serious about this? Is this really okay? Luosha struggled to take 2 steps before turning her head to ask. Of course, this is what I specially prepared for you. Train according to my method and I guarantee you'll be unbeatable in the future. Kaiwei affirmed that as long as she followed his method, she would be invincible. Wasn't that enticing? Luosha was once again convinced by Kaiwei. Invincible across the seas. That should be quite impressive. Who could she defeat someone like Kaiwei? Thus, under Kaiwei's relentless persuasion, Luosha began a day of physical training. Physical training is essential. Don't forget that Luffy went from a small nobody to a Yonka-level powerhouse in just 2 years after setting sail. This is all built on a foundation established from a young age. Just look at Luffy's resilience. As long as her physique keeps up, other methods will be easy to manage. After struggling through half a lap, Luosha felt as if she was suffocating. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, her eyelids began to droop, and her whole body was soaked in sweat. Luosha, if you can't hold on, you can give up, but if you do, you'll never become strong and will be stuck on this small island for the rest of your life. Kaiwei taunted from the side. Luosha said nothing as she had no strength to speak. Did he want her to give up and leave her alone here? Impossible. I will not give up. Luosha pushed through, continuing to run 1 lap, 2 laps, until she completed 3 laps. I did it. Just as she finished speaking, Luosha's vision blurred, her eyes slowly closed, and her body fell back. Thud. Kaiwei caught Luosha and carried her back to the house. Not bad, huh? I thought 1 lap would be her limit. From the start, Kaiwei never intended for her to actually finish 3 laps. After all, Luosha was not even 10 years old yet. He thought that being able to run 1 lap would already be impressive, considering the town was quite large. It seems he underestimated her determination to get stronger. Thus, Kavi trained Rosa's physical endurance for a full year. Starting with 3 laps each day, they progressed to 10. So much so that every townsfolk now recognized little Rosa, who ran before dawn each day clad in weighted gear resembling a tiny turtle's shell. Over that year, Rosa's physique had undergone tremendous refinement. She could now easily subdue ordinary adults. Today it was time to shift focus. Rosa, come here. No running today. Kavi called out. Huh? Why? Rosa paused mid-stride, her hands still fumbling with the weights, and gazed at him puzzled. For the past year, Kavi had held Rosa to rigorous standards, physical training by day, scholarly study by night, covering foundational sciences like mathematics, physics, and chemistry, as well as maritime knowledge, all of which he demanded she master thoroughly. He taught her that true strength lay not in brute force alone, but in disciplined intellect. That mastery of science and reason empowered one to navigate any world with unwavering confidence. Fortunately, Rosa possessed exceptional aptitude and absorbed these disciplines swiftly. Today marks your year-end assessment. Pass it, and I shall teach you something far more vital, true combat arts. Really? Truly? What kind of test is it? Tell me now. Rosa bubbled with excitement. After a grueling year of discipline, real martial mastery was finally within reach. Absolutely genuine. If you fail, however, back to physical training you go. A sly, knowing curve tugged at Kavi's lips. Your trials survive alone in the wilderness for 3 days. Huh? What does that even mean? Rosa clearly hadn't grasped his meaning. It means exactly that. You must endure 3 days unaided in the wild. Succeed, and I'll impart advanced techniques, and present you with a gift. Do you want me dead, eh? This island teems with wild beasts. Rosa flushed crimson, glaring indignantly at Kavi. Ahem, I have absolute faith in you. You aspire to become the king of the Navy, sovereign over all. Surely such a destiny demands resilience far beyond this modest trial. Covey placed a firm hand on Rosa's shoulders, his voice warm and earnest. Oh, well, I'm not that extraordinary. Still, I suppose I'll give it a try. She covered her face, flustered. Yes, try it. I believe in you. Rosa, once again swept up in praise, found herself buoyed yet again. That night, Covey led her deep into a desolate forest. Go forth, give it your all. Covey flashed an encouraging thumbs up, then turned and strode away without hesitation. Wait, hold on. Rosa stared into the pitch-black thicket, fear rising in her chest as she lunged to grab him. But Covey, anticipating her move, vanished in a blur, leaving her utterly alone. Gurgle. With no choice, Rosa steeled herself and stepped forward. First priority, find safe shelter for the night. Moving cautiously through the darkness, she located a sturdy, ancient tree and climbed high into its branches. She prepared to spend the night there. Meanwhile, Covey watched from the shadows, unimpressed. This holds no challenge whatsoever. He scoured the forest until he discovered a black bear slumbering deep within a cave, and delivered a sharp, unceremonious kick to rouse it from its dreams. Roar. Enraged, the beast awoke, locked eyes with Covey, and bellowed in fury. Covey offered a casual, internationally recognized gesture, then sprinted toward Rosa's location. Incensed, the bear gave furious chase, roaring relentlessly. Roar. Just as Rosa drifted into sleep, the monstrous cry shattered the silence. Oh no, wildlife's coming. She leapt upright, scanning the moonlit expanse, and spotted the bear barreling straight toward her. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I'll die. What do I do? As everyone knows, bears in the One Piece world climb trees with terrifying speed. Climbing would be suicide. Refusing to perish, Rosa dropped from the branch and fled into the night. The sudden commotion instantly drew the bear's attention. It had already lost Covey's trail, and now Rosa's panic rekindled its pursuit. It charged after her. What's wrong with you? It's the middle of the night. Have you lost your mind? Rosa shouted while running, gritting her teeth. You filthy bear, just wait. I will kill you. The bear, truly the most innocent party, had merely been sleeping soundly. Kicked awake without warning, then branded an enemy by Rosa. The life of a bear was profoundly unjust. Rosa ran for a full hour before finally eluding the bear. Huff. Drenched in sweat, she crept silently up another massive tree, determined to rest, but reminded herself 3 days remained and stamina was paramount. Before her eyes, even closed, another earth-shaking roar tore through the night, clearly aimed directly at her. Damn it! Is this ever going to end? I, Callian Rosa, swear upon my name, I will slay this foul bear within 1 year. Her frustration had erupted into raw, unfiltered fury. That entire night, roars echoed ceaselessly through the forest as Rosa was hunted without reprieve, until dawn, when the bear finally retreated to its den. Exhausted and ravenous, Rosa's vision swam with dizziness. She needed food, fast. Grabbing a handful of wild berries, she realized grimly 2 days still remained. Meanwhile, Covey, the architect of her ordeal, sat somewhere deep in the forest, roasting succulent game meat over a crackling fire. Golden brown and glistening with rich, savory drippings, the meat filled the air with intoxicating aroma. He devoured it heartily. Life in that moment was complete. A stark contrast to Rosa's plight. Daylight brought predators out to hunt. Rosa nibbled sparingly on wild fruit, every sense on high alert, ready to flee at the slightest whisper of danger. Thus she evaded beast after beast, only to face renewed torment as night fell once more. This time Covey introduced new challengers. Cubs, tiny tigers, young wolves. Their relentless pursuit left Rosa utterly spent. Each time she considered fleeing the forest entirely, some ferocious creature would appear, driving her back into the trial's crucible. How can there be so many predators? Her eyes were bloodshot, her dark circles rivaling those of a panda. Days without sleep, sustained only by wild fruit. Could Uncle be behind this? Yes, it has to be him. Despicable. One day I will have my revenge. Today was the final day. By nightfall she would escape this accursed place. Through sheer will, running, hiding, enduring, Rosa emerged from the forest at last, dragging her starved, hollow-eyed, trembling body into the clearing. There Covey sat before a blazing fire, roasting a whole wild boar. Rosa's eyes lit up. Tears of joy welled at the corners of her mouth as she prepared to rush forward and feast gloriously. Only for Covey to seize the roasted pig, take one enormous bite, and half of it vanished. Another bite, and it was gone. An entire roasted suckling pig, consumed in 2 bites. Are you actually a pig? Oh, Rosa's out. Covey casually licked grease from his fingers and remarked, how could you eat all the roast meat yourself? Hunger, exhaustion, anguish, betrayal, all surged together, and tears spilled uncontrollably. Wah, 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 wah. Rosa burst into full-throated, tear-drenched sobs, her expression pure, unadulterated wretchedness. Did I push too far? Covey moved to comfort her, when in the next instant she collapsed unconscious. In a flash, he teleported, caught her mid-fall, and quickly assessed her condition. Phew, she was unharmed. For a fleeting moment, Covey almost felt genuine guilt. No, I will not fall again. I do not want to be ridiculed by my master again. I will defeat him. A faint yet stubborn aura erupted from Xiao Luosha. The conqueror's Haki awakens. Huh, Kawi did not expect Xiao Luosha to awaken it so easily. Does she possess such strong talent? Then the methods Kawi prepared to cultivate the conqueror's Haki would be useless. He had originally planned to use the emotion fluctuation technique to stimulate Xiao Luosha, but did not expect her to awaken early. What a pity he could not see the expression of suffering on Xiao Luosha's face. If Kawi had known that her awakening was due to her resentment towards him, he would not know how to feel. Retracting the conqueror's Haki, Kawi looked at the exhausted Xiao Luosha with satisfaction. Not bad, worthy of someone who is to become the king of the navy. Remember the feeling you just had? That is the conqueror's Haki. Strive to master it as soon as possible. Xiao Luosha was very happy finally. She could hold her head high. Let's take a break first. Later, I'll teach you swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luosha's fatigue vanished. A swordsmanship was what she was most interested in. The Haki was merely a means to enhance her swordsmanship. Teach me now. I want to learn. So eager. Starting from a young age, she was already ambitious, and as she grew up, it would only get more intense. No way. Kawi took Xiao Luosha to a towering tree and casually picked up a branch. Watch closely. He waved the branch, which was not covered in Haki, a normal branch, slowly gliding from the base of the tree. Then he threw the branch away. Did you see it clearly? Huh, what was that? Xiao Luosha clearly did not understand. However, the next moment, boom, the towering tree suddenly collapsed, leaving a smooth tree stump behind. Wow, master, I want to learn that move. Xiao Luosha jumped up and shook, her eyes filled with admiration. So strong, master. Remember, everything has its own breath. Feel it, go with it, and it will be easy to achieve. Experience it on your own. After saying that, Kawi left, leaving Xiao Luosha alone to try. Hopefully she will comprehend it within a year. After that, Xiao Luosha's training tasks increased, strengthening her physique, cultivating Haki, and practicing swordsmanship. In a rush, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under Kawi's careful guidance, Xiao Luosha underwent tremendous changes. Flowing light. A blade of energy was released as Xiao Luosha swung her sword through the drizzle. Crack. Instantly, the giant rock in front of her split in half, leaving a smooth surface. The drizzle was the name Xiao Luosha gave to her sword. Not bad, finally showing some promise. My 2 years of teaching were not in vain. Huff. Xiao Luosha sheathed her sword and turned to look at Kawi. Master, are you leaving? In fact, Xiao Luosha had already sensed that Kawi really intended to leave. After staying here for 3 years, it was time to go explore. Xiao Luosha had already initially mastered the 3-color Haki, and her swordsmanship was now at a beginner level. All she needed was consistent practice. Kawi had nothing more to teach her. It's time to go. Can I go with you? Kawi was silent for a moment. No, the place I am going is too dangerous. You are too weak. Xiao Luosha bit her lip tightly, her fists clenched, a hint of stubbornness in her expression. Are we considered family? Kawi laughed heartily, patting Xiao Luosha's little head. Have you never heard that once a teacher, always a father? Speaking of which, I should be your dad. Dad? Who wants to be your daughter? Kawi put away his smile, his expression becoming slightly serious. Luosha, remember, only when your armament Haki can cover your entire arm can you set sail, understand? Xiao Luosha nodded. Kawi had already reminded her many times. Although Xiao Luosha's current strength should be unmatched in the first half of the Grand Line, Kawi was still worried. Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't care. And one more important point, if you decide to join the Navy, remember not to expose your conqueror's Haki unless it's a matter of life and death. Xiao Luosha nodded in agreement, though she did not know why. The appearance of conqueror's Haki in the Navy could be a major issue. If it fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to trouble. After advising Xiao Luosha, it was time for him to leave. He bid farewell to Old Town Chief Steer and arrived at the dock, boarding the small merchant ship he had purchased. At that moment, Xiao Luosha ran out panting as she stood on the dock looking towards Kawi and shouting loudly, Master, where can I find you when I go? Kawi waved his hand in response. There's no need to find me. One day in the future we will meet again. I hope we won't become enemies by then. New World. A small merchant ship sailed across the ocean. Kawi lay on a chair, basking in the sun. System, open the character panel. Host Kawi. Age 41. Physique 6588. Skills, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Armament, Haki, Advanced Observation, Haki, Advanced Navy, 6 styles, Advanced Swordsmanship, Advanced Water Walking. Devil Fruit, Human Fruit, Panga Form Development Level 54. Fruit Ability, Amplification, Panga Pressure. In the past 3 years, Kawi focused on the cultivation of Observation Haki and the development of the Devil Fruit. Finally, he cultivated observation Haki to an advanced level to the point of being able to foresee the future. When the fruit reached 50 development, the first skill Pango pressure finally appeared. As the name suggests, it is a mental attack similar to Conqueror's Haki, striking directly at the soul. The amplification was developed by Kawi himself and also counted as part of the Devil Fruit's ability. Other skills were still at the advanced stage. Kawi could clearly feel that progress in strength was slow after reaching advanced. It seems that reaching the peak would take several years. Captain, there's a ship ahead. Little Buggy shouted on the ship. Is it pirates? Shanks excitedly ran to Buggy's side looking towards the distant ship. Oh, it's a merchant ship. Instantly a look of disappointment appeared on his face. The Roger pirates urgently needed to find a small island to replenish supplies because the captain held feasts every day causing food that could last a month to be consumed in just 10 days. As a result, everyone had to be frugal over the past few days living like poor people. Roger, let's use our berries to trade for some supplies with the merchant fleet. If this continues, we won't last until we land. Haha, fine, since Rayleigh said, so let's trade a little. You really are an unreliable captain. Rayleigh held his forehead, looking helpless. This pirate crew would have disbanded long ago if it weren't for me, Rayleigh. The Roger pirates, a crew formed in pursuit of freedom and adventure. In Kawaii's view, it is more appropriate to refer to them as an adventure group. After all, true pirates wouldn't think of using berries to buy things. If I can rob, why should I spend money? Rayleigh slightly bent his legs and jumped onto the ship where Kawaii was. Seeing only a middle-aged man lying on a recliner, leisurely basking in the sun. Isn't this a merchant ship? Rayleigh felt puzzled. A merchant ship wouldn't have just one person. However, at this moment, Rayleigh couldn't think too much. Eating was urgent. Hey, brother, wake up. Rayleigh shook the sleeping Kawaii and called out. Huh? Kawaii squinted, looking at the person in front of him. Who are you? Can't you see I'm sleeping? He stretched lazily and slowly spoke. Sorry, brother, I didn't mean to disturb you. Rayleigh felt a bit embarrassed and quickly apologized. At this moment, Kawaii began to seriously examine the person in front of him. Oh, Rayleigh the Dark King. Noticing that the blonde man in front of him looked somewhat familiar, he instinctively asked. Ahaha, do you know me, brother? Rayleigh thought Kawaii might have seen him on a bounty notice, so he wasn't surprised. After all, he was someone of some renown. Indeed. Do you have business with me? Where's Roger? Kawaii stood up and looked around, and sure enough, a pirate ship was not far away. The Golden Jackson. Kawaii recalled that the name of this ship seemed to be this. He never expected that one day he would get to see the ship of the Pirate King. Do you know our captain? Rayleigh countered. The Roger pirates who in the sea doesn't know them. Besides, this is the new world. No one should be unaware, right? After all, during the Rocks era, the Roger pirates had already gained some notoriety. Now they are one of the great pirates of the sea. Haha, I didn't expect us to be so famous. Rayleigh scratched the back of his head, seemingly pleased. By the way, you haven't told me what you're here for. Kawaii was puzzled as to why the great Dark King Rayleigh would come to the ship of a nameless nobody. It seemed he had business with him. All right, I almost forgot the important matter. Brother, we want to exchange some food with you for berries. I wonder if that's possible. Rayleigh showed an awkward expression. No way, no way. The illustrious Roger pirates are out of food. Kawaii's exaggerated expression vividly displayed the mockery. He never expected that the Roger pirates would be in such a predicament. He had to mock them well. In the future, he could boast that Kawaii once single-handedly helped the Roger pirates. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh had a black line on his forehead. What was wrong with this brother? Seeing a great pirate without the slightest fear was one thing, but he was also being sarcastic. I hope brother will generously assist us. If our pirate crew will definitely repay you generously. Rayleigh clasped his fists and sincerely requested. Regardless of his annoyance, his attitude had to be proper. After all, he was a good pirate and wouldn't stoop to the level of ordinary people. Of course I can help you, but I have one condition. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. What condition? How about inviting me to your ship as a guest? Pretty simple, right? Oh, and remember to have your captain come personally to invite me. A sly smile appeared on Kawaii's face as this mischievous thought suddenly welled up in his mind. Huh? Rayleigh was taken aback. Is that it? What do you mean, huh? That's the only condition. I can give you food for free. Think about it. Rayleigh came to his senses. What was there to think? He would immediately drag the captain over for this brother. Ha, brother, you're quite the character. He'll go ask the captain for his opinion right away. Saying this, Rayleigh jumped back onto the pirate ship. Kawaii sighed. The moon step is indeed useful. Roger, come here quickly, there's food. Ha, brother, Rayleigh is indeed reliable. As expected of the first mate. The surrounding crew members cheered. Roger also walked over. Rayleigh, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Rayleigh's face darkened as he pulled Roger over. Captain, he specified that you need to invite him onto our ship as a guest, otherwise there will be no food. Aha, Captain Roger, did you hear that? Hurry up and invite him. Laughter erupted around them as if they didn't feel insulted, but rather mocked their captain. Let's go. I want to see who wants me to invite him personally. Roger wasn't angry. In fact, he was very interested in this person. Roger was no fool. Being so calm in front of the great pirate crew indicated that this person must have some backup, or perhaps he was someone very familiar with the Roger pirates. Coincidentally, Kauai matched both criteria. He had backup and was familiar with the Roger pirates. As for whether they were acquaintances, that would come next. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh came from afar, carrying a hint of pressure. The future pirate, King Gold. Roger made his grand entrance. The atmosphere instantly became charged as Kauai observed the black-haired man before him sporting a mustache and an imposing demeanor. Roger also looked at Kauai, a middle-aged man with black hair and a bit of stubble, slightly more handsome than himself. One thing was certain, the person before him was definitely a powerhouse. Without uttering a word, Roger unleashed his conqueror's Haki. A terrifying aura surged from Roger's body, pressing down on Kauai, instantly changing the color of the sky and the earth. Sigh, is this how pirates greet each other? Kauai was speechless. He could only unleash his conqueror's Haki to resist Roger. The deck and walls of the merchant ship were instantly damaged by the two forces cracking in multiple places. Damn, my ship. Stop it, or I won't give you food. Kauai shouted angrily. If his ship was destroyed, wouldn't he have to walk again? Rayleigh hurriedly grabbed Roger, interrupting him. Roger, don't you want to eat anymore? A knuckle struck Roger's head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The serious atmosphere instantly returned to normal. Is this your attitude when asking for help? Damn it. Rayleigh held Roger's head and bowed apologetically to Kauai. Roger also came to his senses. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. We will compensate you for the damages. We will make up for your losses. Looking at the two in front of him, Kauai for a moment didn't know what to say. Sigh, fine, I'll consider me unlucky. Kauai waved his hand, helplessly admitting his misfortune. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. This truly applied here. Next, Kauai also went to the Golden Jackson to be a guest. Taking out food from the system space, everyone began the banquet again. To celebrate Kauai's arrival, everyone, let's start the feast. Yay, yay, feast time, feast time. They devoured the food ravenously, leaving a mess behind. How long has it been since you all ate? Kauai inwardly complained. Luckily, he had prepared enough food. Thus, Kauai naturally toured the future Pirate King's crew. TSK Tisk, each one had a bounty of over 100 million walking berries. Oh, Shanks and Buggy don't count. Cheers. Being a pirate isn't too bad of a profession if they don't indulge in burning, killing, and plundering. Unfortunately, those who truly seek freedom and adventure among pirates are few and far between. Cubby was not surprised by this. The pirate world is not as naive and passionate as depicted in anime. Not everyone is like Luffy, simply setting sail for the sake of freedom and adventure. Most pirates merely use the facade of pursuing freedom as an excuse to burn, kill, and plunder. Of course, it's not entirely their fault, as this world is far too dark. Some people have no choice but to become pirates. There are too many injustices in the world, and the Navy cannot manage them all. Some even dare not intervene. To do as one pleases, one must either possess extraordinary strength or you are a celestial dragon. Cubby has no chance of the second option, but the first method might be worth a try. Uncle Covey, thank you for your food. The future user of the face fruit, the Yonko Shanks, along with the possessor of Conqueror's Haki, the future Yonko Buggy the Clown. Two little ones approached Covey with juice in hand. Two kings emerging from one pirate crew along with a pirate king. Isn't that impressive? Ruffling the heads of the two children, he said, you two must repay me well in the future, do you understand? Don't worry, as Buggy the King, I will repay any kindness shown to me. If you ever need me, just call. Buggy exclaimed proudly, imitating the tone of an adult. Ha ha ha, Buggy, you are so funny. Shanks laughed uncontrollably nearby. Damn it, Shanks, you're asking for trouble. Buggy could not tolerate Shanks' mockery and rushed forward to challenge him. As the two played and fought, the ship was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. In a corner of the ship, a burly young man silently drank his wine, feeling out of place. Covey pondered carefully. This seems to be Barrett, who recently joined the Roger Pirates. Tisk tisk, another troubled child. The banquet on the ship always felt a bit lacking. Thus, Roger decided to find a small island to continue the feast and take a break. Covey was speechless upon hearing this. No wonder resources were consumed so quickly. It's either a banquet or on the way to a banquet. Before long, they found a deserted island, and the sky gradually darkened. A bonfire flickered to life. Pirates truly never stop pursuing pleasure. Don't they ever get tired? Covey, who exactly are you? Roger shouted loudly while drinking, puzzled as to why he hadn't heard of Covey's decent strength. Me, just a vagrant, I suppose. Indeed, Covey is currently just a vagrant, not a pirate, not a navy, considered the most ordinary of civilians. Upon hearing this, Roger and Rayleigh twitched at the corners of their mouths, feeling dismissed. Then, coming to his senses, Roger stood up and called out to Covey loudly, Covey, join our pirate crew. His expression was sincere and his demeanor was grand. Covey was almost moved. Forget it, you are the second person to invite me aboard, and I have no interest in being a pirate. Covey declined. Even the invitation from the Pirate King did not sway him, as his ambitions lay elsewhere, and he was not interested in the so-called historical narrative. Oh well, I can't believe I'm not the first one to invite you, Roger said, feeling disappointed. What a pity, such a reliable ally with such convenient abilities. Previously, Covey had taken out food from the system space in front of everyone, and they believed him to be a user of a devil fruit. He almost ended up being regarded as a tool by Roger. So who was the first one to invite you aboard? Rayleigh was still curious about this. Oh, you should know him, Whitebeard Newgate. I even fought him last time. Covey casually replied. Ha ha ha, so it was that guy Newgate. Now I feel balanced. Roger felt a rush of satisfaction realizing that Newgate had also been rejected by this guy. Next time he must mock him thoroughly. At this moment, Roger completely forgot that he had faced the same situation as Whitebeard. However, Rayleigh was concerned about something different from Roger. He was interested in Covey's strength. Fighting Whitebeard Newgate is not something a normal person can achieve. At that moment, Barrett, who was sitting in the corner, stood up. His purpose for going to sea was to challenge Roger, and the outcome was self-evident. After losing, he joined the Roger Pirates with the aim of defeating Roger, as he believed that Roger was the strongest. Whitebeard and others are no match for Roger. He is undoubtedly Roger's #1 fan. I want to challenge you. Suddenly the scene went silent as Barrett pointed at Covey. Covey glanced at Barrett, unsure of what this troubled child was up to. You? Go practice for 10 more years before speaking. The disdain on his face was unmistakable. How dare a little brat act so arrogantly in front of him? Did he think he was little Rosa? Oomph. Barrett was furious, letting out a roar as he charged at Covey, his burly physique exuding a sense of oppression. It must be said that at his age, Barrett indeed possessed a commendable physique, a diligent genius. Hey, Shanks. Uncle Covey is about to get beaten. Buggy jumped up anxiously, quickly calling out to Shanks. Uncle Covey had given them so much food. How could they let Barrett attack him? This was too much. Buggy and Barrett were not on good terms, mainly because he could not beat him. All right, Buggy, don't panic. Can't you see that the captain and the others are not worried? Shanks comforted his good buddy. Roger, how many moves do you think Covey needs to take down Barrett? Rayleigh asked, watching Barrett attack. 1 move, I suppose, Roger replied casually. That can't be right. Barrett may be small, but he still has decent strength. Roger shot Rayleigh a glance. How many moves do you think you would need to take down the current Barrett? Probably within 3 moves. Rayleigh estimated that he could probably subdue Barrett with all his strength in 3 moves. Well, there you have it. Sure enough, just as Barrett's fist was about to reach Covey's face, Covey moved slowly, extending a hand, forming a fist, and casually struck out. Boom. The next moment, Barrett was sent flying, landing dozens of meters away with a bang, creating a huge pit. Barrett was done for. Just kidding, Covey wasn't that cruel. Barrett lay unconscious in the pit, his chest caved in, clearly not knowing how many ribs he had broken. What the hell? Is Barrett dead? Buggy yelled in panic, rushing to the deep pit to check Barrett's breath. Phew, he's still alive. Uncle Covey is too impressive. Barrett used to give me a hard time, but now he knows what's up. Buggy said happily, as if he had been the one to defeat Barrett. I might have used a bit too much strength, Roger. You want mine, will you? Ha ha ha, no problem. It's just right for these kids to gain some experience. However, since you hit my partner as the captain, I have to do something, otherwise I will be laughed at. Covey smiled slightly upon hearing this. So what do you want? Roger's eyes lit up. Let's have a fight. Rayleigh's face darkened, covering his forehead. I knew it. Roger was a born brawler, and naturally he would not let Covey slip away. Such a formidable opponent was too rare to pass up. A sparring match was not just justified, it was imperative. Covey, let's fight. Without hesitation, Roger drew a rapier and challenged him outright. Very well. Let me gauge the future king of the pirates with my own eyes. Barrett, fine. So no one cares about me. Then, shall I just die? Buggy, hey. Shanks, aren't we going to do something about Barrett? Shanks, watching the captain fight is paramount. This is a priceless learning opportunity. Barrett won't perish so easily. Nah, silent moment of condolence. For someone somewhere. The crowd swiftly withdrew, creating a wide berth to avoid collateral damage from the impending clash. And Roger, a pure conqueror's Haki cultivator, had honed his Haki to its absolute zenith. To eliminate any vulnerability, he had steadfastly refused to consume a devil fruit throughout his life. His mastery of Haki was thus unsurpassed. Gripping ace, he channeled jet black and crimson conqueror's Haki into his blade. Unassailable, might surging skyward like a storm unleashed. Divine evade. At its invocation, even gods would recoil in reverence. In with explosive speed, faster than thought, Roger lunged forward, sword raised high, unleashing his ultimate technique without reserve. Covey tightened his grip on the 7-star sword. Terrifying conqueror's Haki surged forth like a tidal wave, coiling around the blade. In celestial fall, gods retreating. I shatter immortals themselves. Naming techniques is hardly an art. Boom. In Ryup, two titanic waves of conquerors Haki collided. Deafening thunder shook the heavens. For miles in every direction, the air trembled under the suffocating weight of conquerors Haki. Crimson-black lightning arced wildly across the sky as if rending reality itself, while dread radiated like a physical force. Whoa, this is incredible. And is this truly the captain's power? And Covey's too. Unimaginably strong. And their eyes gleamed with starstruck awe as though gazing upon celestial deities incarnate. Others stood equally stunned. Such overwhelming strength had remained utterly obscure. And Barrett, seriously, no one's checking on me. And what a magnificent celestial fall. Even immortals cannot withstand it. Then I shall defy fate itself. Retreat, now. Roger roared, redoubling his force, his blade visibly pressing down, gaining ground over Covey's. Truly worthy of divine aid, formidable indeed. But to surpass me, not yet. Covey felt the Pirate King's oppressive aura mounting. He could no longer hold back. This man gave nothing away, not even a sliver of leniency. Pangus suppression, that instant the seven-star sword blazed with a sinister blood-red aura. The divine and demonic converged, unleashing a slaughterous primordial pressure that bore down upon Roger's conqueror's Haki like a collapsing cosmos. Crash! And Roger was hurled backward dozens of meters. 2 deep furrows gouged across the earth. And what is this? He charged forward, instantly shouting toward Covey. Just moments before, Covey's presence had erupted, suddenly, overwhelmingly, like the gaze of some ancient ravenous beast. His very hair stood on end, and then he was sent flying. A mere trick. A trifle, nothing more. And Covey remained modest. After all, had only repelled the future king of the pirates. Hardly a feat worth boasting about. Wait, did the captain just get repelled? Then, does that mean he lost? And Covey's heart soared at those words, even as his face stayed perfectly humble. Wow, Uncle Covey is incredible, and yet so humble. If I ever repelled the captain, I'd brag for a full year. Buggy's eyes sparkled with starry-eyed fantasy, even before sleep had claimed him. Covey, this round is yours. They'll reclaim victory next time. Roger asked no further questions, accepting the outcome with quiet grace. Though they exchanged but a single strike, battles of such magnitude were always concluded with mutual restraint. At their level, a full confrontation might last days. Thus, restraint observed, celebration resumed. Why is Barrett still lying there? Buggy Shanks, you two carry him to bed. In Barrett finally remembered me. I nearly bit the dust. Another night of unrestrained revelry. Dawn broke the next morning. Boom. Cannon blast shattered the silence, jolting everyone awake. Captain, the Marines are here. We must flee. Roger, it's time to go. Roger stirred from slumber. Garp again. He arrived swiftly indeed. Covey, next time I will defeat you. Crew, let's set sail. The crew boarded their ship and vanished over the horizon, leaving Covey alone upon the desolate island. I should depart as well. Covey shook his dazed head and rose to leave, then froze. Where in blazes is my ship? Where was that colossal vessel? He scanned the sea. Nothing but a marine doghead warship floated in the distance. The Roger pirates had fled. Garp had arrived. His ship, gone. Captain, didn't the Marines' cannon fire just obliterate Covey's merchant vessel? Is fleeing like this really appropriate? Rayleigh glanced at Roger, puzzled. Why did the captain seem almost pleased? Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Besides, Covey isn't a pirate. The Marines can't touch him. Well then. Clearly the captain was genuinely delighted. Hey there, young man. Have you seen the Roger pirates? Garp leapt ashore, flanked by his subordinate Bogart. Bogart watched exasperated. What else could possibly be on this barren island besides the Roger pirates and this lone man? Sorry, but I don't recall seeing any pirates. Covey answered truthfully. You expect us to believe that? Please. Bogart sensed this man's presence rivaled Vice Admiral Garp himself. Is that so? Then Bogart, let's resume pursuit of the Roger pirates. Garp idly picked his nose before turning to Bogart. Bogart. Nas Garp turned to leave. Covey hurriedly stepped forward to intercept him. Might this be the legendary hero of the Marines, Vice Admiral Garp? Truly an honor. Long have I heard of your deeds. My name is Covey, and I humbly seek a small favor. What favor might that be? Intrigued, Garp paused and turned fully toward Covey. Nothing urgent, merely that soon a young woman will join the Marines. I ask only that you watch over her kindly. A girl? Joining the Marines. Excellent. What's her name? Consider it done. Garp declared, magnanimous and unconcerned with finer details. Hey, Vice Admiral Garp. You're agreeing without knowing anything. Well, none of my concern. Bogart, perhaps newly assigned to Garp, clearly hadn't yet grown immune to his commander's impulsive generosity. Of course the Marines support one another. Her name is Colin Rasha. Vice Admiral Garp, I entrust her to you. Should you ever require my aid, do not hesitate to call. Covey thumped his chest in solemn vow. And ha 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 agreed. Garp chuckled casually, confident that at his level head never need Covey's help. Or so he believed then. Roger. Stop right there. Come on, Garp. No one's around. Let's take a breather. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Then let's rest for a moment. Garp halted, and the two casually sat down wherever they pleased. Roger listened carefully. I'll never forgive you if I catch wind of you harming civilians. Roger burst into laughter. Don't you know me by now? I've no interest in such tedious affairs. Though Roger and Garp belonged to opposing factions, they bore no ill will toward each other, and had in fact become friends. Aren't you worried about your crewmates? Garp idly pulled out a donut and took a bite. Ha ha ha, don't fret. They all know our relationship, and they know precisely where to draw the line. Roger shrugged, carelessly stretching his hand toward Garp. Gone. Hey, I saw it. Hand one over now. He lunged forward to snatch it. Here, you get this one. Garp reluctantly produced a single donut, grumbling in protest. By the way, do you know Covey? Garp recalled the man he'd entrusted with a task just days prior. Roger, of course, knew him well. Yes, I even invited him to join my crew. He declined, coldly and without hesitation. His face fell into a dejected slump. Ha ha ha, he's already joined the Marines. Garp roared with theatrical mirth, inwardly relieved that Covey had refused the pirates. What a... Impossible. Covey swore he'd align with neither pirates nor Marines. Don't think you can fool me. Roger sprang to his feet in protest. He couldn't believe Covey, the man he knew, would ever join the Marines. With his strength, he could have enlisted any time. Why wait until after refusing Roger? Garp sighed bored and picked his nose. Ah, guess I didn't fool you after all. He hasn't joined the Marines himself, but he told me his descendants will. So, doesn't that count as joining in spirit? No, it absolutely does not count. By that logic, if your grandson someday becomes a pirate, does that make you a pirate too? Roger pressed on, citing concrete examples to expose the absurdity of Garp's reasoning. Pa, your grandson is the pirate. Your whole family are pirates. Garp bristled instantly at the remark. Had Covey been present, he surely would have called Garp a prophet. 6 months later, Covey arrived on land in a nation within the New World, his first act purchasing a large merchant vessel and anchoring it along the coast. Without a ship, he felt utterly unmoored. Strolling through the bustling town, he wandered idly, its vibrant clamor evoking memories of festive days from his past life. A quiet joy stirred within him. Just as he contemplated seeking a tavern for a drink, he collided with someone. Sorry, my apologies. Distracted, Covey hadn't seen the person ahead and hurriedly bowed in contrition. Hey, move aside. Do you want to die? A thunderous voice boomed from the towering figure before him. The square fell silent. Only then did Covey truly see the man he'd bumped into. The man towered over Covey, so much so that Covey had to crane his neck upward to meet his gaze. His upper body bulged with exaggerated musculature adorned with a ferocious azure dragon tattoo. A pair of horns crowned his head, a mark of his rare non-human lineage. In his grip rested a spiked club the size of a man. Huh, isn't that Kaido? What's he doing here? What are you staring at? Get lost. Truly, Kaido, even in his youth, exuded arrogance and dominance, radiating the aura of an unrivaled sovereign. But Covey wouldn't indulge him, colliding with an ordinary citizen. Fine, but Kaido, that changed everything. Ahem, youth though I struck you, do you bear no responsibility whatsoever? If you hadn't stood directly in my path, I wouldn't have struck you at all. It's you who should step aside, not me. Did you hear that? Brat. A bewildered Kaido stood stunned. How dared this man speak to him like that? Didn't he see his sheer size? Didn't he know who he was? Don't you see how everyone else looks at me? Rage surged within him, raw and consuming. You're courting death. His colossal frame loomed, one massive hand clamping onto Covey's shoulder, as if ready to crush the bone beneath. Kaido squeezed, hard. Covey absent-mindedly picked his nose. Hey, what are you doing? 2 words, and you lose your composure. Youth these days, so impatient. After all, Covey's physical constitution exceeded 6,000, encompassing strength, speed, durability, and more. And the panga fruit had further amplified his physique. Even Kaido at his peak, as one of the 4 emperors, would struggle to wound Covey, let alone this younger version. Covey estimated only the most refined Supreme King Haki could pierce his flesh. Huh, how is this possible? Kaido still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Covey continued calmly. Young man, if you've got the courage, follow me. Though if you admit you haven't, well, that's perfectly acceptable too. A simple provocation, any sensible person would ignore it. But Kaido, former trainee of the Rocks Pirates, and the future undying Kaido, having consumed the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit azure dragon model, he'd never suffered such humiliation. Fuming, he stalked after Covey. I'll kill this man. Though impulsive, Kaido understood restraint. He wouldn't fight Covey in the heart of town, especially not while recruiting crewmates alongside Big Mom, vying for the title of Pirate King. Too many Marines might intervene. Covey led them to an open field and turned to Kaido. I've heard you're indestructible. Is that true? Kaido stared blankly. Who told you that? I've never heard it myself. Enough talk, die. Business first. Kaido meant to eliminate this insufferable nuisance swiftly. Swinging his spiked club, he coated it in armament Haki, lightning crackling violently around its edges. Thunderbogwat. He brought the weapon crashing down upon Covey with devastating force. TSK. So young yet so eager to end my life. How cruel his intent. Covey resolved to discipline this reckless youth properly. Supreme King Haki, infused. His fist darkened to crimson black, then struck plain and unadorned. Boom. One blow. Kaido flew backward, carving a deep crater into the earth, his body buried beneath rubble, motionless. Hey, no faking it. Get up. Covey saw through the ruse instantly. This boy was quite the actor. Kaido lay still beneath the dirt. In that single strike, so masterful, so absolute, he'd known instantly he stood no chance. Feigning unconsciousness, he hoped Covey would simply leave. Covey plucked a pebble from the ground, flicked it with his thumb, and sent it streaking toward the buried Kaido. Thud. The stone missed. Kaido leapt aside, springing upright. Oh, you're done pretending. How dare he deliver a finishing blow? Realizing the charade was over, Kaido rose reluctantly. What exactly do you want from me? He demanded loudly, confused, furious. He'd merely been recruiting on the street. Why here? Why this? Why beaten? I already said, I only wanted to test whether you're truly indestructible. Covey spread his hands, feigning helplessness. What ill intent could I possibly harbor? I simply fancied teasing the adorable Kaido, for old time's sake. The unfortunate Kaido was struck, for someone wished to know if he was truly invincible. At that moment, Kaido's heart was filled with a myriad of words, wondering who this freak was, as he had never heard of such a person. Transform into a dragon, and let me see. Oh, I've never witnessed a true dragon in all my life. Kawi said with a teasing tone, a hint of anticipation in his expression, for it was a dragon, and what man wouldn't want to behold its majestic form? Don't go too far. Kaido felt insulted. Was he a circus performer to transform just at your whim? You can't just demand to see. Do I? Kaido have no pride. Kawi seemingly did not wish to give Kaido a chance to retort, instantly vanishing from sight, appearing before Kaido, unleashing a terrifying force with a punch. Crack. Boom. Kaido was once again blasted underground, landing in the same pit, the same posture, but with different injuries. The sound of broken ribs was distinctly crisp, even causing Kawi to wince. Cough, cough. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kaido rose from the ground again, his resolute stance evoking sympathy. Not bad, young man, you can still stand. As expected of the immortal Kaido, his concave chest had already begun to recover at a slow pace. Having only just consumed the fish fruit, Kaido had developed such prowess. His talent was indeed formidable. No wonder the Marines had failed to capture him numerous times. Our Kaido still possesses some skill. Breathing heavily, Kaido's furious expression seemed to suggest he wanted to consume Kawi alive. After being struck and then verbally insulted under Kawi's dual assaults, he could no longer hold back. How could a great pirate like me be bullied by a middle-aged man like this? Anyone would find it intolerable. I'm going all out with you. Roar. Kaido transformed into a massive azure dragon, soaring into the sky, unleashing an angry roar that could be heard for miles around. Dragon breath. As Kaido flew amidst the clouds, his figure flickering in and out, a gigantic dragon head emerged, launching a torrent of dragon breath towards Kawi, the scorching flames mingling with a sense of destruction rushing towards him. Wow, this is so cool. Kawi was completely unfazed by the impending attack, enveloping himself in armament Haki, genuinely admiring the azure dragon. It was truly imposing. This is the correct way to use the fish fruit. What on earth is that pink perverted dragon? Look at Kaido, then glance at that fool. Ooh, just thinking about it makes me furious. How could such a powerful fish fruit end up in the hands of that idiot Momonosuke? Kawi simply couldn't fathom it. It's no wonder he was so irate. After all, the character he hated most in his past life was none other than him. Forget it, let's just watch our Kaido. A single dragon breath completely transformed the environment around Kawi, turning flowers, grass, and trees to ashes, with only Kawi remaining amidst the pitch-black surroundings. Not bad. Come down. Kawi commanded Kaido in a commanding tone. Come down. Dream on. I'm done playing with you. If you have the guts, stay up there and don't leave until I call someone. Kaido shouted from the sky, seeing that Kawi had no way to deal with him. Get lost. They'll wait for you. Although Kawi could attack Kaido, it was unnecessary. If he wanted to kill Kaido, even in the sky, Kawi could do it. However, ensuring Kaido wasn't killed while also coaxing him down posed a challenge. After all, if one strike didn't finish him off, he'd simply fly away, refusing to play along. What could you do? Upon seeing Kawi agree, Kaido instantly felt delighted and flew towards the town. Don't run off. Kaido planned to find Charlotte Linlin for revenge. Charlotte Linlin, the former captain of the Rocks Pirates, was significantly stronger than the current Kaido. At this time, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had yet to part ways. After all, Linlin had only recently given him the fish fruit, and Kaido's strength still had room for improvement. Kawi watched as the adorable Kaido flew far away. Young people are just impatient for getting him off to drink. With that, Kawi headed for the town, casually entering a tavern. As for just now, when did I agree to wait for Kaido? Besides, I'm so much older than him, should I really wait for him? What about my pride? Kaido. Charlotte Linlin, where is Kaido, my dear? Upon hearing that Kaido had been beaten up, Charlotte Linlin hurried to the scene only to find not a single feather left behind. I was played. Kaido's expression darkened, his anger boiling over, clearly on the verge of exploding. Damn, I will definitely take revenge for this. Linlin comforted Kaido beside him, feeling pity for her brother, who had been beaten and played. She thought she would have an opportunity to help him take revenge. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin had yet to lose her shape, possessing a perfect mature figure, truly a beautiful woman, yet Kawi could not see it. Achoo! What's happening? Caught a cold. Impossible. It must be that little brat Kaido cursing me. Kawi, drinking his wine, remained oblivious to what had transpired, mentally noting Kaido for a next time. The unfortunate Kaido was unknowingly marked once again. In the first half of the Grand Line, a small boat drifted in the sea, teetering precariously as if it would be overturned by the waves at any moment. A blue-haired girl about 11 or 12 years old sat steadily on the boat, a long sword resting beside her. Sigh, when will we arrive? So boring, it's nothing like what Master said. Young Rosa complained on the boat. Master surely didn't expect me to reach the standard for armament Haki so quickly. I am indeed a genius. I just wonder where Master is now. The person on the boat was Kawi's top disciple, Karen Rosa, currently sailing towards the Navy branch in the area. First, I will join the Navy, earn my military merits, and then go to the Navy headquarters to become the Navy King. Young Rosa's face was filled with longing, as if she could already envision the scene of becoming the Navy King, with Master Kawi humbly serving her tea, acting as her servant, massaging her shoulders and kneading her legs. Ha ha ha. Lost in thought, drool dripped from the corner of her mouth. Quickly wiping it away, she clenched her fists, raised them above her head, and shouted loudly, Navy King. I will definitely become one. At that moment, a small boat passed by, and a boy with black hair and piercing eyes happened to see this scene, slowly uttering 3 words, crazy person. Hey, who are you? Do you want me to beat you up? Young Rosa, hearing someone call her crazy, was instantly displeased. Turning her head, she found it was a boy whose boat was even smaller than hers. Ha, you sail out to sea with this boat. Do you want to make me laugh to death? Although young Rosa's boat was small, at least it had a small cabin to rest in, while the boy's boat could only accommodate one person standing. The boy replied expressionlessly, you're not much better off yourself. Little Rosa had been at sea for many days and finally encountered a living person. Hey, kid, where are you going? She was quite surprised to see a young boy sailing alone, as he appeared even younger than herself. How could parents be at ease with a child going out alone? Little Rosa completely forgot that she was also just a kid. The boy stared straight ahead, standing tall with his arms crossed over his chest, displaying an aloof demeanor, showing no intention of answering Little Rosa's question. What are you acting for? Little Rosa murmured, irritated by this little brat pretending to be an adult, as if he truly was one, while to others he appeared quite annoying. The boy ignored Little Rosa's comments, instead sitting down to take out the knife from his back, and began wiping it with a cloth, treating it with the care one would give to a beloved. Oh, are you a swordsman? Little Rosa hadn't intended to pay attention to this pretentious kid, but seeing the knife in his hand, she couldn't help but ask. So what if I am? This time the boy dropped his act of aloofness and finally replied to Little Rosa. Seeing this, Little Rosa picked up the delicate sword hanging at her waist. Hey, I'm also a swordsman. How about we have a match? In an instant, Little Rosa was filled with fighting spirit. Apart from practicing with her master, she had never truly competed in swordsmanship with anyone else. With her master, it was never really a competition, but rather one-sided guidance, as she couldn't even injure her master, even when trying her hardest. The boy's eyes lit up at her words, seemingly very interested in anything related to swords. What's your level like? The boy considered himself a rare talent in swordsmanship and believed no one among his peers could surpass him. Hep, it wouldn't be a problem to defeat you. Little Rosa had her own pride in her heart. Only Master Covey could surpass her among peers. In reality, at Little Rosa's age, Covey was still playing around. All right, there's a place up ahead. Let's go there for our match. I hope you don't disappoint me. The boy became interested. He wanted to see how this person in front of him could defeat him in swordsmanship. Moments later, the two arrived at a small island, secured their boat, and prepared to start their match. The two stood facing each other. Hey, why aren't you drawing your sword? The boy noticed that little Rosa was holding the sheathed sword and had not drawn it, which made him somewhat irritated. If you want me to draw my sword, you'll have to show me your skills first. Little Rosa clearly did not take him seriously, filled with an air of provocation, as she simply couldn't stand the boy's aloof demeanor. If I hope you're really that strong, or you might just die. With that, the boy drew his long knife, gripping the hilt with both hands. One sword style, demon slash. Starting with a powerful move was the boy's style of combat. He disliked testing the waters. He raised his knife and charged at little Rosa, the blade glimmering with an eerie green light as he swung it toward her. Clang! Little Rosa casually lifted the sheathed sword, enveloped it in a thin layer of Haki, and crossed it in front of her chest to block the boy's blade. Sparks flew. With just a slight exertion, the boy was pushed back several steps. Hey, are you joking? You can't even use Haki, yet you attempt a demon slash. Are you trying to make me laugh? Little Rosa mercilessly mocked the boy before her. Indeed, while the boy's swordsmanship was significantly stronger than his peers, it still fell short in front of little Rosa. Even a single move using Haki was enough to outmatch him. The boy wore an expression of disbelief. What is this? Hey. TSK Tisk, you don't even know about Haki, yet you act so cool. I thought you were impressive. Little Rosa continued to mock him, feeling elated inside. She finally experienced the feeling of sparring with someone like her master. It turned out that dominating an opponent felt so good, no wonder her master always taunted her with, "Are you even capable?" Don't slander me. Kid, you have a long way to go, little Rosa said with the tone of someone older. The boy paused, coming back to his senses and restoring his previous aloofness. I am Joracle Myhawk, what's your name? I am Callian Rosa. He'll remember you. I will definitely become stronger than you and become the world's greatest swordsman. I'm not interested in being the world's greatest swordsman because I am destined to be the king of the Navy. Little Rosa declared her ambition once more. Joracle Myhawk did not respond, but turned and stepped onto his boat to depart. Seeing this, little Rosa recalled a phrase her master had said and quickly shouted, My master said that as long as you practice simple moves to perfection, you'll be the strongest. Your moves are too flashy. Upon hearing this, Myhawk's mouth twitched. How were they flashy? They were clearly very cool. However, it seemed like there was some truth to what her master said. Maybe he should try it when he returned. Achoo! He sneezed and Covey felt puzzled. Why have I been sneezing so much lately? Am I really catching a cold? Covey had now returned to the West Sea. After wandering for so many years, it was time to go home and take a look. West Sea O'Hara. Returning to the familiar little house, Covey felt a wave of nostalgia. It was good to be back here. Entering the house and surveying the surroundings, everything was still familiar, and surprisingly, there was no dust on the table. Could someone have cleaned it? As Covey pondered this, a woman's voice came from outside. Oh, Uncle Covey, you're back. Hearing the voice, Covey walked out of the house and was surprised to see a white-haired woman holding a small girl who looked about 1 or 2 years old. Olivia. Upon recognizing her, it was none other than Nico Olivia. Looking at the little girl in her arms who had shoulder-length black hair and bright round eyes like black grapes gazing at Covey, she was incredibly cute. Uncle Covey, why have you come back now? Olivia exclaimed, clearly upset that Uncle Covey hadn't returned for almost 5 years. Had she known he would be gone so long, she would have stopped him. Having been living off Covey's generosity for so many years, Olivia's appetite had been spoiled by him. Everything else just felt lacking. I thought you had died out there. You really don't make anyone feel at ease. Olivia continued to lecture Covey. Covey felt warmth in his heart. Olivia was his first friend in this world, and it felt great to have someone care. Ha, I bet you missed my barbecue, right? Covey joked. Olivia's face turned red at his words, stammering. No, I was clearly worried about your safety. Her gaze shifted, and Olivia herself didn't believe her own words. While she indeed worried about Covey's safety, she missed his cooking even more. But I will never admit it. What can you do about it? Thinking of this, Olivia raised her head confidently. Yes, that's right. I was worried about Uncle Covey's safety. You have no idea, though I come here to check on you every few days. Covey chose not to expose her. After all, she did often come to clean his little house. All right, today, I will cook a feast for you. All right, I'll cook a feast for you today. Hearing this, Olvia's eyes lit up with delight. Really? That's wonderful. Enough. How about introducing this little girl properly? Though Covey had already deduced who the child in Olvia's arms was, he feigned ignorance and asked politely. Oh, right, I almost forgot. This is my daughter Nico Robin. Little Robin say, Uncle, or Grandpa. Olvia glanced at Covey, momentarily flustered, unsure whether to have Robin address him as Uncle, which would place her on equal footing with herself, or Grandpa, though Covey hardly looked old enough for that title. Oh, come now, Grandpa. I'm far too young for that. Of course she'll call me Uncle. Won't you, little Robin? Covey gently interjected, smiling warmly at the child nestled in Olvia's arms. Little Robin blinked her large, curious eyes, then turned to her mother. Seeing Olvia nod encouragingly, she tilted her head toward Covey and piped up in a soft, honeyed voice, "Hello, Uncle Covey." "Ah, ha ha ha. Wait right there, little Robin. I'll whip up that feast for you at once." That single word, "Uncle," melted Covey's heart completely. Robin truly was adorable as a child, though truth be told she remained just as charming even as an adult. "Humph, Uncle Covey is playing favorites." Instantly Alvia pouted. Despite being a mother, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy over her own daughter. All right, just wait and see. Today I'll serve you so much food you won't be able to finish it, or carry it all away." Covey strode into the kitchen and began preparing with effortless grace, drawing fresh ingredients from his spatial storage system. Moments later, dish after fragrant, sumptuous dish appeared upon the table. "Wow, what an aroma. Little Robin, we're in for a true culinary delight today." After placing the final dish, Covey took his seat. "Let's eat." Both guests folded their hands reverently and chimed in unison, "Itida kamasu. Itida kamasu." Thus began a warm, tender meal. Alvia ate with ravenous enthusiasm, as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days. It was little Robin's first time seeing her mother like this. Tentatively, she took a bite, and her eyes widened further still. Delicious. In that instant, she too transformed into a tiny, insatiable gourmand, just like her mother. "Ha ha ha." Covey burst into laughter. "Thank you for your hospitality. Yet all beautiful moments are fleeting." Once the meal ended, Alvia lingered for a quiet chat. "Uncle Covey, I'd like to ask you something." Her playful expression vanished, replaced by solemn resolve. Covey studied Alvia's face, then glanced at little Robin and sighed deeply. He already knew what she would ask. Must you really go?" Alvia's gaze was unwavering, firmer than ever before. This was no mere choice, it was her life's calling, the very meaning of her existence. "Yes." Though moved by her conviction, Covey felt a surge of frustration and flicked her forehead with a crooked finger. "How on earth am I supposed to scold you?" "Ouch." Alvia rubbed her forehead, but her smile betrayed her joy. She knew he'd agreed. "Just make sure to explain everything carefully to little Robin. Don't worry, I've already spoken with her." She turned to Robin, who sat quietly beside them, and gently stroked her hair. "Robin understands. She's remarkably mature." "When do you leave?" Alvia paused thoughtfully. "In 3 days." Covey's return could not have been more timely. Alvia had resolved this to be her final visit. If he hadn't returned, she would have entrusted Robin to her younger brother. Compared to her brother, she trusted Covey implicitly. She knew him well. He would safeguard Robin's safety above all else. Indeed, safety. Her voyage carried mortal peril regardless of success or failure. She feared neither death nor sacrifice, but she trembled at the thought of endangering her daughter. With Covey watching over Robin, that fear dissolved. An instinct deep within her whispered Covey would protect Robin without fail. "Then I'll see you again in 3 days. Make sure all arrangements are settled." Alvia departed with Robin in tow. Covey reclined on the antique rocking chair before his door, eyes half closed, swaying gently beneath the golden hush of sunset. This year marked the departure of the O'Hara Scholars Poneglyph Expedition Team, a mission dedicated to deciphering the ancient poneglyphs. Alvia naturally would join them. A fateful decision for this expedition would ultimately bring ruin upon O'Hara itself. Thereafter, Robin would become the sole survivor among O'Hara's historians, branded by the world government as the Devil Child, with a bounty of 79 million belly. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest. Tap, tap, tap. Should he intervene, or let fate run its course? 3 days later, Alvia returned once more with Robin, this time bearing travel gear and all the essentials for her daughter's stay. She was leaving. Robin did not cry or cling, only stood calmly bidding her mother farewell. Alvia waved softly, turning away with glistening eyes. Robin remained rooted at the threshold, watching her mother recede into the distance until she vanished from sight. Covey gently ruffled her hair and murmured, "Little one, if you need to cry, then cry. Don't hold it back." Robin wiped away tears threatening to fall, clutching the book her mother had given her. Her voice was firm yet edged with childish pride. "I'm not crying. Uncle Covey is mean." With that, she dashed inside, leaving Covey utterly bewildered. What did I do? Did Alvia slander me behind my back? He followed her in to find her curled up on his personal bed, quietly shedding tears. The sight softened his heart instantly. Damn the world government. This child will be saved. Do they imagine I'll stand aside while they mobilize their entire force? Unbeknownst to her, Alvia had just secured her own survival, thanks entirely to Robin's presence. 6 years remained before the O'Hara extermination order would be issued. 6 years of peace still left for Covey. And yet, having transmigrated into the world of One Piece, how long could one truly remain hidden? O'Hara's destruction was inevitable. Covey pondered where he might conceal Alvia after rescuing her. Perhaps a staged death. A convincing ruse. No, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, Covey simply wished to lie still, to savor this rare, tranquil moment. The next few years of childcare promised anything but silence. The thought of raising a child reminded him of his eldest disciple, little Rosa, wondering if she'd set sail yet. Achoo! Master's thinking of me again. Can't go a single second without his most adorable disciple, huh? Rosa stood before a marine outpost muttering aloud, her heart brimming with delightfully unhealthy aspirations for the future. The sky gradually darkened, and as night fell the forest resonated with a chorus of croaks. Inside the small cabin, Kaiwei and little Robin were enjoying a delicious dinner. Little Robin, from now on you can feel at home here. Eat whatever you want, and just let me know if you need anything, okay? Kaiwei knew that little Robin's childhood was far from happy. She often went hungry and was poorly dressed, and after mistakenly eating the huahua fruit, she was treated as a little monster. Little Robin was quite adaptable, or perhaps she simply felt at ease with Kaiwei showing no signs of discomfort. Of course, all of this was the result of Orvia's reassurances. Little Robin used to come here often with her mother to clean, and she was very curious about Kaiwei. She didn't feel any aversion towards him. Instead, she was even more curious about why her mother said that she could trust Uncle Kaiwei at any time. As they finished their dinner filled with whimsical thoughts, Kaiwei said, "Little Robin, if you're tired, you should go to bed." He pointed casually towards the bedroom while starting to clean up the dishes. It seemed that there was only one bedroom. When Kaiwei renovated this place, he had considered living here alone, so he had only built one bedroom. Now he realized he had no place to sleep. Shaking his head, he decided it was fine to just lie on the table for the night. He couldn't let little Robin sleep here. He thought he would build another bedroom tomorrow and planned to make do for one night. At that moment, little Robin looked at Kaiwei with wide eyes and said in a soft voice, "Uncle Kaiwei, I'm afraid to sleep alone. Can you stay with me? I always slept with my mother before." Upon hearing this, Kaiwei felt a bit overwhelmed. Considering Robin was only 2 years old, it seemed normal that she was afraid to sleep alone. However, as a fine young man of the 21st century, Kaiwei decided to teach little Robin properly, instilling in her the importance of independence from an early age. "Little Robin, you're already 2 years old. You're not a little child anymore. You need to learn to be brave, because brave children sleep alone, understand? Hurry up and go to bed." Though Kaiwei lacked experience with children, he had come across numerous videos on child psychology in his past life. As long as you give children a bit of praise or employ some gentle encouragement, you can effectively guide them to do the right thing. There was even a blogger who claimed that this method also applied to girlfriends dealing with boyfriends, but Kaiwei was skeptical. Though he was single in his past life, he knew that boys were unlikely to fall for such tricks. Surely not. Upon hearing this, little Robin reacted immediately. Her big eyes filled with tears, and her little face looked wronged, as if she were about to cry. Hey, this isn't what we agreed upon." Kaiwei felt a bit broken inside. Oh, wasn't it said that this approach worked on children? Why was she still crying? Cough, cough, little Robin, you have to be strong. You can't be afraid just because you're sleeping alone. There's nothing to be afraid of. Nighttime is just like daytime, and there are no monsters. Kaiwei rambled on for quite some time. Woo. The moment he spoke, little Robin's tears flowed uncontrollably, making it seem as if Kaiwei was bullying her. All right, don't cry. I'll sleep with you." Kaiwei had no choice but to agree to sleep with little Robin. He sighed internally, realizing that the days ahead would be challenging. Little Robin, hearing this, wiped her tears and sniffled really. She looked so pitiful in her sadness. "Really? Then Uncle Kaiwei, can you tell me a story? My mother always tells me stories before bed." Little Robin gazed at Kaiwei with hopeful eyes, her little face radiating desire. "Sigh, all right, I'll tell you a story." Little Robin instantly perked up. "Yay. Let's go to sleep quickly. Ooh, I want to hear a story." Her soft, tender lips uttered words that sparked endless imagination. One could only wonder who she would end up with in the future. "First, wash your face." Kaiwei maintained a stern face, feeling as though he had been tricked. No. Though little Robin might grow up to be somewhat cunning, she was undoubtedly an innocent and carefree little girl now. Shaking his head to stop the fantasies, he filled a basin with water for little Robin to wash her face. "I want Uncle Kaiwei to help me wash. My mother used to help me." Stop. I'll help you wash." Kaiwei interrupted little Robin's familiar request, accepting the judgment of the little girl. Seeing Kaiwei's resigned expression made little Robin laugh heartily, and she recalled her mother's words, "Hee, what my mother said really works." After helping little Robin wash up, the two lay on the bed together. "Uncle Kaiwei, quickly tell me a story." "Oh, I want to hear a story." All right, today I'll tell you the story of Sun Wukong battling the 7 fairies. I want to hear. Little Robin was visibly excited, clearly captivated by the story Kaiwei was about to tell. Then Kaiwei began to narrate his modified version of the tale, and little Robin listened with rapt attention, finding it far more interesting than any story her mother told about Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. As she listened, little Robin gradually fell asleep. Noticing this, Kaiwei tucked her in and slowly fell asleep himself, having had quite a tiring day. Physical pain is indeed terrifying, but the torment of the spirit is the most painful. The next morning, while Kaiwei was still sound asleep, he felt something tugging at his face. Uncle Kaiwei, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. Little Robin leaned close to Kaiwei's ear, shouting loudly. Huh? What's up? Kaiwei pretended not to hear, turning over to sleep again. Little Robin puffed up in frustration. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she climbed onto Kaiwei and shouted in his ear, Uncle Kaiwei, I wet the bed. What? Kaiwei suddenly woke up from his dream, sitting up straight and picking Little Robin up to check carefully. Realizing he had been tricked by Little Robin, he rubbed her little head fiercely. How dare you trick your uncle? Will you dare to do it again next time? Whoa, I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Little Robin immediately begged for mercy. Originally wanting to sleep a bit longer, Kaiwei lost the desire to do so after Little Robin's antics. He got up to prepare breakfast, and the two of them finished breakfast, ready to embark on the challenging tasks of the day. Although Little Robin requested that Kaiwei sleep with her, he still decided to expand the house, as it was somewhat cramped with an extra person now. Kaiwei went around and cut down a few trees, starting to work on the construction while Little Robin watched. Though she wanted to help, Kaiwei told her to stay put and not get in the way. Little Robin puffed up her cheeks in anger. Her defiant expression made Kaiwei laugh heartily. Little Robin, as soon as you grow a bit taller, you can help Uncle Kaiwei. Kaiwei comforted her. All right then. Little Robin had to suppress her desire to help and watched as Kaiwei repaired the house, occasionally bringing him a cup of water to drink and wiping his sweat. 1 year later, in the new world at Vorsi. Ha ha ha. Roger, let's join forces. The man with a cigarette in his mouth and a head full of flowing golden hair was adorned with 2 famous swords at his waist. He was none other than Haki the Golden Lion, one of the former captains of the Rock's pirates. With the downfall of Rock's ambition to dominate the world, Haki inherited his will, and the ambition to rule the world burned fiercely within him. He was the overlord of the sea, possessing the awakened powers of the float fruit, which placed him in an undefeated position upon the ocean. At this moment, the flying pirate crew had become the most powerful pirate crew in terms of overall strength. Now all he needed was to invite the Roger pirates to join him, and he could fully realize his ambition to dominate the world. Surrounded by the flying pirate crew, Rayleigh looked at Roger with a solemn expression. What should we do? No matter what decision Roger makes, we will unconditionally support him. It's over. We're done for. Captain, we are surrounded. Bucky ran around the ship, almost frantic. Bucky, don't panic, the captain hasn't spoken yet, Shanks said calmly, though his expression was growing increasingly serious. Ha ha ha. I have no interest in ruling the world. I want to be the freest man alive. I will not join forces with you. Roger unsurprisingly rejected Haki's invitation. Hearing this, Haki's face darkened. If that's the case, then you all shall die. Annihilate them. With a command, all members of the flying pirate crew launched an attack on the Roger pirates. Roger, seeing this, laughed heartily, drew ace, and pointed upwards. Boys, let's fight. In an instant, the chaos erupted. Roger pirates versus flying pirate crew. The two sides battled for an unknown amount of time, with the Roger pirates gradually falling into a disadvantage. In terms of numbers, the Roger pirates were far fewer than the flying pirate crew. Holding on for this long was nearing their limit. Ha ha ha. Roger, they'll give you one more chance. Join me, and we will dominate the world together. Haki once again extended an invitation to Roger. I will never join forces with you. Give up. With another rejection, Haki had lost all patience. Then you shall all die. Lion's might. Utilizing the powers of the float fruit, the seawater surged, and a massive wave rose. The sea level around the Roger pirates rapidly ascended, forming 4 towering water walls pressing down upon them. The Roger pirates were in danger. At that moment, countless sea kings appeared in the water. Roar. The roar echoed across the sea, and in an instant a storm brewed, thunder roared, and the weather drastically changed. The storm swept in, and the pirate ships in the sky were instantly destroyed. Reduced to ruins, they fell into the sea. Impossible. How could there be so many sea kings? My flying pirate crew. Haki shouted in anger, not understanding why fate seemed to conspire against him. Victory was within reach, yet it had turned this way. Perhaps this is the reason for the child of destiny. Roger is undoubtedly the child of destiny in this era, otherwise he wouldn't have become the pirate king. Heaven always favors the child of destiny, and Haki's defeat was to be expected. Just as Haki roared in anger, a ship's helm flew swiftly towards him. In his fury, Haki clearly did not notice being knocked unconscious by this enormous ship's helm. In this battle, the Roger pirates narrowly triumphed. Tisk, that golden lion truly had it rough. KVI muttered as he looked at the newspaper in his hand. Speaking of the child of destiny, Roger, oh Roger, your luck is truly remarkable. It seems even the heavens are helping you. KVI sighed, repeatedly pondering the enigma of luck, unsure if he had the ability to intervene in the storyline. As KVI contemplated this grand question, the little Robin beside him blinked her big eyes, looking innocent and adorable, and asked, Uncle KVI, who is the golden lion? And who is Roger? Is he as powerful as Sun Wukong? Ahem, these two are indeed powerful individuals, but they are not as powerful as Sun Wukong. Little Robin nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, are they as powerful as you, Uncle KVIA? Ha ha ha. KVI laughed heartily, ruffling Little Robin's fluffy head. I am stronger than everyone in this world. Of course he meant in the future, KVI added in his heart. Wow, Uncle KVI is so powerful. Little Robin's big eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked up at KVI. With a soft voice she asked, are you more powerful than Sun Wukong? Hearing this, KVI felt a bead of sweat on his forehead. He regretted telling so many modified stories about the Monkey King, which made Little Robin constantly mention Sun Wukong. Ahem, not yet, but I will definitely be stronger than Sun Wukong in the future. After all, he had a cheat, as long as he was alive, he would grow stronger. Little Robin looked puzzled for a moment, then a glimmer of determination crossed her face. Mommy said to believe in Uncle KVI, so Robin believes you are the strongest. Ha ha ha. KVI pinched Little Robin's chubby face, feeling very pleased. Little Robin was truly adorable. Little Robin, have you finished your homework today? KVI taught Robin some knowledge every day so she could understand this world. After finishing her studies with KVI, Little Robin also had to learn archaeology. Evidently, Little Robin also wanted to become an archaeologist. Ultimately, she followed in the footsteps of Olvia. KVI had thought about changing Little Robin's aspirations, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. As long as Little Robin liked it, that was enough. Just because she called him uncle, it was nothing. If something happened, he would take care of her. I finished it a long time ago. I want to hear the story of the big bad wolf battling the lazy sheep of the village. Can I? Didn't you just hear that yesterday? Why do you want to hear it again? KVI was puzzled. He recalled telling this story just the night before. I want to hear it. Tell me. Little Robin shook KVI's hand back and forth. All right, I'll tell it again. Once upon a time, in ancient times, the big bad wolf emperor ventured alone into the sheep village's sacred ground to rescue his wife, the red wolf, and fought the lazy saint of the sheep village for 300 rounds, causing the sky to darken and the land to wither. After finishing the story, KVI took a sip of water, his throat parched from telling. Woo, the big bad wolf is so brave, he almost perished while trying to save his wife. Little Robin was so moved that she wished she could personally step in to help the big bad wolf save his wife. Uncle KVI, if one day I am captured, will you come to save me? She stared at KVI with her big eyes blinking adorably. I wouldn't come to save you, you'd better behave, or getting captured would serve you right. KVI playfully poked Little Robin's nose. I know I was wrong. Little Robin will listen to Uncle Covey from now on. Uncle, you must come to rescue me. Little Robin became anxious upon hearing that Covey wouldn't save her. Her small face flushed red as she quickly admitted her mistake. Covey was merely teasing her, gently ruffling Little Robin's hair as he said, all right, if anyone dares to take Little Robin away, Uncle will defeat the enemies and rescue her. Little Robin nuzzled Covey's large hand like a little kitten, saying, I knew Uncle Covey would save me. Seeing this, Covey felt oddly perplexed, as if he had raised Robin in a skewed manner, wondering if she would still have this personality in the future. Covey decided that once Little Robin grew a bit older, he would let her go outside and interact with other children. Otherwise, staying with him all day would surely lead to psychological issues sooner or later. 2 years later. Uncle Covey, I'm back. Little Robin ran towards Covey, waving her hand and beaming with joy as she leaped into his arms. What happened? You're so dirty. Did you fall into a pit? Covey picked up Little Robin and wiped the dust off her face. She was covered in mud, looking like a wild child. They called me a monster, a wild child without parents, so I beat them all up. Little Robin's face showed anger as she said to Covey, Uncle Covey, aren't I amazing? After saying this, Little Robin raised her small fist, looking just like a little tyrant. Covey facepalmed, realizing she had completely gone off track, but at least no one dared to bully Little Robin. Amazing. Our Little Robin is the best. Next time someone insults you, just hit them hard. If anything happens, Uncle will cover for you. Ruffling Little Robin's hair, his indulgent tone made her nod vigorously, replying MMHM. It must be said that fate is indeed marvelous. Although Little Robin had been well fed and clothed by Covey, she ultimately ate the flower fruit. One time, Little Robin unintentionally saw a strange fruit, and without a second thought took a bite. By the time she wanted to vomit, it was already too late. Returning home, she sobbed in Covey's arms, saying she had eaten fruit-shaped poop and had turned into a monster, only to be comforted by Covey, who educated her about the devil fruit. In his past life, many fans speculated what would happen if Carp ate the flower fruit. Just thinking about the multitude of punches sent shivers down Covey's spine. The power must be immense should he train Little Robin. Strange thoughts emerged in his mind. Goo Uncle Covey, I'm hungry. Little Robin's stomach growled, breaking his train of thought. He snapped back to reality, setting Little Robin down and saying, Uncle will make you something delicious. After eating, remember to take a bath. You're all dirty. What do you look like? Little Robin, unconcerned, casually brushed the dust off her clothes, saying, I want Uncle to help me wash. With big blinking eyes and a look of entitlement, Covey wanted to give her a smack on the head. You've grown so big and still need my help to wash. Aren't you ashamed? Covey responded irritably. No way. I want Uncle to help me wash. Little Robin pouted, shaking Covey's arm and continuing to act spoiled. Not going to happen. Covey wouldn't fall for this trick again. He remembered when she was 2 or 3 years old, always using her cuteness to win his affection. Covey felt this act was outdated. Humph. Little Robin, seeing her spoiled tactics were ineffective, turned her head in a huff, ignoring Covey. Covey, not indulging her, walked into the kitchen to cook, leaving Little Robin to sulk alone. Seeing that Covey was ignoring her, Little Robin directly entered the kitchen, her expression suddenly serious, mumbling softly, what Mom taught me doesn't work anymore. What should I do now? Covey could never guess what Olivia had taught Little Robin to make her act this way. Or could it be the butterfly effect caused by Covey's arrival in this world? In a new world in a certain sea area. On the Golden Jackson, there was a heavy atmosphere on the ship. Roger, have you really thought this through? Rayleigh's expression was grave. They had already reached the final island and fulfilled their ideals. Why would Roger make such a decision? Ha ha, Rayleigh, I know everyone doesn't understand, but I must do this. Roger explained. I don't have much time left. What? Roger, you. Rayleigh's expression changed drastically, disbelief washing over his face. Yes, I only have about a year left. This world is already twisted, and I need to start a new era. A glint of sharp light flashed in Roger's eyes. Rayleigh sighed upon hearing this. All right, but how will you explain this to them? Rayleigh was referring to Shanks and Buggy. These two admired Roger greatly. If they heard he was dying, who knows how heartbroken they would be. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, don't underestimate them. They will eventually become powerful individuals. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, ceased his persuasion, saying, all right. With that, the Roger pirates reached the final island and named it Raftel, learning the truth of the world, and Roger thus became the Pirate King. Not long after, the Roger pirates secretly disbanded. A year later, on a strange small island, 2 men sat across from each other, one of whom wore an expression of shock. Roger, are you really going to surrender? Carp exclaimed in disbelief, unable to understand why Roger would make such a decision. Yes, I came to find you because I have something to ask of you. Roger said calmly. What is it? I hope the world government will revoke the bounties on all members of the Roger pirates. Carp pondered for a moment before nodding. If you surrender, the world government should agree. Is there anything else? Roger continued, I have a child, yet to be born on South Blue at Patrol Island, who I hope you can help look after them. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes nearly bulged out. What? You want me to help you raise a child? Carp clearly hadn't expected Roger to trust him, a Navy officer, so much. Don't worry, I've also asked someone else. You can seek them out when it's inconvenient for you. Roger had evidently made ample preparations. Who? Rayleigh. Carp thought Roger had also asked Rayleigh for help. No, I didn't tell them. The other person I asked is Covey. You should know him, right? Carp frowned slightly upon hearing this, thinking for a moment before finally recalling, you mean that person from back then? Roger nodded. With both of you looking after, I think Ace will grow up healthy and happy. Ace, the name Roger chose for his unborn child. All right, I agree. Oh, I will make sure to raise your child into an excellent Navy officer. It's a pity you won't be able to see it. Roger. A week ago at West Sea O'Hara, Little Robin stood at the door, her expression alert as she looked at the unfamiliar man before her. Who are you? What do you want at my house? The man clearly hadn't expected there to be a child here. After all, Kauai wasn't a pirate. He must have settled down a long time ago. This little girl before him must be Kauai's daughter, and she was truly adorable. But why did she seem somewhat different from Kauai? Could it be? Roger looked at Little Robin deep in thought. Hey, I'm talking to you. Little Robin had already begun to treat Roger as a bad guy. After all these years, no one had visited them, so she shouted loudly. Ha ha, don't be afraid, little girl. I'm here to find your father. Is he around? Roger quickly replied to Little Robin, not wanting to be seen as a creepy uncle. Little Robin looked confused and replied, I don't have a dad, and my dad died a long time ago. What a... Roger was taken aback, noticing that the little girl didn't seem to be lying, feeling a chill in his heart. I didn't expect Kauai to have died even earlier than me. Sigh. Roger felt very sad upon hearing this news. How could such a strong person die so early? Heaven truly envies the talented. Ah, so you're looking for Uncle Kauai. That lazy bum is still sleeping. Little Robin suddenly realized that Roger was looking for Uncle Kauai. And do I look like Uncle Kauai's daughter? This person's eyesight is really poor. I am clearly Uncle Kauai's little treasure, Little Robin silently complained in her heart. Roger twitched his lips. It turned out Kauai wasn't dead after all, wasting his tears. Uncle Kauai, wake up. There's a big uncle looking for you. Little Robin walked into the house, kicking open the bedroom door, and shouted. Groggy Kauai gradually opened his eyes from sleep. Last night, Little Robin had been restless, refusing to sleep and demanding stories, which left him with a headache. Who is it? Kauai got up and casually threw on a piece of clothing. At that moment, Roger walked in from outside, saying, Yo, Kauai. Long time no see. He greeted Kauai warmly, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Kauai recognized him, saying, "Roger, why do you look so haggard? You seem worse off than me, who is about to die." Roger joked upon seeing Kauai's exhausted face. "Sigh, it's all this little brat's fault. She's full of energy every day." Kauai pointed at Little Robin and shot her a glare. Little Robin immediately pouted, turning her head away, acting as if she had done nothing wrong. "All right, let's get down to business. Roger, how did you find me?" Compared to Little Robin, Kauai was more concerned about how Roger found him, as they hadn't exchanged contact information back then. "Haha, I certainly have my ways." Kauai, seeing Roger's proud expression, asked, "It can't be that it's Haki, right?" Roger's smile vanished, replaced by a hint of shock. "How do you know? Do you know Haki?" Kauai didn't know Haki, but if someone could find him so precisely, he couldn't think of anyone else besides Haki. "Just a guess." Roger decided not to pry further. Everyone has their secrets. "I need to ask you for a favor." Roger's expression suddenly turned serious. Kauai sensed something and made a guess, teasing, "What?" "The great pirate king has something to ask of me." "You're not asking me to babysit, are you?" Upon hearing this, Roger's serious expression couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, tell me honestly, can you predict the future?" Little Robin was curiously observing Roger. This was the Roger that her uncle spoke of, but what was the pirate king? It sounded impressive, but surely he wasn't as strong as Uncle Kauai. Little Robin's little head was spinning with thoughts. "You can't really be asking me to babysit, right? Shouldn't you be looking for Garp?" Kauai hadn't expected that his little butterfly would cause such a big effect. But upon reflection, it was reasonable for Roger to make such a decision. After all, he was strong and wasn't in the Navy or a pirate, so he felt no psychological burden. "What a joke. I can't even take care of Little Robin. How can I handle another one? How would I be able to continue being the pirate king then?" "No way, absolutely not." Kauai quickly refused. Roger had anticipated this, saying, "Hold on, I'll go find Garp. I just hope that when my child is in danger, you can lend a hand." With Garp around, the child's safety shouldn't be a problem, but once the child's identity is discovered, Garp's position in the Navy would make it difficult for him to help. This was the reason Roger sought Kauai. Kauai understood Roger's intention. They were friends, so helping out wasn't a big deal. Moreover, according to the plot, there were still many years until Ace's death, and he should be invincible by then, so it wouldn't hurt to help. Convincing himself, Kauai slowly nodded. "All right, I can agree to that." Roger felt relieved and said, "Thanks. It's a pity that my body is failing me now, otherwise I would definitely want to fight you again. Hell, I'll carry the title of being defeated by you for a lifetime." Kauai took on an arrogant demeanor, thinking, what of Roger, what of the Pirate King? Wasn't he still defeated by Kauai in a single exchange? Roger's face darkened. It seemed he would never get his revenge. Then Kauai cooked a few dishes, and the two of them enjoyed a few drinks, reminiscing about old stories, laughing heartily, while Little Robin listened intently beside them. Roger was leaving. He had to fulfill his final mission. Uncle Kauai was that uncle, just now really strong. Of course, he is the Pirate King. Kauai rubbed Little Robin's head, a hint of melancholy in his expression. "It's a pity he is about to die. Everyone dies, no matter how wonderful life is. The ending is the same, turning to dust. Will I end up like that too?" Kauai couldn't understand whether he would face that day. Surely not. "Who knows? Little Robin, do you want to go out to sea for some fun?" Kauai asked Little Robin as he prepared to witness a historical moment. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to witness the dawn of a new era. Plus, he could take Little Robin out for a bit of fun. Little Robin's eyes brightened. "I want to go. I want to go. I want to set sail." It seemed Little Robin was also feeling cooped up. After so many years without going out, this could be a trip before the great battle. East Sea. A large merchant ship was sailing on the sea with an adult and a child lying side by side on two deck chairs, holding juice, wearing sunglasses, enjoying the cool sea breeze and the gentle sunlight. On the perilous sea, the two appeared to be on vacation, leisurely and content. 3 days ago, the Golden Lion Shiki caused a commotion at the Navy headquarters, storming into the underwater prison to rescue Roger, battling against Garp and Sengoku, and ultimately getting captured. The Golden Lion never believed that Roger would surrender. He was certain that the Navy had employed despicable means. Although Roger had rejected him, he always believed in Roger, thinking such a person could never be captured by the Navy. Desiring to know the truth, the Golden Lion recklessly charged into the Navy headquarters. KV would call him a true warrior. "Uncle KV, look. There's a small island ahead." Little Robin leaned over the ship's railing, pointing towards the dock ahead, and called back loudly. KV stood up, stretched lazily, took off his sunglasses, and looked in the direction Little Robin was pointing. "Logue Town, we've finally arrived." This was where the dream began, and also where it would end. The Navy executed Roger here to warn everyone that evil must be eradicated at its source. To show all pirates that no matter how great the Pirate King may be, he will ultimately face justice. After docking the merchant ship, KV and Little Robin strolled through the streets of Logue Town. With 3 days until Roger's execution, more and more people gathered in Lobetown, likely all coming for Roger. At this moment, Lobetown was filled with a chilling atmosphere, a serious ambience, the presence of Navy forces everywhere and pirates disguised as ordinary people, creating a chaotic mix. Cavey and Little Robin walked hand in hand, stopping to eat and drink, resembling a father-daughter pair completely devoid of any tension, one would think they were on vacation. Time passed quietly. 3 days quickly arrived, and the crowd in Lobetown grew larger. If it weren't for the Navy maintaining order, chaos would likely have already erupted. As the time for execution arrived, Roger was brought up to the execution platform. He was shackled with heavy iron chains, yet his terrifying aura could not be suppressed, resembling a giant beast. All around were Navy personnel, fearful of any unexpected incidents. Cavey hid in the crowd with Little Robin, watching the scene unfold. Little Robin, upon seeing Roger, tensed her delicate face. That's the uncle from that day. What happened to him? Cavey sighed as he looked at Roger. He wishes to use his final strength to change this world. The surrounding noise gradually quieted as everyone turned to gaze at this legendary figure, the recognized Pirate King. Among the crowd were some familiar faces. Cavey slowly released his observation Haki, extending it outward to survey the people around, seemingly searching for something. A young man in a pink mink coat, wearing red-tinted glasses with a white frame and boasting golden hair, flashed into his mind. The expression on his face was filled with arrogance, exuding a sense of supremacy. Tisk tisk, did Doflamingo have this outfit when he was young? Truly non-mainstream. Continuing to scan with his observation Haki, familiar faces emerged one after another. Shanks lurking in the shadows, Buggy with tears streaming down his face, the future swordsman Dracul Mihawk, and Gecko Moria, adorned with 2 horns, along with Sir Crocodile. All of them were future celebrities gathered here, waiting for the dawn of a new era. Found it. Cavey's target this time was Monkey D. Dragon, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army. Cavey came not only to send Roger off, but more importantly, to find Monkey D. Dragon and discuss some matters. Roger, where is your treasure? Suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd, reaching everyone's ears, and the entire venue fell silent. The Navy officers immediately sensed something was amiss. Execute. However, it was too late. Roger's lips curled into a slight smirk as he shouted loudly, "Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I've hidden all my treasure there." Roger's words were like a deep-sea bomb, unleashing a terrifying power that stirred a huge uproar, causing the crowd to erupt in a cacophony. Set sail? I want to set sail. Treasure. It's all mine. The crowd went wild, some even eager to gather their partners immediately and embark on a quest for the Pirate King's treasure. Crack. With the sound of a blade, the era of Roger came to a definitive end, ushering in the age of great pirates. Fufufu. Roger is dead, and now it's my era. Doflamingo cackled with a twisted laugh. Mihawk silently departed, and everyone was restless, their thoughts unclear, resulting in chaos. Little Robin buried her head in Cavey's arms, seemingly frightened by the scene. With Roger's death, Cavey no longer lingered, locking his observation Haki onto Monkey D. Dragon and following him away from the place. A day later, in an unfamiliar small town, Monkey D. Dragon, clad in a black cloak, paused in an alley. "Sir, you've been following me for quite a while. May I ask what you need?" It was evident that Dragon had already sensed Cavey's tracking, and Cavey did not hide his intentions. Otherwise, with Dragon's current abilities, he wouldn't have noticed him. Ahem, confused young man, I am here to enlighten you. Cavey, not feeling awkward upon being discovered, stepped forward, holding Little Robin, and began to ramble on with an old tongue. Upon hearing this, Dragon's already dark face became even darker. "Sir, are you taking me for a fool?" "Young man, don't rush. Let's find a place to talk. We should sit down and have a chat. I came a long way just to find you." Dragon displayed a look of confusion, carefully examining Cavey, and then glancing at Little Robin, realizing he did not recognize either of them. "Do you know me?" "Ha ha ha, of course. By the way, I have some connection with your father, Vice Admiral Garp." Seeing Dragon's wary expression, Cavey decided to borrow Garp's name, hoping he wouldn't mind. After all, he was thinking for the sake of his son's great cause, so surely Garp wouldn't mind if he found out. Seeing Cavey knew his father, Dragon's wariness lessened. Few knew of his relationship with Garp, most were Navy personnel, and this person clearly was not likely a friend of his Vice Admiral father. "All right then, let's chat. I want to see how you plan to enlighten me." Dragon led Cavey and Little Robin to a concealed house. The following conversation was simple. Cavey used a series of knowledge from his past life to quickly impress Dragon. Dragon took out a notebook, diligently taking notes, occasionally asking Cavey questions, resembling a thirsty student eager for knowledge. After discussing all day, they ended the topic feeling hungry. Dragon felt a new idea ignite within him. Cavey's words instantly dispelled the confusion in his heart. "Senior, can I really do it?" Cavey had already become a respected senior in Dragon's eyes. "Remember my words, if you want to reform, you must start from the common people, coming from the common people, and serving the common people. They are your solid strength. Find like-minded comrades to join you. You will be the earliest revolutionaries. Even if you fail, you will lay the foundation for future generations. The so-called spark can start a prairie fire. Believe in yourself, you can do it. KV took a sip of water and patted Dragon's shoulder. Dragon was now shocked and amazed by KV's ideas, muttering to himself, a spark can start a prairie fire. His gaze gradually brightened. Having witnessed the dark side of the world, Long felt an overwhelming sense of confusion within. That feeling of helplessness surged from deep within his heart. He could not bear the darkness, yet he was at a loss as to what to do. Covey provided him with insight and instilled new thoughts in him. A vision of a harmonious nation where everyone was free without oppression or nobility slowly took shape in his mind. Beautiful images ignited the revolutionary flame within him. Covey made Long aware of the essence of this world ahead of time, giving him a clear direction. Watching the ambitious young man diligently taking notes in front of him, Covey felt a deep sense of satisfaction. I wonder if this will lead to the early emergence of a revolutionary army. Covey muttered to himself, aware that his actions would undoubtedly trigger a massive butterfly effect. Long suddenly looked up, staring at Covey. Revolutionary Army. Yes, let's call it the Revolutionary Army. Well, it seems the emergence of the Revolutionary Army is now inevitable. Senior, I want to establish a force to resist the world government. Let's call it the Revolutionary Army. Senior, you should join us too. Long's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and his intense gaze made Covey feel somewhat uneasy. Ahem, I'm already too old for such endeavors, or I can provide some advice for you, but joining you is out of the question. Covey politely declined Long's invitation. He did not wish to be bound, let others take on such a monumental achievement. All right, Long said, feeling a bit dejected, but not pressing the issue. As long as the senior can help guide the Revolutionary Army when they fall into confusion, that is enough. The senior is already old. Revolutions cannot be accomplished in a short time, and Long respected Covey's thoughts. In Long's heart, Covey had already become an elder figure of the Revolutionary Army. Without the senior's guidance, he did not know when he would understand his inner thoughts. He then took out a notebook and wrote a phrase on the cover. Covey glanced at it casually and instantly twitched his mouth. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the teachings of the saints, and to open peace for all generations. It was also noted with the words Senior Covey below. Goodness, I'm just borrowing the wisdom of my ancestors. There's no need to be so formal. This world does not have this famous saying, so Long naturally believed it to be Covey's words. Actually, this phrase was said by an elder from my hometown. There's no need to write my name. Long's expression changed upon hearing this. Oh, what a noble virtue it was to say something that was clearly his own, without pride, even attributing the honor to others. This is the elder of the Revolutionary Army. Stop right there, Senior. I understand everything. Long seemingly imagined something again, and had already taken this phrase as the standard for the Revolutionary Army's actions. Later, it even became a code for the Revolutionary Army's meetings, required to be recited 10 times a day, and all members of the Revolutionary Army had to keep it in mind. Covey felt helpless. He was tired and didn't want to explain. By the way, when finding a base, it's best to choose a remote place. Our current strength is too weak, and if discovered by the world government, the consequences would be dire. Covey advised. I understand, don't worry, Senior. Long was not a simple person, and naturally he would consider these matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been seen as the head of the most terrifying criminal by the world government. All right, we've talked enough. Remember the agreement for 2 years from now? Don't forget. Long nodded. He would not forget, as it was an opportunity given to the Revolutionary Army by the elder. Once prepared, it would be immensely beneficial for the development of the Revolutionary Army. His excited heart felt as if it had already seen victory, eager to set off. Covey could also see Long's thoughts, youthful and reckless, who wasn't full of passion in their youth. However, looking back through history, the path of revolution is inevitably filled with war and bloodshed. One would also mature and become more stable in the process. All right, go ahead. I can see you can't wait any longer. Long's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly became resolute. Senior, we will definitely succeed. After saying this, he donned his black cloak and walked out with firm steps. His silhouette grew grand, resembling a relentless explorer forging a brand new path. Covey nodded in agreement, believing that he would surely succeed. Little Robin was also fortunate to participate in this historic meeting, which would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. She too had witnessed history. Covey left. Accompanied by Little Robin, they roamed mountains and rivers, exploring every possible place they could walk. Apart from the new world, they had traversed the first half of the Grand Line. Covey wondered if Little Robin would follow the main characters again in the future. Letting Little Robin explore once now would make it much easier if she had to do it again later. Little Robin had also accomplished a great feat. At such a young age, her experiences far exceeded those of her peers. Throughout their journey, Covey intentionally trained Little Robin's fruit abilities, and strongly reminded her not to manifest legs to attack enemies. The thought of a pair of white, smooth, long legs trampling on enemies made Covey unhappy. How could he reward the enemy? Absolutely not. Covey shared some of his thoughts with little Robin, fully encouraging her imagination. As the saying goes, there are no useless fruits, only useless people. When you think the fruit is not strong enough, it only shows that you haven't put in enough effort or imagination. Just practice hard. Look at Admiral Crane's fruit. It was meant for washing clothes, but others have developed it to cleanse the sins in the hearts of criminals. Amazing. Admiral Crane, your fruit is meant for washing clothes. Your whole family washes clothes. Ahem, back to the main topic. Little Robin put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? Covey lay on a large outdoor bed basking in the summer sun, looking quite content. Several small hands emerged from the bed, kneading and massaging Covey. Little Robin had fine beads of sweat on her forehead, looking at Covey with a resentful expression. Uncle Covey, this is already my greatest effort. The poor little Robin was serving Covey under the guise of training her fruit abilities. She could not refuse. Uncle Covey would stand on a moral high ground and educate her, claiming it was for her future. If she did not comply, she would be labeled as ungrateful and unfilial. Little Robin could not argue against Covey and was forced to be a laborer. Covey insisted this was all for little Robin's training. Everyone was overthinking it. If one does not train and strive now, they will suffer later. Covey did not want little Robin to regret. He could not always be by her side. Every fledgling must eventually leave the nest and spread their wings. Little Robin was no different. To help her fly higher, further, and easier, Covey did his utmost. This was solely to strengthen little Robin's will. It was absolutely not for any other perverse thoughts. With a heart full of light, whatever one does is illuminated. Others' opinions are irrelevant, and he would never admit to it. The Sabaody archipelago, consisting of 79 islands, each island being a colossal Yarchi vineyard tree, with all buildings constructed upon its roots, lies in the middle of the Grand Line, just ahead of the Red Land. Pirates aiming to reach the New World must pass through the Sabaody archipelago, seeking someone to coat their ships, then dive down to Fishman Island to smuggle across. Of course, there is another route, which is to go over from the Red Land. If one is not afraid of death, this path could be chosen. Covey and his companions stepped into this chaotic place, and after wandering around, it was nearly time to leave as their agreed-upon time was approaching. Upon stepping onto the island, the bustling atmosphere did not seem chaotic at all. A sign marked No. 33 indicated that this was the 33rd island, belonging to the entertainment zone. No wonder it was so lively, with bubbles seen everywhere. Each area of the Sabaody archipelago serves different functions, with areas 1 to 29 being notorious for human trafficking, auction houses, and other illegal activities. Areas 30 to 59 primarily include shopping, food, entertainment, and coding services. Areas 60 to 69 serve as naval bases and entrances/exits for the world government. Areas 70 to 79 are known as the Hotel District. Covey recalled that Shaki's extortion tavern seemed to be located in Area 13, running a blackmail tavern in a lawless zone, truly befitting someone from the former Rocks Pirates. Never mind, let's check it out later. Covey strolled around this area with little Robin, sampling the local delicacies. The water meat, soft, cool, tender, and melting in the mouth, the taste was exquisite. Covey waved his hand, purchasing a large amount of water meat to store for later as snacks. After trying various delicious foods and entertainment facilities with little Robin, they arrived in Area 13 as the sun set. In the lawless area, as night fell, it did not bring peace, but rather a more lively and dangerous atmosphere. The streets were filled with noise, chaos, and confusion. Pirates could be seen everywhere, and several human traffickers lurking in the shadows scrutinized Covey and his companion with more eyes focused on little Robin. In their eyes, she was prime merchandise, as many wealthy individuals had peculiar tastes, particularly fond of this type. Such goods commanded high prices in their circles, and a successful transaction could allow one to live lavishly for a long time. As for Covey, standing over 2 meters tall, posed no threat. His muscular build appeared strong, and there were also wealthy women who appreciated this type. It was as if they were offering a two-for-one deal, with countless individuals secretly trailing the two. Covey shook his head helplessly at the sight. One must not be too greedy, or it could cost them their lives. Arriving at a deserted alley, Covey stopped waiting. Mere moments later, a dozen individuals surrounded the alley. Cutting off Covey and his companions' escape, these individuals wore expressions of mockery, delight, and greed. Covey wished to avoid any interaction with them, as such people had no reason to continue living. Little Robin, close your eyes, Covey gently said as he picked her up. Little Robin did not cry or panic, seeming accustomed to such situations, holding on to Covey and burying her head in his embrace. Amidst the sounds of screams and pleas for mercy, Covey's voice rang out again. All right, you can open your eyes now. When Robin opened her eyes, the two had already exited the alley. Little Robin rested on Covey's shoulder, peering into the dark depths of the alley, where it was pitch black and nothing could be seen, only a trickle of blood-red liquid slowly seeping out from the darkness. The two continued to search in Area 13, with no one keeping an eye on them anymore, as if they knew that these were not individuals they could provoke. Finally, in a lively area, Covey finally spotted the familiar name of the tavern. Approaching, he pushed the door open, entering a tavern bustling with activity, unaware of how many would fall victim to extortion. The surrounding patrons were unaffected by their arrival, continuing to drink and engage in their own affairs. "Brother, would you like something to drink?" A crisp voice came from behind the counter. Following the sound, a young woman with short hair stood behind the counter, holding a lattice cigarette, sizing up Covey and his companion. It was none other than Haki, the former intelligence officer of the Rocks Pirates. Covey looked at her as she observed him. This man seemed somewhat familiar, but she felt she had never met him before. For a moment, Haki couldn't recall who the man before her was. "Haha, one drink and another juice," Covey replied. Haki skillfully poured drinks for the two and placed them in front of Covey. "Brother, have we met before? I feel like you look a bit familiar." Haki was certain she must know this man, perhaps having seen him in some intelligence report, but she couldn't recall at that moment. Covey smiled slightly at her words, not directly answering her question. "Miss Haki, I am here to find Rayleigh. Where is he?" Glancing around, he did not see Rayleigh's figure. He must have gone gambling, or perhaps he was taken by human traffickers. Rayleigh's retirement life was indeed colorful, partying during the day and having Shaki's company at night. Tisk tisk, he truly was the most successful person aboard Roger's ship. With fame, status, women, and a good life, Rayleigh had experienced the life that others could only dream of long ago. "Rayleigh, I don't know what you're talking about," Haki replied, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she quickly calmed down, her expression slightly puzzled, her tone steady. "Tisk, this acting is far beyond those young pretty boys from my past life. All right, I know, Rayleigh, don't pretend with me." Covey still remembered that Roger had found him through Haki. Thinking back, when he first encountered the Roger pirates, Rayleigh and Haki had probably already been in contact, otherwise she wouldn't have known his whereabouts. Before Haki could respond, a voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Covey." Turning around, Rayleigh, wearing small glasses, walked in through the door. Seeing a familiar figure, Rayleigh couldn't help but call out, surprised to find a familiar face. "Yo, Rayleigh is back. See, I told you we are friends, but you didn't believe me." Haki looked embarrassed, shot Rayleigh a glare, and turned back to smile. "So it's Brother Covey. I thought I recognized you, but it was Rayleigh who told me about you back then. Over time I had forgotten a bit, though I apologize for that." "It's all right, it was thanks to you that Roger found me back then," Covey remarked, seemingly with a teasing tone. "Ahaha, was that the case? It's been so long that I forgot a bit." Haki feigned ignorance, turning to signal Rayleigh. Rayleigh hastily stepped forward. "Brother Covey, what did Captain Roger want with you back then?" Quickly changing the topic, or else he would be in for it from Haki tonight. He had been feeling a bit weak these days and needed to take a break. Seeing this, Covey followed Rayleigh's lead and began to speak. "Just a small favor, nothing major. You'll find out sooner or later." "It's just a small favor, nothing major. You'll find out sooner or later." He simply wouldn't tell you, go figure it out yourself. Seeing the constipated expression on Laylee's face, Kai Wei felt a sudden sense of relief. "You were the one who set me up back then, now you're feeling the consequences." It seems that Kai Wei still harbored some resentment over Roger finding him. Seeing that Kai Wei wasn't saying anything, Laylee didn't continue to press on this topic. "Kai Wei, is there something you need me for?" Kai Wei was just passing by, stopping to chat about old times, nothing serious at the moment. "No particular business, just taking little Robin around and happened to drop by to see you." Hearing this, Laylee looked at little Robin, who was being amused by Xiachi, with surprise on his face. "Is this your daughter? Cough cough, do we look alike?" Kai Wei was speechless. Everyone's eyes were so outrageous. Roger too, and Laylee as well. "I'm still a pure and innocent old virgin." Laylee laughed heartily and teased, "What if someone else put a hat on you? It's possible, you know." Laylee's words instantly reminded Kai Wei of how his previous self's wife seemed to have been taken away. Damn, the memories of the past surged back, making him feel unwell. "Laylee, come out for a duel. Let's see if I can handle you." Kai Wei dragged Laylee toward the door. "Oh, I was wrong, big brother Kai Wei. I was wrong." Laylee desperately resisted, but it was of no use. A little over 10 minutes later, Laylee returned with a swollen head. He kept mumbling, "I won't be a son anymore." His aggrieved expression was as if his wife had been taken away. Kai Wei felt pleased. Some people just needed a good beating, and that would suffice. Xiachi looked at Laylee's miserable state and let out a chuckle. "Laylee, you have your day today. Sister Xiachi, if Laylee dares to bully you in the future, let me know and I'll deal with him." Kai Wei said seriously, his expression grave with no intention of joking. This was a long-term reason to beat up Laylee. Hearing this, Laylee's face darkened. "Just say you want to deal with me directly, no need for all these twists and turns." Then Laylee looked at Xiachi, his eyes pleading, hoping she would speak up for him. At his age, he didn't want to be beaten up from time to time. Although Xiaoqi also wanted someone to educate Lei Li, seeing him getting beaten made her feel somewhat sorry. Big brother Kai Wei, Lei Li wouldn't dare to bully me. If he doesn't listen to me, I'll make sure he can't get out of bed. She shot a glare at Lei Li, but inwardly she still favored him. Are you talking about literally not being able to get out of bed? I find that a bit hard to believe. Kai Wei said no more skiing at the sour smell of love, something he wanted nothing to do with. The next day, Kai Wei left with little Robin. They set off on their way back. Meanwhile, in Xiaoqi's tavern, a piece of secret information surfaced. Name Kai Wei, our occupation none, strength unknown, temporarily estimated to be king-level combat power. Home is still the most comfortable. Kai Wei lay back in his chair looking quite content. As for little Robin, he had pressured her to cook in the kitchen under the guise of honoring her elders. The 80-year-old little Robin was already able to skillfully use her devil fruit powers to make delicious food. This was all the result of Kai Wei's careful training. Uncle Kai Wei, it's time to eat. Little Robin wiped the sweat from her forehead and called out. Ha, little Robin is really amazing. Kai Wei stood up and patted her little head. Little Robin gave him a resentful glance, thinking, you forced me into this. How can you be so heartless at such a young age? Kai Wei pretended not to see. As the saying goes, sweat more when you're young to bleed less when you grow up. This was all for little Robin's own good. Thinking this, Kai Wei's guilt lessened considerably. Yes, all of this is for your own good. The two enjoyed another month of peaceful life. One day, two strangers visited the island to see Kai Wei. Senior Kai Wei, am here. A familiar voice rang out. Kai Wei knew the appointed time had come. This day had finally arrived. Come in. Kai Wei invited the two inside and poured them a cup of tea. Kai Wei observed the two. The one speaking to Kai Wei was Monkey D. Dragon, accompanied by a tall and burly young man with a simple, honest face. A name surfaced: Bartholomew Kuma, a great father who seemed to have willingly undergone transformation to protect Bonnie, losing his self-awareness in the process. Thanks to Kai Wei's influence, Dragon had found this reliable partner ahead of time. Taking a sip of tea, Kai Wei slowly said, how are the preparations going? Hearing this, Dragon's eyes lit up. It's ready. We can leave at any time. Kai Wei nodded and said to little Robin behind him, little Robin, go call Dr. Kuroba and the others over. Okay. Little Robin dashed out. Dr. Kuroba was also little Robin's archaeology teacher. Since she was 3 years old, little Robin had frequently sought his advice on archaeological knowledge. Kai Wei didn't stop her, just as he hadn't stopped Alvia from setting sail back then. They had their dreams, and he let them pursue them. If something happened, he would help them handle it, or at the very least their safety would be ensured. The purpose of calling Dragon was to take the archaeologists left in O'Hara away. Rather than saying to take them away, it was more about letting them join the Revolutionary Army. This way, not only was their safety guaranteed, but they could also continue researching history in secret, achieving two goals with one action. Kai Wei analyzed the situation in the world to Dr. Kuroba, along with the dangers of what they were doing. Dr. Kuroba gladly accepted Kai Wei's suggestion, relocating all the archaeologists on the island and secretly taking all the books with them. The happiest was Dragon. These scholars would greatly benefit the development of the Revolutionary Army, serving as an essential force. In no time, many archaeologists left with Dragon and the others, taking all the books from O'Hara. Everything was done in secret, no one knew, and little Robin also left with them. Before leaving, little Robin insisted on staying with Kai Wei, not wanting to leave him, refusing to budge. In the end, he had no choice but to knock her out. After all, the upcoming events were too dangerous. Although Kai Wei was confident in protecting her, he could only let her leave for now to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Kai Wei became a solitary figure once again. The sky was blue with the occasional seagull flying by, squawking. Everything was beautiful and peaceful. Next was a patient wait, waiting for the demon-slaying order to arrive, waiting for Alvia's return. According to Kai Wei's memories, this archaeological team had only Alvia surviving, everyone else had perished. Alvia was fortunate, released by Rear Admiral Soro. Upon seeing the tragic state of these scholars, Soro began to doubt justice and released Alvia, only to be frozen by his friend Akiji in the end. Time swiftly passed, arriving a month later. The tranquil O'Hara was about to face a tremendous disaster. O'Hara's archaeological team was captured due to their research on knowledge prohibited by the world government. The demon-killing order was initiated. As news broke, the entire O'Hara erupted in chaos, with all civilians hurriedly packing their belongings to flee the area. The Navy was somewhat responsible for the civilians, allowing them time to escape. Had it been the world government, not a single civilian would have managed to flee. Warships were deployed. 5 vice admirals were stationed, determined to execute all scholars in O'Hara. Sometimes Covey wondered why in Wano there were people who could decipher ancient texts not fewer than those in O'Hara, and yet they researched knowledge forbidden by the world government, yet managed to live well. Later, Covey understood that Wano was a warrior nation located in the New World, rarely in contact with the outside world, and possessed formidable martial strength. The conclusion was simple: the weak would be restricted and all they did in this world. Power ultimately reigns supreme. System: open the character panel. Host: Covey, age 49, physique 95, 78, skills: conquerors, Haki, top tier armament, Haki, top tier observation, Haki, top tier marine, 6 styles, top tier swordsmanship, top tier water, walking, purification, devil fruit, human fruit, pango form, awakening, degree 14. Fruit abilities: enhancement, pango pressure, chaos, divine, thunder, law of strength, prototype. Looking at this luxurious panel, Covey felt much more at ease. The fruit ability had already awakened, and he could sense the terrifying power hidden within his body, along with a strong defense. To injure him, one would at least have to use flowing cherry Haki. His physique had not grown taller due to the enhancement. He remained at his original height, his muscles less exaggerated than before, yet more solid with even greater terrifying strength. All skills had reached peak levels, with armament Haki capable of enveloping every bone and internal organ. Covey could feel these skills slowly enhancing with the increase in his physique. A year ago, he had signed in and received a new skill, purification, which, as the name implies, could eliminate all negative effects, internal injuries, scars, and so on. If he had signed in earlier, Roger might have lived a bit longer. Covey was still the same, lying in the grandpa chair, eyes closed, resting his mind. The others in O'Hara began to flee in a panic, boarding large ships to escape as their strength was too weak to do anything but run. After all, the cannon fire did not discriminate. The distance was closing in. The Navy had arrived. "Uncle Covey," a familiar, crisp voice called out from afar. Covey opened his eyes to see a white-haired woman running towards him, embracing him tightly as tears streamed down her face. Her voice choked with emotion. She said, "Woo, woo, woo, they are all dead." Covey patted her back, saying, "It's all right, don't be afraid. I have already relocated the others." He placed his hands on Alvia's shoulders, pushed her away gently, and fixed his gaze on her. "You should have anticipated the current outcome the day you set sail. But, enough, since it has already happened, don't dwell on it. Let's introduce this person, shall we?" Covey looked at the small giant beside Alvia. "This should be Saul." Alvia regained her composure, wiped her tears, and introduced, "This is Vice Admiral Jagwadi. Saul, he saved me." Covey looked at Saul with gratitude. "Thank you for saving Alvia." Saul, inheriting the will of the D clan, began to doubt justice for the first time, disobeying superior orders to privately release Alvia. He could no longer return. "It's fine, I just did what I thought was right." Saul scratched his head, speaking honestly. Beside him, Alvia, with a tense expression, looked at Covey with deep blue eyes. "Uncle Covey, what about Robin? I want to see her one more time." Covey shot her an annoyed glare. "Little Robin has already been sent away. How are we supposed to wait here to die?" Alvia felt both surprise and regret. The surprise being that Robin had escaped, the regret being that she wouldn't see her daughter one last time before her death. Although Alvia knew Covey was likely a powerful person, she did not believe he could contend against the Navy's demon-killing order. This operation was led by 5 vice admirals comprising dozens of warships and many elite Navy personnel, all aimed at completely eradicating the people or objects in a designated area. With countless strong individuals and cannon fire, no living creature could survive. Her returning this time was purely due to luck. Alvia suddenly realized, her tone trembling. "Then Uncle Covey, why didn't you leave earlier? Why stay behind to wait for death?" Covey was taken aback, not expecting Alvia to ask this question. He himself seemed unsure why he wanted to help them. Could it be that he had unconsciously regarded them as important people? "No, it must be because I am a kind person, unable to bear seeing the suffering of others. Yes, that's it. I did it to prevent little Robin from being sad." Immediately, Covey delivered a light smack to Alvia's head. "Why all this nonsense? Of course, it's to save you, the troublemaking girl who never considers the consequences." "Woo, how am I being troublesome?" Alvia pouted, covering her head, feeling wronged. Even at this age, she was still bullied like before, and in front of others. Uncle Covey was being too much. You two hurry and escape. If you don't run now, it will be too late." Saul reminded from the side. He knew he could not escape, but at least wanted to save the two in front of him. This would be his final act of justice as a Navy officer. "No, they are after me. Uncle Covey, you and Saul hurry and leave, otherwise we won't escape." Alvia and Saul began to argue, making it seem as if one of them stayed behind, the other two could escape. Covey looked on in bemusement. Did they think the demon-killing order was a joke? Others didn't know whether they could escape, but just the two of them, without even a boat, how could they run? Moreover, the Navy had already arrived. Covey had opened his observation Haki from the very beginning, scanning the entire island along with the surrounding sea. At that moment, dozens of massive warships had appeared in front of O'Hara, along with many smaller battleships. With a casual glance, he estimated there were over 10,000 Navy personnel, all elite. There were also several familiar faces: Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Akiji, somewhat youthful, and Vice Admiral Squirrel Fire Mountain. Covey recognized these figures at a glance. There was also a Vice Admiral he did not have much impression of. Tisk tisk, this lineup was even stronger than the demon killing order at Judicial Island. 2 of the future 3 admirals were already here. Boom. The sound of cannon fire filled the sky as the Navy commenced their assault. The indiscriminate bombing was the order of the demon-slaying decree. Countless innocent lives were lost. Olivia displayed a look of despair, not because her own death was imminent, but because she felt she had implicated her savior Uncle Covey and the people of the entire island. It seemed she had resigned to her fate, her eyes devoid of light. She began to question whether her pursuits had been misguided from the very beginning. Covey did not comfort her. Indeed, this matter was somewhat connected to her. Let this be a painful lesson in life, so she would know better in the future. As for the innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire, they could only be blamed for their misfortune. Sometimes luck is crucial. Look at Olivia. Though she caused trouble, she had Covey to back her up. That was her fortune, unlike others who weren't so lucky. Sauron heard the sound of cannon fire, and his expression turned grave as he looked at the two. You two, time is running out. I will hold them off, but whether you can escape depends on your luck. Sauron, with a resolve to die, aimed to stall the Navy for a moment to buy time for Covey and Olivia. Before either could respond, a lazy voice echoed, reaching everyone's ears. "Off found you." A tall figure appeared before them, his calm face displaying a hint of frost, wearing a dark hat. Strands of hair peeked out from the sides, and small round glasses barely concealed his eyes, emanating a chilling aura. Even from such a distance, one could feel the icy aura, showcasing the strength of the newcomer. Kazan. He was none other than Sauron's colleague and friend Kazan, one of the future 3 admirals of the Navy, codenamed Haki. Sauron, come back with me to face the punishment, but don't make a mistake on top of another. Clearly Haki wanted Sauron to return to the Navy. As long as he went back with him to accept the punishment, he could continue to be a vice admiral, and they would still be good friends. But would Sauron return? The answer was evident. He joined the Navy for his sense of justice, yet the Navy's actions no longer aligned with his ideals. Kazan, I cannot go back. The Navy has disappointed me too much this time. Sauron stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Covey and Olivia, ready to fight. He knew he couldn't defeat Kazan, yet he still stepped up unhesitatingly, for he was a noble Navy man. Such a talent would be better suited for the Revolutionary Army. Covey nodded in approval, watching Sauron's back. This young man was commendable. Olivia seemed to have come to terms with the situation. Since there was no escape, it was better to be a bit happier in these final moments. Uncle Covey, I never thought we would die together. I always thought you would go first. It's a pity I can't send you off. The quirky girl was back, starting to tease him. Covey glanced at her and replied, slightly annoyed, I will definitely outlive you, don't worry. Hey, are you two chatting? Sauron refuses to come back with me because of you two, right? Haki's cold voice pierced through the conversation. If I killed you two, would he come back to accept punishment? Can I kill? It seems it wasn't stated that I couldn't. Haki hesitated. With the demon-slaying decree, killing was permitted, yet it seemed to conflict with his sense of justice. Conflicted within, he thought it would be great if Sakazuki arrived, but if he did, Sauron would likely end up dead too. Not being able to get along with Sakazuki, Kazan decided to take matters into his own hands. Kid, are you a bit too arrogant? Covey couldn't stand Kazan's smug demeanor and spoke up. Hey, Uncle Covey, are you really going to die before me? Olivia tugged at Covey's sleeve. Uncle, are you that brave? After all, he was a vice admiral of the Navy. My. Kazan was interrupted from his thoughts and felt quite displeased. He needed to teach this Suntobe elderly man a lesson. A biting cold emanated from Kazan, rushing toward Covey. Wherever the cold passed, it froze everything. Sauron quickly moved in front of Covey, crossing his hands to defend his chest, trying to withstand it. Sauron, thank you, but let me take care of this. Covey stepped over Sauron and stood firm against the terrifying cold. Uncle, come back quickly. Olivia tried to pull him back, but she couldn't budge him. The cold struck Covey, and he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Huh. Haki exhaled a breath of cold air, just as he expected. Uncle Covey. Whoa, Uncle Covey is dead, and he has been turned into an ice sculpture. Tears nearly fell from Olivia's eyes. Why did this old uncle have to show off? Now he was just a work of art. Crack, crack. A series of shattering sounds erupted. Huh. Bang. The ice sculpture exploded, and Covey stretched his limbs, turning to look at Olivia, his face dark with annoyance. You are the one who became a work of art. Do you believe I can let you experience it? He then turned to Kazan. Not bad, kid, it's quite refreshing. His expression remained indifferent, not taking Kazan seriously. In his eyes, Kazan was still too inexperienced and needed to be polished to experience the darker side of society. Otherwise, with such a pretentious demeanor, he would get beaten up upon encountering a strong opponent. It seemed the 3 admirals of the Navy shared a similar fate. He would take the opportunity to educate them later, starting with this confused young man, Kazan. Kazan misjudged. He didn't expect this man to have such skills, able to break free from his ice. Then let's try this move. Ice block, ice bird strike. His freezing ability unleashed, creating ice blocks from thin air that shot toward Covey with incredible speed, almost undetectable. For Covey, this attack was nothing more than a tickle. He stood still, allowing the ice blocks to hit him. Bang bang. A series of impacts sounded as Covey picked his nose, his expression filled with disdain. Is that all? Kid, you seem a bit weak. Ooh, do you often use your hands? Kazan was stunned. He knew the power of this move, yet it couldn't harm this man at all. And what does using hands mean? I'm not weak at all, okay? Ha ha ha. A series of honking laughs came from behind Covey. It turned out to be Olivia, though he had no idea what she was laughing about. Uncle Covey, so you. Her unclear words left Covey puzzled. Did Olivia understand what he said? Oh no, it seems she truly understood. Ahem, Kazan, why don't you show me some more tricks? Otherwise, it's my turn to take over. Covey patted the ice shards on his chest, a hint of mockery on his face, not taking him seriously. Covey's mockery infuriated Kazan, a distinguished vice admiral of the Navy, who found himself ridiculed by a short, middle-aged man. Given Kazan's height, Covey indeed appeared diminutive before him, which only fueled Kazan's anger further. He was still a passionate youth, his sense of justice unwavering. Though he appeared laid back, he was a fervent Navy officer. It was only after the recent massacre order that his sense of justice began to shift. At that moment, he felt insulted by Covey. With his hands pressed to the ground, his fruit ability was unleashed wildly. Frozen time capsule. Kazan bellowed, an icy aura surging violently forth as he struck at the man before him, who had mocked him. There was no mercy whatsoever. Covey did not evade. Orivaya and Soro were right behind him, and if he dodged, the frigid air would instantly freeze both of them. Soro was fine, but Orivia's petite frame could not withstand it. Thus Covey clenched his fist, in overwhelming power gathering within. He slowly unleashed a punch that seemed leisurely, as if it bore no power. However, in the next moment, his fist stirred a terrifying gust of wind sweeping towards Kazan. Boom. In an instant, the cold aura was dispersed, the ground shattered, and everything around, flowers, plants, trees, was uprooted by the storm, as if a natural disaster had struck. Bang! Kazan was struck by the sudden onslaught before he could even elementalize, sent flying dozens of meters away, his body sinking into the earth, buried beneath the rubble. What a tragic sight. Covey, uncle. Orivia's pupils dilated, speechless at the scene before her. Is this really Covey, uncle? Wasn't he supposed to be only a little powerful? We agreed to act weak together, but I'm the real weakling while you're just pretending. Years ago, Covey had advised Orivia to train more, enhance her physique, and learn some combat skills for self-defense. Orivia, reasoning that as an archaeologist she only needed to study history, had firmly refused Covey's counsel. Now she was bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be for self-defense? Is this self-defense? Soro's eyes widened. As Kazan's friend, he was well aware of Kazan's strength. He never expected Covey's punch to leave him in such a state of peril. Cough, cough. A coughing sound emerged from the distant rubble. Kazan pushed aside the tree's dirt and debris, slowly rising to his feet. His battered body was covered in wounds, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, he looked up at Covey, his expression grave, devoid of his previous cool demeanor. Who exactly are you? O'Hara has such a powerful individual. Wasn't it said that only a group of scholars with no strength resided here? Covey maintained a calm demeanor, feeling at ease within. If you want to know who I am, go ask Carp when you return. Carp should still remember him, after all they had met years ago because of the Roger Pirates. Kazan's expression grew graver. He knew Carp. Shaking his head, he decided not to think too much about it. The priority was to complete the mission. As for the man before him, he could ask Carp later. Hey, what do you want? Haha, that's simple. They'll take these two with me, and you can destroy this island at your leisure. Covey remained in O'Hara to take Orivia away along with Soro. Once they departed, the island would be left as an empty shell, so feel free to destroy it. It would be an explanation to the world government. Kazan pondered for a moment and replied, I don't mind. Since I can't defeat you, I can't take responsibility for the others. Kazan had his own ideas, always leaning towards justice, otherwise he wouldn't have let Robin go. Covey nodded in understanding, indicating that he could handle the rest, though it was likely he would be put under a bounty after this. At this moment, aboard the Navy ship, Sakazuki's expression was severe as he commanded his aide, all warships fire at will. The aide hesitated, timidly reminding him, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, the civilians haven't been fully evacuated and Vice Admiral Kazan is still on the island. Sakazuki immediately roared in anger, I order you to fire. What of the civilians? Under the massacre order, everyone deserves to die. As for Kazan, a natural-type devil fruit user, could he really perish under ordinary cannon fire? Yes, all warships fire. The aide immediately responded, not daring to say another word. All warships turned their cannons towards O'Hara, concentrating their firepower and launching. Bang, 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 bang. A series of cannon fire erupted, filling the sky with artillery intent on sinking the entire island. The scene shifted to Covey's side. Kazan's expression was grim as he cursed. What is Sakazuki doing? Doesn't he know there are civilians who haven't evacuated yet? Tisk, it seems there's a more serious problem with this young man. Covey remained calm, unperturbed by Sakazuki's actions. After all he had long known, he was such an extreme person. A man who embodies justice to the extreme would naturally act in this manner. Watching Kazan's expression, it was no wonder they couldn't get along. It wasn't just their devil fruit abilities, but their personalities as well. Covey, uncle, are we really unable to escape? Orivaya gazed at the sky, filled with shells, her expression unusually calm. What, have you resigned yourself to fate? Orivaya smiled upon hearing this. He to die alongside you, Covey, uncle, would be a death without regrets. Who wants to die with you, you silly girl? Covey smiled slightly, then bent his legs slightly, suddenly exerting force. Bang! A terrifying force created a massive pit in the ground as he was propelled upwards into the sky. Watching the incoming shells, Covey executed a powerful whip kick. Storm leg, chaos. A fierce kick unleashed a barrage of sharp attacks towards the front. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the cannon fire exploded in the air like fireworks. Who was that? A Navy officer spotted Covey in the sky and shouted loudly. Sakazuki also looked up, seeing a man deflecting all the shells with a single strike, his anger flaring. With a moonwalk, he swiftly charged at Covey. He didn't care who it was. Anyone obstructing the massacre order deserved to die, and he would not hold back. Great fire. Sakazuki, engulfed in magma, attacked Covey. His hands transformed into magma, showing no mercy. Covey, seeing this, dodged to the side, evading his attack. He unleashed a flurry of punches, yet all were easily dodged by Covey. Covey's observation Haki surpassed his own. He could see through all of Sakazuki's attack trajectories clearly. Sakazuki's attacks appeared as juvenile as a child's before him. Young man, why the rush? Covey teased. He did not regard Sakazuki highly, just as he did with Kazan. Both were too inexperienced. If they wished to surpass him, they would need to put in another 20 years of effort to see if they had any hope. Sakazuki halted, gazing at Kawaii, observing his features. He would remember this person, the one who obstructed the Demon Slayer order. One day, he would personally bring an end to him. He then looked down and spotted Kazan and the others as if something came to mind. He swiftly unleashed a punch not aimed at Kawaii, but directed towards Soro and Alvia. He roared Meteor Volcano. It was the most powerful area attack he could currently unleash. The ground began to tremble ominously as he struck with his fist. Sparks lit up the sky, rapidly expanding, a barrage of magma, enveloping them. It resembled an apocalyptic scene, evoking a sense of despair. Kazan's expression darkened. This strike would evidently also affect the civilians, and Sakazuki's actions filled him with a hint of anger. Ice block. Countless ice shards materialized, shooting towards the magma. The clash of ice and magma produced a hissing sound, ultimately transforming into a mass of charred debris that plummeted down. Sakazuki's face darkened in fury as he glared at Kazan, shouting, "Are you betraying the Navy too?" Kazan frowned. "I am merely protecting the civilians. Isn't that what the Navy should do?" The two confronted each other, with Kawaii being overlooked and feeling quite displeased. Everyone was so rude. Shave. In an instant, he appeared in front of Sakazuki, his terrifying speed leaving his observation Haki unable to respond. Kawaii had employed observation kill. All observation Haki directly failed before him, showcasing the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. Only a handful could achieve this. That Shanks had indeed grazed the threshold later on. Sakazuki snapped back to reality as a pitch-black fist approached his face. Boom. Sakazuki's body was sent crashing towards the ground, creating a massive crater. His body was firmly embedded in the earth, consciousness lost, resembling a lifeless corpse. If not for the slight rising and falling of his chest, Kazan would have thought he was dead. Though Kazan and Sakazuki were at odds, they had not reached the point of wanting to kill each other. He hurried over and dug him out of the ground. Seeing his head slightly dented, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fortunately, Sakazuki had opened fire, otherwise it could have been me who fell. It seemed the Demon Slayer order could not continue now. Do you have a den mushi? Call Sengoku. I need to speak with him. All these weaklings failed to pique Kawaii's interest. It was better to resolve things quickly and leave. Kazan, unable to make a decision, could only retrieve the den mushi to consult his superiors. Bururu. Moments later, the den mushi transformed into Sengoku's image. Hello, Kazan. Kawaii stared at the den mushi, very curious about its mechanism. Admiral Sengoku, this is Kazan. The situation is a bit complex. It seems the Demon Slayer order cannot proceed. Kazan was at a loss for how to explain the situation to Sengoku. Seeing this, Kawaii took the den mushi and spoke. Hello, Admiral Sengoku. The situation is as follows. The location of your Demon Slayer order happens to be my hometown. Could we possibly cancel this Demon Slayer order? Sengoku seemed a bit puzzled. May I ask who you are? Canceling the Demon Slayer order was not something that could just be done at will. That was a command issued personally by the world government. Kawai knew it was likely impossible to cancel the Demon Slayer order, but negotiations required first presenting unfeasible conditions, then revealing his original terms, giving others a choice, making it easier for them to accept the latter. My name is Kawai. Oh, I consider myself a friend of Garp. Is Vice Admiral Garp nearby? Hearing this, Sengoku looked at Garp, who was secretly pilfering some snacks he had hidden. A dark line appeared on his forehead as he kicked Garp against the wall. Hey Garp, do you know someone named Kawai? Garp dusted off his clothes, somewhat puzzled. Kawai. Sure, I know him. What's up with him? Of course Garp recognized Kawai. He was another person Roger had entrusted to him and had met him once. Cough cough, how strong is he? It seems the location of this Demon Slayer order is at his home. O'Hara. Is he still a historian? Garp asked. Well, I'm not exactly a historian, just an ordinary resident. Kawai felt a bit helpless. He was still on the den mushy after all. Silence. Sengoku's expression turned awkward, realizing he could still hear them. Garp took the den mushy and said, if you want to leave, no one should stop you, right? Kawai understood Garp's meaning. He could certainly leave, but the key was that if he did, some of these civilians might die. Even if it's a Demon Slayer order, it should wait until the civilians have evacuated before proceeding. If the Navy starts shelling before the civilians have left, is that acceptable? Kawai may not be a saint, but these civilians were ultimately influenced by Alvia, and the others. Any help he could provide was better than none. Didn't I say to let the civilians leave before attacking? Sengoku frowned, his tone somewhat stern. Hey, your Sakazuki seems a bit impatient. If I weren't here, these civilians would be dead by now. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances. Sakazuki's actions indeed fit his character. Thank you for protecting these civilians. I will educate Sakazuki properly. Is he nearby? He's here, but I've already educated him. Let's talk about other matters instead. Kawai did not want to waste time on Sakazuki's issues and changed the subject. I do not wish to be an enemy of the Navy. I will take Alvia and Soro away, and you can bombard O'Hara as you please. After saying that, Kawai awaited Sengoku's response. Sengoku's brow furrowed. Alvia was specifically targeted for execution by the world government, yet Kawai wanted to protect her. Soro, on the other hand, was of no concern. The world government would not pay attention. He glanced at Garp beside him, silently asking for his opinion. After so many years of fighting side by side, they had developed a tacit understanding. With a glance, Garp understood Sengoku's thoughts. He nodded, indicating his agreement. In Garp's eyes, the world government was a bunch of nonsense. They had done nothing productive. Sengoku replied, we agree. I hope you won't take action against the Navy. May I ask what your relationship with the historians of O'Hara is? Kawai smiled upon hearing this, saying, I will not take action against the Navy. As for the scholars of O'Hara, Kawai glanced at Alvia and slowly said, one of my juniors is indeed a historian. He hadn't harmed a single Navy member. Sakazuki was merely gravely injured. After all, the Navy ultimately belonged to the side of justice. Kawai may not be a good person, but he would never become a villain. As for the scholars of O'Hara, to be honest, aside from Alvia and Little Robin, he had little connection with the others. Saving them was merely a byproduct. Negotiations concluded. Kawai achieved the results he desired. The Navy could also ensure the safety of its troops and civilians. Only Sakazuki bore the injuries. Admiral Sengoku might be nagged by the world government, but with his wisdom, he should be able to find reasonable excuses to deal with his superiors. Marineford Navy Headquarters. In the conference room, all high-ranking naval officers gathered. The lowest rank present was that of a vice admiral. Gentlemen, let us discuss our opinions. The world government is quite angry this time. Sengoku sat at the head of the table, his tone laced with a hint of fatigue. With Alvia still alive, the secrets hidden by the world government were at risk of exposure, which led to Sengoku receiving a reprimand from his superiors. If it weren't for Kong supporting him, he might not even keep his position as marshal. A beautiful vice admiral with a serious expression suggested, I propose we issue the bounty notice first to clarify our stance, and then we can make further plans. Kazan at that moment added, I agree with Vice Admiral Crane's suggestion. I propose we immediately send the Navy to capture Covey. His actions threaten the Navy's prestige. The speaker was Sakazuki, his head wrapped like a zongzi, leaving only his eyes visible, which looked rather comical. Kazan, upon hearing this, rarely showed a teasing expression, saying, Oh, threatening the Navy's authority. I think it's more like you're threatening your own authority. What? Kazan, do you have something to say? Sakazuki was very displeased with Kazan, wondering why he was in this state, while Kazan was completely unscathed. I disagree. Before Kazan could speak, a crisp and youthful voice rang out. A female vice admiral sitting in the middle stood up, supporting herself on the table. With long blue hair and fair skin, her youthful face bore determination, and her bright eyes sparkled with intelligence. Although she appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, her figure was strikingly well developed, with long legs radiating strength. Oh, Vice Admiral Rosa, what are your thoughts? Crane inquired at this moment, showing particular attention and fondness for this girl who had just been promoted to Vice Admiral. At such a young age, her strength was remarkable, even surpassing Crane's own capabilities at her age, and the girl named Yuan also liked to stick to her. The reason Vice Admiral Rosa did not want the Navy to capture Covey was that Covey was her master. She had spent just a few years entering the Navy headquarters, diligently training and combating pirates, becoming the youngest Vice Admiral. During this period, she had searched for Covey, but he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, he finally appeared, and it was to protect a woman named Alvia. Rosa was extremely angry upon learning this. But he was her master, and she would not allow anyone to threaten him. I believe even Vice Admiral Sikorsky wouldn't be able to fend him off with a single move, and others would be useless. We can't just send an admiral, and do you even know where he is? She expressed her thoughts in one breath, but it was the last sentence that she truly wanted to ask. That makes sense, Vice Admiral Kazura, what do you think? Crane agreed with Rosa's viewpoint, glancing at Borisolino, who was busy trimming his nails, and immediately frowned as he inquired. Borisolino was taken aback, wondering why he was being asked, and had no choice but to stop his expression serious. I believe Vice Admiral Crane has a point. What did I say? Can you repeat that? Kazuru replied. Not necessary. All right, let's go with Vice Admiral Crane's suggestion and issue the bounty notice immediately. Sengoku finalized the decision, interrupting the two. He wanted to ask Carp's opinion, but upon seeing Carp with drool bubbles coming out of his nose, he lost his mood. Rosa sighed with relief at the sight, but her expression turned solemn. Covey, her master, actually dared to look for other women behind her back. She hoped she wouldn't catch him. At that moment, Covey was taking a moonlit stroll in the sky, carrying Alvia and Soro. The Navy was truly stingy. They wouldn't even lend a military ship, and if he had known, he wouldn't have docked at the harbor. Covey's ship was docked at the pier, reduced to wreckage from the aftermath of the earlier battle. The civilians had left, and the Navy refused to lend a warship, leading the two to have no choice but to travel like this. Alvia was definitely a burden. She couldn't even walk on the moonlit path, and was so heavy. Yet she didn't seem to realize it, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of flying in the sky. How about I carry her instead? Soro, seeing Covey carrying Alvia for such a long time, was worried he would tire out. No need, Uncle Covey is quite strong. Before Covey could respond, Alvia had already refused for him, pressing herself closely against his back, hanging on him, her hands wandering as she felt Covey's solid muscles. Uncle Covey, how are you so strong? You hide it so well. Covey's expression darkened as he warned. If you keep touching, do you believe I will throw you down? Alvia's cheeks flushed slightly as she coughed. Ahem, what do you mean by touching? Don't say such things. After flying for 2 days, they finally encountered a merchant ship, and Soro was nearly exhausted. Covey, however, was completely unfazed. He could still fly for a month. That's just how enduring he was. Preparing to spend some cash to catch a free ride, the moment they saw Soro's physique, the crew immediately expressed their willingness to help. Hey, get down, stop pretending to sleep. Covey scolded Alvia, who was pretending to sleep on his back. Have we arrived? Alvia, caught in her charade, felt no embarrassment. Reluctantly getting off Covey, she pretended to rub her eyes. Covey shot her a glare, unwilling to engage. After drifting with the merchant ship for a month, they finally reached the East Sea. Uncle Covey, we have been put on a bounty. Alvia shouted loudly, hurriedly running towards Covey with several bounty notices in hand. She spread the bounty notices in front of Covey and Soro. Demon Scholar Nico, Alvia bounty of 200 million berries. Trader Vice Admiral Hagwar D. Soro bounty of 500 million berries. Demon Guardian Covey bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Little Robin was also on the bounty notice with a bounty of 79 million berries. The remaining historians who survived O'Hara had also been targeted to varying degrees. But that wasn't the main point. The real issue was, what the hell is this Demon Guardian? Who came up with this name? I better not find out. Covey was losing his mind, wondering who had such poor taste to give such an awful name. Why not call him the Demon Knight instead? I think it's quite good. Look, I'm the Demon Scholar and you're the Demon Guardian. Doesn't that mean, Uncle Covey, that you are my guardian? It was clear that Alvia was very pleased with Covey's title. Soro, scratching his head beside them, was confused. Shouldn't they be focusing on the bounty? Why were they discussing names instead? The thoughts of the big shots were indeed different. The three pondered, completely oblivious to the group of merchants nearby, trembling and wiping sweat from their foreheads. Until they reached a small island, Covey and the others disembarked, and the merchants finally sighed in relief. These merchants are quite nice. They didn't even want payment. Alvia said innocently. Covey rolled his eyes at her, thinking she was still so naive. It seemed necessary to train her properly. A new world. On the Moby Dick. Dad? Quick look. Uncle Kawhi has been put on the bounty list. Marco shouted as he rushed to find Whitebeard after grabbing today's newspaper. Whitebeard Newgate took the newspaper and saw the news about the O'Hara demon-slaying order, a picture of Kawhi blocking cannonballs in midair, catching his eye. Kawhi, that guy, he wouldn't listen when I asked him to join us back. Then now he's on the bounty list, huh? His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Marco couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth as he listened. If he had joined us, he would probably have been a bounty criminal long ago. Whitebeard waved his hand. Sons, let's hold a feast to celebrate our friend Kawaii becoming a bounty criminal. Hooray, feast time. Everyone cheered in agreement. Marco remained silent, sighing, oh well, just get used to it. Wano Country, Onigashima. A furious voice came from a giant skull. Kawaii finally appeared. Kaido crushed the bounty notice in his hands, seething with rage. He saw that face again, recalling the scenes of being toyed with by Kawaii back in the day. Burning with anger, one day Kaido will find you and wash away the humiliation. Why not go find Kawaii now? Kaido wasn't sure if he could defeat him at this moment. Perhaps it was better to wait a few years until he reached his peak, and when Kawaii began to decline, that would be the time for Kaido to take revenge. They all say Kaido am reckless, but in reality, I am the smartest. He suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly picturing the scene of Kawaii being trampled underfoot. Jean beside him looked at Kaido with concern, wondering what was wrong with the boss today, one moment furious, and the next laughing foolishly. Is he having a mental breakdown? Uncle Kawaii, are we there yet? I want to see Robin soon. We're almost there. Why the hurry? Kawaii was nearly driven mad by Alvia's incessant chatter along the way. The three finally arrived at their destination, Frost Moon Village. They found the Frost Moon Dojo and walked inside. A child dressed in a samurai outfit approached them, looking puzzled. May I ask who you were looking for? Kawaii was about to speak when a figure emerged from the dojo, loudly declaring, Elder, you've arrived. It was Monkey D. Dragon, the agreed meeting place with Kawaii. Kawaii nodded. At that moment, a small figure darted out of the room, rushing straight towards Kawaii and leaping into his arms. Uncle Kawaii, you liar. How could you think of abandoning Robin? The newcomer was none other than Little Robin, who Dragon originally intended to have follow the main group to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, but the little brat stubbornly refused. Little Robin puffed up with anger, her eyes welling with tears, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Kawaii quickly lifted her up and wiped the tears from her face. How could Uncle abandon you? Uncle is here to rescue Little Robin's mother. Look who this is. He moved aside to reveal Alvia. At that moment, Alvia was in tears, her hands reaching out to embrace Little Robin, but trembling, slightly hesitating in midair, fearing Robin would blame her. Blame her for not returning for so many years. Little Robin also spotted Alvia, her small face lighting up with joy. Mom, you finally came back. At this moment, she forgot all about Kawaii knocking her out earlier, quickly running to Alvia and hugging her. The two mother and daughter had a lot to say after not seeing each other for a long time, and Kawaii was happy to have some peace and quiet. Dragon brought a young man to Kawaii, introducing, Elder, this is Mr. Gung Shirlong, the head of Frost Moon Dojo, and my good friend. And this elder here is the true commander of our Revolutionary Army. Gung Shirlang was shocked. He had always thought Dragon was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, not realizing there was another commander. This one seemed to be the one who was put on the bounty list a few days ago, the so-called Demon Guardian. Hello, Elder. I'm Dragon's friend. You can call me Gung Shirlang. Kawaii looked helpless. Hello, I'm just an ordinary person. The leader of the Revolutionary Army is Dragon. Oh, I just offered him some ideas. When did I become the commander of the Revolutionary Army? He turned to Dragon with a confused face, wondering, I offer you ideas, and you want me to be the commander? Are you being ungrateful? Kawaii didn't want to be confined by the identity of the Revolutionary Army. He was the freest man on the sea. Dragon showed no signs of regret, his expression firm. To him, Elder Kawaii was like a faith, deeply influencing him and also affecting the Revolutionary Army. Elder, no matter what, you are the commander of the Revolutionary Army. You are the spiritual pillar of the Revolutionary Army. You don't need to do anything for the Revolutionary Army, who just occasionally take the time to give us lectures. Kawaii looked at Dragon's unyielding aura, knowing that anything he said would be in vain. Fine, I'll just be the commander of the Revolutionary Army, the spiritual pillar. Isn't that just getting paid for doing nothing and lecturing? Who has time to lecture? Forget it, do as you wish, just make it clear that unless it's something big, don't bother me. Kawaii accepted this identity. The Revolutionary Army now had a mysterious commander. Dragon showed a joyful expression. As long as the elder agreed to be the commander of the Revolutionary Army, if the Revolutionary Army encountered difficulties, it meant the elder would also face difficulties, and he could then have a legitimate reason to ask the elder for help. Dragon was overjoyed. Kawaii suddenly felt a shiver in his heart. Something dirty. All right, stop standing around. Let's go inside and chat. A gentle female voice called out as a beautiful woman stood at the door, beckoning everyone inside. Gung Shirlang immediately invited everyone into the house. Inside, Little Robin and Alvia were still whispering to each other, occasionally bursting into laughter. It seemed the bond between mother and daughter hadn't faded despite the long time apart. Gung Shirlang's wife was holding a small child around 1 year old. Kawaii curiously observed, wondering if this was the little Guena who fell to her death from the supreme staircase. Gung Shirlang noticed Kawaii's gaze and quickly introduced, "This is my daughter Guena." Little Guena, hearing her name called, turned her small head, her big shiny eyes curiously scanning around. She was adorably chubby, and seeing this, Kawai walked over, pinching her little cheek. "What a cute little one." This made Guena burst into loud laughter, stretching her hands towards Kawai. "It seems that Guena really likes Elder Kawai," Gung Shirlang remarked in surprise, noting that little Guena had never behaved like this with outsiders. He couldn't help but admire Elder Kawai, proving to be the commander of the Revolutionary Army, so approachable even with children. Kawai took little Guena and played with her, making her happy. Was it possible he had been carrying too many children, that he already had the aura of a nanny? "Wow!" Little Guena exclaimed excitedly, flapping her small hands, her face beaming with joy. Kawai noticed his hand felt a bit wet and looked down, instantly feeling a headache. The beautiful woman seemed to have noticed as well, immediately feeling embarrassed as she took little Guena back, apologizing to Kawai. "I'm sorry, Elder." After apologizing, she admonished little Guena. "Guena, how could you wet the Elder? You're so naughty." "Wow." Little Guena excitedly clapped her small hands, her face radiating smiles. "It's all right, she's just a child." Kawai waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. "Huh. Mom, look, Uncle Covey's soaked head toto by little Guena." Little Robin shouted gleefully, as if desperate for everyone to hear. Olivia chuckled beside her. "Oh, my Uncle Covey truly has a way with children." Covey scowled, his cheeks flushing with indignation. "Little Robin, have you forgotten how you used to wet the bed as a toddler, drenching the entire mattress?" A battle of mutual embarrassment. Let's see who wears thicker skin. When Covey exposed her childhood secret, Robin's face flushed crimson as she covered her cheeks with tiny hands and shook her head wildly. I didn't. He gave a dry chuckle. "Robin, this little secret. I'll hold it over you for life. Do try to behave. If not, I can't guarantee my lips will stay sealed." Uncle Covey, even picking on children now. Olivia crossed her arms, adopting the stern air of a schoolmistress. "Covey, just make sure you never slip up and hand me leverage." After 3 days in Frostmoon Village, the group followed Long to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, a profoundly secluded island. They were introduced to the senior leadership, just enough to become familiar faces. All the scholars from O'Hara had gathered there, secretly studying forbidden knowledge, awaiting the day the revolution triumphs, when these truths may finally be unveiled to the world. Olivia too joined their ranks. As for little Robin, Covey resolved to lay a solid foundation for her. Her dream required no explanation. He knew it well. One day she would inevitably set sail. She could not remain here forever. To decipher the poneglyphs, those crucial inscriptions were indispensable. This was her journey, and Covey would not interfere excessively. His role was to strengthen Robin beyond her cannon path, to spare her future wounds, to ensure she never fell again into the world government's grasp. Robin protested, insisting she only wished to study. So Covey decreed rigorous training by day, scholarly study by night, no compromise. Robin dashed off to find Olivia, pleading for her intercession. But having survived the O'Hara tragedy, Olivia held strength as paramount, and thus wholeheartedly endorsed Covey's approach. Covey briefly considered training Olivia as well, then paused, recalling her age. Better perhaps to secure her a devil fruit instead. And so began Robin's dark era of discipline. "Robin, don't wear that long face. I'm doing this for your own good." Covey stared at the child before him, her mouth downturned like a drawn bow, speechless for a moment. At last he grasped the quiet agony of parenthood, how his own parents once urged him relentlessly, met always with sullen resistance. Yet every demand born solely of love. Covey swiftly convinced himself anew. Now he could proceed unburdened by guilt to rigorously train. Train Robin. "Then let us begin, immediately. First 3 laps around the island. Warm-up complete. Go, Robin. I believe in you." Robin gazed across the endless shoreline, sweat beading on her brow, her smile stiff and brittle as she turned to Covey. "Uncle Covey, you're joking, right?" Covey's expression hardened. "Not a jest. No more grinning. Run. Now." He allowed no room for protest. Robin's heart sank. Uncle Covey meant it. His tone had shifted, his kindness vanished. Fine, she'd run. 3 laps couldn't possibly break her. Covey trailed closely behind, ready to intervene the instant she slowed or faltered, administering justice with unwavering resolve, forcing vitality into her weary limbs. After all, enduring hardship in youth forged resilience essential for survival in adulthood. Stinky Uncle Covey. How dare he treat her like this? Her resentment simmered, though she dared only whisper it, fearing that if Covey overheard, her punishment would double. "Robin, what was that you just said?" His voice materialized beside her, startling her into a yelp. Uncle Covey, I mean, your training method is brilliant. I already feel stronger." She scrambled to fabricate an excuse, her mind racing. Covey studied her intently, his gaze locking onto hers, until her eyes darted away, evasive and unsteady. In that case, add 2 more laps. Ah, what? Is that a complaint? No, none at all. Robin surrendered utterly, held fast powerless to resist. Every thought laid bare before him. He was terrifying. She dared not slacken pace nor mutter another insult. Fearful he might appear from anywhere at any moment. With leaden legs and hollow exhaustion, she trudged 5 full laps. Her body spent, her limbs impossibly heavy. Phew, I've finished Uncle Covey, she announced, elated despite numb limbs. She had completed his task. Good. Still far short of your senior sister's standard. Keep striving, Covey remarked coolly. Robin was now Covey's second disciple, undoubtedly less gifted than Rosa, who had awakened the Conqueror's Haki and possessed extraordinary swordsmanship talent. Huh, I have a senior sister. Robin blinked, bewildered. When had Uncle Covey secretly taken another apprentice? Of course. You're my second disciple. The elder sister is likely stationed with the Marines by now. Covey tilted his head slightly, wondering whether Rosa had reached Marine headquarters yet. With her gifts, she must be formidable by now. Robin's large eyes widened with curiosity. What's my senior sister like? Covey ruffled her hair, gently smiling. She's quite mischievous, forever plotting revenge against me. She thinks I don't know, but once while I slept she tried ambushing me. I taught her a sharp lesson, and she wept for an entire day. You, Robin, must obey without question, unlike your senior sister. Robin shrank back, nodding earnestly. Uncle Covey, I promise I'll never anger you. Not now. Later, when I find my senior sister, we'll team up and get our revenge. Alone she stood no chance, only submission. A plan quietly took root in her mind. Covey, utterly unaware of her scheming, smiled warmly. That's my good girl. Should trouble ever arise, seek out your senior sister. Remember, her name is Kaylin Rosa. Go to her with everything. Don't disturb me. Rose? All right, I understand. May I rest now, Uncle Covey? Ahem, rest sufficiently. Then 2 more laps. Robin froze in disbelief. Was Uncle Covey trying to kill her? What should she do? The frail Robin had no choice. She dragged her exhausted limbs forward lap after lap. Within her, resolve crystallized, grow stronger. One day, Nico, Robin, and senior sister Kaylin Rosa would stand united, delivering righteous retribution upon Uncle Covey. A year passed quietly. The monotonous training and studying made little Robin quite uncomfortable. Little Robin, starting today, we will train on new content. A year's time has honed little Robin's will and physique, and now we will begin to enhance her devil fruit abilities. Little Robin was surprised at what new tricks would Uncle Covey play today. In the past, he had always found ways to train, pressure, and stimulate her. This time, he wouldn't change it up again, would he? She hoped it wouldn't be too difficult. Uncle Covey, what are we training today? Covey raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Little Robin, do you know what the greatest weakness of a devil fruit user is? Little Robin, confused, replied, not being able to touch seawater. Covey had mentioned it casually before, and he didn't expect little Robin to remember it until now. Correct, once a devil fruit user falls into seawater, they will instantly lose their ability to resist. Covey gently patted her little head. Of course, this is true for the weak. A powerful devil fruit user can still maintain formidable combat strength even if they fall into seawater. For instance, Akiji can still freeze seawater using his fruit abilities. One of the calamities of the beast's pirates, the Ship King, can survive even after sinking to the ocean floor, which is likely related to his race. In the pirate world, the stronger a person is, the lesser the influence seawater has on them. Covey's upcoming special training for little Robin would be anti-seawater training. The goal isn't to be able to use devil fruit abilities in seawater, but at least to swim freely in it. Covey continued, starting today, you need to train your devil fruit abilities and undergo anti-seawater training. Little Robin had never come into contact with seawater due to her devil fruit, so she had no idea how much of a restraining effect it had on her abilities. She only heard Covey say that they would be training devil fruit abilities next, and she was very happy, thinking she wouldn't have to endure the grueling training every day anymore. Hooray, hooray. Uncle Covey, hurry, and take me to train. Little Robin thought she was finally escaping her suffering, but in reality, she was entering another abyss. Covey had a strange expression, puzzled as to why little Robin was so happy. Did she think the next training would be easy? Let's go, follow me. Covey turned around and led little Robin to the seaside. The vast ocean connected with the sky, a beautiful scene that would soon become little Robin's nightmare. Go ahead, feel the ocean. Covey pointed at the sea, indicating for little Robin to step forward. Little Robin was very curious about the ocean, as she had never had the opportunity before, and now she could finally experience it. She excitedly ran to the edge of the sea, testing the water with her little white foot. The moment her foot entered the seawater, a wave of cold washed over her. So refreshing. Then little Robin suddenly felt her whole body go limp, and she fell into the sea. Splashed. A small splash of water erupted. Face down, her tiny body floated in the sea, unable to breathe. Little Robin felt as if all her strength had drained away, as she lay limp in the water, suffocating, fear death, and a torrent of negative emotions surged in her heart. Am I going to die? A large hand grabbed the back of little Robin's neck and lifted her up, her limbs drooping down like a lifeless body. Kawi placed her in a dry spot, patiently waiting for the seawater to evaporate. Before long, little Robin regained her senses. Her awareness was clear, but she had lost control over her body. It was as terrifying as being pressed down by a ghost. She propped her trembling little hands and slowly sat up, looking at Kawi beside her. Kawi was setting up a chair and table along with an umbrella. The upcoming training would take place here. Even though he was putting little Robin through hardship, he couldn't let himself suffer as well. Little Robin looked at Kawi leisurely setting up the big umbrella and then at her own limp appearance. Feeling psychologically unbalanced, Uncle Kawi be a person. She shakily stood up and walked towards Kawi. Uncle Kawi, can I skip the anti-seawater training? I think physical training is quite good. Anti-seawater training was too terrifying. It was a torment and exercise for the mind. Although physical training was undoubtedly tough, this psychological exercise was even more frightening. Little Robin didn't want to experience that suffocating feeling again. Kawi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Little Robin, anti-seawater training is mandatory, but since you enjoy physical training so much, I'll add an extra session of physical training each day. There's always time to squeeze it in right. Kawi's words were like a devil's whisper, sending shivers down little Robin's spine. You are a true devil. Little Robin quickly hugged Kawi's arm, shaking it left and right, her little mouth pouting as she acted cute. Uncle Kawi, I was joking just now. I actually really like anti-seawater training. Little Robin couldn't win against Kawi and could only cry out insincere words. Huh. Still trying to fight me. Even your senior sister wouldn't stand a chance. The next day arrived. The two came to the seaside and little Robin laid down at the edge where the sand met the seawater, soaking her body in the sea while leaving her little head above water to breathe. Kawi lay on a chair sipping tea, enjoying a quiet retirement life. Waves washed over little Robin again and again, drenching her. She felt the power of the seawater. Her body wanted to move, but she had no strength at all. She could only calmly look at the sky, accepting the impact of the waves with the sound of the sea rolling in her ears. Uncle Kawi should be lying on the chair taking a big nap. How detestable. Making me suffer here while he enjoys himself. I hope I don't catch a break. 2 hours passed and little Robin had gone numb. She wanted to call for Uncle Kawi, but couldn't make a sound when she opened her mouth. At that moment, a figure appeared above her, looking down at her. Tisk, how pitiful. Kawi pulled little Robin out of the water, shook off the seawater from her, threw her over his shoulder, and walked toward the chair, placing her down to lie. Little Robin had 1,000 words in her heart, but didn't know how to express them. Who made her so pitiful? How could Uncle Kawi say such things? Every day 2 hours of anti-seawater training, and then we will develop the devil fruit. Once little Robin recovers, they can begin training. Kawi thought carefully. If a physically strong person consumes the horo fruit, they only need to conjure countless fists to pummel wildly. There's really no need for development. But for little Robin, that clearly wouldn't work. Surely she couldn't be sent to pound mountains for physical training every day. What if she turned into a living Barbie? Just thinking about that image made Kawi shake his head immediately. Absolutely not. So how should this fruit be developed? Kawi couldn't think of a good direction right now. Quantity, quality, or conceptual direction. Little Robin slowly stood up from the chair, feeling her body gradually regaining its senses, and waved her arms. Are you back to normal? Little Robin nodded, almost there. Next came the development of the devil fruit, which little Robin did not reject, so she did not continue to pretend to be weak. If the next step was physical training or continuing to resist seawater training, she was sure she could lie down for another 2 hours before getting up. Cubby looked at little Robin and asked, can you explain your abilities in detail? I'll analyze them. First, clarify the fruit's abilities, then decide on the development direction. Although Covey had seen the Hana no Mi in the anime, the specific effects and how to activate its abilities still needed to be understood by the user. Speaking of the devil fruit, it is worth mentioning that Covey's fruit ability is quite special. It primarily enhances his physique. Once he uses the fruit's ability, his body undergoes an epic enhancement akin to becoming a god or demon. The chaotic divine thunder is a new ability that appears when the fruit is developed to the awakening stage. Covey also did not know its exact power as he had yet to use it. Little Robin lowered her head in thought for a moment before organizing her words. Anywhere I can see a part of my body can grow. So that's how it is. Covey thought she could only generate hands and feet. Indeed, there are differences from the anime. After all, apart from hands and feet, other parts cannot be generated at will. Thinking back to the anime in his past life, where Robin generated smooth hands and feet, Covey couldn't imagine the scene of generating other parts. Cough, cough. Little Robin, remember, no matter when or what enemies you encounter, you can only generate hands to attack. You must not use your feet unless absolutely necessary, and other parts are absolutely off limits, even if it means death. Covey pointed at little Robin's head. Did you hear me? Little Robin couldn't understand why Uncle Covey required her to do this, but she nodded nonetheless, as Uncle Covey surely had his reasons. I understand now. Covey felt relieved. Regarding the development of the Hana Nomi, Covey had no clear ideas, but teaching Little Robin was relatively easy. He simply needed to explain the future development and understanding of this fruit to her present self. Covey shared Little Robin's future techniques with her current self, truly taking a nice shortcut. To maximize the fruit's capabilities, the best approach would still be to learn Haki. Mastering Haki would greatly enhance the fruit's potential. From then on, Little Robin's daily tasks became clear. In the morning, she would lie in the sea to strengthen her resistance to seawater from the devil fruit. In the afternoon, she would develop her fruit abilities, and in the evening, she would learn archaeology from Alvia. Life was fulfilling with something to do at every moment, unlike Covey, who spent his days either drinking tea or fishing or disguising himself as a strange old man wandering around within the Revolutionary Army. Dragon occasionally came to discuss some issues with him, and apart from that, the one who had the best relationship with him in the Revolutionary Army was Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma was a gentle and kind person. Due to his family's circumstances, he decided to join the Revolutionary Army, hoping that one day no one in the world would suffer oppression and exploitation. Covey had taught him a lot, and his ideological awareness had greatly improved. If one were to say who idolized Covey the most in the Revolutionary Army aside from Dragon, it would be Kuma. Covey was also curious about him, particularly about his devil fruit. Just look at him. He had somehow developed a useless fruit, so comprehensively, with abilities for attack, defense, healing, teleportation, and more. Indeed, there are no useless fruits, only useless people. And so 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Little Robin had grown a bit. After 2 years of seawater resistance training, she could now swim freely in the sea, although she could not use her fruit abilities while in the water. Her fruit abilities had also developed considerably, though her Haki had not yet awakened. According to Covey's observations, her physical condition still needed improvement. However, it would be soon once she awakened her Haki, the power of the Hana Nomi would be able to reveal itself. Senior Covey, are you really leaving? Yes, Uncle Covey, at least say goodbye to Robin. At this moment, Alvia, Dragon, and Kumis stood by the sea watching Covey board a small boat. I'm just going out for a look. I'm not leaving for good. And whatever you do, don't let little Robin go out to sea until she's at least 18. Did you hear me? Having been here for so long, Covey felt a bit bored. Going out for a walk and making a few capable friends for the Revolutionary Army could be considered a small contribution for him as a nominal leader of the Revolutionary Army. He left, and the three watched him depart. He didn't tell little Robin, otherwise she would have cried and made a fuss. Sure enough, after a day, without seeing Covey, little Robin searched everywhere, and Alvia finally told her that Covey had left. Where did Uncle Covey go? Why hasn't he come back so late? Little Robin's attachment to Covey even surpassed that of Alvia. Alvia felt a bit jealous, after all, who was Robin's real mother. Of course, this was understandable, as little Robin was raised solely by Covey. He went out to sea. Alvia squatted down in front of little Robin and patted her head. Little Robin's expression changed drastically. What? He ran away again. Her pale face showed a hint of anger. Covey uncle had abandoned her again. How could he be so unreasonable? Little Robin, don't be angry. Oh, Uncle Covey will come back. Alvia quickly comforted her. She couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Why hadn't she seen little Robin this upset when she had left? Did Uncle Covey hold a higher position in little Robin's heart than she did? Impossible. It must have been because Robin was too young to understand anything when she left. Yes, it must be that way. Alvia consoled herself in her heart. Little Robin pouted angrily. Mom, I want to go out to sea too. I can protect myself now. Alvia's expression changed. Absolutely not. You're still so young. How can I let you go out to sea alone? Plus, Uncle Covey said you can only go out to sea after you turn 18. Little Robin became even more upset, pouting and turning away, refusing to look at Alvia. It was all Uncle Covey's fault. Why could he go out to sea while not allowing others to do the same? Poor little Robin's plan to go out to sea to find Covey was dashed. She secretly cursed Covey to never find a wife in his lifetime. Covey was unknowingly remembered by little Robin. Last time he had only knocked her out, and after a month away she had missed him for an unknowable amount of time. This time, he would be gone for an unknown number of years. When they met again, who knew how angry little Robin would be? Little Robin declared, just you wait, I won't let you down. A month later, on an unknown island, Kawi stored the ship in the system space to avoid a situation like that of O'Hara. After drifting with the waves for a month, Kawi had no idea where he was now. He set sail without any specific purpose, just going with the flow, wandering around, bullying the weak and experiencing life. Upon stepping onto the island, a sense of desolation washed over him. Could it be a deserted island? Kawi felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart. Drifting for a month, he hoped not to see a single shadow. Kawi took steps deeper into the island, finding the surroundings unusually quiet. Just as he pondered this, a baboon suddenly jumped out, holding a large knife resembling a cross. It was quite robust, followed by a group of baboons, each glaring at Kawi armed with weapons. It made a loud warning growl, seemingly cautioning Kawi. Seeing this, Kawi felt a surge of joy. This place seemed familiar. Could it be where that person resided? That would be fun. Ignoring the baboons, Kawi continued deeper into the island. The leading baboon appeared enraged. Roar! It let out a furious roar, waving its arm forward, prompting all the smaller ones to charge at Kawi, wanting to drive this intruder away. Baboons have a strong territorial instinct and are quite intelligent. Facing these baboons, Kawi felt no interest in fighting. He slightly leaked a hint of Conqueror's Haki, scaring the group of baboons away. Kawi was somewhat surprised that they did not faint. Although he had only released a trace of Conqueror's Haki, it was indeed of the highest caliber. The power of it was evident. It seemed these baboons were not simple. The leading baboon glanced deeply at Kawi, then waved its hand and turned to leave, with the others following closely behind. Kawi continued deeper into the island and soon saw a castle nestled deep within the forest. It exuded a classical Western aura, slightly eerie. A proud young man stood in front of the castle, waving a large cross sword in his hand. Kawi recognized the sword at a glance. It was the Black Blade, Knight, the supreme great sword. The identity of the young man was clear. He was the future's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Hey, old man, who are you? Get out of here. Mihawk stopped and turned to scrutinize this stranger encroaching on his territory. Kawi's expression darkened. He was barely over 50, just a bit of gray hair, and this young man called him old man. Clearly, he hadn't experienced the hardships of society. Young man, I am lost. May I stay with you for a while? Kawi feigned a difficult expression, pretending to be a pitiful old man. But who was Mihawk? He wouldn't care about your being lost. If you intrude on his territory, you either leave on your own, or he will make you leave. Old man, I'm warning you, leave quickly, or I won't hold back. His fierce gaze swept over Kawi. He was not a philanthropist. No wonder you are Mihawk, proud, disdainful, and lacking respect for elders. It's not good for a young man to have such a twisted personality. Kawi showed a helpless expression, no longer pretending to be pitiful. I want to leave too, but I have no ship. Mihawk's face darkened. No ship? Are you kidding? There are no other islands within hundreds of nautical miles. Did you fly here? I don't care, just leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Mihawk swung the black sword in his hand, pointing it at Kawi. The meaning was clear: if you don't leave, I will take action. Kawi was unfazed, even picking his nose casually, his expression indifferent. If I don't leave, what will you do? Are you going to bully an old man like me? Mihawk had no concept of respecting elders. In his eyes, the strong are always right regardless of your identity. Oomph. He said, no more, swinging his arm, a slash erupting from the tip of his sword, charging towards Kawi. He held nothing back. The ordinary slash contained great power. Kawi slightly sidestepped, dodging the blade's light. This kid truly did not hold back at all. Normally, a regular person would have perished under this slash. However, the power of this sword light was too dispersed. It diminished significantly at a distance, indicating room for improvement in his swordsmanship. Kid, what's up? Such a slow sword energy. Can it even hit anyone? Kawi scoffed, disdainfully, full of sarcasm. You can't do it. You still need practice. Moi. Mihawk paused, clearly not expecting Kawi to dodge his attack. Though it was just a casual strike, it wasn't something an ordinary person could evade. It seemed this old man had some skill, but not much. Then Mihawk swung his arm again, unleashing a dazzling sword energy that rapidly charged towards Kawi. This time the power was evidently greater and the speed faster. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy was before Kawi. Mihawk calmly watched the scene, seemingly already envisioning Kawi being cut in two. However, Kawi merely shifted his body slightly, and the sword energy grazed past him. Bang! It split the large tree behind him in half. Kawi yawned, maximizing his mocking tone. Is this it? Kid, are you really that weak? Mihawk was shocked. The first time could be excused as a casual strike, but this second time, he was serious, yet he still failed to hit this old man with ease. Is it observation Haki? But I can use observation Haki too. Why doesn't it work like this? Mihawk questioned, inwardly unable to comprehend how such a fast attack could be avoided. Kawi only wanted to laugh. This was not ordinary observation Haki. While typical observation Haki might indeed miss, mine was a foresight of the future. How could it be the same? Hurry up, kid, what other tricks do you have? I'm tired now and want to rest in this castle. Kawi acted as if it were a matter of course, completely disregarding Mihawk's frowning face. You want to rest at my place? Did you ask for my opinion? Mihawk's emotions were thrown into disarray by Kawi's antics. Get out of here, you filthy old man. An enraged Mihawk wielded his sword wildly, slashing, unleashing countless sword techniques. Kawi moved with the ease of a stroll, skillfully avoiding each sword energy. Mihawk continued to swing desperately, while Kawi effortlessly dodged all the sword energies, until Mihawk was left panting heavily. Kid, who taught you to swing your sword like this? Isn't this just pure brute force? Each sword energy is too dispersed, consuming stamina and lacking power. If all swordsmen were like you, why even practice swordsmanship? Just train your stamina every day instead. Mihawk's expression darkened. He could accept being called weak, but not being insulted for not knowing how to use a sword. What gives you the right to say that about me? Who's the swordsman here, you or me? Just because you dodged a few attacks, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? Mihawk articulated the longest sentence he had ever spoken, clearly very angered by Kawi. Kid, it seems you are a bit unconvinced. Kavi bent down to pick up a branch from the ground, waving it slightly. Let's use this. He looked at the furious Mihawk and said, come on, let me show you whether I am right or not. Mihawk was filled with anger and confusion. Oh, what did he mean? You think you can fight me with a branch? You underestimate me. Mihawk felt insulted, a blatant insult. He swung his sword and stepped forward, launching attack after attack towards Kavi. However, to Kavi, all of his movements seemed to be in slow motion. Kavi could see through all the weaknesses in his techniques, clearly picking up the branch and casually thrusting it out to block Mihawk's sword strikes. Mihawk's attacks came one after another, but Kavi countered them all with the branch. Then he thrust the branch forward, and with a loud clang, Mihawk's sword fell to the ground. Your strength is scattered, your intentions clear, every move is filled with flaws. Kid, do you believe it now? Kavi said, slowly retracting the still intact branch. Mihawk was dazed, standing still as his sword was knocked away. Was he still considered a swordsman? He began to question himself. Why was this old man able to defeat him with just a branch? Was his swordsmanship really that poor? No, it's not that my swordsmanship is poor. It's just that this old man's swordsmanship is too strong enough to see through my intentions at a glance, strong enough to defeat me with a branch. Regaining his composure, Mihawk firmed his resolve. A swordsman must have a strong heart, or one can lose, but cannot become dejected because of it. He raised his head and looked at Kavi. Senior, can you tell me how you did that? Kavi was surprised. Oh, the kid is no longer arrogant, or I thought he could still be stubborn. Mihawk is a man who strives for the strongest swordsmanship. How could he fall here? A real man can bend and stretch. Ahem, actually it's quite simple. Your strength is too scattered, which increases the area of force during your attacks, reducing the power of your sword techniques. Do you understand about breaking a surface with a point? Mihawk looked bewildered. No one ever taught me these things. Is there that much to learn in sword practice? Can't I just swing the sword hard in practice? Seeing Mihawk didn't understand, Kavi didn't want to elaborate. In any case, if you want to reach my level, you still need to practice. Mihawk nodded in response. Then, Senior, can you teach me? To become stronger, being flexible and adaptable is exactly what Mihawk embodies. As long as he can become stronger, he won't care about his pride. Kavi looked at Mihawk with newfound respect. Just 2 minutes ago, he was cursing at me, and now he's asking me to teach him. Is he thinking too simply? Well, teaching you isn't impossible, but I'm a bit hungry right now. Kavi rubbed his belly, indicating that he was very hungry. When a person is hungry, they lack spirit. Whether he can teach well or not is uncertain. Mihawk, hearing this, had black lines appearing on his forehead. Senior, please hurry inside. It's chilly outside. He'll make you dinner. Although he felt displeased, he endured it for the sake of becoming stronger. He hurried forward, inviting Kavi to his home as a guest. Kavi naturally didn't stand on ceremony, walking boldly into the castle, treating it as his own home. Upon entering the castle, a sense of elegance wafted in. The interior was very tidy and clean. It seemed Mihawk also valued cleanliness, which pleased Kavi. Sitting down at the dining table, Kavi looked around. Kid, go make dinner, I'm hungry. Mihawk was speechless. Was this my home or yours? Am I your servant? He thought this, but still obediently went to prepare dinner. After all, when under someone else's roof, one has to lower their head. Moreover, he had needs from Kavi. In a short while, Mihawk brought out 2 plates of cooked steak, placing one in front of Kavi. He also opened a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for each of them. The sense of ritual was abundant. Besides being obsessed with swordsmanship, Mihawk was also quite particular about food. In short, he was an elegant man. Kavi picked up the steak and took a bite, but tasted good. Then he took another sip of red wine. Good wine. This kid Mihawk really knows how to enjoy life. While living alone in such a large house, he still maintains a decent lifestyle, and no one comes to disturb him on the island. Peaceful. Tisk tisk envy. Hey kid, this little bit isn't enough to fill the gaps in your teeth. No wonder you look so thin. Hurry up and make some more. Mihawk's face turned black upon hearing this. How much longer will this go on? I haven't even finished eating. What's wrong? Are you sick? Your face looks so bad. Do you want me to take a look? My medical skills are quite good. Kavi looked at Mihawk, pretending to be concerned. No. Mihawk snapped back, angrily returning to the kitchen to grill more steak, this time directly grilling 10 pieces at once. Not full. They'll make you stuffed. In no time, 10 sizzling pieces of steak were ready. He carried them to Kavi's side and set them down. Kavi happily dug in, eating meat and drinking wine. What a delight. After consuming 10 pieces of steak, he finally felt satisfied and stretched lazily. I'm tired of him going to rest first. You can take your time cleaning up, KV said, casually heading towards Mihawk's bedroom. Hey, that's my room. And what about teaching me? Mihawk was furious and blocked Covey's path. KV waved his hand, pushing him aside. They'll teach you tomorrow. I'm tired and need to sleep now. KV was someone who adhered to a healthy routine. That's how one lives long. Mihawk wanted to stop KV from entering his room, but his strength felt like that of a child before KV. Dragged by KV, they arrived at the bedroom, and KV simply fell onto Mihawk's bed, snoring away. No matter how Mihawk pulled, there was no response. Mihawk felt despaired. It seemed he had invited a big daddy. He couldn't argue, nor could he fight, feeling utterly frustrated. He could only helplessly return to clean the dishes and then sleep with his black knife in the living room for the night. Since he had always lived alone and only had one bed, now it was occupied by KV. He had no choice but to make do and sleep in the living room for the night. KV obviously knew there was only one bed, otherwise why would he take over? Wouldn't that leave him with no place to rest? As an old man, he certainly couldn't sleep in the living room. Mihawk was young. Young people should exercise more and endure hardships. When they grow old, they will realize that this kind of hardship is better left untouched. KV slept soundly until the next morning when he slowly woke up. Stretching, he looked out the window. The sky was already faintly bright. He got up and went to the living room, finding a breakfast laid out on the table, clearly left for KV. This kid is not bad. Sitting down to enjoy today's breakfast, he felt like a lord, relaxed and leisurely. After Kaiwei finished his breakfast and stepped outside, he saw Mihawk engaged in battle with a baboon. It was the very same leader baboon from yesterday, with the rest of its gang watching from the sidelines. The leader baboon's moves were strikingly similar to Mihawk's, showcasing its remarkable ability to mimic and learn, almost matching Mihawk's strength by 80%. Fighting this baboon felt akin to battling oneself. No wonder someone could reach such a level of cultivation alone. This truly is an excellent place for novice training. This baboon leader would undoubtedly become a strong warrior in the future. Speaking of which, are the animals in the pirate world a bit too intelligent? Baboons, and even kung fu manatees, for instance. It might even cultivate armed Haki. This is quite absurd. If the golden lion were to train a group of Haki-wielding animals, they might truly have a chance to dominate the world. Unfortunately, his head was smashed by the ship's helm while researching biological sciences. Kaiwei shook his head, no longer pondering these thoughts, and focused his attention back on Mihawk and the baboon. The duel between Mihawk and the baboon was evenly matched. The baboon wielded a massive cross sword, executing moves so skillfully that any ordinary person might mistake it for a human in disguise. At that moment, Mihawk noticed Kaiwei had come out and decided to conclude his battle with the baboon quickly. Today, he aimed to learn something even more formidable and had no time to play with these baboons. With increased intensity and no restraint, Mihawk quickly forced the baboon back. The leader seemed accustomed to such an outcome, showing no signs of anger as it led its gang away to reflect on the day's battle. One day it would defeat Mihawk and become the strongest swordsman on this island. It was a baboon with aspirations. If a baboon lacked dreams, what difference would it have from a salted fish? It refused to become a mere salted fish baboon. As the baboons departed, Mihawk turned around and approached Kaiwei, his expression filled with excitement. Senior, can you teach me now? Kaiwei did not respond, but walked over to a tree, signaling Mihawk to follow. Mihawk followed, puzzled by what was happening. Kaiwei picked a single leaf, an ordinary leaf with no armed Haki surrounding it. Kid, pay close attention. The leaf glided gently through the air in Kaiwei's hand, making a sharp sound. Bang! The tree was sliced in half, revealing a smooth surface before their eyes. Kaiwei waved the leaf in front of Mihawk, smiling. Did you see that, kid? Mihawk's eyes widened in shock, his scalp tingling. How is this possible? He rushed forward to observe the smooth tree stump. Not to mention cutting down a tree, even splitting a stone, was within Mihawk's capabilities. However, he needed to use his black sword to cut through stone. He would also require armed Haki to achieve that. Yet Kaiwei simply used a leaf without any Haki to effortlessly slice through the tree, completely overturning Mihawk's understanding of swordsmanship. How could it be impossible? I've said long ago that your swordsmanship barely scratches the surface, not even reaching the threshold of mastery. Kaiwei remained calm. Although he wasn't a pure swordsman, his swordsmanship had attained a very high level, making it easy to guide a novice. In my heyday, my swordsmanship was unparalleled. I began training at a young age, achieving mastery by 10, exploring various styles, by 20, excelling in fast, slow, soft, and heavy swords. By 30, I was invincible, and by 40, I comprehended the unity of man and sword. By 50, I no longer needed a sword. Flowers, grass, and trees could all become my sword. As he spoke, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Kaiwei, the fierce sword aura causing Mihawk's skin to sting, the terrifying pressure making it difficult for him to raise his head. He could only muster all his strength to look up at Kaiwei, as if he saw countless sword intents swirling around him, a peerless demon sword standing behind him, exuding an otherworldly aura. He was astonished, never expecting this old man's swordsmanship to be so terrifying. Kaiwei felt a surge of satisfaction inside, thinking, how about that young man? Are you impressed by this old man? Revealing one's prowess in front of others felt so exhilarating. No wonder protagonists in novels all excelled at flaunting their talents. Kid, what do you think? Do you want to learn it? Kaiwei's voice was filled with temptation. Young man, I have a supreme secret manual here. Whether or not you wish to learn is entirely up to you. As for how much you can learn, that depends on your effort. Mihawk snapped back to reality from his astonishment. Some things aren't simply learned by wishing for a teacher. Strong individuals have their own methods of cultivation, and they generally don't pass them down. Everyone fears teaching their disciples, leading to their own demise, but not Kaiwei. If he decides to teach you, he will certainly impart everything he knows. As for how well you learn, that's up to you. He didn't worry about teaching his disciples and starving himself. As long as he was alive, it was impossible for any disciple to surpass him. He had that confidence. Not everyone had the same advantages. A glint of determination flashed in Mihawk's eyes as he resolutely declared, Senior, please teach me. He aspired to learn and become the world's strongest swordsman, the #1 swordsman. A vision of a woman flashed through his mind, calling Rosa. Before long, I will surpass you. I have a master to assist me. Mihawk paused, recalling that Rosa seemed to have a master as well, but he dismissed it. How could her master possibly be stronger than the one before him? Mihawk firmly believed Kaiwei was far superior to Rosa's master. As long as he followed his senior's teachings, it wouldn't be long before he became stronger until he became the best. Kaiwei had no idea what this foolish kid was thinking, nor did he need to know. He only needed to guide him through the basics. The rest of the journey was for Mihawk to walk on his own. He took out a set of equipment from the system's space, a set of weighted gear he had kept from training little Rosa. He tossed it to Mihawk, saying, Kid, put this on and follow me. Mihawk received the weighted gear confused. Aren't we learning swordsmanship? Why do I have to wear this heavy gear? Although puzzled, he donned it without hesitation as long as it would aid his cultivation. Wearing 100 pounds of weight pressed against him felt somewhat burdensome, but it didn't hinder his movement. He followed Kaiwei to the edge of the island. Kaiwei pointed to the sea below the cliff and smiled. Any form of cultivation cannot be separated from physical training. Kid, your physique is decent, but it's far from enough to step into the realm of swordsmanship. Jump in and swim around the island for a few laps. Let's start with this in the morning, and we can discuss the rest in the afternoon. Having said that, Kaiwei left, returning to the castle to continue enjoying his wine, tea, and life. Mihawk didn't need supervision. He was eager to grow stronger, understanding that Kaiwei wasn't leading him astray. He jumped into the sea and began swimming, the weight feeling particularly heavy in the water. If he wasn't careful, he could sink to the bottom. Mihawk could only swim with all his might, and even so his speed remained quite slow. After merely swimming half a lap, Mihawk already felt exhausted, his limbs beginning to weaken. The heaviness enveloped him, causing his consciousness to blur. He could not stop. If he did, he would sink to the bottom of the sea, with only death awaiting him. Using sheer willpower to move his limbs, he persevered through the lap. At this moment, his limbs were completely numb, relying solely on his determination, moving like a machine. Grinding through the last lap, Mihawk crawled onto the shore, panting heavily. Lying on a rock, he gasped for air, his limbs limp, his gaze staring vacantly at the sky. He had made it through, and Mihawk felt that being alive was truly wonderful. The training in the morning had already exhausted him, and he had no idea what awaited him in the afternoon. His body was weary, yet his heart was filled with joy. Under such training intensity, it was hard not to grow stronger. Dragging his weary body slowly back to the castle, he saw Kaiwei lounging comfortably with tea and wine on the table, looking relaxed and at ease. Instantly, Mihawk felt a sense of imbalance. Although he wanted to grow stronger, Kaiwei shouldn't be so leisurely. Kaiwei lifted his head slightly, opening his eyes, and said, You're back good, earlier than I expected. Since you're back, let's prepare lunch first. After eating, we can continue the afternoon training, Kaiwei stated matter-of-factly. Mihawk walked into the kitchen as a matter of course, starting to prepare lunch for the day. He did not resist, knowing that resistance was futile, especially since he was very tired and did not want to argue with Kaiwei. Accepting his fate, Mihawk dutifully began cooking. It was impossible to ask Kaiwei to cook. With free labor available, why not take advantage of it? He would never pass up an opportunity to slack off. This was a training for the youth. Kaiwei continued to lie comfortably, waiting. All household chores and miscellaneous tasks were handled by Mihawk alone. He had long since gotten used to it, and now there was merely an additional person. What Kaiwei had to do was simply enjoy life and impart a bit of useful knowledge in the process. This little bit of knowledge would be beneficial for a lifetime, making the transaction quite worthwhile. After lunch, Kaiwei produced a heavy sword weighing 200 pounds from somewhere. He tossed it to Mihawk, knowing he had a certain foundation and could handle the heaviest right away, as lighter weights would not provide the desired training effect. The afternoon training is quite simple. Just swing the sword. Let's say 30,000 times, Kawaii instructed. Swinging a sword was a training that was both extremely simple and crucial. One's swordsmanship level can be discerned from the way they swing their sword. Lifting heavy weights effortlessly, the way to greatness, is simplicity itself. Kawaii's swordsmanship had already reached a state of returning to simplicity. Each move was without a fixed pattern, as natural as breathing. Mihawk had reached this point. Kawaii was unsure, but he knew he would definitely reach the pinnacle of this world. Just like his great disciple, both had high talents in swordsmanship, and their future achievements would certainly be substantial. Kawaii estimated that little Rosa was now at about 60 to 70% of his level. As for the current Mihawk, he had not yet reached even the first or second tier of Kawaii's level. After all, the road was still long and must be walked step by step. Little Rosa also came up gradually. One day they would all find their own path in swordsmanship. Stepping into new realms, Mihawk took the heavy sword, which felt weighty, yet his heart was steadfast. Raise the sword, swing the sword. The actions repeated continuously. He did not care whether he could complete 30,000 swings. He just needed to keep swinging, thinking of nothing else, with only one thought in his mind: swing the sword. 100 times, 200 times, 500 times. His speed gradually slowed. Yet the motion continued without stopping. By the time he reached 10,000 swings, his hands began to tremble, and he was drenched in sweat. Lifting his trembling hands, he continued to swing the sword. The goal of 30,000 swings was achieved. He dropped the heavy sword and collapsed onto the ground, feeling the stabbing pain and numbness in his arms. This is the process of becoming stronger. The world only sees the glamorous side of the swordsman, witnessing a single sword slice through thousands of miles, marveling at the talent in swordsmanship. Yet they do not know the arduous training behind it. While talent is undoubtedly important, effort is indispensable. The most terrifying thing is having both high talent and extreme diligence, leaving no room for others. After a brief rest, Mihawk selflessly took on the task of preparing dinner without Kawaii needing to say anything. Kawaii felt quite gratified observing that Mihawk required no supervision for training, actively striving to grow stronger while knowing how to respect his elder. Then he looked at little Rosa and little Robin, and neither of them made things easy for him. One was always thinking of avenging their master, and the other was constantly looking for ways to slack off. He truly worried about them. Mihawk, if it weren't for the fact that I hadn't defeated you, would you still be acting like a big shot here? Unbeknownst to Mihawk, he was actually considered the most obedient and understanding student in Kawaii's eyes. In the following days, Mihawk trained diligently, without needing Kawaii's reminders, waking up early each day, donning weights, and starting his swimming, his physique growing stronger. His sword swings became increasingly swift. Time always flew by when it was filled with meaningful activities. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Mihawk could clearly feel his own growth, particularly in terms of physique. At first, swimming 2 laps with weights had nearly cost him his life, but now he could casually swim 5 laps. After finishing his swim, he was still in great condition. His swordsmanship had also improved with faster swings, greater strength, reduced fatigue, and visibly increased power. Yet he still could not achieve cutting a tree with a single leaf. Not even a branch could he sever. He sensed that Kawaii had not taught him everything, particularly something very important. Indeed, Kawaii still had some things left to teach him. It wasn't that he refused, but rather that the time had not yet come. The improvement of swordsmanship requires a process. If I teach you the most advanced techniques, yet you cannot even swing your sword correctly, what is the use? It is unwise to bestow an unparalleled sword to someone who cannot even wield a sword. At the very least, one must first be taught how to practice with it. Mihawk had good talent and worked hard, and through his efforts he would ultimately reach that level. Kawaii only needed to find a suitable opportunity to give him a push, allowing him to naturally comprehend the mysteries within the sword. Though Kawaii could offer him shortcuts, taking shortcuts comes with a price. Once one takes the easy route, they may want to do so again and again until they ultimately do not wish to exert effort at all. If power comes too easily and the mindset is not achieved, it will lead to trouble. Mihawk possessed this talent. There was no need for shortcuts. One step at a time would suffice. A solid foundation and a strong heart are both indispensable. This is how a strong person is forged. Do not be fooled by how young Luffy is as a king. That is all due to a solid foundation. Just look at how he spent his childhood always on the edge of death. And look deep into his heart. His ideal is to become the pirate king, such a simple aspiration. It is this pure and steadfast heart that makes him so powerful. The path to strength is arduous and monotonous. Mihawk endured another 2 months of grueling training. Young Mihawk, the first phase of your cultivation concludes today. We now advance to the next stage, Covey declared, standing atop the mountain peak as the dawn sun rose slowly on the horizon. Pale morning light bathed them both. warm yet utterly devoid of scorching heat. From today onward you shall cultivate here each morning and evening. Mihawk frowned in bewilderment. What could possibly be cultivated at this barren summit? Was he expected merely to watch the sunrise and sunset? Noticing Mihawk's confusion, Covey smiled gently and explained, "Your foundation is now solid. Maintain physical conditioning in your spare time to steadily enhance your bodily resilience. Beyond that, follow me here for cultivation." With that, Covey settled into lotus position facing the rising sun. Indeed, the next phase was meditation, not for immortality or Taoist transcendence, but to attune oneself to nature and fortify the spirit. Skeptical Mihawk wore an incredulous expression as he gazed at Covey seated cross-legged. "Is this truly cultivation? You're not deceiving me again, are you? Just follow along. Whose understanding runs deeper, yours or mine?" Covey replied with a faint smile. Meditation was not the end goal, but a means to still the restless mind. To master observation Haki at its highest echelons, mere evasion drills, like dodging falling stones, proved insufficient. Covey himself had attained mastery primarily through disciplined inner cultivation. Though he appeared idle, lounging daily in a chair as if indulging in leisure, he was in truth perpetually immersed in contemplation and silent meditation. He had even conducted personal experiments to verify whether such practice yielded tangible results, and astonishingly it did. Most notably, his conqueror's Haki and observation Haki advanced more rapidly than his armament Haki. After all, Covey received incremental physical enhancements daily through a ritualized sign-in system, and armament Haki's potency was directly tied to physical constitution. Conqueror's Haki, however, could only be honed through sheer will and internal discipline. That it surpassed armament Haki in growth rate under these conditions confirmed the method's profound efficacy. This technique was Covey's own discovery, an intuitive self-forged path of cultivation, now entrusted to Mihawk in hopes it would bear fruit in his hands. Mihawk, with no choice but to comply, sat cross-legged beside him, eyes softly closed. Then Covey's voice murmured near his ear, "Release all thought. Breathe deeply. Feel the wind's subtle currents. Yet do not fall asleep." Covey himself had once succumbed to slumber during his very first attempt. So deeply absorbed, he drifted off entirely. Insomniacs take note. Mihawk stilled his breath and posture, only to begin snoring softly moments later. Boom! Mihawk jolted awake, only to meet Covey's half-flitted, unwavering gaze. A shiver ran down his spine. Hastily straightening his posture, he resumed meditation. He'd fallen asleep, humiliating beyond words. Worse still, how could such drowsiness possibly forge strength? Cease these wandering thoughts. Covey's sharp rebuke echoed in his ears. Mihawk trembled inwardly. Could this man truly read his very thoughts? Was he not terrifying beyond measure? Covey sighed inwardly. Mihawk's emotions were written plainly across his face, as if begging to be deciphered. Thereafter, day after day, Mihawk joined Covey atop the peak, dawn and dusk alike, for silent meditation. In the intervals between, he trained his body relentlessly. His days grew rich with purpose. After one full month of such disciplined practice, Mihawk finally sensed something extraordinary. As always, he followed Covey to their familiar spot and sank into meditation, entering deep stillness within 10 minutes, breathing with serene length and feeling the wind's gentle caress. Suddenly the world transformed. Everything sharpened into crystalline clarity. Even with eyes closed, he perceived every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, sensing their quiet rhythmic respiration. Distinct patterns emerged vividly in his mind: the grass's breath, a delicate languid pulse; the stones, a dense grounded rhythm. The inner mechanics of all things lay bare before him. To align with their flow accelerated their motion, to oppose it, crack, shattered it. Mihawk snapped his eyes open and brushed his finger lightly across a nearby blade of grass. Show. It parted cleanly. It worked. He leapt to his feet, shouting, "I did it." In that instant, conviction flooded him. This was real. The old man had told no lies. Exhilaration surged, wordless and overwhelming. Covey watched him, passively shaking his head. "Boy, you've barely crossed the threshold. Don't get carried away. Seize and savor this sensation now." Covey offered no further guidance. The youth's impatience was palpable. Elated, Mihawk immediately tried again, sweeping his finger across the grass. Yet nothing happened. The blade stood unbroken. Stunned, he repeated the motion. Still no change. Frowning deeply, he whispered, "What went wrong?" Covey smiled faintly. "Patience, boy. Your heart races too fast." Mihawk blinked. Realization struck. In his euphoria, he'd utterly forgotten the precise quality of that fleeting awareness. Hurriedly, he sat once more, but the state eluded him, refusing return. Alas, the moment slipped through his fingers. When the next would come remained uncertain. Yet Mihawk felt no despair. If it had happened once, it would happen again. This youth possessed admirable temperament, resilient, self-correcting. Mastery would arrive sooner than expected. From then on, Mihawk meditated ceaselessly, day and night, as if possessed. Covey urged him to rest. Mihawk refused to listen. Sometimes upon waking, Covey found the boy dark-eyed and hollow-cheeked, fearing he might collapse from exhaustion at any moment. Mihawk was not unhinged. Rather, that transcendent state was too exquisite to abandon. He entered it several more times. Reality, shifted essence, unveiled, ineffably wondrous. His observation Haki surged exponentially, from sensing the breath of grass to trees to stone, each revealing its unique rhythm and inherent vulnerability. With a single precise touch, he could exploit those weaknesses, toppling them effortlessly. Marvelous. Covey stared at Mihawk, seated motionless from dawn till dusk, speechless, his own meals now neglected, forcing him back into the kitchen. After all, the boy was in the crucible of breakthrough. Interruptions were forbidden. And so Mihawk glimpsed Covey's true nature, a master chef who deliberately foisted cooking duties upon him. Now Mihawk trained all day, returning each evening to a warm, expertly prepared meal, living in quiet contentment. Covey, however, grew increasingly irritable. Boy, were you born starved. How much can one person possibly eat? He grumbled incessantly. Perhaps he shouldn't have taught the boy at all. Was this young man truly a cultivation demon incarnate? Only Mihawk himself knew what drove him. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the morning, Mihawk ascended the mountain peak as usual to seek enlightenment, but this time a sword lay before him, his cherished blade, the Black Sword Knight. The hilt resembling a chaotic cross, and the pitch-black blade seemed to express a sense of solitude and strength. The world's strongest black sword was not merely a claim. He was Mihawk's brother, having followed him long ago. He too had life and breath waiting for his master's recognition to unleash a more dazzling brilliance. Mihawk felt a pang of guilt for not having noticed his brother's thoughts all this time. Today he would connect with his longtime companion in spirit and achieve the unity of man and sword. Sitting cross-legged, he soon entered a state of ethereal calm, as everything around him seemed to freeze at that moment. Dots of light began to emerge, gathering into clear, flowing patterns. The breathing of all things unfolded before Mihawk's eyes, clearly visible. Only the black sword before him remained utterly dark. Mihawk sat in stillness for 1 hour, then 2, until dusk, unmoving. Finally, a faint light emerged from within the black sword in Mihawk's mind. 1 point, then 2 more, and more, converging into a dazzling pattern that was strong and proud, just like its master. At this moment, Mihawk and the Black Sword Knight became one, achieving the unity of man and sword. At last, Mihawk truly entered the realm of swordsmanship. Sensing the aura from the black sword, Mihawk opened his eyes and picked it up. Brother, do you also wish to grow stronger with me? The black sword quivered slightly, emitting a humming sound. Mihawk smiled. I understand. He rarely set sail, and the first time he did, he encountered someone stronger than himself. Since then, he seldom ventured out to sea, practicing swordsmanship on the island every day, neglecting the feelings of the Black Sword Knight. As the strongest black sword, it naturally craved battle. It needed combat to improve itself. How long had it been since it fought a strong opponent aside from that old man Kawi? Mihawk felt a surge of confidence. After such a long time of cultivation, he sensed that he was no longer the person he used to be. Now he could defeat the baboon leader with just one strike. He had already stood up, but he was unsure if he could defeat that old man Kawi. After so long, he still couldn't gauge the depth of Kawi's abilities. Should he challenge him? Mihawk thought, his heart suddenly trembling. Perhaps it was better to let it go. He didn't want to get beaten up and would rather wait a few more years. Back at the castle after dinner, Kawi, as usual, went to bed early. His routine remained healthy and sound. Mihawk, however, couldn't sleep, feeling conflicted. Should he challenge the old man Kawi or venture out to test himself against other strong opponents? His strength was increasing rapidly, and the baboons on the island could no longer keep up with his progress. He wanted to know where he truly stood, but realized he must fight strong opponents. However, he couldn't push himself too hard nor face someone too weak. Crushing victories held no reference value. Tossing and turning, the night passed. Early the next morning, Kawi woke up to see a weary Mihawk and asked in confusion, "You didn't use your hand again, did you? As an elder, I must advise you, your body is the foundation of your endeavors, so don't overdo it." After saying this, he patted Mihawk's shoulder with a teasing expression. Mihawk's face darkened. Although he didn't understand what using your hand meant, he guessed it wasn't a compliment. He brushed off Kawi's hand and went to prepare breakfast. Kawi could clearly see Mihawk's issues. The kid was obviously getting cocky, unable to assess his own level. It seemed he needed a little shock. To prevent him from becoming arrogant and unaware of his limitations, and to avoid being beaten up outside and losing face for Kawi, he suggested a sparring match with Mihawk after breakfast. Mihawk was stunned. "Elder, did I do something wrong? Why do you want to beat me up?" Kawi waved his hand and smiled. "Kid, what are you thinking? I just feel that you've made rapid progress recently and want to test your skills. I have no ulterior motives. I merely want you to see reality. Although you've grown stronger, you're still a novice destined to take a beating in front of true experts. Being too restless inside is not good, young man. Mihawk felt relieved upon hearing this. He thought he had offended the old man. But wait. This is my home. If anyone should feel offended, it should be him. Why am I starting to reflect on myself? The emergence of such thoughts was truly frightening. The old man had left a deep impression on him, and unconsciously he forgot that he was the actual master here. Mihawk felt ashamed of this mindset and decided to accept the challenge. Firstly, to test the results of his recent training, and secondly, to see if he could give that old man a lesson and regain some face. The two of them went to the seaside where it was spacious and far from the castle, eliminating concerns about damaging the house during their battle. Following them was a group of baboons. Their leader had come looking for Mihawk, furious after being defeated by him in one strike last time. After returning, it had definitely trained harder, coming with determination to win this time. However, it was late. The battle between Mihawk and Kawi had already begun, leaving the leader and its minions to watch from the sidelines. It was curious about the old man's true strength. Even a sliver of his pressure had once made it feel threatened. Boom. Mihawk swung the black sword, engaging Kawi in battle. His connection with the black sword had reached its peak, and each move carried a hint of elegance. Kawi still wielded a branch. To him, a sword and a branch were hardly different. The 7-star sword. Why am I not rotting in the ground? This couldn't be blamed on Kawi. He rarely fought, and wasn't a pure swordsman, employing many combat styles, leaving the 7-star sword with no place to shine. When Kawi sought it out, it was to show off against strong opponents, but it ended up suffering, becoming merely a decoration. Smack! Smack! Mihawk's attacks were easily intercepted by Kawi's branch. While Mihawk could perceive the breathing of all things, Kawi could see even further. Mihawk couldn't discern Kawi's attacking methods, but Kawi could effortlessly pinpoint Mihawk's weaknesses. Each strike came just as Mihawk was about to land a hit, creating an illusion that he could succeed. Kawi was giving him a bit of confidence, allowing him to feel his growth before delivering a heavy blow to make him recognize reality. As Kawi aged, he grew more mischievous, like a playful old child who enjoyed teasing the young. He would first give hope, then crush it, and finally encourage continued effort to refine their character. In any case, that's how Kawi felt. Whether it would truly refine character, he didn't know. All he knew was that Mihawk should feel pressure and not be allowed to relax. Mihawk felt quite distressed watching as his attack was just a hair's breadth away from hitting its mark. The more he fought, the more he sensed the profound depths of this old man, feeling as if he were being toyed with. He was frustrated and anxious, but it was of no use. He simply couldn't win. Each time he made a move, it was interrupted at the critical moment, a feeling akin to constipation, unable to release nor retract. Ugh, never mind, I won't describe it further. The old man always managed to see through his flaws, landing strikes right at his vital points. Kid, your heart is in disarray. Mihawk's moves grew increasingly erratic, his impatience showing. With the old man's reminder, he quickly realized that his rhythm had been disrupted. Influenced by the old man's presence, he took a deep breath, rapidly adjusted himself, and continued the battle. His restless heart gradually calmed, gripping the black blade tightly. He stepped forward with determination. Swinging, slashing. The observation Haki activated. Anticipating the old man's position, he executed a slash aimed at Covey. The fierce sword energy sliced through the air at an almost imperceptible speed, targeting Covey. Would he succeed this time? Watching the approaching attack, Mihawk felt this time might work. However, that confident strike once again brushed past Covey. How terrifying. Mihawk, you almost hit me. Covey patted his chest, speaking with a hint of lingering fear. Mihawk's face darkened. This old man was not only toying with him, but also mocking him, which was quite irritating. He understood why Covey had suddenly chosen to test him today. Mihawk realized his own issues. The old man was not deliberately trying to undermine him, but rather wanting him to see the reality. Yet young people always seemed to charge forward without looking back, eager to challenge the impossible. He charged at Covey again, the black blade whirling rapidly in his hand. A deluge of sword energy surged upward. If one strike missed, then 2-3 strikes. He refused to believe he could miss endlessly. "Sigh, it seems I need to go all out." What to do if the young man won't listen? Increase the intensity. The swirling sword energy sharp and lethal. Covey watched the sword energy with a calm expression, softly murmuring, "It's been a long time since I used my full strength." He couldn't even remember the last time he had gone all out. It seemed to be during a spar with Roger. Roger had died nearly 5 or 6 years ago. It had been a decade since he had sparred with him. Nostalgic feelings surged within him as he slowly raised the branch in his hand. Armament Haki activated. Flowing Sakura entwined. The dark red substance enveloped the branch, sword intent coalescing, power accumulating. A terrifying aura surged into the sky, and Mihawk once again felt that oppressive pressure stronger than before. The baboons in the distance were already so frightened by this aura that they collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Only the baboon leader continued to resist desperately. With the power accumulated, he gently swung toward Mihawk. Transparent, sword energy erupted from the branch. The sky full of sword energy shattered, and with a swish the transparent, sword energy brushed past Mihawk's ear. Bang! Thunder erupted. A cold sweat dripped down Mihawk's back as he turned to look behind him. He was shocked into a numb state, his expression dazed. His eyes seemed ready to pop out, doubting everything he had just seen. The ocean split open, revealing a chasm as deep as a canyon, exposing the seabed to the air. This strike cleaved the ocean in two. This strike overturned Mihawk's understanding. In an instant, the sea water surged back, unleashing monstrous waves that crashed against Mihawk's face. He came to his senses and looked at Covey. His eyes displayed disbelief, astonishment, and a hint of admiration. Covey smiled and said, "So what do you think? Is this power satisfactory?" The nonchalant tone left Mihawk unsure how to respond. He could only nod blankly. "Yes, it's quite powerful." Then Covey's expression turned serious and he said earnestly, "Kid, there are many strong individuals in this ocean, and many are stronger than me. You must continue to strive forward. Indeed, there are many powerful beings in the ocean. Covey could be considered one of them, and as for whether there are stronger ones, Covey believed there certainly were. After all, there are some old monsters in this world who have lived for so many years, and their strength cannot be underestimated." Mihawk nodded, seemingly still in shock. Covey patted his shoulder and left, allowing him to take a moment alone. The baboon leader had long since run off, leaving only a few unconscious subordinates. Mihawk stood there in a daze, reminiscing about that terrifying slash from earlier. It made him realize the dangers of the ocean. Covey was indeed strong, and even such a formidable person claimed there were stronger beings out at sea. One can only imagine how perilous the ocean truly is. Mihawk picked up the black blade and said earnestly, "Brother, it seems we are not yet ready to set sail. We must wait until we are stronger." The Black Blade Knight trembled slightly, responding to Mihawk, who also believed that Mihawk's strength needed further enhancement. Otherwise, once they set sail, he might be at risk of being robbed by stronger foes. Thus, the two brothers were fooled by Covey remaining on the island indefinitely. This led to Mihawk's subsequent voyages being at their peak. Only then did he realize how badly he had been deceived. Of course, Covey had good intentions. Young people should be more prudent. Since that sparring match, Mihawk had ceased to be so restless, focusing solely on his training. He trained doubly hard, more diligently than ever, occasionally sparring with the baboon leader. He noticed that the baboon leader had also become stronger, making rapid progress, showing hints of Covey's influence. Indeed, their baboon leader had risen from the last battle. He had realized that Covey was the real powerhouse. After returning, he meticulously studied Covey's techniques and truly managed to uncover some insights. Though not much, it was enough for him. This made Mihawk feel a sense of urgency. Although the baboon couldn't defeat him, now its rapid progress worried him, fearing that one day this little rascal would suddenly ride on his head. Thus he increased his training intensity. Covey was quite pleased with this. Without comparison, there would be no motivation. Therefore, Covey occasionally offered quiet guidance to the baboon leader, hoping that both man and beast would engage in fierce competition. In such an environment, their strength grew rapidly. Healthy competition is indeed what this is about. Unbeknownst to Mihawk, the reason the baboon was getting stronger so quickly was due to Covey's subtle guidance. Day in and day out, he increased his training load just to keep the baboon at bay, causing him to occasionally rise at night to train secretly, refusing to believe that the baboon would not be asleep. Unbeknownst to him, the baboon leader had long since begun nighttime training, truly pushing him to his limits. Everyone was competing, while Covey enjoyed a simple and unadorned life of retirement. Every day sipping tea, tasting wine, fishing, and sleeping. Who wouldn't envy such a life? There was no interest in becoming the pirate king or the marine king. Enjoying food and drink was bliss. Occasionally nurturing some juniors to create goodwill for the Revolutionary Army. At critical moments, he could utilize them without lifting a finger. As the nominal commander of the Revolutionary Army, Covey truly worried himself to death for them. Time flies swiftly. It is time to leave. I have stayed here long enough. While I can still move, I should take a look around, enjoy the scenery, seek out entertainment, and observe the people. Perhaps one day an unexpected event will occur, and there will be no chance left. After a quiet breakfast, Covey observed the serious-faced Mihawk, whose smile seemed barely containable. Covey's expression darkened and he waved his fist, smiling as he said, "Mihawk, are you pleased to hear that I am leaving?" Mihawk immediately shrank his neck, replying, "No, of course not. Covey, I am truly heartbroken to hear that you are leaving. Will you be coming back?" While he spoke of sorrow, he was already contemplating how to celebrate once Covey left, treating himself well. During this time, although his strength had progressed rapidly, he always felt somewhat timid with Covey around. Now he understood how to cultivate and no longer needed Kai's supervision. He could manage on his own and become stronger. Old man, I no longer need you. You can go. Kawe looked puzzled. Are you really that heartbroken if I leave? Mihawk quickly nodded. Of course, my admiration for you senior flows like an endless river. Then should I stay a few more days? Mihawk suddenly became serious, his genuine concern evident as he said, Senior, you need not worry about me. I wouldn't want to delay your affairs, which would make me feel guilty. Kawe shook his head, realizing that Mihawk was not as he had thought. He had misjudged him. I always thought you were a proud, stubborn, indifferent youth who disregarded others. It turns out you were just cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. What nonsense. His face was nearly twisted with frustration, as if he thought I didn't know what was on his mind. However, Kawe chose not to hold it against him. He wouldn't scold him in these final moments. All right, I'm leaving. No need to see me off. He waved goodbye and turned to leave. His graceful figure bore no hint of nostalgia, and Mihawk followed behind. Though the old man said there was no need for a send-off, he felt he could not let him go without one. After all, this man was a benefactor and mentor in his life. Whether they would meet again was uncertain. He accompanied Kawe all the way to the seaside where a merchant ship had anchored unnoticed. It was Kai's classic vessel, simple, yet classic. Kawe departed alone by ship. Mihawk watched him leave until he vanished from sight before turning back, muttering, Didn't you say there was no ship? Shaking his head slightly, he returned to the castle, reverting to his usual state, without any celebration. He found himself once again in solitude with only a sword and a troop of baboons for company, entering an endless cycle of competition. Meanwhile, Kawe savored red wine comfortably. Tsk tisk, this is really good. It seems Mihawk has been hiding this from me. This wine was of course taken from Mihawk. He had even left a bottle for him, which was quite generous. Poor Mihawk was still struggling with the baboon leader in competition, completely unaware that his wine stock was depleted. A month later, in a certain sea area, a pink pirate ship sailed over the waves adorned with a massive flaming bird emblem, complete with glasses on the bird's head. Its identity was unmistakable. The distinct mark made it clear this was the ship of a certain firebird. On board, a scruffy man with glasses and a bushy beard was sniffling, looking at a young man beside him, and saying, Young master, has Corazon truly been found? Could it be that he is an undercover agent sent by the Navy? Don Quixote Doflamingo was once a high and mighty celestial dragon, but due to his father's actions, he now found himself as a pirate. In his quest to reclaim his celestial dragon identity, he had personally killed his father, hoping to restore his status. However, he did not succeed, yet he did not give up. He harbored ambition and possessed means, though his strength was lacking. While he wielded Conqueror's Haki and had awakened the string fruit, he could not yet master the binding technique. His strength was still a bit short of the top tier. Had Luffy been born later, he might have had a chance to join the ranks of the top powerhouses. At this moment, he wore a defiant expression, clad in his signature pink coat and sporting what he believed to be stylish glasses. With a slight smile, he said, Tori, I have confirmed it. It is indeed Corazon himself. I would not mistake him. He felt elated, for he was finally going to meet his long-lost brother. His and Terebel's current objective was to bring Corazon back. The other executives had not come along as they were engaged in other tasks. Doflamingo's voyage also aimed to attract the attention of the Navy. Torbil, an executive of the Don Quixote family, had witnessed Doflamingo's might and decided to follow him. He was the one who had given Doflamingo the string fruit. He himself was a user of the stick fruit, but his strength was quite average. Sniffling, he suddenly raised his finger toward the front, addressing Doflamingo. Doflamingo, there seems to be a merchant ship ahead. Should we give way? Looking in the direction he pointed, indeed, a merchant ship appeared directly in their path. Doflamingo was in a good mood and did not want to kill anyone, but he also would not yield. Fufufu. He scoffed, why should we give way? If anyone should yield, it should be them. His rebellious nature showed no regard for anyone, just like the future nightmare Doflamingo. Toribol displayed an appreciative expression, knowing that the young master's pride would not allow him to bow to anyone. Yet he still reminded him, Young master, but this merchant ship doesn't seem inclined to give way. Doflamingo's face darkened. Fufufu, then don't blame me for being rude. This merchant ship was naturally Kai's classic vessel. He drifted at sea for a month, without a goal, going with the flow and letting things happen naturally. When thirsty, he drank fine wine. When hungry, he ate roasted meat. When the meat ran out, he fished. He did whatever felt comfortable. At this moment, he was taking a nap. After fishing all morning without a catch, he was indeed an empty-handed fisherman, both inexperienced and playful. Finally, he decisively tossed aside his fishing rod and fell asleep. In his dreams, Kawe was entirely unaware that Doflamingo had sentenced him to death. Meanwhile, Doflamingo noticed the merchant ship drawing closer without any inclination to veer away, veins popping on his forehead. What kind of fools are these, unable to recognize the ship of the Don Quixote family? He was furious, and the consequences would be severe. With a flick of his finger, a thin, transparent thread shot out, slicing swiftly toward the merchant ship before him. His string fruit was well developed, and the threads were both strong and sharp. They could connect to the clouds above with a high upper limit. Fufufu. A smile appeared on Doflamingo's face as if he could already envision the merchant ship being sliced into two pieces. At the moment a transparent thread touched the merchant ship, Kaiwei suddenly opened his eyes from sleep. A glimmer of red light flashed in his gaze. Kaiwei instantly disappeared from his spot. Ping. The next second he appeared at the bow of the ship, extending his index finger to block the thread. Slowly raising his head, he glanced at the pink pirate crew ahead. He happened to lock eyes with the stiffly smiling Doflamingo. For a moment the air fell silent, and with a casual sweep of his gaze Kaiwei clearly understood the situation. It must be that his ship blocked Doflamingo's path. With his level of arrogance, he naturally wouldn't yield to Kaiwei. Meanwhile Kaiwei was taking a nap, completely unaware, making it even less likely for him to yield. Of course, even if Kaiwei were awake, he wouldn't voluntarily give way to a mere celestial night demon. Doflamingo's expression returned to calm as he pondered. So it's just an old man. I thought it was someone significant. But why does this old man seem somewhat familiar? Where have I seen him before? At this moment Toripole appeared, somewhat anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hurriedly tugged at Doflamingo's sleeve and stammered, "Master, this person seems to be." He quickly rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a newspaper. Comparing it to Kaiwei, he trembled slightly, swallowed hard, and handed the newspaper to Doflamingo. "Master, it really is him." Doflamingo snatched the newspaper, examining it closely. The image on the paper was of Kaiwei battling a kainu in midair. Indeed, it was the old man before them. Upon seeing the bounty below, he counted 10,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. 15 billion berries. Doflamingo's expression became somewhat dazed. The total bounty of all the members of the Don Quixote family didn't even surpass that amount. The current bounty still held considerable weight. Even in the future, a bounty of 15 billion would not be something just anyone could achieve. They had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Though Doflamingo was arrogant and proud, he was not a fool. Their family's strength was still too weak, and his own power had not yet reached its peak. At this moment, encountering a strong opponent required him to remain low-key. His expression slightly unnatural, he turned to Toripole and said, "Take a Dieter, we must act discreetly on this journey to avoid attracting the Navy's attention." Looking at their reasoning, it wasn't that he was afraid, but rather he was considering their family's interests. Acting low-key was essential. Being too high profile would draw the Navy's notice, which would not be beneficial to their purpose. Although Toripole also wished for his master to confront them, he understood that they were still too weak in the presence of a strong opponent and needed to maintain a low profile. He believed that one day his master would stand at the pinnacle of this world, looking down upon all. He turned to steer the ship's helm. However, a voice suddenly rang out, causing him to freeze in place. "Are you two planning to just leave like this?" Kaiwei appeared on their ship, coldly stating. The two youngsters thought they could run away after making a mistake, showing no regard for the old man. Doflamingo and Toripole instantly entered a defensive stance, their eyes fixed on Kaiwei, completely caught off guard. Kaiwei had appeared on their ship, having crossed such a great distance in an instant, demonstrating that his strength matched his bounty. Doflamingo's expression turned grim. He had thought that yielding would suffice, but he hadn't expected Kaiwei to not let them off the hook. "What do you want?" Kaiwei looked at the wary duo, a smile tugging at his lips. "You nearly destroyed my beloved ship, and you dare ask me what I want?" His gaze shifted to Doflamingo, calmly looking at him as he said, "Kid, was that you who made the first move?" Doflamingo stepped forward, cupping his hands in apology, his expression somewhat twisted. "Elder, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense." "Oh, is this the celestial night demon? When did he become so humble?" Kaiwei thought to himself, "No wonder you are who you are. You can bend and stretch as needed." However, Kaiwei had overestimated Doflamingo. At that moment, while Kaiwei was in a daze, a swift attack came crashing in. "Die, old man." Five-colored thread. Doflamingo's expression turned wild. He had already planned to take a detour, yet Kaiwei had directly boarded the ship, looking hostile. Who was he? The future celestial night demon, the ruler of the underground world. "Don't think that just because your bounty is high I would fear you." Doflamingo feared no one, not even the celestial dragons in his eyes. Seeing Kaiwei board the ship to confront him, he could no longer hold back. He aimed to obliterate Kaiwei with overwhelming force, making him understand that he was not to be trifled with. He unleashed a powerful strike, five-colored threads shooting towards Kaiwei, attempting to pierce through his body. Kaiwei stood still, unmoving, as if stunned. Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly arrogant, the curve of his lips nearly reaching his ears. So this old man was so weak, standing foolishly in place. Doflamingo assumed that Kaiwei's old age had dulled his reflexes, causing him to stand there blankly. Torpal standing beside him was excited. To be honest, he felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Doflamingo apologize to Kaiwei. However, Doflamingo's subsequent actions pleased him greatly. He had indeed chosen the right person, as the master would not bow to anyone. Yet Kaiwei remained motionless, not because he couldn't react or was not defending himself. Rather, he simply couldn't be bothered to defend. Bang! The terrifying threads shot forth under Doflamingo's control, piercing into Kaiwei's chest, as if intending to impale his heart. As the threads collided with flesh, the expected scene did not occur. No blood spurted forth and his heart was not pierced. The 5-colored threads lodged against Kaiwei's chest, firmly held at the surface of his skin, without the use of armed color Haki, relying solely on his physical defenses to withstand Doflamingo's attack. Kaiwei looked down at the 5-colored threads on his chest, picked his nose, and then turned to Doflamingo with a look of confusion on his face. Without speaking or questioning, Kaiwei's expression had already conveyed everything. "Kid, what are you doing?" The air fell silent for a moment. The invisible mockery was the most lethal. Doflamingo's expression twisted in disbelief. His powerful strike had failed to even pierce the skin of another. What had he just done? His mind began to question himself. His previous actions resembled those of a clown. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about his foolish behavior, instead turning to Toripol and shouting, "Let's attack together." The enemy was formidable. Doflamingo regretted his ambush on Kaiwei. If he had not ambushed him, there might have been room for negotiation, but now it was too late for regrets. The two could only join forces, fighting for their survival. Torpol swiftly assumed a combat stance, launching a sticky attack towards KVI. KVI, realizing the danger, instantly unleashed the fastest speed he had ever exhibited to evade. A splatter of an unknown sticky liquid landed where KVI had just stood. KVI nearly retched aghast at the presence of such a disgusting devil fruit in the pirate world. Seeing this, Don Quixote Doflamingo seized the opportunity, releasing his Conqueror's Haki to disrupt KVI before swiftly activating his string fruit ability. Strings wrapped around Doflamingo's foot, launching a fierce kick towards KVI. The sharp attack aimed for KVI's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. KVI managed to suppress his disgust slightly, turning his head to dodge the strike. Noticing his attack had missed, Doflamingo quickly leaped back, distancing himself from KVI. His expression was filled with vigilance. Meanwhile, Torpol continuously fired the disgusting sticky liquid from the side, hindering KVI's movements. It was too revolting. KVI had no intention of allowing them to continue. Panga's pressure. Activate. A terrifying force erupted from within KVI, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The once clear sky dimmed, and threads of red lightning flickered through the clouds, heralding an impending apocalypse. A terrifying aura akin to that of a deity pressed down upon Doflamingo and Torpol. With a bang, and another bang, both were instantly flattened against the deck, unable to move. With their faces distorted against the deck, Doflamingo tried to lift his head, but found it impossible. He attempted to use his Conqueror's Haki to withstand the terrifying abyss-like pressure. However, he realized he could not summon his Conqueror's Haki, as if it were shackled within him, held tightly in place. This pressure completely overwhelmed his kingly aura. Had his Conqueror's Haki reached the pinnacle level, he might have managed to endure KVI's pressure for a few more seconds. KVI's Panga pressure had been enhanced to an epic level the moment his Devil Fruit ability awakened, surpassing even the might of the highest level Conqueror's Haki. Nonetheless, it could not entangle objects like Conqueror's Haki. It was solely used to suppress enemies. However, it proved quite useful. Once his Devil Fruit ability reached 100, he could probably easily subdue even an Admiral-level powerhouse. After all, he was the Panga deity. Even a trace of bloodline bore an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, our Lord Tin Knight Demon was in a rather uncomfortable situation, unable to move, speak, or even plead for mercy. As for Torpal, this disgusting weakling had already fainted. His willpower was utterly lacking, unlike Doflamingo, who was still struggling, albeit futilely. KVI casually walked up to Doflamingo, squatted down, and looked at him, saying, "Tsk tisk, how tragic. Kid still planning to make a move. You rushed to attack before I even finished speaking." The kid was a bit too arrogant. Youngsters lacking manners would suffer. How to deal with Doflamingo? KVI stroked his chin, eyes fixed on Doflamingo, pondering seriously. Doflamingo lay on the ground, struggling to look at the old man, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He was unwilling. His goals had yet to be achieved. Was he really going to fall here today? He regretted provoking this old man. Why had this damned old man appeared here and crossed paths with him? Why had he ended up provoking him? Doflamingo felt unlucky. He had come out to retrieve his brother Corazon, a joyous affair, yet it had turned out this way. He felt indignant. Amidst his remorse, Doflamingo could no longer hold on and fainted. KVI was contemplating how to deal with the two when both of these weaklings unexpectedly passed out. Truly pathetic. Doflamingo. Torpal. The two were somewhat entertaining for KVI. Looking at Doflamingo lying on the ground, KVI retracted his pressure, fearing he might crush them. He took out a pair of scissors from the system space. Why did KVI have scissors? Ahem, not just scissors, but also a multitude of kitchen utensils and daily necessities lying in the system space. But he seldom used them. KVI was a refined man who he could do without them, but could not imagine being without them. He picked up the scissors and began to operate. Snip, snip, snip. He hummed a little tune, feeling quite pleased. 2 hours later, Doflamingo and Torpole slowly awakened from their unconsciousness. Opening their eyes, realizing they were still alive, they breathed a sigh of relief, having thought they were done for. Torpole also woke up, finding himself unharmed. He quickly turned his head, searching for Doflamingo. Oh, found him. The young master was still alive, but why was his head glowing? Huh. Torpole gasped in shock at the sight of Doflamingo beside him. Young master, your hair. Doflamingo, puzzled, wondered why Torpole was making such a fuss. Hair? What hair? He curiously touched his head, feeling it was a bit smooth. He jumped up, rubbing his hands all over his head. Where's my hair? Where did my handsome blonde hair go? KVI walked out from the ship's hold, looking at the flustered Doflamingo with a smile. Kid, you're awake. Why are you dyeing your hair at such a young age? I helped you shave it off, and you should thank me quickly. Of course, KVI had shaved his head, turning his golden locks into something resembling a spirited youth. KVI despised nothing more than dyed hair, so he helped shave it off, making it much more visually pleasing. Doflamingo's face twisted, fists clenched, filled with rage. Who the hell dyed their hair? I was born this way, do you understand? Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. As angry as he was, he had to endure it, or else the consequences would be dire. He forced a smile, his mouth twitching. Thank you, senior. This old man was a devil, not only shaving his hair, but also forcing him to say thank you. KVI smiled, patting him on the shoulder, saying, now let's talk about compensation. You nearly ruined my ship, so let's be fair. 2 devil fruits sound good. Doflamingo nodded with difficulty, gritting his teeth and saying, fair. But what if it wasn't fair? Did he have the power to refuse? The weak are exploited. He understood this principle from a young age. Yet at this moment, he had become the exploited, transformed into the weak. KVI nodded. This kid definitely possessed more than just 2 devil fruits. Should he ask for 2 more? Forget it, let him off this time. Asking for too much at once wouldn't be wise. There would be other opportunities. After all, Doflamingo would be a supplier of devil fruits in the future, even if they were rather ordinary. Next time he could come and claim 2 more, he probably wouldn't mind, right? However, we don't have the devil fruits on us. Can I go back to get them? I promise to deliver them to you. Doflamingo looked at KVI, his expression a bit stiff, attempting to pull a fast one. Kawi looked at him with the gaze of someone staring at an idiot and said, Kid, do I look like a fool to you? Doflamingo swallowed hard and quickly shook his head. No. Then why do you treat me like a fool? Haven't you been dealt with enough? Should I help you shave off all that yellow hair? Doflamingo's body trembled as he hurriedly covered his vital points and said anxiously, Senior, I'll have someone bring the devil fruit right away. Please spare me. Kawi saw through Doflamingo's little scheme. You are still too green to challenge me. Doflamingo gestured to Torpole. Hurry, call someone and have them bring 2 devil fruits. Make sure they're good ones. He blinked to remind Torpole to be quick-witted. Torpole instantly understood Doflamingo's intention, nodded repeatedly, turned, and headed toward the cabin to notify the crew to bring the devil fruits. Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief, hoping Torpole understood his meaning. He certainly didn't intend to actually give Kawi 2 good devil fruits. He said it to confound Kawi. He also subtly reminded Torpole not to bring good ones, just grab 2 useless ones to appease him. In Kawi's eyes, their little antics were obviously not hidden, but he didn't care. No matter what kind of fruits they were, keep the good ones and sell the bad ones. After all, he wasn't going to eat them himself. Torpole excitedly walked into the ship's hold and found a special transponder snail to make the call. Brew, brew, brew. Moshi, moshi. Is this Routh? A man's voice came from the other, and Torpole. What's the matter? Torpole directly called the cadre Rauji of the Don Quixote fighting unit. The young master is in trouble. Immediately gather all available cadres to support us. By the way, bring 2 better devil fruits. The young master needs them. Torpole's words maximized the potential loss for the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo originally just wanted him to find someone to bring 2 useless devil fruits. Little did he know Torpole's imaginative capacity was so strong that he attempted to counter Kawi's strength with sheer numbers. He truly dragged the Don Quixote family into the abyss with just one man's effort. If Doflamingo knew of Torpole's good deed, he would probably be furious to the point of spitting blood. On the other end, Rauji's expression was grave. The young master is in trouble. That was a big deal. He immediately hung up the phone, gathered the cadres still at headquarters, and set off in a huff. Upon hearing that the young master was in trouble, all the cadres were alarmed. Regardless of the consequences, they grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Doflamingo and Torpole's location. At this moment Kawi was enjoying a sunbath, and it would still take a few days for the devil fruits to arrive, so he was in no hurry at all. Doflamingo and Toripole were handcuffed with sea stone cuffs and hung from the ship's mast enjoying the sunbath alongside him. The reason was that Doflamingo was a bit unruly and wanted to use the ability of the line fruit to connect with the clouds, intending to escape with Toripole from above. Kawi discovered this, knocked him out, and then found a few pairs of sea stone handcuffs from their ship, just in time for use. The two had already been sunbathing for 3 days, and Doflamingo's already dark face had turned even darker. As for Torpal the weakling, he had passed out from the heat. His body felt like it was melting if it weren't for the sea stone restraining his fruit ability. Kawi even felt he might turn into a puddle of disgusting goo. Doflamingo's consciousness was also a bit hazy. Who knows what he had gone through in these days? He happily set out to sea to meet his younger brother, but now he hadn't found his brother and was being hung here. It was bad enough to endure physical torment. Every day, he had to endure the old man's ridicule, psychologically tormenting him in every way. Torpal, on the other hand, had it easy. He had passed out and didn't have to suffer. He wanted to faint too, but the old man seemed to take special care of him. Whenever he saw him about to faint, a basin of cold water would be splashed on him, not letting him faint. How could he have ever experienced such humiliation? At this moment, he could only hope that his family would quickly deliver the devil fruits to free him from this suffering. In his heart, he felt nothing but deep fear for Kawi. He didn't kill you, but rather tortured you, making you feel unbearable pain. Doflamingo had never felt such suffering, even when being exploited as a celestial dragon. 2 days later, a massive pirate ship appeared on the horizon. Doflamingo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Salvation was near. He fixed his gaze on that pirate ship, hoping that some cadre of the Don Quixote family would come towards him with the devil fruits. He was about to be reborn. Young master. Who did this to the young master? Young master, we will avenge you. Angry voices came from all directions as the cadres of Don Quixote saw their young master hanging from the mast, emaciated, with his majestic golden hair missing. In a moment of rage, they were furious about what their young master had gone through. One by one, all the cadres jumped onto their ship, quickly lowering Doflamingo and Toripole. Their eyes were filled with concern and fury. At that moment, Kawi slowly walked out of the room, stretched, and looked at the noisy crowd. Oh, you're finally here. I've been waiting so long. Hurry and bring me the devil fruits. His expression was calm, as if discussing something trivial. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. Old man, you are the one who did this to our young master. The speaker was one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, Pika, a user of the rock fruit. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that voice, Kawi burst into laughter. Hearing his voice in the anime was one thing, but hearing it now felt truly hilarious. A muscular man over 4 meters tall had such a sharp voice, it was too funny. He quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, finally calming down, and said in a tranquil tone, Yes, it was me who did it. What's it to you? Pika was furious. Not only had he beaten up the young master, but he was also mocking his voice. In his heart, he had already sentenced Kawi to death. Just as he was about to step forward to teach this old man a lesson, a frail hand quickly grabbed him. Pika, don't be impulsive. The one who stopped him was the weakened Doflamingo. At that moment, he was almost too weak to speak. Kawi, this demon, not only hung the two of them to sunbathe, but also starved them. If it weren't for his strong body, he might have starved to death. Beside him, Toripole had not woken up since he fainted last time. He didn't even know if he was dead or alive. Pika hurriedly supported Doflamingo, his tone filled with concern. Young master, are you all right? The devil fruits, did you bring them? But he did this to the young master. Enough. Bring him the devil fruits. Doflamingo interrupted the cadres to avoid angering Kawi. Together, they wouldn't be enough to deal with this old man. He didn't know how Toripole managed to call so many cadres when he was just supposed to find someone to bring 2 useless devil fruits. Upon hearing this, Raoji could only take out the 2 devil fruits he brought and present them in 2 small boxes to Kawi. The young master must have his reasons for doing this. As a loyal retainer, he simply needed to obey the orders. Kawi excitedly took the 2 boxes and opened them immediately. Before his eyes were 2 fruits covered in strange patterns. One was golden, and the other was light blue, looking quite appealing. Having never seen the devil fruit catalog, Kawi naturally did not recognize what these 2 fruits were. He looked up at Don Quixote Doflamingo and asked, Kid, what are these 2 fruits? You wouldn't be trying to fool me with garbage, would you? Doflamingo was also curious about which 2 devil fruits they had brought and turned to look at the ones in Kawi's hands. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Young master, are you all right? Doflamingo waved his hand, indicating he could still hold on, but inwardly, he was cursing. Wasn't I hinting at Toripole to have him bring 2 worthless fruits? What on earth did he say to gather so many family members and bring such excellent devil fruits? If it weren't for Toreble's unknown fate, he would have confronted him about what he did. Saw he was tired. It was just 2 devil fruits after all. As long as it wasn't that particular fruit, he could barely accept it. Now he just wanted to get away from here, so he looked at Kawe and said, "The golden devil fruit is a zoan-type bird fruit golden eagle form, and the blue one is a logia-type rain fruit." After saying this, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and continued, "Senior, can we leave now?" Kawe, having gotten the results he wanted, naturally would not make it difficult for him, as this individual was his long-term client. Waving his hand lightly, he said, "You can go, just don't break my beloved ship again next time." Doflamingo was speechless. A cheap merchant ship had caused him several days of torment and cost him 2 powerful devil fruits. He felt like he wanted to die. Having suffered losses, he could only swallow his anger. He clasped his hands and said, "Senior, I take my leave." If given the chance, he would definitely take revenge. Kawe, he remembered, and he would never forget this old man. He left with a group of retainers along with Torble, whose fate was still unknown. Like a pack of stray dogs, Kawe did not rob their ship. He wasn't interested. His own merchant ship was the best. He examined the 2 devil fruits in his hands and nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect Doflamingo to actually bring good things. It seemed he was still quite trustworthy. The zoan-type bird fruit golden eagle form, Kawe understood that this was a rather fierce bird, also known as the golden vulture. It is relatively large. A common golden eagle can reach 2 meters in wingspan and possesses keen insight and sharp claws, flying at an extremely fast speed. This zoan-type devil fruit was quite good in Kawe's eyes. Zoan fruits were all potential stocks. Especially in the later stages, they all become blood cows, and once awakened, their combat power skyrockets. Logia-type fruits are invincible in the early stages, but become weak in the later stages. Of course, if your physical skills are strong, then let's pretend Kawe never said that. After all, physical skills are the foundation of power in the pirate world. No matter how well you develop any fruit, as long as your physical skills are strong enough, you can become powerful. In the pirate world, there are many overpowered fruits. In low-tier battles, they are truly unbeatable, such as the ghost fruit and the childlike fruit, but they become less impressive in front of true powerhouses. For example, for top-tier powerhouses like Kawe, Haki can negate all fruit abilities. His Haki can even wrap around every internal organ and bone in his body. No matter how extraordinary your fruit ability is, what difference does it make? As for this Logia-type fruit, the rain fruit, well, it's related to water, but is countered by seawater. It's a bit absurd, but fortunately it can control the weather, which is still decent. Who should these 2 fruits go to? For a moment, Kawe couldn't find a suitable candidate. He decided to wait until he encountered the right person. He tossed the 2 devil fruits into the system space, no longer paying attention, and took out a drink to leisurely savor. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Today, Kawe ran into an old friend. "Ha, Kawe, it really is you. I thought I was mistaken." Kawe was also very happy. Meeting an acquaintance at sea had a lower probability than winning the lottery. "Ha, Vice Admiral Carp and Bogart. Long time no see, what brings you here?" The old friends he encountered were none other than the naval hero Vice Admiral Carp. Carp laughed heartily upon seeing Kawe, and Bogart greeted Kawe beside him. As for the Navy on the ship, they ignored the bounty criminal Kawe, each going about their own business. Since their superior hadn't spoken, they naturally wouldn't take any action, as if they were already used to Carp's methods. Carp patted Kawe's shoulder hard, laughing. "Last time you really beat up Akainu and Kazan badly. They still hold a grudge against you." Kawe shook his head indifferent. "Let them hold a grudge, but can they kill me? Ha, who knows? They are working hard to get stronger while we are getting older. By then we might not be able to beat them." Hep. Kawe shot Carp a cold glance. If anyone else had said this, he would believe it, but coming from Carp, he wondered if he should believe it. They say Carp's strength is not affected by age. Kawe didn't know if it was true, but at this moment, he could clearly feel the immense power within Carp. At least right now, Carp's strength had not declined. "All right, you haven't told me what you're here for yet." Kawe didn't want to dwell on this topic. He was more interested in their purpose. Speaking of which, Carp mysteriously pulled Kawe aside and whispered, "I'm going back to the East Sea to see my grandson. Why don't you come to the East Sea for a look too?" Kawe suddenly remembered that there was such a matter and confirmed with Carp, "Ace." Carp nodded. "All right, Kawe almost forgot that he promised Roger that he would take care of Ace. Right now Ace is still just a little kid, and he certainly didn't want to babysit again." Carp definitely wouldn't stay in the East Sea for long. He didn't want to play both grandpa and grandma. He would wait until Ace was a bit older and more independent before going back to check on him. Thus Kawe became serious and looked at Carp sternly, saying, "I have something important to do now. Once I'm done, I'll return. During this time, I'll leave him in your care." Carp had little interaction with Kawe and didn't know his character, so he easily believed his words. He nodded. "That works too." Unbeknownst to him, this matter would take Kawe several years to handle. After chatting for a while, Kawe learned that little Rosa had now become a rear admiral in the Navy, and according to Carp, she was a strong contender for admiral. He was relieved. A little Rosa had grown up and had become a strong individual capable of handling things on her own. Kapu did not expect that the person Kawai casually asked him to take care of was now on the verge of becoming a major general. He thought to himself that it hadn't been many years since then. Could it be that Kawai is truly adept at teaching others? He entrusted Ace to him for training, and perhaps the Navy would see the emergence of another talent. Kapu thought, his eyes sparkling with excitement as a plan formed in his mind. Kawai on the side had no idea what Kapu was thinking, otherwise he would certainly jump out to deny it. It wasn't that I was particularly good at teaching people, but rather that I have a good eye for talent, encountering only those with potential. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, Akio, a young figure, halted the swing of his long sword, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and asked with concern, "Sister Rosa, you're not getting sick, are you?" "How could that be? It's definitely someone cursing me." A striking blue-haired beauty said indignantly, her words filled with resentment, as if recalling a certain man. The well-formed Jiyuan watched her sister from the side, crossing her arms over her chest, puffing her cheeks in displeasure, and asked, "Sister Rosa, who exactly is our master? Every time I hear you curse him, you never tell me." She was no longer a child. The person Sister Rosa referred to must be her master, whom she had never met. Every time she tried to inquire about her master from her sister, she would come up with reasons to dodge the question and simply wouldn't tell her. Rosa had a dark expression, using her hand to vigorously pinch Jiyuan's tender face. "How many times do I have to say it? I am your master, and he is your grandmaster." Indeed, Rosa had become little Jiyuan's master. Ever since Jiyuan learned of her strong swordsmanship, she had been clamoring to learn from her. Originally, she only intended to teach little Jiyuan a couple of moves, but Vice Admiral Crane suggested that she straightforwardly take Jiyuan as her apprentice, and thus she had to accept little Jiyuan as her disciple. Vice Admiral Crane usually took good care of her, and she couldn't afford to offend him. The Navy also valued human relationships. However, this girl had a bit of a rebellious streak. After learning that Rosa had a master, she refused to acknowledge Rosa as her master. "Woo, no way, I want to call Sister Rosa sister, I don't care." Little Jiyuan pouted and hugged Rosa, rubbing her head against her bosom. She disliked calling Rosa master. They clearly felt like sisters, and calling her master felt a bit awkward. Rosa freed her hands and grabbed little Jiyuan around the waist, saying, "I'll teach you a lesson for being naughty." Ha ha ha. It tickles, stop it, Sister Rosa." Little Jiyuan's delicate body shook as she attempted to fight back. For a moment the scene was infinitely beautiful, but unfortunately no one was watching. After they played for a while, they grew tired, sitting on the ground, panting, their faces flushed. "Sister Rosa, are you really not going to tell me who my master is?" Little Jiyuan slumped on the ground, her tone somewhat powerless. After being scolded by Rosa, her body felt a bit weak. Rosa shot her a glance, her lips moving slightly. "You'll naturally know after I tell you. Should I tell you that our master is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 1.5 billion? Impressive, right?" She couldn't imagine what kind of change Kawai's image would undergo in little Jiyuan's eyes. Moreover, there was another reason Rosa didn't tell her. Currently, the only person in the Navy who knew about her relationship with Kawai was Vice Admiral Kapu. Even Vice Admiral Crane didn't know. She didn't dare to easily expose her relationship with Kawai. It's best not to try things whose consequences are unknown. As for why Vice Admiral Kapu hadn't reported their relationship, she was also unclear. "Kapu, did I forget to inform you about this while challenging the Danyudating record?" At the Navy headquarters, Kapu was either eating donuts or secretly snacking on Sengoku Senbei, or sleeping. He basically didn't pay attention to anything else. Seeing that Sister Rosa wouldn't say anything, little Jiyuan stopped pressing for answers. She would eventually find her master, and hoped he would be a tall, handsome, and mighty person. Unbeknownst to Kawai, he had inexplicably gained a disciple. At this moment, Kawai had already bid farewell to Kapu and the others, casually sailing on the sea as always. Whenever he encountered a kingdom or island, he would disembark to browse around, buy some supplies, rob some nobles, and make some pocket money. After walking and stopping 2 or 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Along the way, he witnessed too many fights and wars. The annihilation of old kingdoms and the birth of new ones, wars cycling round and round endlessly. At the root, it was a struggle for resources. In this world governed by force, war is the best means of seizing resources. Everywhere there were acts of annexation, pillaging, and evil. The strong cheered while the weak wept, and the commoners were always the most miserable. Occasionally, when Kawai encountered them, he would lend a helping hand, as some people couldn't even be called human. Worse than beasts, Kawai had met many like that. If he hadn't encountered them, it would have been fine, but those he had met he sent down below for reformation, hoping they could become good people in their next lives. The task of the Revolutionary Army is quite arduous. Fortunately, he was only nominally associated. He just needed to observe the outcome and await the results. He believed they would certainly succeed. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Looking at the towering trees, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The last time he came was with little Robin, but this time he was all alone. Kawai didn't intend to disturb Rayleigh. That guy lived comfortably every day, he wouldn't go and bother him. He planned to casually browse around by some water and meat. The supplies he had hoarded last time had long been completely consumed by him and little Robin. Wandering around the streets, the Sabati archipelago was still as lively as ever. The chaos was truly chaotic. Looking at the large handful of wallets in his hand, Kawaii could only shake his head helplessly. There would always be people wanting to send him money, and it was simply never-ending. Suddenly, Kawaii spotted a tall figure dressed in a black robe similar to Shiria's, thinking he was well hidden, but his bright red skin had already betrayed his race. The fishmen. Passers-by glanced over, sizing up this tall figure, seemingly curious about him. The fishmen weren't non-existent in the Sabati archipelago, but it was rare to see them out on the streets. Most of them were in the slave auction house. This species was quite rare, many nobles liked them, and even the celestial dragons paid special attention to fishmen slaves. Some human traffickers were itching to make a move, wanting to capture this fishman. Perhaps because this fishman was too large and looked formidable, they had yet to act. Kawaii saw this figure, and a name popped into his mind: Fisher Tiger. Could this guy be that hero? What is he doing here? Kawaii was puzzled, then suddenly thought, could he be here to free slaves? He was quite curious about this, so he stealthily followed. Could it be that there would be more excitement to watch? Kawaii was delighted. Liberating celestial dragon slaves would be a significant feat. If it were truly this matter, he certainly couldn't miss out. Following Fisher Tage, I discovered that he had booked a hotel. It seems he has no intention of making a move during the day. Kavi also found a hotel confident in his concealment skills, without a hint of worry about being discovered by Fisher Tage. He then prepared a set of black clothing along with a black cloth for masking his face. Trying it on, his entire body was enveloped in a tight black suit, his face and head covered with a layer of black cloth, leaving only a pair of bright eyes exposed. Looking at himself in the mirror, Kavi was immensely satisfied. Even if discovered, he believed he would be unrecognizable. He was confident that no one could identify him. Feeling a surge of excitement, he found it oddly thrilling at his age to be doing such things. As night fell, Fisher Tage indeed began to stir. He appeared wrapped in a black cloak, quietly avoiding pedestrians, making his way to the edge of the island before leaping down. Cubby was puzzled, wondering if he had miscalculated. Quietly following, he gasped. This young man. He witnessed Tage climbing the red earth continent with his bare hands. Cubby would call him a true warrior. Looking at the towering wall, he couldn't help but admire this guy's remarkable determination. However, this was indeed the only opportunity to rescue the slaves. After all, one couldn't simply walk in through the front door. Climbing up the back wall of the red earth continent would yield an element of surprise. After all, the celestial dragons would never expect someone to be able to climb up here. Cubby felt helpless. It seemed he had no other choice. He thought about using Moonstep to ascend, but the sonic boom it caused would be too loud. At that point, he couldn't afford to have the slaves not rescued, only to endanger Tage. He would have to climb the high wall by hand, following behind Tage, unexpectedly engaging in extreme sports at his age. It seemed Fisher Tage had noticed him, but it didn't matter. They were not disturbing each other. Tage sensed that someone was following him from below. Did he discover me? No, he should be harboring the same intentions as mine. Tage calmed himself, disregarding Covey, and continued to climb upward. Brothers of the Fishman tribe, wait for me. I am here to rescue you. After climbing for a long time, he had only reached halfway. Covey was growing impatient. If this continued, by the time he reached the top, it would already be dawn and everything would be over. Thus, he decided to make a move first. With a sudden burst of strength in his fingers gripping the wall, his body shot upward, soon reaching the same height as Tage. Tage was startled, cautiously observing this unfamiliar figure with only a pair of eyes visible. Covey looked at Tage and whispered, "Kid, I'm going up first, you follow quickly." With that, Covey shot upwards like a cannonball, not stopping until his speed gradually slowed and his hands gripped the wall again, continuing to exert force. The speed was astonishing. Tage watched this scene in shock from below. Who is this powerful individual stealing my mission? He also accelerated his climbing speed, not wanting to reach the top, only to find that the slaves had been freed, leaving him with only a group of Navy soldiers waiting for him. "My kin, I will save you." On the other side, Covey had reached the top, surveying the surrounding environment. It was very quiet and spacious. In front lay an arena, likely where the celestial dragons fought against the slaves. As he walked inside, rows of cells came into view. Inside the cells were various types of slaves: elderly women, youth, children, fishermen, and even a giant. Their bodies were covered in scars, thick sea stone chains around their hands, feet, and necks. Their tattered clothing and the slave marks on their bodies all testified to the celestial dragons' brutal crimes. They looked down on everyone, calling themselves gods, believing all races were worthless and merely slaves. Cubby thought he had seen too much darkness, but upon witnessing this scene, a surge of rage rose within him. An uncontrollable fury. Approaching the cell, he gently knocked on the door, instantly awakening the slaves. They opened their eyes in fear, their gaze evasive, not daring to look at Covey. Some of the slaves had long been numb, staring blankly at Covey, having lost all hope. The impressions left on them by the celestial dragons were too profound. They were filled with hatred, but felt powerless. Some slaves curiously looked at Covey. His attire did not resemble that of a celestial dragon, as those high and mighty individuals would never wear such clothing. These individuals should have just recently become slaves, still holding on to the hope of escape. Covey scanned the group, raising his voice to say in a hoarse tone, "Do you want to escape from here?" This voice was like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating the crowd. Some stood up in disbelief, their vacant eyes regaining a glimmer of hope. Covey pressed his hand against the door and gently pushed. Click! The cell door opened, and all the slaves stood up, trembling as if they were dreaming. Would they ever have the chance to leave this hell? Covey continued, "For those who want to live, a fishman will come to assist you shortly. For those who seek revenge, go find the celestial dragons." Most of the slaves had long lost hope for survival, harboring only hatred. Driven away from their families by the celestial dragons, they had no memories left in this world, only the hatred in their hearts supporting them. Many of them were pirates before their capture, and once given the chance, they would surely seek revenge madly. That moment had arrived. All the slaves rushed out of their cages, recklessly wreaking havoc on this continent, venting their pent-up anger. The flames gradually rose, and alarms began to sound. Chaos ensued. This was exactly the effect Covey wanted. The more chaotic it became, the more chance those wanting to survive had to escape. The celestial dragons would receive the retribution they deserved. Covey walked deeper into the facility, opening door after door. The further he went, the rarer the slaves became, and their combat strength increased. The Red Earth continent was in disarray. The station navy attempted to intervene, but facing the fearless slaves, they could not stop them, and could only call for the navy headquarters. The admiral is on his way. Whenever something happens to the celestial dragons, the admiral is sure to appear. At this moment, Tej also climbed up. Looking at the sea of flames engulfing the Red Earth continent, he felt a surge of excitement. "Brothers, I am here to rescue you." A group of fishermen slaves turned their heads in unison upon hearing this voice, shouting loudly, "Brother Tej." "Great. Brother Tej has come to save us." Tej was also very pleased. After such a long delay, he finally had time to rescue his kin. "Brothers, I have come late." Tej's face showed a look of guilt. "It's fine, big brother. We don't blame you. By the way, Brother Tej, just now a human helped us escape. I know him. He should be here to rescue us, just like me." "Brother Tej, what about these humans?" Tej felt a headache coming on, as the Fishman tribe would be fine once they reached the water. What about these humans? Should he just leave them be? But that human elder had helped him rescue the brothers of the Fishman tribe. Tej is a sentimental merman. Otherwise he wouldn't risk his life to save his fellow mermen. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "All merman brothers, let's rescue these humans together." The mermen responded in unison. Although humans are generally unfriendly to the merman tribe, not all humans are like that. At least these slaves are not. They are all brothers suffering together, and moreover they were saved by humans. The merman compatriots had no objections to Tej's decision. The rescue operation officially commenced. The mermen swam out through the secret passage used by the celestial dragon people, wave after wave, rescuing all the slaves. Covey released the slaves inside while Tej and the other mermen provided support outside. Reaching the innermost part, he forcefully tore open the last prison door. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The Red Earth continent is in chaos, so he simply broke the lock brutally, not bothering to be gentle. Upon opening the last cell, all the slaves glanced at Covey with grateful eyes before rushing out. A frail little girl was knocked to the ground, and Covey swiftly moved forward to lift her up. "Are you okay?" The little girl, pale-faced, stammered, "I'm fine." In the corner, 3 weak young girls supported each other as they walked out. Covey's gaze scrutinized them. "Huh, is this Boa Hancock?" Looking at the 2 girls beside her, familiar faces flooded his mind. Sonda, Sonia, and Marigold. There's no mistake, they are Hancock's 2 younger sisters. Hancock looked at Covey with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving my life. We will definitely repay you." Covey waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. He did not intend to show his face, so any talk of repayment should be set aside. Raising his voice, he said, "All right, let's hurry up, or we won't be able to escape." Then he picked up the little girl who had just fallen and turned to lead a few people away. However, at that moment, a voice as demonic as a devil echoed, "Who are you? How dare you let my slaves go?" A celestial dragon dressed similarly to an astronaut appeared behind them, accompanied by several CP0 agents in suits. The little girl in Covey's arms began to tremble violently, and Hancock and the others showed signs of fear, their bodies slightly shaking, a sense of despair enveloping them. Pale-faced, they felt they couldn't escape. After finally welcoming hope, it quickly turned into despair. Would they really have to be slaves for a lifetime? This celestial dragon was awakened in the middle of the night in a bad mood. Upon discovering that his slaves had escaped, he immediately grabbed a gun, intending to kill the culprit. Several CP0 agents dared not intervene, and could only follow to protect the celestial dragon. Covey assessed the celestial dragon before him, noting its bloated figure with snot almost dripping into its mouth. This thing is a celestial dragon. It acts like an idiot. Covey remembered that celestial dragons often emphasize bloodlines. To ensure blood purity, they usually marry close relatives. This leads to several deformities in their offspring being quite normal. Hey, you take off your mask. The celestial dragon pointed his gun at Covey, demanding he remove the black cloth from his face. The high and mighty attitude had already displeased Covey, and now he was being threatened with a gun. Covey did not wish to engage in any conversation with them and directly punched out. Boom. Bang bang bang. The terrifying gust of wind from his punch blew apart the celestial dragon and the CP0 agents. Blood erupted. Red and white substances scattered all over the ground. The air froze. What the hell? Covey withdrew his fist, feeling much better. The pitiful CP0 agents evaporated without even uttering a word, while this celestial dragon at least managed to say a couple of sentences. The Hancock sisters behind him were stunned, their hearts shaken. The recent scene had caused unprecedented shock to their nerves. They had never imagined someone would dare to defy a celestial dragon, let alone kill one so calmly. Isn't he afraid of the celestial dragons? Hancock's shock was indescribable, as if a door to a new world had opened within her heart. The lofty celestial dragons no longer seemed so terrifying. Covey remarked that it was all the work of the men in black, and it had nothing to do with him. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Tej. Let's go, Covey reminded the dazed trio. Oh. The three sisters regained their senses, suppressing their shock and curiosity, and followed behind Covey. As for the little girl in Covey's arms, she clung tightly to him, terrified he would abandon her. They joined up with the other mermen outside. Tej saw Covey and quickly approached, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving the brothers of our merman tribe. Thank you, Benefactor. The group of slaves behind also bowed to Covey in unison, expressing their gratitude. Covey glanced around casually and said in a low voice, "Take these people and leave quickly, the Navy is on its way." He handed the three sisters Hancock over to Tej and the others as Covey had other matters to attend to. Hancock looked worried and stepped forward, blocking Covey. "Benefactor, aren't you escaping with us?" Her gaze flickered, shimmering like water, as if to engrave Covey's appearance in her memory. "I have other matters to attend to. You all escape first and meet up later in the waters beneath the Red Earth continent. If the Navy arrives, just run without waiting for me." Tej and the many slaves looked worried, fearing for their benefactor's safety. "Senior, please be careful. I will wait for you below." Tej's gaze was resolute, as he always valued loyalty. Covey nodded, slightly preparing to hand the trembling little girl over to Tej. However, the little girl clung tightly to Covey's clothes, unwilling to let go. Her frail face bore a dazed smile, her eyes hollow yet filled with fear, and her lips trembled as she said, "I will work hard. I am very obedient. Please don't leave me behind." Covey felt a pang of pain in his heart, looking at this pitiful little girl, cursing the celestial dragons and their ilk in his mind. He placed a large hand gently on her head, softening his tone. "Little sister, don't be afraid. You are safe now. Follow the uncles and escape, okay?" The little girl still wore a dazed smile, gripping Covey tightly, repeating that she would work hard and could endure hardships. Covey could see the fear and despair beneath that smile. She just wanted to live. Alas, there was no other choice. Covey turned to Tej and the others. "You all go first. We can't delay any longer. Time waits for no one." Covey instantly vanished from everyone's sight. The next moment he appeared inside Mary Geos, tearing off a piece of black cloth from his body. He quickly disguised the little girl. Looking at the little girl, who only had her eyes visible, Covey nodded in satisfaction. The little girl did not resist at all, remaining motionless like an object, allowing Covey to operate on her. Then Kaiwei infiltrated the residence of the celestial dragons. Gazing at the resplendent interior decorations, he couldn't help but exclaim. Thus he swept through the treasures of the celestial dragons house by house. Indeed, it was treasure. Now that he was here, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Kaiwei would never engage in a losing deal. Gold jewelry, famed swords, and even several devil fruits were all packed into his system space. Among these treasures, Bailey became the most ordinary. Cursing the celestial dragons under his breath, his hands moved swiftly, finishing the looting in no time before heading to the next house. As for the celestial dragons who were awakened during the process, Kaiwei had no choice but to send them off to reunite. Calculating the time, he realized that once Tiger and the others escaped, it would be time for him to flee as well. Cradling the little girl in one arm, he prepared to leave and meet up with Tiger and the others. Just as he took a step forward, Kaiwei paused, turning his gaze deep into Mary Geos, a flash of red light flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a blade of light over 100 feet long came slashing towards Kaiwei, carrying a terrifying aura that instantly destroyed the buildings in its path. "Who dares to act recklessly here?" A furious voice boomed, roaring like thunder. Kaiwai's heart sank. Fortunately, he had sent everyone away in advance. The one who launched this attack was at least a master swordsman. It seemed the celestial dragons weren't all idiots. Immediately, Kaiwai clenched his right fist slightly, spreading his legs, shifting his body downwards. Breathe. Taking a deep breath, his chest expanded, and his muscles trembled as terrifying energy coalesced in his right fist. His arm instantly swelled with veins popping like dragons, dark red patterns subtly flowing beneath his skin. With a sudden punch unleashed. Bang! Boom! Accompanied by a series of sonic booms, the ground instantly caved in a long trench carved out by the terrifying force. That blade of light disintegrated in the face of this punch, and the powerful force continued to strike deep into the Holy Land. Puff! A sound of spitting blood echoed, and then it fell silent. Kaiwai would not wait for the enemy to come looking for him. He vanished with the little girl. Arriving at the edge of the red earth continent, Tiger and the others were still waiting below. Kaiwai glanced down. The mist was thick, and he couldn't see the bottom. Wow, it was really high. Little sister, hold on tight. He reminded the little girl in his arms, then leaped down. Swish! The feeling of weightlessness was exhilarating. The little girl quickly clung to Kaiwai, her eyes tightly shut, burying her head in his embrace, too scared to look down. After several minutes of falling, Kaiwai finally saw the ocean below. Several ships sailed on the surface of the sea carrying fleeing slaves escorted away by the fishmen. Only a few heads bobbed above the water's surface. It was Tiger and his crew waiting for Kaiwai. Captain Tiger, it seems something is falling from the sky. A fisherman reported to Tiger, looking up at the small black dot above. Hearing this, Tiger looked in the direction his subordinate pointed. His eyes widened in shock, face filled with terror, exclaiming, "Holy crap!" The black dot descended rapidly. Bang! With a crash, it hit the water, sending up towering waves. Moments later, the waves gradually calmed, and Kaiwai stood firmly on the surface of the water, the little girl in his arms finally opening her eyes. Not dead. Great. Kaiwai's strength had already reached the pinnacle, and his control over power was second to none. There was no way he couldn't protect the little girl. At that moment, Tiger and his gang stared at Kaiwai in awe. The way the senior escaped is truly extraordinary. Tiger had long been aware of Kaiwai's strength, but he couldn't help but be amazed again. This was a big shot. Look at the senior. He just jumped down from the red earth continent. How simple. Meanwhile, we could only escape through the sewers. What a difference. Kaiwai approached them with a calm tone. Have you sent everyone off? All safely sent out. By the way, senior, those 3 sisters are still waiting for you on the shore. The fishmen were very excited, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Kaiwai. Tiger understood what they meant. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands in respect. Senior, your life-saving grace is beyond repayment. If you ever need us, feel free to come to Fishman Island. Kaiwai waved his hand, just a casual act. Moreover, I have high hopes for you. I believe one day I will see you openly appearing on land. Upon hearing this, Tiger's eyes sparkled with hope. He would strive alongside the fishmen. Just as the senior said, one day the fishmen would also be able to live openly on land alongside other races. Senior, can we see your true appearance? Tiger hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered the courage to say this. Although the senior was very strong, he seemed a bit shy, completely wrapped up, and no one knew what he looked like, making it hard to find him later to repay his kindness. Kaiwai was speechless. He pulled off his mask, revealing his true face. A handsome, middle-aged man's face appeared before everyone, and upon closer inspection, one could see a few strands of white hair among his flowing locks. Kaiwai expressed that he wasn't shy, but rather cautious. Who would wrap themselves up like this if not to avoid being discovered? Although he was strong, one still had to be careful. The celestial dragons had survived for so long, they must have some trump cards. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. It was said that one of the 3 ancient weapons the Heavenly King seemed to be in their hands. Kaiwai didn't know the power of that weapon, but dared not act arrogantly. Seeing Kaiwai's appearance, Tiger was satisfied and bid farewell to him along with his gang. The Navy's forces arrived and then left. They came too late. Those who should have fled had already escaped, and those who should have died were already dead. By the time the Navy arrived, it was all over. It was unclear if this was intentional or if they really arrived late. BRR. Moses, how's the situation? Report, Marshal. We arrived late. The culprit has already escaped, suspected to be the fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger. Should we pursue? Sengoku sat calmly in the marshal's seat at the Navy headquarters, his expression unperturbed. No need. You can return. He hung up the phone, then stood up, a vein popping on his forehead, kicking Carp, who was stealing his senbei, against the wall. Bastard. Who told you to steal my senbei? Carp got down from the wall, casually brushing off the dust from his clothes, laughing heartily. Ha ha, Sengoku. I've already finished eating. Sengoku was furious and wanted to step forward to hit him, but at that moment Vice Admiral Crane, who was drinking tea on the sofa, spoke up. Enough already, you're all grown-ups, yet you're still fighting and playing. Carp, you too. Then he turned to Sengoku. Sengoku, have you thought about how to explain this to those guys? Sengoku shrugged, spreading his hands. Explain what? The Navy was notified and rushed over immediately. The culprit ran away. Can they blame it on me? Vice Admiral Crane nodded, feeling much more at ease upon hearing this. Carp laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, well done. This group of beasts finally lost a few. Fisher Tiger, huh? I remember you. Carp, keep your voice down. Hey, I said you two should both lower your voices. The Shambodi Islands. In Xiaqi's tavern, Covey set down his wine cup and let out a long sigh. This is how things are. You can arrange their whereabouts. Xiaqi and Lei Li silently processed everything Covey had just said. Lei Li's expression was serious, and in a deep tone he remarked, Brother Covey, you didn't involve me in this. It's too lenient. Xiaqi shot him a glare, her eyes imposing. Lei Li instantly faltered, cold sweat forming on his forehead, and quickly gave Covey a thumbs up. Brother Covey, you're truly impressive. Covey looked at Lei Li with a teasing expression. It seemed this Lei Li was somewhat lacking in his family standing. Unable to bear Covey's mocking gaze, Lei Li hurriedly changed the topic, saying, Brother Covey, don't worry, we'll take care of these three sisters. Covey nodded as the Hancock sisters were being instructed by Xiaqi nearby, occasionally glancing at Covey. The little girl was also munching on food. If Covey hadn't repeatedly assured her that he wouldn't abandon her, she might still be clinging to him, too scared to eat. Covey understood that the little girl feared returning to that place. She only trusted Covey, who had saved her. Poor child, who knows how many more like her exist in this world. At this moment, Hancock and the others approached Covey after finishing their conversation. Hancock clasped her hands nervously, her head bowed, blushing, as she said, Lord Covey, we have decided to go to Nine Snake Island. Will you join us? Her eyes held a glimmer of expectation. The two younger sisters cautiously regarded Covey. Ignoring their gazes, Covey replied calmly, I won't be accompanying you, let's discuss it later. He would eventually visit the Kingdom of Women, but not now. Hearing this, Hancock's eyes dimmed, a hint of disappointment flickering. We will have the chance to meet again later. Covey reassured them with a word. Yes, sister, we will meet our benefactor again in the future, said Sandersonia and Marigold, also comforting their sister. But Hancock hesitated, unsure how to express her feelings, her mind flashing to the scene of the celestial dragon being obliterated by Covey. Covey interrupted everyone, saying, All right, let's discuss this later. I have something I need your help with right now. He wanted to test whether his purification could remove the mark. The mark of the celestial dragon's slave, Dragon's Claw. Any slave of the celestial dragons would bear this mark. The humiliation would accompany them for life. This mark had brought psychological trauma to the Hancock sisters, who usually hid it carefully, fearing it would be discovered by others. Covey thought to see if he could help them out. As for Tiger's Merman brothers, they were all tough men, a mere mark could be easily replaced. Covey asserted that their mental fortitude was strong enough and that they didn't need his assistance. Tiger said, Lord Covey, just give the orders. We will not shy away from any task. Cough, cough, no need for such formality. I just want to conduct an experiment. If successful, I can remove your slave marks. Really? That's wonderful. We're willing. The three sisters were extremely excited. Their loathing for this mark was equal to their hatred for the celestial dragons. Come on, Lord Covey. We can't wait any longer. Just to clarify, it might not succeed. If you're ready, then reveal the marks. He couldn't guarantee the purification would work. If it didn't, he could always do what Tiger and the others did and simply cover it with another mark. Anything would be better than this slave mark. Hancock's face flushed slightly at his words. After taking a deep breath, she stepped forward with determination. I'll go first. As the eldest sister, it's her responsibility to take the lead in any matter. Turning around, she pulled down her top to her waist, exposing her smooth, fragrant shoulder. No, wait. It was the dragon's claw on her back that was revealed. Lei Li, under the pressure of Xiaqi's piercing gaze, had no choice but to temporarily retreat from this place. In his heart, he silently thought, am I really that kind of person? She's just a girl. Xiaqi is really something else, trying to control even this. Xiaqi insisted, in this lifetime, you can only look at me. No one else can take advantage of you. Covey paid no attention to their little antics, his gaze fixed intently on Hancock's smooth back. A glaring mark marred her fair skin. Covey no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the slave mark. The sensation was soft. Cough, cough. Little Empress, don't disturb my Tao heart. Purification. Pure power surged into his palm, pressing against the mark. Hancock's body trembled, a cool sensation spreading across her back. Oomph. She let out a soft grunt, quickly covering her mouth with her hands, her charming face flushed. Oh no, it's so embarrassing. Covey acted as if he hadn't heard, and after a moment he withdrew his palm, revealing her smooth, fair skin. The mark had vanished. It worked. The two younger sisters rushed to check behind their sister. Sister, it worked. The mark really disappeared. Really? Hancock was overjoyed, momentarily forgetting her shyness. Yes, it really disappeared. Hancock was so excited that she turned around and embraced her two sisters. The two younger sisters were also very happy. But soon Sandersonia noticed something was off and quietly reminded her, "Sister, your clothes." "What clothes, eh?" Hancock asked in confusion. Then she looked down and realized she hadn't put her clothes back on. She hurriedly pulled her clothes up, steam rising from her head, transforming into a humanoid steam girl. Fortunately, there were no other men around. After adjusting her clothes, Hancock shyly looked up at Covey, only to find he was already looking elsewhere. She breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. On the surface, Covey appeared calm and composed, but inwardly he sighed. There is still much room for growth. Returning to the topic at hand, Covey helped Sandersonia and Marigold eliminate their slave marks. From now on, the three of them would no longer be troubled by this matter. Afterward, the three of them once again thanked Covey. Hancock's gaze seemed somewhat off, and Covey couldn't discern what was wrong. He assumed she was just overly excited. Although Hancock was infatuated with love, there was such a large age gap between them. She wouldn't develop feelings for him over such trivial matters, would she? Covey thought to himself that he had merely killed a celestial dragon in front of her and casually eliminated her slave mark. Hiss. Thinking about it this way, his actions were even more outrageous than Luffy's back in the day. Forget it, why think so much? Covey stopped his errant thoughts. The matters of Hancock and the others were nearly resolved, but another issue concerning the little girl awaited him. Looking at the frail little girl beside him, munching on food, Covey felt a bit of a headache. "Little sister, what is your name?" Covey gently ruffled the little girl's hair while using his other hand to press gently on her slave mark, eliminating it. The little girl with her big watery eyes looked at Covey timidly and answered, "My name is Kurla." "I am Keela." Keela, that name felt somewhat familiar. Covey pondered for a moment, looking at the little girl with light yellow hair in front of him, but still couldn't recall anything. "Forget it, I'll think about it later." He continued to ask gently, "Do you know where your hometown is?" Covey planned to send Keela back home. Keela shook her head and said softly, "I don't know." Covey felt a bit of a headache as he looked at the frail Keela, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, but was likely a bit older. She was probably around 8 or 9 at most. Or was he really going to become a babysitter again? Covey decided to ask one last time. "So Keela, do you want to go with the big sisters?" He gestured to the 3 sisters behind him, intending to leave Keela with them and take her to Nine Snake Island. Nine Snake Island is relatively safe, a good place for Keela to settle down. Moreover, since everyone on Nine Snake Island is a soldier, she could learn a skill there and gain some strength for self-protection. Little Keela looked at Hancock and the others, who were smiling kindly. It seemed to say, "Come with us, little sister, we will protect you." Little Keela shook her head, repeatedly grabbing Cowie's clothes. "No." Crack. It was as if Cowie could hear the sound of the 3 sisters' hearts breaking. He was somewhat surprised Hancock had eaten the sweet fruit, which attracted both men and women. Although still underdeveloped, her physical allure was already quite notable, yet it couldn't attract Keela. Cowie had no idea what Keela was thinking. The 3 big sisters, and he had all been slaves at some point. They were quite similar and could following them ensure safety. Little Keela was quite clever, as she knew full well who was the strongest supporter. Cowie had no choice but to take Keela with him for now. He would find an opportunity to return her to the Revolutionary Army headquarters and hand her over to Alvia, who had plenty of free time these days. After resting for a day in a hotel, the next morning Rayleigh took Hancock and her sisters away. As they left, Hancock's subtle gaze made Cowie feel a bit uncomfortable. Could it be that love-struck brains were really this absurd? The Holy Land, Mariewa. In a dimly lit conference room, 5 shadowy figures sat in a circle. Through the haze, one could make out a bald figure wrapped in bandages. "Nasu Sholong, tell us, who is it that could injure you?" A figure spoke with a deep voice. Hearing this, the bald elder's face darkened and his ribs ached. "I didn't see." Recalling that night, Nasu Sholong sensed a strange, powerful being appearing in Mariewa, prompting him to swing his sword at them, and the results were well known. "That person is very strong, but we couldn't handle them, even with all our strength. We must find out who it is quickly," Nasu Sholong reminded everyone. "Could it be that fishman?" Another elder raised a question at this moment. "Impossible. Oh, I've heard of that fishman, or it can't be him." "All right, let's leave the matter to the Navy to investigate, and let's not disturb Lord M over this small issue." After saying this, everyone fell silent, and the surroundings grew quiet. Throughout the discussion, no one mentioned the dead celestial dragons. Marineford, the marshal's office. Sengoku stood at his desk feeling quite displeased. The 5 elders had given him another task, instructing the Navy to find the true culprit. Where was he supposed to find them? The Navy wasn't supposed to be doing any work. "Come here." Immediately, a Navy officer rushed and standing at attention. "Marshal," Sengoku instructed immediately, "put a bounty on the fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger with a bounty of 2 billion. Release it immediately." "Understood." "Tiger, there's no choice. If we can't find the person, we'll have to pin it on you. Cowie is doing the work and Tiger is taking the blame. It's very reasonable." At this time, Fishman Island was in an uproar. "Tiger, you've been put on the bounty." A fishman subordinate rushed in excitedly, showing Tiger the bounty notice in his hand. A robust blue-skinned fisherman next to Tiger took the bounty notice and began to inspect it. Brother Tiger, you were right, you really have been put on the bounty. Tiger's expression was proud as he patted his shoulder and said calmly, Jinbei, I expected this, let me see how much the bounty is. Tiger had long guessed that he would be put on a bounty, but it didn't matter, as long as he could rescue his fisherman brethren, he was fine with it. Kawi Sr. had been masked the whole time, he shouldn't be under a bounty, which is good. If it weren't for his senior's help, whether he could rescue them was still uncertain. Being the only one under a bounty was already the best outcome. Jinbei lowered his gaze and saw a long string of numbers surprised. Is this 2 billion? Why does it feel a bit long? Tiger, speechless, thought to himself how slow Jinbei was at counting. He grabbed the bounty notice, glanced at it casually, and shouted, Isn't this obviously 2 billion? The Navy is really generous. Jinbei still seemed a bit confused, seriously counting the amount. 110, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. His eyes suddenly widened, nearly popping out of his head as he stammered, Tiger brother. 2 billion. 2 billion. He shook Tiger's hands vigorously. What do you mean 2 billion, Jinbei? What are you doing? Jinbei was already so shocked that he was incoherent. Brother. The bounty is 2 billion. Hearing this, Tiger jumped up from his seat. What? He picked up the bounty notice and began to count again. After a moment, he exploded in anger. Is the Navy crazy? Is it just for saving a few people? Are the celestial dragons his father? Why such a high bounty? Even the usually good-tempered Tiger couldn't help but get angry. Such a high bounty would bring tremendous trouble to Fishman Island. He couldn't even imagine it. Calm down, brother. Jinbei had already calmed down and looked at the fishman's subordinate who delivered the bounty notice, saying, Are there any other messages? The fishman's subordinate trembled nearby, frightened by Tiger's fury. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, he came back to his senses. Yes, there's today's newspaper too. He hurriedly pulled out today's news. Jinbei took it and started reading. Fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger burned the Red Earth continent, released numerous slaves, killed several celestial dragons, and was placed under a bounty of 2 billion berries by the Navy. This news clearly wasn't issued by the Navy. It must have come from some underground news agency. They dared to report this. They were really fearless. Brother, did you kill the celestial dragons? Tiger was taken aback. The celestial dragons. He hadn't even seen them. After thinking for a moment, he realized it must have been his senior who did it, or it seemed he was becoming the scapegoat. Sigh, if he's going to take the blame, so be it. He couldn't expose his senior. Tiger couldn't do such a thing. Forget it, there's no need to discuss the bounty any further. We should first consider the safety of Fishman Island. Ew, I definitely can't stay here anymore. Jinbei set down the newspaper, looking grave as he turned to Tiger. Brother Tiger, why don't we set sail? The next day, the Sun Pirates were established. They announced their separation from Fishman Island, choosing to exist independently. Of course, this was just a ruse to confuse the world government. In reality, they still maintained close ties with Fishman Island. Tiger King Neptune of Fishman Island and Princess Otoheim had come to an agreement. The Sun Pirates were responsible for making a name for themselves at sea, enabling more humans to learn about the Fishman race. The king and the princess would handle the internal affairs of Fishman Island. Together, they worked hard, believing that one day all fishmen would boldly step out of Fishman Island, come to the land, and coexist with other races. Many pirates at sea were intrigued by the Sun Pirates, particularly by Tiger. They were curious about the heroic figure who had liberated slaves and what kind of prowess he possessed. However, some pirates scoffed at the matter, believing they could do the same and that the Navy's bounty on Tiger was greatly exaggerated. At that moment, in a certain sea area, a familiar merchant ship was once again sailing the waters. KVI looked at the newspaper in his hand, stroking his chin, murmuring, Tut, 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 I wonder if Tiger will mind. I've helped raise his worth so much, he should be grateful. Tiger. Thank you, senior, for leaving me homeless. Within a few days, news of the Celestial Dragon's murder was suppressed. It seems the world government intervened. KVI felt no fluctuation about this. He had already guessed it, just didn't expect this news to last so long. It seems Morgans has some skills. Killer, stop cleaning. You're almost polishing the floor into a mirror. It's fine, Grandpa. KVI, I'm not tired. Killer wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at KVI. This little girl was afraid Grandpa KVI would abandon her, so she busied herself with sweeping and other chores, making KVI feel like a ruthless boss exploiting child labor. KVI snatched the cloth from her hands and threatened, if you keep working so hard, I'll send you to the Three Sisters. Killer's expression instantly turned panic-stricken as she waved her hands nervously, saying, No, I won't do it anymore. Grandpa KVI, please don't send me away. Tears welled up in her eyes as if they were about to fall at any moment. Little Killer didn't understand why Grandpa KVI asked her not to work so hard. Isn't it the hardworking children that everyone likes? KVI looked sternly at Killer and said, this is the last time, I'll let it go this time. With a sigh in his heart, Killer had some serious psychological shadows, being cautious around everyone, only slightly better in front of him. All right, come with me, let's eat first. Today we have fish head with chopped chili. Upon hearing this, Killer wiped her tears, her small hands cleaning up, her eyes flashing with a hint of joy as she tugged at Kavia's clothes, following behind. 2 years later. Grandpa, where are we going? A clear voice rang out. A girl with yellow hair stood beside Kavia, her face filled with curiosity. This girl was none other than the transformed Killer, wearing a light blue dress, her bright, clear eyes no longer timid, her fair face flushed with pink, resembling a little angel. She was like a completely different person from the frail and timid little girl 2 years ago who was always anxious. Kavia patted her head and replied, "We're here to meet a friend." After these 2 years of companionship, Kavia finally remembered who this girl was. The Sun Pirates had escorted her back to her hometown only to be ambushed by the Navy, resulting in Fisher Tiger being severely injured. In the end, he passed away, refusing to take in human blood. Kavia was puzzled why when he asked Killer before, she said she couldn't remember her hometown. Kavia had asked Killer this question over the past 2 years, but she expressed she couldn't recall, so he didn't press further. Kavia originally thought that by taking Killer with him, Tiger wouldn't run into trouble, but it turned out that guy was captured by the Navy a year ago and imprisoned in the underwater prison. The Sun Pirates had disbanded, only Jean Bay and a few fishmen had escaped while the rest of the crew had been captured. But at least he was still alive. Kavia didn't think about rescuing him, believing he should toughen up in there for a few years until Luffy came to save him. In level 6 of Impelled Down, Tiger. Senior, can you guess why I was captured? Kavia took Killer to a small island's dock, secured the ship, and stepped onto this island. It had been many years since he last came here. He wondered if he could still find his way. Pulling Killer toward the village, Kavia saw many new buildings along the way. The streets were roughly the same as before, but his memories were a bit hazy. He needed to ask someone for directions. At that moment, a little boy with a green flat top appeared ahead with 3 wooden swords at his waist. "Hey, isn't that Moss Head?" Kavia walked over to him, placing a large hand on his shoulder. "Kid, do you know how to get to the Xuanyue dojo?" Zoro immediately felt a heavy force pressing down on his shoulder, nearly toppling him over. Angrily, he turned to the old man behind him and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Little brother, don't be angry. I'm here to see Mr. Yagoro." Zoro looked puzzled, staring at Kavia and asking, "What do you want with my master?" Kavia clapped his shoulder heavily, smiling, "I'm a friend of your master. Can you take us to see him?" Zoro stumbled, nearly kneeling down, quickly swatting Kavia's hand away. "Got it. Follow me." He cursed inwardly, "Why hit me so hard? Are you trying to kill me?" He then walked ahead, signaling Kavia and Killer to follow. With someone to lead the way, Kavia naturally didn't have to search by himself. He pulled Killer along and followed. Moments later, the three arrived at a desolate area. A few crows flew by in the sky, cawing loudly. Kavia looked at Zoro in confusion, as if to say, was the Xuanyue dojo demolished? Zoro's expression turned awkward. Cough, cough. "I think I went the wrong way, or I remembered. Let's go this way." He then led Kavia and Killer back to the dock. Zoro's face flushed red. He had gone the wrong way again. How many times had it been today? He had originally planned to go to the Xuanyue dojo, yet he had spent the entire morning without arriving. Later, he encountered Kavia and the others, and everyone knew what happened next. Zoro began to doubt in his heart, wondering if his master had moved. Kavia was speechless. "As expected of you, Zoro, to get lost like this." He knew Zoro was directionally challenged, but didn't expect it to be so ridiculous. In the end, Kavia had to ask other villagers to find the Xuanyue dojo. If it weren't for Kavia constantly pulling Zoro along, he probably would have wandered off again. Following Kavia, he could still get lost. One could only say that this species of directionally challenged individuals was too absurd. After twists and turns, the three finally arrived at the entrance of the Xuanyue dojo, and the sky had gradually darkened. They knocked on the large door, and a girl opened it, her black hair slightly bluish, her round eyes wide as she looked at the three. Her gaze finally settled on Zoro. "Zoro, why are you only arriving now? Father said you must have gotten lost again. Is that true? And who are these two?" The girl curiously glanced at Kawaii and the others, then turned to Zoro. "Kawaii, they are friends of Master, here to see him." Zoro explained impatiently. Goena was surprised to hear this, quickly raising her hand to invite Kawaii and the others inside. "Please come in, my father is in the room." "Haha, so you are Goena? It's been so many years, you've grown so much." Kawaii smiled. The girl before him was the daughter of Gung Silang, the one who died after falling from the supreme staircase. Goena looked puzzled, recalling that she seemed to have never met this person. "Sir, do you know me?" Before Kawaii could answer, a hearty laughter reached everyone's ears. "Haha, Senior Kawaii, what brings you here? You should have let me know in advance, so I could come to greet you." Gung Silang walked out of the room, joy written all over his face. Gung Silang, long time no see. Their last meeting had been 9 years ago. Goena tugged at Gung Silang's sleeve, asking curiously, "Father, this grandpa said he has met me, but I don't remember him at all." Gung Siling recalled the events of that year, glancing at Kawaii with a strange expression, and then said to Guina him, "Yes, he held you when you were 1 year old. You were too young then, surely you don't remember. Is that so?" Guina looked at Gung Siling with suspicion, feeling as if her father was deceiving her. Gung Siling thought to himself that it was better not to go into too much detail about the elder's embarrassing moments to avoid awkwardness for both Kawaii and Guina. Gung Siling was a good man with high emotional intelligence. Seeing this, Kawaii would naturally not bring up past events. "Senior, please come in and speak." Gung Siling invited Kawaii into the house. Zoro and Guina went to practice swordsmanship, leaving Kawaii, Gung Siling, and Kurla in the room. Gung Siling poured tea for the two and spoke lightly. "Is there something you need from me, senior? I am preparing to return to headquarters and just happened to pass by here, so I thought I'd stop by for a visit. Having been out for so long, it was time to go back and take a look, and also to leave Kurla at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. She would be an intelligence officer in the future and was no weakling. Handing her over to the Revolutionary Army for training was the best choice." Gung Siling nodded, then hesitated as he looked at Kawaii, wanting to say something, but stopping short. "If you have a question, just ask. No need to be so shy," Kawaii said, noticing Gung Siling's confusion yet hesitance to ask. Gung Siling, having been exposed, showed no embarrassment, but instead appeared more relaxed. "Senior, nothing can be hidden from you." Kawaii shot him a glance. "Did you want me to speak first? What are you pretending for?" He could see right through Gung Siling's squinty-eyed intentions. "Aha, Junior indeed has something to ask you, senior." Facing Kawaii, Gung Siling felt immense pressure, as if all his secrets were laid bare. Kawaii took a sip of tea, signaling him to hurry up and speak. Gung Siling said earnestly, "Senior, do you think a woman can become a great swordsman?" He felt conflicted inside. Gina's dream since she was young was to become the world's #1 swordsman, and he didn't believe his daughter could achieve that. A woman's physique was inherently not as strong as a man's. That was fine when they were young, but as they grew older, the gap would become increasingly prominent. Currently, Guina was already struggling against Zoro, let alone in the future. He didn't want his daughter to work hard for an unattainable dream only to end up disappointed. "Gung Siling, you must be talking about Guina, right?" Kawaii's expression was calm as he spoke lightly. "Senior, how did you know?" Gung Siling was surprised. He hadn't even mentioned it yet, and the senior had already guessed it. "Senior, please tell me what I should do. Guina is very stubborn. I can't persuade her." "Why do you need to persuade her? If she wants to become the world's #1 swordsman, then let her work hard for it. Why stop her?" Kawaii looked at Gung Siling in confusion. "Could it be that you are a daughter slave? You can't bear to see your daughter suffer." No, I just think it's too difficult for a girl to become the world's #1 swordsman," Gung Siling retorted. Kawaii was speechless. He hadn't expected Gung Siling, this bespectacled man with squinty eyes, to be a daughter slave. Becoming the world's #1 swordsman may be a bit difficult, but becoming a top-tier swordsman is still possible. Do you not have confidence in your own swordsmanship? Gung Siling had hidden his strength quite well. He had at least touched the threshold of being a great swordsman, and he could even be one himself. This kid might be a sleeper, always pretending to be Loki. Hearing Kawaii say this, Gung Siling felt much lighter. He didn't want to stop Guina. "Since the senior has said so, then I will trust her. By the way, senior, what do you think of Zoro? That green algae head. Aside from being directionally challenged, he's quite a promising talent." Zoro was a talented and hard-working guy. It was inevitable he would stand at the pinnacle in the future, otherwise he wouldn't be able to become a vice-captain in the Pirate King crew. It's well known that only top-tier warriors could take on such a role. That's good. I have high hopes for him as well. Senior, why not go guide them? Gung Siling knew that Kawaii was a master, and a casual pointer from him would greatly benefit them, allowing them to avoid many detours. Kawaii did not refuse. It depends on the situation. He planned to rest for 2 days at Gung Siling's place before setting off. He would also modify his beloved ship a bit, adding a few entertainment rooms to pass the time. Early the next morning, Gung Siling took Kawaii to find the only shipwright in the village. After Kawaii explained his requirements, the shipwright assured him that he would deliver on time within 2 days. Returning to the dojo, he saw Guina and Zoro preparing to duel. "Guina, come and fight. I feel that this time I can definitely defeat you." Zoro took out 3 wooden swords, holding 2 in his hands and biting one in his mouth, demonstrating his 3-sword style. This kid used to practice the 1-sword style, but he lost to Guina every time, leading him to believe that having too few swords was the problem, so he directly transformed into the 3-sword style. Guina also drew a wooden sword, gripping it tightly with both hands, her expression unchanged as she calmly said, "Zoro, no matter how many times it takes, I will defeat you. Go, senior sister. Defeat this arrogant Zoro." The other disciples around shouted as they couldn't defeat Zoro themselves, so they could only rely on the senior sister to teach him a lesson. Zoro remained indifferent to this, not caring about the words of those he had already defeated. Kurla was also in the crowd watching the match, very interested in it. Kawai and Gung Sailang exchanged glances and stood by to observe, curious about the current skill levels of these two young ones. Huh! Zoro shouted loudly, stepping forward, swinging his sword fiercely towards Kuna. It seemed he held nothing back. Truly he was Zoro, unlike a certain lecherous chef adhering to the knight's way, never striking a girl regardless of the circumstances. Zoro did not care about gender and just went for the attack. Kuina did not confront him heated, as she understood her weaknesses as well as Zoro's. With a clever sidestep, she evaded Zoro's attack, then gripped her sword with both hands and stepped forward to slash horizontally at Zoro's waist. Zoro hurriedly turned his head, biting down on his sword to block the strike. He then launched a fierce assault, 3 wooden swords creating afterimages, attempting to defeat Kuna through strength and speed. Kuna, on the other hand, dodged while counterattacking. Zoro's rapid attacks did not hit her. Instead, he was struck by Kuna several times. The two exchanged blows, with Zoro mostly taking the hits. The surrounding disciples watched with great interest, and Crow watched with wide eyes. However, to Cave and Gung Shiro, this battle was merely child's play. Yet one could discern the general proficiency of the two. Their fundamentals were solid, especially Kuna, whose every move was methodical, fluid, and seamless. Zoro's swordsmanship was not agile enough, but his power was considerable, and both his strength and speed showed that he trained diligently. One focused on technique, the other on power, each with their own strengths. However, if things continued like this, Zoro would eventually surpass Kuna. Her physical condition was clearly inferior to his. For now, she could rely on technique to defeat Zoro, but once his physique improved, her skills would seem inadequate. Before long, Kuna emerged victorious, both of them panting heavily. Zoro, you've improved quickly this time. You actually lasted quite a while. I believe it won't be long before you surpass me. Kuna smiled encouragingly at Zoro, though her smile bore a hint of reluctance. She found it increasingly exhausting to spar with Zoro, and a moment's distraction could lead to defeat. She knew that one day she would be surpassed, and a sense of unwillingness welled up within her. Was it really true, as her father said, that a woman could never become a powerful swordsman? Zoro, completely oblivious to Kuina's thoughts, stubbornly declared, "Damn it, next time I will definitely defeat you." After saying this, he ran off to train more. He could clearly feel that he was just a bit short of defeating Kuina, but a loss was a loss. He would not make excuses. Kuina watched Zoro's retreating figure, a growing sense of crisis rising from the depths of her heart. As the senior disciple, she never expected to be surpassed so soon. She had promised Zoro that one of them must become the world's #1 swordsman. It seemed her dream would not come to fruition. Kuina silently returned to the dojo, continuing her sword practice, vowing not to give up until the very last moment. Cave and Gung Shiro quietly observed, with Gung Shiro feeling pain for his daughter, not wanting to see her suffer or be heartbroken. He turned to Cave, his eyes filled with a pleading look. "All right, old man, we'll help you speak." This daughter slave was too shy to step in. Cave walked over to Kuna, who set down her wooden sword, and looked at Cave with confusion. "Grandpa Cave, is there something you need from me?" She was curious about Cave, the grandfather who had held her as a child, and who her father respected so deeply. Cave smiled kindly, and spoke in a gentle tone, "Kuina, come and chat with me. I might be able to answer the questions in your heart." Kuina's eyes brightened as she turned to look at Gung Shiro behind Cave. She saw Gung Shiro give her a slight nod. Thus, Kuna followed Cave into the room, sitting across from each other. "Grandpa, do you think I can become a true swordsman? My father told me that women cannot become the world's #1 swordsman." Kuina was eager to know the answer, wondering if her father's words held any truth. Cave took his time to sip his tea, slowly setting the cup down and looking at Kuna. "Let me tell you this, the future world's #1 swordsman might really be a woman. Do you believe it?" Kuina's eyes widened, clearly disbelieving Cave's words. "How can that be possible? What is impossible? There are many female swordsmen I know who are stronger than most male swordsmen. Your father simply cannot bear to see you suffer, so he lied to you." Kuina was overjoyed, pressing her hands on the table, standing up to ask loudly, "Really? You're not lying to me, are you, Grandpa?" Cave nodded. He would never lie, as he was the most honest old man. Every word he spoke was true. In his heart, there were currently only 2 people qualified to be the world's #1 swordsman. One was his disciple Rosa, and the other perhaps was also his disciple Mihawk. Of course, if Cave wanted that title, they would have no chance. As for Zoro, he was still too young. The title of the world's #1 swordsman was still far from him. But I feel like my swordsmanship is improving more and more slowly. Zoro is almost catching up to me. Do I really have no talent? Kuina's spirits sank again. She was working hard, her talent was decent, and the only difference between her and Zoro was physical condition. "I have a way to enhance your physical condition, but then you will no longer be a pure swordsman. Are you willing?" Cave gave her a choice. He could make Kuina stronger, but the price was that she would no longer be purely a swordsman. "Really? What do you mean by not being a pure swordsman?" Kuina did not understand Cave's statement. Oh, why would enhancing her physical condition mean she was no longer a pure swordsman? Cave explained about the devil fruit, stating that the way to enhance Kuina's physique was to consume a devil fruit. It was a straightforward and violent method, the fastest way to improve her condition. Cave let her choose. In truth, Cave hoped Kuina would eat the devil fruit for a simple reason. In the original story, Kuina died very early. If she ate the devil fruit, Cave did not believe she could still die from falling down the stairs. Kuina quickly made her decision. Grandpa, I will eat it. She wanted to grow stronger, even if it meant not being a purely swordsman, she did not want to be surpassed. If her physique did not improve, she would soon be outdone by Zoro, and at that point, she would be unable to even claim the title of the strongest in Frostmoon Village. Even if one day she was surpassed by Zoro, she did not want to be left too far behind, or else she would be mocked harshly. She decided to eat the devil fruit. Cave took out 2 identical devil fruits. One was golden, and the other was red. The golden one was the Zoan-type bird fruit in its golden eagle form obtained from Doflamingo. The red one was stolen from a celestial dragon resembling the bird fruit. Cave suspected it was also a Zoan-type fruit. Cave presented the 2 fruits. He did not take out the remaining rain fruit and 2 unknown fruits. He offered the 2 Zoan-type fruits for Kuina to choose from. The golden one is the animal-type bird fruit in the form of a golden eagle, while the red one is unknown to me, but I can confirm it is also an animal type. Choose one. Kuina looked at the 2 beautifully patterned fruits, unsure of which to choose. She was a bit reluctant to become a bird person, but she was also curious about the other fruit. What a dilemma, which one should I choose? If others heard this thought, they would probably bleed from the mouth. The devil fruits are such precious items that others might not even see one in their lifetime. Yet here, I am being picky. I'll forget it. Kuina snatched the red devil fruit and took a big bite, deciding to take a gamble. Ugh. The next second, she almost vomited it out. Covey quietly added, I've heard that one must finish the devil fruit to fully unlock its potential. I wonder if that's true. Upon hearing this, Kuina resisted the urge to vomit and quickly swallowed the rest of the fruit, then grabbed a cup of water and gulped it down. I made it through. Covey appeared serious on the surface, but internally he wondered, is the devil fruit really that bad? The one I received from the system didn't seem this terrible. He recalled that when he ate the devil fruit, he had prepared himself mentally, yet the taste was quite pleasant, not as horrible as he had imagined. One could only say that the system's offerings are truly exceptional. Quick, feel what kind of fruit it is. Hearing this, Kuina began to sense the changes in her body. Her physique enhanced significantly and continued to strengthen. Is this the power of the devil fruit? It truly is formidable. Huh. It seems to be a bird as well, but a rather beautiful one that is red in color. Cubby, do you know what fruit this is? Through her sense of the changes in her body, Kuina understood the fruit's form, but now she couldn't transform. Red? Try using your ability. Covey also wasn't sure what it was, but a red bird is quite rare, indicating that this fruit is not simple, it is at least not inferior to the golden eagle. After all, it is a treasure of the celestial dragons. Kuina cautiously attempted to use the fruit's abilities based on her inner thoughts. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from her body, and the temperature in the air rapidly rose. Oh! Kuina panicked and frantically patted her body, trying to extinguish the flames. Don't panic, it's okay. Covey reminded her that this was clearly the ability of the fruit and wouldn't harm its master. Upon hearing Covey's words, Kuina realized she didn't feel any pain and her clothes were still intact. Is this my fruit ability? This should just be a secondary power. The true strength of the animal type lies in the physical body. You'll gradually discover more as you develop it. Upon hearing this, Kuina nodded, then suddenly exclaimed at Covey, huh? Covey, you've changed. Oh. Kuina suddenly felt a sharp pain in her eyes and quickly closed them, not daring to look at Covey, her body breaking out in a cold sweat as the flames extinguished. What did she just see? Covey had transformed into a terrifying giant standing in the void, wielding an enormous axe enveloped in a dark red aura that nearly suffocated her, with eyes as bright as the sun gazing at her. It was terrifying. What is that thing? Covey looked confused, wondering what was happening. What's wrong, Kuina? At this moment, Kuina slowly opened her eyes, cautiously looking at Covey. Not seeing that terrifying giant, she let out a sigh of relief. She conveyed what had just happened to Covey. Covey was puzzled, wondering if it was related to his devil fruit. Could Kuina see his devil fruit? Kuina, try using that ability again, but don't look at me, I'll look elsewhere. Okay. Kuina replied, recalling the feelings from earlier, and used the ability of the devil fruit once more. She opened her eyes and looked elsewhere. Covey focused on her eyes, noticing a change. Kuina's eyes were emanating a faint red glow. Her pupils split into 2, transforming into double pupils. With these eyes, it seemed she could see through the essence of things. Soon Kuina felt a wave of fatigue, and her eyes returned to normal. Seeing this, Covey seemed to realize something. Kuina was exceptionally lucky. This fruit is most likely a mythical Zoan, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Kuina, from now on, focus on developing your fruit abilities. You can put swordsmanship aside for now. Huh. Why? If she can't practice swordsmanship, how can she become a powerful swordsman? Even if she can't become the strongest, at least she should be a very strong swordsman. This fruit of yours is very strong. If developed to its fullest, you could easily defeat your father. If I'm not mistaken, the full name of this fruit should be bird fruit, mythical zoan phoenix form. Another fruit that never appeared in the original work. The potential of this fruit is definitely not lower than Kaido's fish fruit azure dragon form. The phoenix is one of the ancient divine beasts resembling a phoenix, yet not quite a phoenix, incredibly fast with double pupils that can peer into everything. Goena exclaimed in shock, so powerful. She was very aware of her father's strength. The combined strength of everyone in the dojo couldn't match him. In Gina's heart, her father was an immensely powerful being. As long as she develops this devil fruit to its fullest, she could easily defeat her father. Just thinking about it made her realize that the title of the world's strongest swordsman wasn't so appealing anymore. Right? It might even be stronger than that. If Goena can awaken this fruit, she might possess power on par with the emperors. It's decided. Goena will join the revolutionary army under my guidance. This potential asset must be secured. Coincidentally, Jingshiru also stands with the revolutionary army, and I need to discuss this with him thoroughly. Alright, you can go now. Sensing Jingshiru waiting outside, Covey instructed Goena to step out first. Goena bowed deeply to Covey. Thank you, Grandpa Covey. Then she exited. Shortly after, Jingshiru came in. Senior, thank you. Goena recounted the earlier events to Jingshiru, who was astonished, never expecting Covey to directly give Goena a devil fruit. He certainly knew the value of a devil fruit. Covey waved his hand. I told you I would help you, so I won't go back on my word. Then Covey informed Jingshiru about the power of this fruit, asking him to supervise Goena in properly developing her fruit abilities and not to let her focus solely on swordsmanship. The two conspired for an hour, arranging everything for Goena perfectly. They figured out how to get Goena to join the revolutionary army. Jingshiru suggested that they stage Gina's death, allowing them to secretly bring her to the revolutionary army while also motivating Zoro to grow stronger, killing two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this, Covey confirmed in his heart that Jingshiru was indeed a cunning fellow. No wonder he wore glasses. Gina's fate was firmly in their hands. Jingshiru thought, finally, I won't have to worry about my daughter anymore. Covey mused, the revolutionary army, I've found you another powerful ally. As for what Goena thought, sorry, under the brilliant acting of Covey and Jingshiru, she could only happily accept the fate that was arranged for her. The next day, Covey wandered alone in Frostmoon Village. Clara surprisingly became friends with Guyana. This was unexpected for Covey, but it was fine. After all, the two would be colleagues in the future and could get to know each other now. Covey arrived at the back mountain of the Frostmoon Dojo, where the environment was exceptionally pleasant with fresh air and beautiful scenery. Huh. From a distance, the sounds of training reached Covey's ears as he approached to see. A green-hatted boy, a green-haired boy was training in an open area. He wielded a wooden sword, striking the tree stump before him, deep sword marks visible on the stump. The sweat dripping from the boy's head indicated that he had been training for quite some time. Hey, Green Algae Head, I heard you want to be the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro heard Covey's words, tilted his head slightly to glance at him, and continued swinging his sword, expressing his dissatisfaction. My name is Roronoa Zoro. Don't call me Green Algae Head. And what are you doing here, old man? Don't interrupt my training. Zoro knew Covey was Gung-Shiro's friend, but that wouldn't make him polite toward Covey. No one can disturb his cultivation. Zoro's heart was filled with the singular belief of becoming stronger than defeating Guyana, striving for the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Also, how do you know I want to be the world's #1 swordsman? Did Guyana tell you? Covey did not answer directly, but continued to ask, Little Green, tell me why you want to become the world's #1 swordsman. Covey, feeling bored, wanted to tease this future king of hell. Upon hearing this, Zoro immediately felt displeased, stopped swinging the wooden sword, and with an angry expression, said, Who are you calling Little Green? I told you I have a name, and if you keep this up, I won't be polite. He raised the wooden sword, threatening Covey. Zoro couldn't understand why this old man came to bother him. Did he look easy to bully? Ahem, don't be angry. When I call you Little Green, it's a compliment. Green symbolizes unwavering will. I acknowledge you, that's why I call you Little Green. You see, the reason I specifically call you Little Green, and not Guyana, is that I have more faith in you between the two. After observing you yesterday, I believe your swordsmanship will one day surpass Guyana's. Upon hearing this, Zoro was taken aback. So this was a sign of acknowledgement. Did he mistakenly judge the old man? The old man came here to encourage him. Old man, why didn't you say so earlier? Sorry about that. Zoro put down the wooden sword and said apologetically. Covey waved his hand, speaking calmly. It's fine, I often get misunderstood by young people. I'm used to it. Indeed, Covey was often misunderstood by young people. What could be the reason? He clearly thought of them, but they didn't understand his difficulties. Kaido, Doflamingo, Fisher Tiger from the 6th level of Impel Down. It's fine, senior. They don't understand you, but I do. Seniors are always thinking about our future. Covey. Is it necessary to emphasize the 6th level of impel down every time? Tiger, I've tolerated you for a long time. Returning to the point, Zoro, upon hearing that Covey was often misunderstood, felt a surge of sympathy. In his heart, old man, I believe in you. Those who misunderstand you will definitely regret it. Seeing that Zoro believed him, Covey acted even more dramatically, with a sad expression, saying, Zoro, since you don't like the name Little Green, I won't call you that anymore. From now on, I'll call you Zoro. Zoro, upon hearing this, casually patted his chest. Old man, you can still call me Little Green. I like this nickname. If you call me anything else, I won't agree to it. What a good kid. To avoid making Covey sad, he said such words. Covey felt a bit embarrassed for a moment. Ahem, since that's the case, I'll call you Little Green from now on. Upon hearing this, Zoro nodded in satisfaction. He was nearly fooled by Covey, but still didn't notice anything wrong. Little Green, I heard you want to be the world's #1 swordsman. Do you want me to give you some pointers? Covey looked at Zoro with a smile. I'm quite powerful, you know. Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes lit up excitedly, asking, Old man, is your swordsmanship stronger than my master's? Covey maintained a calm demeanor and replied, of course. Zoro became even more excited. If the old man was indeed stronger than his master, then if he just gave him a few pointers, wouldn't he be able to easily defeat Guyana? Ha ha ha, my dear friend, with the old man's help, just wait to be defeated by me. Zoro fell into a fantasy, his lips curling up as if he could already see Guyana defeated at his hands. Hey, Little Green, what are you grinning about? Covey waved his hand in front of Zoro. Zoro snapped back to reality, wiped the drool from his mouth, and said earnestly, Old man, please do teach me well. This was exactly Covey's intention. He was leaving tomorrow and still remembered the promise to Gungshiro. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well give Zoro some pointers to pass the time. Then Covey began unknown swordsmanship instruction with Zoro. After 2 hours, Zoro lay on the ground, panting, his clothes soaked with sweat, his face filled with joy, clearly having gained a lot. The old man's swordsmanship was indeed impressive. Each move accurately found his weaknesses and offered suggestions. This 2 hours of guidance at least saved him several years of detours. Zoro felt his strength enhance, and his understanding of swordsmanship reach new heights. Guyana, just wait, after I digest this for a few days, I will surely defeat you with ease. Covey was also very satisfied with Zoro's performance. His talent was exceptional. In his past life, there were sea fans speculating that Zoro's background was not simple, possibly a descendant of some warrior from Wano country, but Covey didn't know if it was true. If it were true, then his exceptional talent could be understood. After all, in Wano country, warriors were everywhere. Even an inconspicuous old man might be a master of flowing cherry blossom haki. Zoro got up from the ground, still yearning, and asked Covey, Old man, do you have any special moves to teach me? The earlier pointers indeed made Zoro aware of his shortcomings, but he still felt something was missing. After thinking it over, Zoro realized that the old man had only pointed out his weaknesses and hadn't taught him any named sword moves. This wouldn't do. Without moves, what would he say when fighting? He couldn't just slash away, could he? At the very least, he should shout out the names of powerful moves during battle, right? Upon hearing this, Covey smiled slightly. What? Is that not enough? What else do you want to learn? Just say it, and let's see if I can teach you. Old man, do you know any moves with powerful names and great might? A majestic name and overwhelming power. Xiao, your standards are rather high. Power was simple. A casual strike from Covey could easily satisfy Zoro's demand. The real challenge lay in the name. He had no talent for naming techniques. Unlike Zoro, who treated combat like poetic recitation, Covey saw no need to embellish a strike with verse. Stroking his chin in contemplation, he paused. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as a memory surfaced, a novel he'd read in his past life. Ahem, this old man does happen to know a technique perfectly suited to your criteria. Zoro's excitement surged. Grandmaster, show it to me. Quickly, let's see it now. He could hardly contain himself. What sword technique could possibly fulfill both conditions? Covey spoke slowly, deliberately. You truly wish to witness it. Don't end up trembling with fear. Zoro scoffed, arms crossed confidently across his chest. Grandmaster, do you really underestimate me so much? I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Seeing Zoro's unshaken expression, Covey relaxed. If Mihawk hadn't been phased, then Zoro would surely endure it too. Hand me your blade. Let me show you what a world-class swordsman truly is. Zoro frowned in confusion. Grandmaster, are you teasing me? Surely you don't intend to wield a wooden sword. He raised his wooden sword, gazing at Covey with open skepticism. Grandmaster, if there's no real task at hand, don't force it. What on earth can a wooden sword accomplish? Can it even split timber? In Zoro's mind, a technique worthy of overwhelming power should at least cleave stone. Could this master actually split stone with wood? Why concern yourself with such details? Just watch closely. Covey took the wooden sword, testing its balance with a few effortless swings, then glanced down at Zoro. Step back. Don't get caught in the backlash. Since this was a demonstration, half-hearted effort wouldn't suffice. Too little power might invite mockery, so he settled on 7/10 of his strength. Zoro sprinted dozens of meters before halting, surely beyond any danger zone. Then Covey tensed his arm, gripped the wooden sword firmly, and declared aloud, "Observe well. This technique is named One Sword Sundering Heaven." Majestic aura coiled around the wooden blade. Raw power surged violently into it. With no flourish, no finesse, only pure unadulterated force, he swung the obsidian-hued sword downward. All that power converged at the tip, erupting as a luminous arc that slashed across the sky. Whooshed! The drifting clouds overhead tore apart, like fragile gauze, splitting open a colossal fissure stretching endlessly into the horizon. Across the entire sea, people gazed upward, stunned. None had ever beheld such awe-inspiring grandeur. Their hearts swelled with reverence for nature's sublime majesty. Covey sheathed the sword, surveyed the parted heavens, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. His strength had grown once more. As for Zoro, his expression mirrored Mihawk's long-ago reaction, wide-eyed, speechless, utterly unworldly. Frozen in place, Zoro stared blankly upward, mouth agape, as if time itself had ceased. "Hey, snap out of it." At Covey's voice, Zoro's vacant gaze flickered back to life. His emotions defied description, not merely shock. "We agreed on splitting stone. How did you split the sky? Is this truly the caliber of a world-class swordsman? Then what am I?" His heart churned with turmoil. Once he'd held unshakable faith in becoming the world's greatest swordsman, but now in this very moment doubt flooded his soul. Is this even humanly possible? Well then, does this technique satisfy your demands? One sword sundering heaven. Covey pressed on. Zoro nodded, dumbfounded. Yes, it surpassed all expectations. One sword sundering heaven. I thought you'd just coined a flashy name. I never imagined you'd literally rend the heavens. Seeing Zoro still dazed in reverie, Covey clapped him gently on the shoulder. "Xiao Lu, you'll master this one day too. Believe in yourself, understand." Then Covey departed. The hour for dinner had arrived. Zoro remained rooted, staring silently at his own hands. "Can I truly do this too?" A fierce light ignited in his eyes. "Yes, I will achieve it. And I'll surpass even this. My techniques must bear names far more imposing than yours." His master's name was indeed majestic, but far too brief. In Zoro's vision, the ultimate technique demanded at least 10 characters. Zoro's psychological resilience proved remarkable. He regained composure swiftly, undiminished in resolve. Witnessing pinnacle-tier power firsthand had ignited his ambition and accelerated his path to greatness. Back at the Frost Moon Dojo, Covey had barely stepped inside when Jinzo rushed forward, followed closely by Kuna and Kelra. Jinzo's face was pale with urgency, his voice trembled. "Senior Master, did you see it just now, eh?" Covey arched a brow, puzzled. "See what?" Before Jinzo could reply, Kuna burst forth. "Grandmaster Covey, just now the sky itself was torn open by something. Father said it was human-made. Did you see it?" Jinzo fixed his gaze upon Covey, awaiting confirmation. A suspicion stirred within him. Had the senior master been sparring with someone? Covey's expression cleared. "Ah, you mean that? Jinzo, didn't you ask me to offer some guidance? Today I happened upon Zoro in the rear mountains, so I gave him a brief demonstration. So, that rift in the heavens, was you, senior master?" Covey nodded, casually confirming it. "HSSSH." Both Kuna and Jinzo recoiled, sharply drawing sharp breaths. Only Kelra remained unfazed. Having already witnessed Covey shatter a celestial dragonian, this was trivial. To her, nothing Covey did was extraordinary. Jinzo, however, stood thunderstruck. He'd always suspected Covey, the nominal Revolutionary Army commander, was extraordinary. He'd had no idea how extraordinary. Entrusting Kuna to the revolutionaries had been the right choice. Kuna, meanwhile, harbored no such complexities. She simply knew Grandmaster Covey was peerless. Enough, it's all basic practice. Is it really that astonishing?" Covey waved dismissively. Jinzo recovered his composure, drew near, and murmured softly, "Senior Master, Zoro's Tao heart remains intact, I trust." Covey picked idly at his nose. "Not shattered. Seemed quite steady to me." Jinzo exhaled in relief. "Good." Later over dinner they chatted leisurely. Another tranquil day concluded. The next dawn Covey reclaimed his beloved vessel, now refitted with additional cabins, all dedicated to leisure, none to cultivation. After bidding farewell to Jinzo and the others, Covey departed with Kelra aboard his ship. Kuna and Kelra lingered, reluctant to part. 2 days had forged a profound bond between them. Covey watched with quiet warmth. "From now on, you two will be together daily within the Revolutionary Army. May the vessel of their friendship sail on unwavering across all storms." Several days later on the Grand Line, there lies an island known as Baldigo. Cave and Kurla have finally reached their destination. The Revolutionary Army now has branches all over the world, but its headquarters remains on the Grand Line. This island Baldigo is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Stepping onto the familiar island, Cave felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Kurla, you will live here from now on. Are you happy? In response to Cave's inquiry, Kurla appeared uninterested. She was not happy at all and wondered why she had to stay in this unfamiliar place. Though she was not happy inside, she did not voice it. Instead, she showed a sweet smile, saying, "Grandpa, don't worry, I will live well with everyone here." Cave had already discussed this with her. Since Kurla was still so young, she couldn't keep following this old man around the sea all day long. Cave also told her that Gwaina would come here in the future. After a series of persuasive arguments from Cave, Kurla agreed to stay with the Revolutionary Army. At first, she might not feel comfortable, but she would gradually get familiar with everyone. Cave also hoped that Kurla would make more friends. "That's good. Follow me. They'll introduce you to your future companions." Cave led Kurla toward the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. He wondered if Alvia and that girl Robin were thinking of him. Before long, the two arrived at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Around them, ordinary members of the Revolutionary Army were bustling about, looking quite busy. A purple-haired woman wearing revealing attire and glasses glanced at Cave, and Kurla momentarily taken aback. Frowning, she removed her glasses, her face displaying disbelief as she slowly approached the two. As she got closer, the frown on her forehead gradually relaxed, her lips began to curl into a smile, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. "Commander." Cave raised an eyebrow, recognizing that this beauty looked somewhat familiar. "Who are you?" The woman, a bit excited, exclaimed as if she were seeing an idol. "I am Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. It's an honor to meet you, Commander." Betty quickly stood at attention to salute. "Commander, I joined the Revolutionary Army later on, but the leader often speaks of you to us." Cave felt helpless. It seemed Dragon was intent on making him a spiritual leader. "Betty, can I call you that?" Betty's hands clenched, trembling slightly, her gaze fervent and excited. "Of course. Commander." "Ahem, no need to be so excited. What has Dragon told you about me?" Cave was quite curious about what Dragon had done to make these people react to him, as if they were seeing a celebrity. Upon hearing this, Betty proudly patted her chest, causing a ripple, then took a deep breath to calm her excited emotions. She was incredibly lucky to meet the living commander. "Commander, the leader told us that you are the true founder of the Revolutionary Army and your thoughts have profoundly influenced the members. Moreover, you have established a heart for the world, a destiny for the people, and have inherited the learning of the ancients." The more she spoke, the more excited Betty became. Her cheeks flushed. These words were like truths to the Revolutionary Army. Their revolutionary cause suddenly became noble. Even if no one understood them, even if no one knew, it could not stop the fire of revolution burning in their hearts. Even if they failed, as long as the spark did not extinguish, they would ultimately win. They would eventually overthrow the world government. Ahem, enough. I understand, no need to say more. Cave felt that if he did not stop Betty from continuing, she could talk all day. He regretted telling Dragon so much back then. Now, even the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army knew him. Where is Dragon? Why haven't I seen him or anyone else? The leader went out on a mission with some officers. Recently, we overthrew a small country and the tasks have increased. I was just about to go support them when I ran into you, Commander. Cave nodded. Indeed, with Dragon so busy, how could he possibly stay at headquarters? Then you should go, don't mind us. Betty hesitated slightly, but, "Sai, I have no such rules, just do what you need to do." "All right then," Betty nodded, feeling a bit regretful. She had originally planned to give the commander a tour of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, but knowing that the leader was urgently needing her abilities, she had no choice but to carry out her mission. She was a superhuman with the power of the Inspire fruit, capable of uplifting spirits, enhancing morale, and winning hearts, which played a crucial role in the Revolutionary Army's cause. This fruit's impact on the battlefield was on par with that of a top-tier powerhouse. Betty left. Cave took Kurla back to his former house. The door was open as if someone was inside. Cave's house was built solely by him, and he had put in considerable effort. It was located right behind the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Upon entering, he saw a white-haired woman lazily sitting on the sofa, wearing a purple spaghetti-strap mini dress, her long fair legs exposed to the air, swaying slightly. Holding a book, her gentle gaze fell upon it, exuding a mature and elegant aura. "Alvi, a long time no see. Have you missed me?" Upon hearing this, the woman trembled, unable to believe her ears. She looked up with surprise, instantly bouncing off the sofa. "Uncle, you're back." Alvia rushed into Cave's embrace, her fair little hands clenching as she lightly pounded his chest, her tone filled with grievance. "You actually know how to come back. I thought you had died outside." Pouting and staring at Cave with sharp eyes, as if demanding an explanation. Cave felt awkward. It seemed he hadn't been gone long, only about 7 or 8 years. "Ahem, Alvia, didn't I come back? By the way, where's Robin? Why haven't I seen that girl? Could it be that she went to train? Would she actively go train?" Upon hearing this, Olvia's expression of grievance instantly vanished, replaced by a wave of nervousness as her eyes darted away, unable to look at Cave. Stammering, she said, "Uncle Cave, if I tell you, you mustn't get angry, or I won't tell you." Cave saw Olvia's guilty look and immediately knew something had happened to Robin. Frowning, he urged, "Go on, I won't get angry. You promise." "I promise I won't get angry." Upon hearing Cave's promise, Olvia cautiously began to speak. "Robin has gone out to sea." "What? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her? How could so many people not watch over one person? What if she encounters danger?" In response to Cave's questioning, Olvia hurriedly explained. She said she wanted to learn more history and was planning to look for you at the same time. The materials they brought back from O'Hara had already been mostly studied by these scholars. Robin was very interested in this history as she wanted to seek out other historical texts, and more importantly, she wanted to find Cave. A sense of worry crept into Covey's heart as he thought, "Isn't Robin still too young? Aren't you afraid she might encounter danger?" Olivia glanced at Covey with a hint of resentment, saying, "Uncle, Robin is already 17 years old. Besides, the dragon said that with her strength, she won't encounter much danger as long as she doesn't go to the New World." Covey scratched his head, puzzled. 17. Has she grown up that much already? Olivia was speechless, realizing just how long she had been away. "All right, Uncle, enough about Robin. Who is this young lady?" Olivia turned her gaze to Kira, frowning as she spoke. He thought to himself, could it be that Uncle has a woman outside? Is this young lady perhaps his daughter? Covey came back to reality and introduced to Olivia, "This is Kira, the backbone of the Revolutionary Army in the future. From now on, you will be in charge of her." "Huh? Me? Why?" Olivia's eyes widened as she pointed at herself, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Covey led the confused Olivia to the side and quietly told her about Kira's situation, making Olivia's heart race. "Uncle, are you being too bold? You even dared to kill a celestial dragon." Olivia couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for Covey. Wasn't he a bit too reckless, burning the holy land of Mariawa and killing a celestial dragon, then shifting the blame to others? Covey shrugged, saying, "Anyway, no one knows it was me, so what's there to fear?" Olivia stared at Covey with wide eyes. "Next time, don't do such dangerous things. If anything happens to you, Robin, and I will be heartbroken." Cough, cough, I got it. Why worry so much? Just take care of yourself," Covey replied, feeling a bit embarrassed by Olivia's concern. Olivia truly worried that one day something would happen to Covey. At his age, running around all the time for several years felt unsettling. Unable to stand Olivia's piercing gaze, Covey turned to look elsewhere. "So that's it. From now on, Kira will be in your care." Seeing Covey turn away, Olivia dared not look at him, a hint of triumph flashing in her eyes. "All right, I understand." Now that she knew Kira wasn't Uncle's daughter, Olivia felt much more at ease and was quite sympathetic towards Kira's circumstances. Having settled Kira, Covey finally felt relieved. Kira was living with Olivia, but that girl ended up staying at Covey's house, essentially meaning they were all living together. Since Covey set sail, Olivia and Robin had moved into his house. Living at the Revolutionary Army headquarters felt uncomfortable. Covey's place was much more pleasant. Covey had no way to deal with Olivia. After all, his house was so big, so let her stay. In the evening, Covey prepared a grand feast, and the three of them enjoyed their meal happily. At the dinner table, Olivia's clear eyes curiously fixed on Covey as she gently asked, "Uncle, why do I feel like, apart from your hair turning a bit gray, you don't seem to have changed much?" She scrutinized Covey closely. While there was more gray hair than before, why did he still look the same as when they first met, with skin still tight and elastic? Putting aside his hair, Covey was undoubtedly a charming, mature man with a strong physique that exuded a rich aura of masculinity. Kira sat beside them, curiously observing Covey, feeling that he really hadn't changed much over the years. Cough, cough, perhaps it's because I've taken good care of myself. Covey was well aware of his condition. With daily practice, his strength had only grown, his vitality abundant, showing no signs of aging. Besides his hair turning gray, he really hadn't changed much. Olivia pouted, "If you don't want to say, then just don't. What good care? Uncle clearly just didn't want to share and was making excuses. All right, let's eat. With so many dishes, you should be able to keep quiet. After dinner, remember to come to my room. I have something for you." Covey changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Olivia paused her eating, her face slightly flushed, looking up at Covey with a glimmer of light in her eyes. After all these years, was Uncle finally unable to restrain himself and was going to take action against me? Should I comply or not? My heart is so conflicted. Olivia automatically filtered out what Covey said about having something for her. She had read about such plots in novels. These were usually just excuses men made. Olivia didn't have many hobbies aside from studying history. She enjoyed reading all sorts of strange stories, her mind often wandering. Seeing that Olivia seemed off, Covey asked, "What's wrong? If you don't want to, forget it. I can give it to someone else later." Covey thought Olivia might not want the gift. He intended to give her the yuyu fruit to help her gain some self-defense abilities. If she didn't like the yuyu fruit, that was fine. He could find another one for her later, or have Germa craft a set of custom battle gear. Olivia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, I want it. How could I not want it? You can't give it to anyone else. Determined, she wouldn't let others benefit from it. Cubby couldn't understand why Olivia was so excited, but it made sense. How could one refuse such a precious devil fruit? By the way, did I mention what kind of gift it is? Whatever, I'll just give it to her later. Cubby stopped thinking and focused on enjoying the meal, while Kira glanced at the two of them also concentrating on her food, leaving only Olivia distracted. After dinner, the three of them had their own thoughts. Little Kira felt that Grandpa Covey and Aunt Olivia weren't talking about the same thing, but that was none of her concern. What could a child like her think? Olivia's face was flushed as she pondered, unsure of what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Covey focused on his meal, occasionally marveling at how his cooking had improved. The dinner ended pleasantly. After tidying up the dishes, Kira returned to her room to rest. Covey also went back to his room where he had crafted an oversized bed, not seeking anything else but comfort and sleep. Lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling and reflecting on the experiences of these past years, it was time to rest. Outside, Olivia nervously raised her hand, wanting to knock on the door, but then pulled back. Pacing outside the door, feeling a bit anxious, she took a deep breath to calm her excited and nervous heart before raising her hand to knock. Knock, knock. Creak. As she opened the door and saw Covey already lying on the bed, Olivia's face instantly turned red. Is it really that direct? Didn't the book say there should be a warm-up phase? Indeed, what's written in books cannot be trusted. Come here, come closer. Kaiwei, seeing Olivia enter, sat up in bed and waved at her, signaling her to approach. Olivia shyly walked to the bedside, intertwining her hands, her expression tense and her voice slightly trembling. Uncle, let me prepare for a moment. What is there to prepare for? Kaiwei looked confused. There's nothing to prepare for. Even Guena isn't this dramatic. Thinking back to when he gave Guena the devil fruit, she didn't fuss as much. Why was Olivia feeling shy about it? What? Uncle, did you actually do something to Guena? Olivia looked at Kaiwei in shock, her face showing disbelief and her eyes filled with surprise. She never expected Kaiwei to be that kind of person. Seeing Olivia's expression, Kaiwei instantly realized their conversation was on different wavelengths, and he quickly took out the devil fruit, placing it in front of her. What do you mean I did something to Guena? I just gave her a devil fruit. What were you thinking? Olivia suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. She thought it was something else. Of course. Where did your mind wander? Kaiwei heavily tapped her on the head. This girl has some unhealthy thoughts. Oh, what is she thinking about all day long? Aha, of course I was thinking the same as you, Uncle. What else could I think? Olivia lowered her head somewhat guiltily. All right, enough of this. This fruit is a Logia-type devil fruit, the rain fruit. You should eat it, otherwise you'll be the only weakling in the Revolutionary Army. Kaiwei tossed the fruit to Olivia, speaking disdainfully. Olivia caught it, curiously looking at the blue fruit, while completely ignoring Kaiwei's disdain. After all, Kaiwei was just a sharp-tongued, yet soft-hearted person, he complained, but deep down he was still worried about her. She naturally wouldn't believe that Kaiwei would truly disdain her for being weak. Glancing at it casually, Olivia placed the fruit on a nearby table, turning her gaze toward Kaiwei with a hint of something inexplicable. The devil fruit could wait, as she had more important matters at hand. Seeing her set down the fruit, Kaiwei asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't you like this one? Or do you not want to eat a devil fruit? If you don't like it, it's fine, and I'll find you some other means of protection next time." Kaiwei wouldn't force her to eat it. After all, she was staying at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, where she wouldn't encounter any danger. If she didn't want to eat it, then fine. No, I really like this gift. Olivia's eyes sparkled with a hint of fervor. Uncle, did you call me here just to give me a devil fruit? I've already prepared myself psychologically for more than just this. Olivia felt somewhat displeased. Her rising anger needed to be quelled by someone. Kaiwei was bewildered. Then what else was I supposed to do? Olivia, why do I feel like something is off with you? Olivia slowly removed her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and sat in front of Kaiwei, her gaze deep and fixed on him. Uncle, at your age, why haven't you thought about finding a wife? Kaiwei was stunned, not understanding why Olivia would ask such a question. His mind became a bit chaotic. Why not find a wife? Upon reflection, at nearly 60 years old, he had indeed never sought a woman. Kaiwei felt a sinking in his heart. Could it be that his past life being cheated on had left a psychological scar? But wait, how was that relevant to him? Cough, cough, why are you worrying about that? Just take care of yourself. After all these years, haven't you thought about finding Robin a father? When asking others about such matters, one should first consider their own situation. Olivia was only in her 30s, in the prime of her life, both in figure and beauty. She was living quite leisurely now, yet hadn't thought of finding another one. Do you really want Robin to grow up without ever feeling a father's love? Kaiwei stood on the moral high ground, criticizing Olivia for her inaction, hoping to leave her speechless and realize her mistakes. However, Olivia didn't play by the rules. Her eyes flickered, her face blushed, and she covered her face with her hands, saying softly, "Uncle, I've already thought about this issue. I believe it is indeed necessary to find a father for Robin, and I have already found one. Oh, Kaiwei was surprised and instantly became interested, the fires of gossip igniting in his heart. Who is it? Have you secured him? Let me help you evaluate. Olivia's gentle gaze fell upon Kaiwei, her slender finger reaching out to touch his chest as she leaned forward. Leaning close to Kaiwei's ear, she breathed softly, whispering, "Uncle, can you guess who that person is?" A tickling sensation filled his ears, and a sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils. At that moment, Kaiwei felt as though he had lost control of his facial expression, his smile freezing on his face. His mind went blank, his voice slightly trembling with disbelief. "Olivia, you..." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a warm, moist sensation on his lips. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. The moon tonight was large and round, casting down pure moonlight, revealing a shimmering stream where fish occasionally leapt, battling against the current, seemingly trying to leap over the dragon gate and transform into dragons. Several hours later, the moon hid behind the clouds, and the fish needed to rest. The next noon, Kaiwei slowly awakened, his hand instinctively squeezing. Looking down at the sleeping figure in his arms, his mind suddenly remembered, was it not a dream? Last night, Kaiwei dreamt he had transformed into a fish, swimming freely in the water and exploring the mysteries of life. It was a brand new experience, quite marvelous, making it hard to extricate himself. He looked up at the ceiling, his gaze somewhat dazed and his mind a blank. What had he done? Counting his past life, he could say he had kept himself pure for 80 years, yet he had now fallen for Olivia. Now he was feeling a bit confused, unsure of how to deal with Olivia in the future or how to face Robin. After contemplating for a moment, he decisively chose to abandon his thoughts. Having never encountered such an absurd plot, Kaiwei decided to go with the flow. He didn't want to care where things would lead. Due to his existence, the history of the pirate world had already changed, so a little more wouldn't matter. Shaking off other thoughts in his mind, he finally understood the joy of Boss Chow. The world hated the Chancellor, yet everyone wanted to be the Chancellor. There is some truth to it. They understand men better than men do. Thump, thump, thump. Grandpa, Covey, wake up. Kurla's starving to death. Hearing the voice outside the door, Covey snapped back to awareness and sprang upright from bed in one fluid motion. Coming. Kurla, wait outside for a moment. Covey hastily shook Olivia awake beside him. Wake up, no more sleeping. What now? Let me sleep just a little longer, Olivia murmured, rolling over and reaching to embrace Covey. Smack. Covey slapped her lightly on the shoulder. Get up now. Kurla's here. Covey had no intention of letting young Kurla witness this scene. At the words, Olivia rose with an exasperated sigh, casting Covey a long, reproachful glance. Who made you act like a bull last night? Truly, age has not dimmed your vigor. Covey. Demonis, cease your alarming insinuations. She shoved her clothes into Covey's hands and commanded, Uncle, help me dress. Covey's brow twitched. Are you staging a rebellion? Olivia turned away, pouting. If you won't dress me, I won't get up. With that, she flopped back onto the bed. Resigned, Covey swallowed his pride. For now, there would be ample time later to correct her. Once dressed, they approached the door. Covey shot Olivia a silent, meaningful glance, though only after she gave a quiet nod did he open it. Kurla crouched outside the threshold. At the door's opening, she stood up and complained, Grandpa Covey, my stomach shriveled with hunger. Why did you take so long? Auntie Olivia, why are you in Grandpa Covey's room? Seeing Olivia emerge behind Covey, Kurla's eyes widened with innocent curiosity. She stared intently at them, both her small head puzzled. How could Annie have come out of Grandpa's room? Olivia knelt down, gently stroking Kurla's hair, and smiled. Auntie and Uncle were discussing profound knowledge all night. We didn't sleep at all. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Covey with tender, knowing warmth. Covey, meanwhile, averted his eyes. Yes, their discussion had indeed concerned posture. What kind of knowledge is it? Can you tell, Kurla? It concerns the very meaning of life. That sounds fascinating. A flicker of curiosity lit Kurla's eyes. Can you tell me about it? Olivia paused, then covered her mouth with a soft, amused laugh. If Kurla wishes to know, ask Grandpa Covey. He's quite the expert on such matters. Uncle, your turn to explain. I've fulfilled my part. With a playful wink and a teasing smile, Olivia turned to Covey. Kurla turned her bright, expectant gaze toward Covey. Ahem. This old man will prepare breakfast for you both. Without hesitation, he pivoted and strode away. No lingering, no backward glance, as though fleeing the scene entirely. Think I'll embarrass myself? Not a chance. Watching Covey leave, Kurla gazed up at Olivia with a crestfallen expression. Little Kurla simply couldn't understand why he'd refused to tell her. Olivia gently rubbed Kurla's head and spoke softly. Don't worry, Kurla. You'll understand when you're older. All right, I understand. Though disappointed at not learning the meaning of life, a child's attention soon shifts, effortlessly, inevitably, to something new. Auntie Olivia, why do you look even more radiant today? And why does your voice sound hoarse? Is it a cold? She hadn't noticed before, Had Auntie Alvia somehow grown younger overnight? Could that be the meaning of life? Huh, really? Alvia touched her cheek, then recalled the night before, and a faint blush rose to her face. All Covey's fault. Perhaps I am coming down with a cold. As for Curla's observation about her newfound beauty, Alvia hadn't noticed, but she did feel unusually light and buoyant. After breakfast, Alvia guided Covey through the Revolutionary Army's developments over the years, still nascent, yet undeniably taking shape, with specialized units and dedicated personnel across every domain. It was clear Dragon had invested immense effort. Though elite combat strength remained somewhat lacking in all other respects, the Revolutionary Army rivaled even the Marines. Indeed, aside from the Marines and the world government, it stood as the third great power in the world. Elite strength could wait. Time was still on their side. In the end, Covey met Dr. Clover, and their conversation stretched deep into the night. Drawing upon Dr. Clover's meticulous research and analysis of the Void Century, Covey reached two sobering conclusions. First, the world government likely possessed a weapon capable of annihilating the world. Second, the entire world was destined to sink beneath the sea. Yet due to the fragmented nature of the poneglyphs, Dr. Clover could not confirm the accuracy of the second conclusion. Covey was deeply shaken by both revelations, though he had already suspected the first. He knew of the three ancient weapons. Pluton, the Black Ship, a colossal warship said to unleash a single cannon blast capable of obliterating an entire island. Poseidon, the Sea King, whose current incarnation resided in Fishman Island. Princess Shirahoshi, sovereign of the Sea Kings, able to command every leviathan in the ocean. Uranus, the most enigmatic of the three, shrouded in mystery. Was it a living entity? A weapon? Its form remained unknown, yet Covey surmised its destructive power surpassed even Pluton and Poseidon. As for whether the world would truly sink beneath the waves, Covey had no answer. The story beyond this point lay beyond his knowledge. Even if the continents submerged, he felt no fear. He could simply relocate everyone to Skypea, or if need be discreetly appropriate Noah, the ancient ark of Fishman Island. Where there is resolve, there is always a way. He refused to believe Emu, the five elders, or the celestial dragons would stand idly by while the world drowned, doing nothing. Realizing none of this posed any immediate threat to him, Covey's mind relaxed completely. As night fell, he returned home, ate dinner, and locked his bedroom door behind him. Tonight, Alvia would not be allowed inside. An elder must prioritize health. Indulgence had no place in disciplined living. Such habits made longevity inevitable. Settling comfortably into bed, preparing for an early rest, he suddenly heard a sound at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle, open up. I have something wonderful to show you. Alvia's voice floated in from the corridor. She'd intended to enter uninvited, only to find the door locked from within. Who exactly was he guarding against, even at home? This old man is already asleep. Whatever it is, we'll see it tomorrow. You think you can fool me? Far too green. With that, Covey fell silent, ignoring Alvia's persistent knocking. Sure enough, the knocking ceased shortly thereafter. So, the girl had given up. Today's health discipline was complete. Drip, drip, drip. A steady patter of water echoed beside Covey's ear. Plop. A cold droplet struck his cheek. Startled, Covey opened his eyes, and there stood Alvia, palms planted on either side of his head, her body still glistening with dampness. Her gaze held his, deep knowing charged with quiet meaning. Uncle, how could you bear to shut me out? Covey had never seen anything so outrageous. Olivia had actually comprehended the elemental transformation of the nature fruit in just one day. It's a mystery how women's potential can be triggered by the smallest of matters. Covey was at a loss for words to describe his feelings. After enduring a night of torment, he finally gave up resisting. One cannot really blame Olivia. After all, she was in her 30s, a time when one needs care. Olivia was quite pleased with Covey's performance. It would have been better to obediently comply, or why force her to resort to harsh measures? One cannot blame oneself too much. After all, it had been years since the old man left, and punishment was warranted. Happy times are always fleeting. A year has passed in such joy. Today, Covey had to leave, as that rascal Kapu had called a month ago, urging him to inquire if the matters he had been handling for years had been resolved. The resentful tone made Covey feel somewhat embarrassed. The excuse he had casually made back then had unexpectedly become a source of teasing for Kapu. During this year, he discovered another extraordinary ability of his devil fruit, which could make people younger. How did he discover this? Rather than saying it was his discovery, it was more accurate to say it was Olivia's. One morning after getting up, Olivia noticed her face had become more elastic and dewy, and her complexion had lightened. Excited, she quickly shared this news with Covey, who did not think much of it, believing it to be the effect of the rain fruit. However, later on he noticed that this girl was becoming increasingly youthful, now looking almost like she did in her 20s. Covey couldn't help but wonder if the nature fruit had powerful effects. In the end, he considered himself. Could it be because of him? To verify this hypothesis, Covey and Olivia began a frenzied exploration. It turned out to be true. He not only could not age himself, but could also bestow others with immense vitality. Moreover, Olivia's strength had also increased. Though not drastically, it was still stronger than that of an ordinary person. If this ability were to be exposed, who knows what kind of reaction it would provoke. No one can resist the erosion of time. As time passes, everyone will eventually grow old. However, Covey could delay aging and even take it a step further towards something even more terrifying: immortality. As far as Covey knew, only the surgery fruit in the pirate world could achieve immortality, and it required the cost of the user's life to use. Covey, however, did not need to pay such a hefty price. He only needed to give up a little something. He just didn't know if his blood had this effect. Olivia was very interested in this. Becoming younger holds a fatal attraction for any woman. She was willing to be Covey's test subject. In the end, Covey used his Supreme Conqueror's Haki to cut open a bit of skin, squeezing out a drop of dark golden blood. He didn't know when his blood had become this way. No one had been able to draw blood from him over the years, and he certainly wouldn't harm himself like Kaido seeking death. The results of the experiment showed that the blood did have certain effects, but not as good as another method. Covey estimated that a bowl of blood might achieve the same effect. Learning about this ability, Covey was quite pleased. Setting aside everything else, at least he wouldn't be alone in the future. As long as Covey did not encounter someone vastly stronger than himself, he could be considered nearly immortal. Without this ability, the people around him would gradually grow old with the passage of time. A year had passed exploring the mysteries of life with Olivia, every day helping her become younger. Now he had to leave and needed to rest for a while. No matter how good his health, he couldn't go on like this. Olivia would continue to stay with the Revolutionary Army, taking care of Keela. Their relationship had now become like that of a mother and daughter. Covey did not need to worry about Keela. He had also found her a fisherman master, Haku, to teach her fisherman karate. Haku was a fisherman officer in the Revolutionary Army and had considerable strength. Originally, the fisherman karate could not be taught to humans, but later Covey brought up Tiger, and with Keela being obedient and cute, she had become the darling of the Revolutionary Army. Haku readily agreed. By the way, the previous darling of the Revolutionary Army was Little Robin. Covey could have taught Keela himself, but he thought it unnecessary to set such high expectations for her. Having some self-defense skills would suffice. Thus, he decisively gave up on the idea of personally teaching her. During this year, Dragon returned. Once upon seeing Covey, he was very excited, eager to unload all the problems he had encountered over the years. The two discussed for a full 3 days before Dragon left satisfied. Covey couldn't help but feel that Dragon was naturally suited for revolution. According to him, there were comrades of the Revolutionary Army within the world government, the Navy, and even among pirates. His undercover work was excellent, his vision was long-term, and his own strength was formidable. These are the traits of someone destined for greatness. A few days later, Covey arrived in the East Sea aboard his beloved ship. He had not forgotten the promise he made to Roger back in the day. Now Ace was almost 10 years old. It was time to meet his little grandson. Kapu was Ace's grandfather, so Covey could also be considered Ace's grandfather. Roger shouldn't have a problem with that, right? Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He had already claimed that title for himself, and if Roger disagreed, he could just come find him. Once Ace recognized Whitebeard as his father, he would have another good son to claim. Hopefully that guy Newgate wouldn't mind. Thinking about how that guy would be a generation younger than him, Covey couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, a pirate ship appeared ahead. Covey noticed that the skull on the pirate flag looked somewhat familiar. He had seen it somewhere. Unable to recall, the pirate ship was now approaching Covey. My. A vague figure stood at the edge of the pirate ship, waving at Covey. Covey focused his eyes. No wonder it looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't that Shanks? He was also in the East Sea. In no time, the two ships were side by side. Shanks boarded Covey's ship, his eyes filled with surprise. Uncle Covey, is it really you? I thought Beckman was mistaken. Ha ha, so it's Shanks. Long time no see, you've grown up. Covey was also very happy to see Shanks. The little brat from Roger's ship had his own pirate crew now. However, seeing the empty sleeve of Shanks' left arm, Covey furrowed his brows. Had it already been eaten by a sea king? Seeing that Covey had noticed his arm, Shanks playfully squeezed the empty sleeve and laughed heartily. Ha ha, Uncle Covey, I accidentally broke my arm. You're such a loser. You're a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. You can't even protect your own arm. Covey snorted disdainfully. Covey couldn't believe that a sea king could tear off his arm. This was likely done to strengthen Luffy's resolve to go to sea. But why would he do that? Was it because of Nika? Covey always felt that this brat knew some secrets. Ha ha, the captain has been scolded. The crew of Shanks wholeheartedly agreed with Covey's statement. A mere sea king had actually bitten off the captain's arm. The captain is truly pathetic. Cough cough, what do you all know? Shanks did not argue with them. He had wagered his arm for the future, as he had high hopes for that kid Luffy. He had even wagered his captain's straw hat. All right, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Covey, a friend of my former captain, and also my elder, so be polite. Upon hearing this, the crew members' pupils dilated, and they gasped. The captain had once been a crew member of the Pirate King. His former captain was none other than Pirate King Roger. They stared wide-eyed at Covey, with only Beckman remaining somewhat calm, though his eyes still showed a hint of shock. Having previously spotted Covey from a distance, he had thought Covey was merely a bounty criminal with a reward of 1.5 billion, never expecting him to be an acquaintance of the captain. Then the captain mentioned that this man was a friend of the Pirate King Roger, indicating that his strength was certainly not as simple as a 1.5 billion bounty. As for the other crew members, they did not recognize Covey at all. After all, aside from Beckman, who would pay attention to bounties from 10 years ago that were not even related to pirates. Uncle Covey, these are my companions. What do you think? My taste is quite good, right? Shanks looked at Covey excitedly, as if seeking praise. Covey glanced over, finally lingering for a second on Beckman. Indeed, not bad. Shanks' pirate crew, much like Roger's, followed an elite route. It was clear that those who boarded his ship were not weak. Especially Beckman, who in the past had been analyzed by fans as being part of a double Emperor pirate crew, with the Vice-Captain Beckman possessing royal-level strength. Beckman not only had strong combat power, but also high intelligence with a clear perception of things and decent analytical skills. It was somewhat lucky for Shanks to find such reliable companions. There was also the chef Haki, the sniper Jesus Burgess, and other crew members who were no slouches. The fact that there were no devil fruit users on board puzzled Covey, as Roger's crew also had none. Was it some taboo regarding devil fruits, or did they simply not want their crew to have weaknesses? By the way, Uncle Covey, where are you planning to go? Just fulfilling a promise. But what about you? You've lost an arm and still plan to be a pirate. Shanks scratched his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, of course. It's just an arm, it doesn't affect my strength. Uncle Covey, would you like to give it a try? A glimmer of battle intent flashed in his eyes. Shanks had seen Covey's strength when he was a child. It was on par with Captain Roger. But now he was older and his strength should have declined. He thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to defeat him, but at least he could hold his own for a few exchanges. Hey, Captain, are you trying to bully an old man? We can't just stand by and watch. Shanks' crew began to condemn their captain for wanting to bully an old man, especially one who was a friend of Pirate King Roger. Beckman cast a meaningful glance at Shanks. He wouldn't believe that his captain would bully a defenseless old man. Ha ha ha. Covey suddenly burst into laughter. Shanks, you little brat, are you getting cocky? Do you dare challenge me like Barrett? Shanks recalled Barrett's fate from back in the day, shivering involuntarily. He quickly shook his head. Uncle Covey, you've misunderstood. I just want you to guide me, but not like that reckless Barrett. Though he didn't know how strong Covey was now, it was better to be modest, lest he ended up embarrassed after losing. He was not reckless like Barrett, who boldly charged in without knowing his own strength, and look how long he ended up lying in bed afterward. You brat, not bad. It's been years since I've fought it today. I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you some pointers. He wanted to see where Shanks got his confidence from. Could it be that he thought he was old? He touched his hair, which seemed to have turned whiter. He was puzzled, as his body had clearly stopped aging, yet his hair continued to turn gray. Could it be because his powers had not fully awakened? Ha ha, Uncle Covey, I'm quite formidable now. Shanks said, cheerfully curious about Covey's strength. He wanted to know what kind of power Uncle Covey had used when he fought with Captain Roger, for it was evident from Roger's astonishment that Covey's power back then was extraordinary. Could he witness it today? Shanks was excited as he and his crew sailed to a deserted island. Uncle Covey, you better be careful. Shanks drew his sword, the same type used by Roger, Griffin. Swish. A swift slash came at Covey, attacking without any preliminary testing. Covey remained unfazed, commenting, the power is quite impressive. He then casually waved his dark hand. Crack. Boom. The attack was shattered, and the sword energy shot out in all directions. Shanks was taken aback. Uncle Covey seemed even stronger than he was back, then not even using a sword. Or was it that he was too weak? The other crew members also put away their playful expressions. This friend of the Pirate King did not seem simple. They were not fools, they knew how strong their captain was. Though his bounty was currently only 1 billion, he could eliminate enemies of the same bounty in an instant. From this, they could deduce the strength of their captain's elder. Aside from Beckman and Shanks, the others were even unaware that Covey himself was also a bounty criminal with a reward of 1.5 billion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have initially thought Covey was just an ordinary elder of Shanks, a common friend of Pirate King Roger. Keep going. Why have you stopped? You wouldn't be that timid, would you? Coming back to his senses, Shanks tightened his grip on Griffin, noticing Covey's teasing expression, feeling that he was about to be schooled today. A faint conqueror's Haki wrapped around the sword with strands of black lightning shimmering. Uncle Covey, this move I just grasped am not yet proficient, please guide me. Swish. He closed in with his sword, striking down suddenly. Divine avoidance. Covey chuckled, not bad at all. He then extended his index finger, enveloped in a layer of dark red Haki, the lightning crackling. They collided with Griffin. Boom. With a fist distance between them, the Haki clashed. Covey carefully restrained his strength, afraid of killing Shanks. Even so, Shanks could only endure for 2 seconds. Bang! He was sent flying, the ground cracking like a spider web, creating a large crater. There was a prolonged silence. Hey, Shanks, you brat, you're not dead, are you? I didn't even use much strength. Lying on the ground, Shanks was bewildered, unable to discern whether he was too weak or if Covey was too strong. The former was acceptable. After all, he had not yet reached his peak, and being beaten was still normal. However, if it was the latter, that would be somewhat terrifying. He remembered that Covey was about the same age as Captain Roger, which meant Covey was at least 60 years old now. The fact that his strength remained so formidable was rather frightening. Still not getting up. Do you want me to help you? Shanks sprang up instantly, a smile on his face as he stretched his arms. Ha ha ha, Uncle Covey's strength is as formidable as ever. Well, I suppose it's all right. Covey did not want to diminish his spirits. His strength was not merely unchanged, it had multiplied several times over. Even in his prime, Roger would have been hard-pressed to match him. No matter how powerful one was, with age and physical decline, one's strength would be somewhat affected. Yet he was different. The longer he lived, the stronger he became. Keep going, this is just the beginning. Seeing that Shanks had finished stretching without any intention to attack again, Covey hurriedly spoke up. Shanks looked troubled. If his strongest attack was ineffective, continuing to fight would only invite more suffering. He might even be mocked by his own crew. Uncle Covey, how about we call it a day? Just do me this favor, Shanks said softly. You can't just hit when you feel like it and stop when you don't. Or do you really think you've eaten the face fruit? Covey picked his nose. You were the one who asked me to teach you. With just these 2 moves, can you really learn anything? Of course I can learn. Uncle Covey, this move has brought me considerable insights. I believe it won't be long before my strength reaches a new level. Shanks displayed great enthusiasm. He had already learned that Covey's Haki was incredibly painful. There was no need to continue fighting. He had no masochistic tendencies and knew he couldn't win, so he wouldn't try to be brave. He wasn't like Barrett, the reckless fool. Look at Barrett, who acts without thinking and ended up captured and impelled down at a young age, losing his freedom. When it comes time to act, he never hesitates. When it comes time not to act, he can also keep a low profile. Now was not the time to act. Covey was puzzled. Did you really learn something? You're so impressive. Can a single move really yield such rewards? Shanks, with a determined gaze and a serious expression, nodded, looking sincere. I really learned something. Well, then let's learn a bit more. Covey clenched his fist, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he casually waved his arms in the air, creating a slight ripple in the invisible space. Uncle Covey, there's no need for that. Bang. Damn. Uncle, if you hit me again, I won't hold back. Bang. Hiss. You're forcing me. Divine avoidance. Bang. Ouch, it hurts. I was wrong. Uncle Covey, please stop. Withdrawing his fist and looking at the battered Shanks, Covey nodded in satisfaction. Well, that should be enough for you now. Shanks looked mournful, but did not dare to retort. He truly wanted to slap himself twice. If he had known he could just catch up with Uncle Covey, why had he foolishly suggested a spar? Now, not only had he been schooled, but he also had to endure the unrestrained laughter of his crew. His heart felt as if it had endured 1,000 points of damage. The captain was beaten, and you all just stand by and watch. It's one thing to watch, but to mock him as well. He suddenly felt that these crew members were no longer worth keeping. All right, look at you acting like a resentful woman. I barely exerted myself, Covey casually consoled him. After a long time, without stretching his muscles, he felt much more relaxed. What could Shanks do? He had caused this mess and had to bear it himself. He could only hold back his anger. Forcing a smile, he said, Thank you, Uncle Covey, for your guidance. I feel that it won't be long before I fully master divine avoidance. To be fair, Shanks had great talent. His Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki would both be top tier in the future. His swordsmanship was also impressive, second only to Mihawk. It's safe to say he could rank among the top in Imperial-level combat power. This kid's identity wasn't simple either. It seemed he had some connection to the Celestial Dragons. Shanks, where are you planning to go next? Upon hearing this, Shanks retracted his unpleasant smile and replied seriously, to conquer the New World. They had gained some notoriety in the New World, but it was still insufficient. At the very least, they needed to seize a throne. As Luffy's guide, he needed to become stronger as well. Covey smiled slightly, not doubting him. You have quite the ambition, huh? Shanks scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He wasn't overly ambitious, but had his reasons for doing so. The captain had initiated the Great Pirate Era. Now the seas were in chaos with various forces gathering. He wanted to stabilize this sea a bit and provide opportunities for the younger generation. By the way, where's Buggy? Why isn't he with you? Buggy. Ever since the captain died, I haven't seen him again. I don't know where he went. Talking about Buggy, Shanks realized it had been a long time since the two of them had seen each other. He might still be in Lowtown. After all, he was the saddest back then. Forget about that. Why don't we hold a feast? After being schooled by Covey, he needed to hold a good feast to make up for himself. Covey was already accustomed to this. Adventurers were always like this. In Covey's eyes, whether it was Roger Shanks or the future Luffy, they all belonged to the category of adventurers. Over the years, he had traveled extensively, seen too many pirates who burned, killed, and looted, committing all kinds of atrocities and treating lives as mere grass. That was the true essence of piracy. Truly revering strength above all, some pirates exhibited behavior even worse than the celestial dragons. Shanks and his crew were at most adventurers bearing the name of pirates. And so a feast commenced. Shanks' crew members came forward to toast Covey, grateful for the lessons their captain had received. Covey welcomed everyone without reservation. A little bit of alcohol was something he usually drank like water. The feast lasted the entire night, and under the firelight, everyone formed a circle and sang, "Bink Sake," the happiest moment for pirates. Covey quietly savored his drink, watching these young people dance, and couldn't help but reflect on how fast time flies. He hadn't expected that he would now be considered a person from the old era. In a daze, he seemed to see his younger self, who had spent countless years hiding in the deep mountains before daring to come out. The pirate world, once so dangerous to him, was now one he could traverse freely. Time slipped away quietly during the feast, and the faint light of dawn gradually brightened. Looking at the scattered sleeping figures around him, Covey muttered, "A bunch of amateurs," before leaving alone. Before long, Shanks and the others gradually woke up, shaking their heads. Did Uncle Covey leave? Seeing that Covey was already gone, they also needed to prepare to set off. "Everyone, our target. The new world, let's set sail." Oh. Days later, in Donghai Windmill Village, Kawaii entered a tavern, casually surveying the scene. The place was packed, all the patrons were local residents, and they were all men. His gaze occasionally flickered to the young woman standing at the counter. Kawaii also scrutinized this beautiful young proprietress. Is this the famous Makino? That kid Shanks is quite fortunate. With such a stunning wife here, he gallivants around the world without fear of someone stealing her away. "Old man, what would you like to drink?" Makino offered a sweet smile, politely inquiring of Kawaii. "He'll have your signature drink. And by the way, is Admiral Carp on the island?" "When I arrived, I saw a dog-headed warship docked at the pier, so I figured that guy Carp is also on the island." "Are you looking for Admiral Carp? He just returned yesterday and is probably in the back mountain watching his grandson right now." Makino naturally assumed Kawaii was a friend of Carp. "Is that so?" After taking the drink, he downed it in one go and left behind a bag of berries as he pushed the door open to leave. "Hey old man, you gave too much." Makino attempted to stop Kawaii, but when she pushed the door open, he had already vanished. At the back mountain, at Dodon's place. "Luffy, who gave you the devil fruit to eat?" Carp was seething with anger. It hadn't been long since he returned home, and Luffy had already given him such a huge surprise. He actually ate a devil fruit, something even dogs wouldn't eat, and his grandson had secretly consumed it. Luffy pouted, "Humph. I won't tell Grandpa that I got it from Shanks." Ace and Sabo stood shivering from a distance. They could feel their grandfather's fury, even from afar. Only Luffy, that fool, remained unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Carp's face darkened. "So it was Shanks." "Just wait. It's not Shanks. Grandpa, you can't trouble Shanks." Luffy was furious. He was actually outsmarted by his grandfather. Damn, Grandpa is so insidious. As a single-celled organism, Luffy not only exposed Shanks, but also shifted the blame onto Carp. Carp gritted his teeth. "Then you will join the Navy, and I won't pursue Shanks any further." He thought that if he could get Luffy to commit to the Navy, letting Shanks off the hook wouldn't be a problem. However, upon hearing this, Luffy jumped up and shouted, "I am going to be the Pirate King. I want to join the Navy." With determination in his eyes filled with aversion towards the Navy, Luffy declared he would become the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo covered their eyes from afar, knowing that Luffy was beyond saving and preparing to face their grandfather's wrath. Luffy looked proud, completely disregarding Carp. In the past, he wouldn't dare argue with his grandfather, but now he had become a rubber man, feeling no pain. Even his grandfather was not intimidating to him. He wanted to loudly proclaim his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Carp's expression darkened further, the fury in his eyes barely contained. He truly wanted to beat this rebellious grandson of his to death. Seeing the situation, the mountain bandit Dayton wanted to step in and persuade Carp, but was frightened away by a look from Carp. "Luffy, you better fend for yourself. Oh, I can't save you this time." "Luffy, you were just joking, right? Quickly tell Grandpa that what you said isn't true, and that Shanks made you say that." Carp's fists were clenched tightly. He was giving Luffy a chance, as he couldn't bear to hit his own grandson. But alas, Luffy, that kid had no sense of timing. He raised his head and shouted loudly, "I am Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. What can you do to me, Grandpa? Anyway, I'm not afraid of pain anymore." "Ace and Sabo, why are you standing so far away? Are you planning to cut ties with me?" "Who?" "Bang. They'll let you be a pirate." "Bang. They'll let you eat the devil fruit." "Bang. They'll let you disregard Grandpa's words." "Huh." Luffy hurriedly covered his head. "Why does it hurt so much? I thought I wasn't afraid of pain anymore." Hee hee, this is Grandpa's love-filled iron fist. Bang! Do you still want to be the pirate king? Hiss Grandpa, I won't give up. Ace, Sabo, will you stand by my side right? Ace and Sabo stood even farther away, shaking their heads repeatedly in response to Luffy's inquiry. They didn't want to get beaten up. They all knew the power of Grandpa's fists. Seeing that Luffy, a rubber man, couldn't withstand it, their little bodies certainly couldn't handle it. Hey, we agreed to become pirates together. How can you do this? Luffy was very angry at the two for not helping him, clearly having sworn an oath to set sail together, and now they were backing out. Ace and Sabo looked nervous. It's over. Luffy, that fool, got both of them into trouble. Sure enough, upon hearing Luffy's words, Carp became even angrier, rubbing his hands into fists. So you all want to be pirates too? Good. Then Grandpa will see if you have what it takes today. Carp was furious. Dealing with one Luffy was already a headache, and now there were two more troublesome ones. They knew how to hide their true thoughts, acting one way in front of him, while showing another behind his back. If it weren't for Luffy today, he wouldn't know what kind of trouble these three brothers would get up to in the future. Ace and Sabo shook their heads, repeatedly speaking quickly. No, Grandpa, trust us, we want to join the Navy. Their sincere eyes did not seem deceitful. Secretly complaining, Luffy, that fool, just couldn't be a little more restrained. Didn't he see that Grandpa was furious? Ace and Sabo were truly worried about their foolish little brother. If he was this foolish now, they couldn't imagine how foolish he would be in the future. Ace, Sabo, I misjudged you. Luffy was very disappointed in his two brothers for yielding to Grandpa's threats. It was just a beating, he wasn't unaccustomed to it. Luffy had long since gotten used to it, he would never back down. Carp didn't care about anything else and gave the three of them a good beating. An hour later, the three knelt on the ground, heads swollen, looking down in regret. Grandpa, we were wrong. We want to join the Navy, and we won't be pirates anymore. Who? Finally feeling relieved. Knock knock. Carp, I hope I'm not disturbing you. At this moment, Kawaii knocked on the door and walked in. He had listened for a long time outside before deciding to wait until Carp was done before entering. It's Kawaii. You finally made it here, come take a look, these three brats have made me so angry. Carp was excited to see Kawaii finally, he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Ahem, it's okay, for the time being I will take care of them. You can rest assured and go back to work. Kawaii felt a bit guilty as this had dragged on for years. It was really tough on Carp. You three come over here. From now on, this gentleman, a Grandpa Kawaii, will take care of you. You must listen to him, understand? The three little ones widened their eyes curiously at Kawaii, who smiled kindly at them. We understand. The three little ones readily agreed. This Grandpa Kawaii seemed much kinder than their own grandpa. They disliked being disciplined by others, preferring freedom. When their grandpa wasn't around, they felt the freest. Dayton wouldn't bother with them, only occasionally checking on them from the mountain. As long as they were alive, Dayton wouldn't interfere. Now that their grandpa had found another grandpa to discipline them, they felt naturally displeased, but they could accept this new arrival more than Grandpa Kapu. After all, once Grandpa Kapu left, they would confront this new grandpa directly. Their fear of Grandpa Kapu didn't mean they feared this newcomer. If this Kawaii didn't meddle in their affairs, they would coexist peacefully. If he did interfere, the three brothers would show Kawaii their strengths. Kawaii, I leave these three to you. I must go carry out my mission now, Grandpa Kapu said happily, finally freed from his duties. Oh, what mission requires your personal involvement? Kawaii asked curiously, thinking that Kapu was there only to see his grandchildren, not realizing he was there for a task. Kapu scratched his nose nonchalantly. Someone discovered the whereabouts of that golden lion in the East Sea, and am worried about their safety, so I took on this mission. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, the golden lion is quite a character, determined and unyielding, with a lifelong ambition to dominate the world. He admired the golden lion, but lamented that his mind wasn't quite right. Kapu left cheerfully, taking his subordinates with him. Without a hint of nostalgia, it was as if he wanted to escape this place. He no longer had to worry about these rebellious youths. Now it was Kawaii's turn to be concerned. At this moment, he focused on the three young boys. Luffy and the others looked at him. Hello, Grandpa Kawaii. We can take care of ourselves, no need for you to worry. The three were very polite, but their tone was declarative. They weren't trying to negotiate with Kawaii, but rather informing him. With Grandpa Kapu gone, no one could control them. It felt as if they had already caught a whiff of freedom. Freedom. They had arrived. Don't worry, I won't discipline you like Kapu did. You can think of me as a friend. Can you tell me what you wish to do in the future? Kawaii sat down like an old friend, smiling kindly and amiably. He originally intended to guide Ace, but considering that Luffy was the son of Dragon and Sabo would eventually become the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, all of them were his own people, so he decided to guide them all together. Luffy didn't think much about it, and sat down directly, having no defenses against Kawaii. He felt that Kawaii was much better than his own grandpa. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and my dream is to become the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with caution. They were not as simple-minded as Luffy. They maintained their distance from Kawaii. Ha ha, the Pirate King, what a powerful dream. I hope you can achieve it. Luffy's excited expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes filled with determination. Pirate King. I will become one. Becoming the Pirate King is not simple. I was once a friend of the Pirate King. Would you like me to guide you? Wow. Luffy's eyes widened in excitement. Grandpa, you were a friend of the Pirate King. Tell me what the Pirate King is like. Ace and Sabo perked up, listening incautiously. This old man was actually a friend of the Pirate King. They were shocked, unsure if Kawaii was telling the truth. Kawaii stroked his beard, speaking in a calm tone. The Pirate King is a person who values freedom, cherishes companions, loves adventure, and most importantly possesses immense strength. Luffy, if you wish to become the Pirate King, you must accomplish the above points. Can you do that? Luffy nodded vigorously, knowing he could achieve the first few points now. The only shortcoming was his strength. Once he grew stronger, he could become the Pirate King. Kawaii patted his head and laughed heartily. Luffy, becoming the Pirate King seems simple, but it's not easy. For now, the only thing you can do is to enhance your strength. Otherwise, when your companions are in danger, you won't be able to protect them. Yes, I want to get stronger. But how can I become stronger? Luffy felt that he had eaten the gum-gum fruit and was not afraid of pain, which made him already strong. However, after being scolded by Grandpa, he realized he needed to become even stronger. Getting stronger is up to me. As long as you train according to my methods, you will definitely become the Pirate King. Following Kai's training methods would surely make him stronger, but would he really become the Pirate King? While he was uncertain about others, he was sure that Luffy would definitely be able to do it. No matter how Kawaii trained him, he would become the Pirate King. This was destined from the start, otherwise Luffy wouldn't be the protagonist. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Did you hear that? Ace, Sabo, I'm going to become the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo twitched their mouths. It was clearly a joke, and only the foolish Luffy would believe it. They certainly wouldn't believe it. Kawaii smiled, finding Luffy easy to handle, while Ace and Sabo would be a bit more challenging. These two were not as simple-minded as Luffy, but they weren't that clever either. No matter how smart they were, they couldn't change much. What about you two? Don't you have any dreams? Kawaii shifted his gaze to Ace and Sabo, who were standing off to the side. The two shook their heads. We're still young and have no dreams. Hey, Sabo, didn't we agree to become pirates together? I'll be the captain and you will be my crew. Luffy, unable to understand their expressions, directly asked. Who wants to be your crew? Luffy, are you dreaming? The two were exposed by Luffy and stopped pretending, walking over to sit down. Looking at Kawaii, yes, I port gas D. Ace want to be a pirate. And me, Sabo, I want to become a pirate too. The two stared at Kawaii, insisting they all wanted to be pirates, wondering what he could do about it. Kapu is quite a failure as a grandpa. Kawaii had no particular opinion about their desire to become pirates. He could only imagine how furious Kapu would be if he heard this. Old man, aren't you angry? They thought Kawaii would be furious, but he surprisingly wasn't. Why should I be angry? His expression remained serene. Everyone harbors their own dreams. And once one resolves to pursue them, one must also be prepared to bear all consequences that follow. Are you truly prepared? Can you endure watching your comrades fall before your very eyes? Don't end up weeping helplessly when the time comes. Cubby's words struck like heavy iron hammers upon their hearts. Could they truly protect their companions? Honestly, confronting themselves, they realized they could not even protect themselves. Mere town ruffians could easily overpower and humiliate them. The three nodded in silent understanding. Luffy fell quiet, recalling how Shanks had sacrificed his arm to save him. He knew he was far too weak. He yearned to grow stronger. He lifted his head, clenched his fists, and spoke with calm, unwavering resolve. Master Covey, I want to grow stronger. I will protect my comrades. Ace and Sabo exchanged a glance. Covey was unlike what they had imagined. Having assumed he would like their grandfather, urged them toward joining the Marines. To their astonishment, Covey not only voiced no opposition to their becoming pirates, he offered to guide and strengthen them. They were both stunned and overjoyed. At last someone truly understood them. We want to grow stronger too. Master Covey, we beg you. Bowing deeply, they spoke from the heart. As Covey had said, they were still too weak, even to safeguard themselves. How then could they ever hope to shield their friends? Excellent. Since your resolve is firm, training begins this very moment. After all, they were still children, easily won over by Covey, a seasoned master of persuasion. Dealing with rebellious youths came naturally to him. After all, he himself had once been one. He intimately understood the inner world of such youth. Scolding or forbidding their dreams outright would only deepen their defiance. True guidance lay in empathy, offering thoughtful encouragement, channeling their aspirations into motivation, nurturing their abilities, and helping them become truly exceptional. From his system space, he retrieved 3 sets of classic weighted training gear and tossed them onto the ground. These are for you. Wear them at all times except when bathing. The 3 youngsters circled Covey curiously, eyes wide with wonder. Having never seen anything like it, they racked their brains, trying, and failing, to fathom where he had produced the gear. Master Covey, where did you pull all this from? Ha ha ha, a minor trick. No need to dwell on it. He paused, then continued. Now that your dreams are clear, strive without hesitation. See that mountain ahead? The trio gazed at the distant towering peak, swallowed hard, and exchanged glances. Of course, if you'd rather abandon the vow to protect your future comrades, you may choose not to run. Without hesitation, the three donned the weighted gear and staggered forward with heavy, determined steps. Preferring rigorous training over powerlessness, Ace and Sabo surged ahead. Having lived here longer than Luffy, their physical conditioning was already superior. Hey, Ace, Sabo, wait for me. Little Luffy bounded behind them like a golden-furred monkey, shouting at the top of his lungs. Yet Ace and Sabo remained deeply irritated by Luffy's conduct that day. They would have avoided punishment entirely had he not impulsively exposed them, resulting in a brutal thrashing from Grandpa Garp. Now they refused to acknowledge him, determined to teach him obedience. Seeing Ace and Sabo race ahead, without slowing, Luffy bristled with indignation. We swore eternal brotherhood, yet you leave me behind. Don't blame me for what comes next. Goma Goma. With a mighty swing, he flung his arms forward, stretching them taut, and latched onto a distant tree. Rocket. Like a slingshot released, he launched himself forward, blasting past Ace and Sabo in an instant. What the? Luffy, you're cheating. His brothers accused him of unfair advantage. How dare you fly while we run on foot? Does possessing a devil fruit grant license to break the rules? Luffy stuck out his tongue and made a face ahead of them. Nyanya, who told you to leave me behind? I'm off first. Then using the same technique, he soared onward, leaving them far behind. You'll pay for this, Luffy. Just you wait. The two brothers quickened their pace, chasing after him. Cubby followed silently, observing Luffy's method of travel with a faint frown. This would not do. Physical cultivation demanded discipline, not shortcuts. Shaved. In a blink, he vanished, reappearing directly before Luffy. Thud. Moving too fast to react, Luffy collided headlong into Covey. Thud. 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 And was instantly hurled backward. Ace and Sabo, sprinting close behind, cried out, "Whoa, Sabo, dodge." They leapt aside just in time as Luffy rocketed backward between them. Smack. Slamming headfirst into a tree and dangling, their limbs splayed. Rushing forward, they checked on him anxiously. Luffy, why are you back? Have you finally realized your mistake? Luffy, we misjudged you. The brothers mistakenly believed he had returned in remorse, choosing to wait for them. Dazed and disoriented, Luffy blinked slowly. I think I hit something. Cough, cough. Luffy, from now on you are forbidden from using your devil fruit powers during training, Covey said, stepping calmly into view. Huh, why Master Covey? Luffy's eyes widened. Surely the rubber ability would let him complete the task swiftly. Relying on your power yields no real physical growth. When Ace and Sabo grow stronger, you alone will remain weakest. If you wish to stay beneath them, then by all means keep using your fruit. Covey saw no need to elaborate further. Given Luffy's temperament and intellect, over-explanation would only confuse him. What mattered was making the consequence unmistakably clear. And indeed, Luffy's pride would never allow him to be the weakest. Covey knew each boy's character intimately, and precisely how to kindle their drive. Of the three, Luffy was the easiest to inspire. I see. I'll become stronger than both Ace and Sabo, stronger than anyone. With that, he dashed off again, this time without invoking his fruit's power. Ace and Sabo exchanged another look. They'd thought he'd returned to apologize, only to discover he aimed to surpass them. Did older brothers have no dignity? Luffy, you'll pay, dreaming of overtaking us. Save that fantasy for your sleep. They accelerated, swiftly overtaking him. Luffy possessed fierce determination, but willpower alone could not forge muscle or stamina. Compared to Ace and Sabo, he was still painfully young. Ugh. Furious, he nearly reached for his devil fruit power, yet remembered Covey's warning and held back. Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward with every ounce of strength. Luffy never surrendered. Ace, Sabo, just you wait. The journey was long, and as Ace and Sabo ran to the back, their speed began to slow down. They rarely climbed such high mountains, and today they were burdened, making it even more challenging. Fortunately, the people in the pirate world had strong physiques, and even at their young age they were able to persist. Luffy, with his tenacious will, managed to catch up from behind. Haha, I've caught up with you. Luffy was very happy. He felt that catching up to his two older brothers was a sign of his own growth. Seeing Luffy catch up, Ace and Sabo felt a surge of crisis. Could they really be surpassed by this foolish little brother? No, absolutely not. Strength surged from deep within. Luffy's actions provoked Ace and Sabo. Dragging their weary bodies, they accelerated, determined to leave Luffy behind. Luffy, just stay behind us and follow quietly. The distance they had managed to close was now widening again. Luffy was unwilling and quickened his pace, his potential being gradually unleashed. Cavey, observing from the shadows, was quite pleased. With competition comes motivation, as long as he stimulated Luffy to grow stronger, the other two would naturally follow suit. No one wanted to be surpassed by their foolish little brother. Luffy grew stronger under Kavi's encouragement, and Ace and Sabo became stronger under Luffy's, a win-win situation. Kavi felt relaxed. It seemed this would be the easiest group he had ever led. As the sun began to set, the three small figures finally reached the summit. The sunset, casting long shadows of their exhausted forms. Kavi appeared at the summit, looking at the three with satisfaction. Not bad. Now let's return the way we came. I'll go back and prepare dinner, and if I'm late, there won't be any left for you. Before the three could react, he vanished with a whoosh. They widened their eyes. Did you see how Kavi old man disappeared? They shook their heads in unison, indicating they hadn't seen clearly. Luffy's eyes sparkled. So cool. I want to learn that move. Kavi was very mysterious in the eyes of the three. His methods were incredibly appealing to children their age. Pulling out 3 sets of weighted gear out of thin air and vanishing instantly, these techniques were simply too cool. Ace and Sabo came back to their senses. They also wanted to learn how to make the old man teach them. Never mind, let's just go back and eat. After such a long exercise, the three were already starving. Ace and Sabo turned and ran. Delicious food awaited them. Luffy, the foolish kid, was still fantasizing about that cool move. When he came to his senses, he realized his 2 brothers had run off again. Damn it, how could they not call me? He sprinted after them. The downhill path was much easier. By the time the 3 returned to the starting point, Kavi had already started eating. Old man, save some for us. The 3 pounced like hungry tigers, grabbing a large piece of roasted meat to devour. So delicious. The 3 devoured the food, and in no time, they finished all the roasted meat. Luffy, who had eaten the gum-gum fruit, had a belly like a ball, but surprisingly hadn't burst. Burp. Lying on the ground, he let out a long belch. I'm so full. He couldn't remember the last time he ate so much. Kavi blew on the steaming tea in his hand and took a sip. A cup of tea after a meal was better than a sauna. He always valued the quality of life. The 3 brothers were huddled around the fire, whispering about something. Soon Luffy stood up and ran towards Kavi. The 3 wanted to learn the move Kavi used to disappear earlier, but they were too shy to ask. Ace and Sabo pushed Luffy, their big brother, to inquire. Luffy, being thick-skinned and unaware of what shyness meant, naturally ran up to Kavi and asked, Old man, can you teach me that move from this afternoon? Kavi looked at Luffy, who was still quite cute as a child, though sometimes when he got angry, he resembled a yellow-skinned monkey. Luffy, are you sure you only want me to teach you? Kavi's gaze shifted to Ace and Sabo. Had Luffy forgotten about his 2 older brothers? To Kavi's surprise, Luffy confidently replied, Old man, just teach me. Ace and Sabo thought he was oblivious to their thoughts. They wanted to learn too, but were too scared to ask. Luffy didn't want Kavi to teach them. He wanted to secretly learn the move and then smack his brothers in the face. He imagined them begging him to teach them. A silly grin appeared on Luffy's face as he envisioned Ace and Sabo in that position. Kavi was surprised. Was Luffy not that silly? He even knew how to secretly compete. Ahem, although I want to teach you, your physical condition is too weak. You can't learn this move yet. The 6 forms of the Navy required a strong physique. The 3 of them hadn't reached the standard. Even if Kavi taught them, they wouldn't be able to use it. Forcing themselves to use it would only cause irreversible damage to their bodies, even exhausting their lives. Luffy was disappointed, thinking he would get to see a humble side of Ace and Sabo. With his expectations dashed, it seemed he could only wait for another opportunity. Well then, he returned to Ace and Sabo, who quickly pulled him over. Luffy, what did he say? Did the old man agree to teach us? Yeah, Luffy, hurry and tell us. Sabo eagerly asked from the side. Luffy, with a proud expression, said, the old man has agreed to teach us. Really? Really? Ace and Sabo's eyes sparkled with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of learning such a cool move. But the old man said our bodies are too weak now. Even if we learn it, we can't use it. He will teach us when we get stronger. Luffy, can't you finish speaking in one go? You're teasing us. If you guys didn't let me finish, so what does that have to do with me? Luffy was quite pleased with how his 2 brothers were reacting, showing them that he wasn't someone to be easily manipulated. At least he managed to make them feel excited for a while. Kavi watched the 3 bickering from a distance, occasionally sipping his tea, pondering something in his mind. At that moment, in a certain sea area of the East Sea, a dog-headed warship was sailing quickly, seemingly in pursuit of pirates. Ahead there was nothing in sight, but if one looked closely, many pirate ships could be faintly seen in the sky. Captain, we are being pursued by the Navy. Should we retaliate? Sitting on the throne, the Golden Lion had a defiant expression. Ha ha, those mere navies, do they want to die? Sink them for me. Boom. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Before his men could respond, the sound of cannons fired outside. What's going on? When did the Navy's cannons get so powerful? The Golden Lion stood up from his seat, wanting to see what was happening. Bring me the cannonballs. On board the doghead warship, Carp commanded the Marines as several of them hurriedly carried out boxes of cannonballs. Carp swung the cannonball and fired it into the sky. One cannonball after another shot out, exploding near the ship of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion stepped out of the ship and saw Carp throwing cannonballs below, instantly enraged. Damn, I've run all the way to the East Sea, and he still dares to chase after me. Does that bastard Carp really think I'm afraid of him? Fire the cannons. His subordinates swiftly turned the ship's cannons toward Carp's doghead warship below. Bang, bang, bang. A visual feast began as all the cannons of the flying sea pirates aimed at the warship below, firing wildly. Carp meanwhile swung his arms in a wide arc, causing cannonballs to collide midair, erupting with astonishing noise. The entire sky was filled with flames and smoke resembling a fireworks festival. The Navy also adjusted their cannon direction, determined to make a show of force regardless of whether they hit their target. After an hour, both sides finally ceased fire. General Carp, we are out of cannonballs. Captain, we've run out of ammunition. The Golden Lion's face darkened. He just wanted to quietly conduct his experiments and dominate the world. Why did the Navy always come to thwart him? He stood up, floating in the air, gazing down at Carp. With a whip kick, the sharp blade on his foot unleashed a fierce slash. Lion's might, wave slash. Swish. The terrifying slash rapidly descended. Humph. Seeing this, Carp bent his legs, suddenly exerting force. Bang. With a loud sound, the warship sank slightly, and Carp propelled himself into the sky. Clenching his fist, muscles bulged, and a black armament color wrapped around him. Fist bone. Falling star. Boom. His fist collided with the wave slash, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy that stirred up monstrous waves, causing the Navy's ships to sway precariously, while the pirate ship in the sky tilted dangerously. Seeing this, the two dare not make another move. The impact of their battle at this level would affect the environment too much, and a careless mistake could harm their own people. Shiki, behave and return to impel down with me. Ha ha, Carp. Are you dreaming? I'll let you off this time. Next time you won't be so lucky. After delivering this threat, the Golden Lion Shiki activated his float fruit, ascending with his flying sea pirates vanishing into the clouds. Carp returned to the warship, scratched his nose, and muttered, "Since when did the Golden Lion become so thick-skinned?" If not for worrying about his subordinate's safety, he would have taught that Shiki a lesson. His limbs were no longer intact, yet he was still so arrogant. "General Carp, should we pursue?" a Marine asked. Carp waved his hand, returned to headquarters. Having been out for so long, Sengoku would blow his top if they didn't head back. Capturing the Golden Lion would require him to surrender voluntarily, otherwise the Navy really had no way to deal with him. "Captain, aren't we going to continue fighting?" The subordinates of the Golden Lion also inquired about their captain. They had the advantage in the sky, so why didn't the captain continue the fight? "What the hell? Do you want to die? If I really start fighting Carp, do you think you'll survive?" The Golden Lion naturally wanted to battle Carp, but even the aftermath of their clash could kill them. If the Navy and pirates ended up dead, only the two of them would survive. They would gain nothing, only suffer losses. Neither Carp nor the Golden Lion were fools. Moreover, could the current Golden Lion still defeat Carp? In their prime, they could have had a fight, but although the Golden Lion was proud, he had to admit he was much weaker than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be researching things like IQ or creating a berserk animal army. His strength had weakened, but his ambition to dominate the world still burned fiercely. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful one's strength or how great one's dreams, they ultimately cannot withstand the plot. Before his dreams even began to unfold, they were crushed by Luffy, who hadn't even mastered Haki yet. Meanwhile, Luffy and his brothers trained diligently every day, steadily growing stronger. They didn't need Covey to supervise, he only had to issue training tasks, and the three would naturally follow through. He established a reward mechanism, selecting the most diligent person each week based on his observations to receive a reward. The rewards were quite diverse. They could make their requests, and Covey would make a judgment. As long as the request was reasonable, he would fulfill it. For example, they could ask for any weapons, food they wanted, or questions they wished to ask. Under the incentive of rewards, the motivation of the three surged. They trained harder than usual, aiming to gain Covey's approval and secure the weekly rewards. "Luffy, it's your turn to cook today." Ace and Sabo stared at Luffy, who was lying on the ground. Luffy angrily replied, "Let me rest for a bit." Just finished training, the three were quite exhausted and very hungry. Today it was Luffy's turn to cook, and his two brothers were urging him frantically. Covey had only cooked for them once as a greeting. Expecting him to cook every day was impossible. He was here to enjoy himself while taking care of the three, not to be their nanny. Being a pirate, knowing how to cook is the most basic skill, right? Covey told them that pirates who couldn't cook would be laughed at by their peers at sea. The few pirates they had encountered knew little, so they were unaware that Covey was just pulling their leg. Cooking was easy in their eyes. Covey casually taught them some basic cooking knowledge, and they picked it up easily. Of course, the first meal they cooked was terrible, but after numerous experiments, the dishes made by Ace and Sabo reached a normal level, while Luffy's cooking could barely be called edible. The three basically took turns cooking, and Covey would sometimes come to steal a meal. Of course, if it was Luffy cooking, he would definitely not come. Whenever Luffy wanted Covey to try his cooking, he would find various excuses to decline. Before Luffy became a great chef, Covey could not possibly eat anything he made. This week, Ace received the reward, leaving Luffy puzzled. Clearly they trained together. Why did Ace and Sabo frequently win the weekly rewards while he could only manage to win occasionally? He asked Covey if he was biased, and Covey clearly told him no. The reason was simple: Ace and Sabo occasionally got up quietly at midnight to train without Luffy. Their training volume far surpassed Luffy's, so naturally they secured the weekly rewards. The two were clever enough to occasionally let Luffy win once. Otherwise, if it was always the two of them, even Luffy's simple mind would realize something was off. Covey hadn't expected Ace and Sabo to be such sly ones, knowing to secretly compete with each other at such a young age. Ace and Sabo, we can't help it, we just want to improve so badly. The foolish Oda should stay behind us obediently. Little Luffy was kept in the dark, and Covey certainly wouldn't remind him, waiting to see when he would discover the truth. Ace, what reward do you want this time? Upon seeing Ace come to him, Covey knew he was here to ask for a reward. Ace showed signs of hesitation, unsure of how to begin. He had always wanted to clarify the doubts in his heart, but Grandpa Cap had told him not to reveal his matters to anyone, or it would bring danger. He didn't know if telling Grandpa Cavey would bring danger, nor if Grandpa Cavey could help him understand. His intuition told him that asking Grandpa Cavey would surely clarify the doubts in his heart, so he came. After much hesitation, Ace decided to speak up. During their time together, he had figured out Grandpa Cavey's character. He was very strict about their training requirements, but aside from that, he was quite amiable with them. As long as they completed the corresponding training tasks, Cavey basically wouldn't bother them. Ace believed that telling Grandpa Cavey about this matter wouldn't bring any danger. With a determined expression, he opened his mouth. Grandpa Cavey, do you know? My full name is Portgasty. Ace. He paused for a moment, then continued, I also have another name called Gold. Ace. But Grandpa Cap told me never to reveal this name, or I might fall into danger. Can you tell me why? He gazed at Cavey, wanting an answer as to why he had two names, and why he couldn't call himself Gold. Ace. Cavey remained calm. Seeing Ace's hesitant expression, he guessed that this question would eventually be asked. He gently patted Ace's head and said slowly, it's simple, the surname Gold instills fear in many people. They are afraid of another person of that caliber appearing. If you reveal it, they will capture you and then kill you. Ace still didn't understand, why would people fear the surname Gold? It's just an ordinary name, isn't it? Why would someone want to kill me? Cavey clenched his fist and gestured at Ace. Haha, why ask so much? Just remember, the bigger the fist, the fewer problems you have. If you want to know more, become stronger. Currently, Ace was too weak. Knowing too much would only add to his troubles. In the pirate world, one thing is paramount: strength. Whoever has the bigger fist lives comfortably, freely, and enjoyably. Without strength, the more you know, the harder life becomes. I understand now. Ace nodded. Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, he realized why Grandpa Cap didn't want him to reveal his other name. The reason was simply that he was too weak now and couldn't grasp it. After becoming stronger, he would naturally know everything. His desire to grow stronger was once again strengthened, and Cavey's objective was also achieved. Watching Ace's departing figure, Cavey fell into deep thought, unsure of what he was thinking. That night, Sabo quietly got up to train. Last week's reward was claimed by Ace. This week, it was his turn. Hearing the noise, Ace also got up. He needed to practice more, adding an extra hour every night. He wanted to become stronger. Ace, why are you up too? Isn't it your turn next week? Sabo looked at Ace in confusion. Sabo, I must become stronger. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for this week's reward. Ace simply wanted to train a little longer. The reward didn't matter to him. He just wanted to become stronger. Sabo looked at Ace seriously. He didn't know the reason Ace wanted to become stronger, but as the elder brother, he would support him unconditionally. He placed a hand on Ace's shoulder, speaking firmly, Ace, remember to tell me if you encounter any difficulties. I will definitely help you. Ace nodded. He understood. Although the three brothers often liked to bicker, if one of them encountered difficulties, the other two would definitely step in without hesitation. The two exchanged smiles. There was no need for words between brothers. They began their nightly training without waking Luffy, leaving the protection of their younger brother to each other. Luffy. Thus Ace and Sabo had monopolized the weekly rewards for a month, finally deciding to let Luffy claim the next week's reward. Luffy was very happy to receive the reward. He found Cavey and had him prepare a table full of roasted meat. Luffy enjoyed the reward he had finally obtained, using it to exchange for a meal with Cavey. Having not eaten roasted meat for a long time, Luffy devoured everything, bringing back a small piece for Ace and Sabo, which he considered a bit of conscience. The two older brothers were very touched, deciding to let Luffy claim a reward every 2 months from now on. That night, Ace and Sabo continued to quietly get up to train. Walking by the river, often one is bound to get their shoes wet. Carrying Luffy's burden every day, they would eventually be discovered. Sure enough, shortly after they went out, Luffy woke up due to an overwhelming force from eating too much. He got up and rubbed his eyes. Where are Ace and Sabo? Just as he was about to get up to use the bathroom, he found that his two brothers were not by his side. Feeling puzzled, he wondered did they also go to the bathroom. They didn't even call out to me. Yawning, he pushed open the door and went outside, casually looking for a place to relieve himself. The night was very quiet, and every little sound would be amplified. Huff, huff, one more. A faint voice reached Luffy's ears, and he quickly stopped his movements, holding his breath. He heard a familiar voice. Is that Ace and Sabo? He quietly crept towards the source of the sound, and before long Luffy witnessed a scene he would never forget. Ace and Sabo were doing push-ups on the ground with a large stone on their backs, their bodies drenched in sweat, indicating they had long begun their training. Luffy stood rooted to the spot, anger rising from his heart. At that moment he finally understood why he had received so few rewards, and why he was always the weakest one. He was so angry that he forgot what he had gotten up to do. He stepped forward and shouted, Ace, Sabo, you guys are too cunning. Luffy wanted to curse, but in his youth he couldn't even think of any insulting words. He could only stomp his feet in place to express his dissatisfaction. Seeing that Luffy had discovered them, Ace and Sabo showed a hint of embarrassment, but quickly regained their composure. The two looked serious and sincerely said, Luffy, do you really think we didn't want to call you? As your older brothers, we just didn't want you to suffer so much. Look at you, you are still so small, and you need plenty of sleep. How could we bear to let you get up in the middle of the night to train? Luffy was stunned by their sincerity, as if he was deceived by their genuine demeanor. He questioned in a tone filled with doubt, really? Why did he feel something was off? The young Luffy felt skeptical. Did his two brothers really have his best interests at heart? Ace and Sabo expressed their true feelings. Of course it's true. Didn't you notice that sometimes you can receive the weekly rewards? If we weren't considering you, do you think you would get the rewards? Luffy's small head started to work. It does seem that way. If his two brothers were training every day, it would be impossible for him to receive the rewards. Ace and Sabo were speaking the truth. It seemed he had misunderstood them. Alright, I admit I wronged you too, but you must include me in the next training. Luffy felt something was off, but he couldn't figure out what it was, so he could only forgive the two. Luffy, have you really thought about training with us? Ace asked him. As an older brother, Ace and Sabo genuinely didn't want Luffy to struggle so much. As their younger brother, they would naturally protect him. But who was Luffy? His dream was to become the Pirate King. How could he give up the opportunity to grow stronger? Yes, I want to train with you both. Luffy was not one to fall behind. He wanted to train harder. Ace and Sabo had no choice but to agree. It seemed the rewards would be harder to come by in the future. By the way, Luffy, how did you realize we were gone? Ace was puzzled. Usually Luffy slept like a log and couldn't be woken up no matter how much they called him, yet today, he suddenly noticed they were secretly training. Oh no. Upon hearing this, Luffy instantly remembered something important and covered his backside as he ran to the bathroom. Ace and Sabo could only helplessly hold their foreheads. They were exposed because of a bowel movement. Truly, that's Luffy for you. Time passed quickly amidst the trio's interaction, and in the blink of an eye a year had gone by. Today Covey brought them a challenger, a young bear, which seemed to stand about 2 to 3 meters tall. Boom. Covey threw the bear to the ground with one hand, and looked at Luffy and the others. Today I have a different challenge for you. Either turn it into poop, or you become its poop. The three looked at the bear, eager to try. They were old acquaintances, having often encountered this bear in the forest before. At that time, they were too weak to dare lay a hand on it. But now it was different. The three brothers had grown significantly. Today they were determined to settle the score. Covey pointed at the bear. If you win against these three, you can live. Without caring whether it could understand, he walked away, leaving the arena to them. The still juvenile bear was quite confused. It had been sleeping soundly at home when Covey picked it up and brought it here. It was very angry but didn't dare to act out because it sensed tremendous fear from this upright ape. Resistance meant certain death. It could only obediently be brought here. But now that Covey had left, only 3 small upright apes remained, and it felt no threat from them. Ignoring the 3, it turned and ran towards the forest, fearing that Covey would return. But how could the 3 small ones let it escape? Ace and Sabo exchanged glances. Let's go. Ace charged forward, swinging his fist and landing a blow on the bear's back. Smack! The bear turned its head, confused as to why this monkey-like creature would hit it. Ace's punch landed on its back like a scratch. Just then a pipe suddenly swung towards the bear's nose. Roar! The bear cried out in pain, letting out an angry roar. Its nose was not as thick as other parts, and with one hit blood began to flow. At that moment the bear forgot its fear and turned to charge at the two. It opened its paw, revealing sharp claws, and swiped at Sabo, who was holding the pipe. Sabo quickly raised the pipe to defend himself. Bang! The bear's paw struck the iron pipe, producing a dull sound, and the next second Sabo was sent flying. He performed a backflip to dissipate the force and knelt on one knee. Are you okay, Sabo? He propped himself up with the pipe. I'm fine. Be careful, this bear is very strong. Attack its weak points. Got it. Ace responded, casually picking up a rock and throwing it at the bear. Bang! It hit the bear squarely on the head. Unfortunately, it didn't hit its eye. Roar. The bear was furious and lacking intelligence. It only wanted to tear the two apart. It charged again towards Ace, who dodged while counterattacking. The two worked together to distract the bear, while Luffy anxiously paced, wanting to help, but unable to find an opportunity. Though he was a rubber man, if he got bitten by the bear, he would still be done for. Ace was accidentally slapped by the bear, leaving several scratches, blood streaming down as he quickly dodged to the side. At this point, the bear was covered in wounds from the two's attacks and had entered a frenzied state. Roar. Two bear paws wildly swiped at them. Smack. Another hit. Sabo also got caught, but fortunately with a weapon in hand, he could withstand some of the force. However, if this continued, they would soon be exhausted by the bear. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't hold back any longer. He looked around for a weapon. Finally, he spotted a tree and suddenly remembered something. He ran over and grasped the trunk with both hands. He ran towards the bear, his arms stretching out. Sabo, Ace, get out of the way. Luffy yelled at the two. The two turned their heads upon hearing him, and seeing Luffy's stretched arms immediately understood and quickly moved aside. Rubber. Luffy exerted all his strength, stretching his arms to their limits, aiming at the bear. Rocket cannon. Banged. The elongated arm struck the bear squarely in the chest. Smack. Although Luffy's strength was small, the enhancement from the gum fruit sent the bear flying several meters away, crashing to the ground. The bear felt a sharp pain in its chest and collapsed to the ground, momentarily stunned. Well done, Luffy. Sabo praised loudly, quickly rushing forward with the pipe and striking the bear's head hard. Bang! 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 After 3 heavy strikes, the bear lost consciousness. Phew! Finally dealt with it. Ace, are you okay? Ace covered his wound. It's just a minor issue, superficial injury. Indeed, it was a superficial injury, though it bled a lot. Fortunately, the bone was fine. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad. I didn't expect you to really take it down. I was considering whether or not to help you. It seems I underestimated you all. Cubby had watched from start to finish. Ace and Sabo's cooperation was excellent, and Luffy's final blow was impressive considering their ages. The 3 brothers were very happy. Their hard work training over the past year had not been in vain. It's just that they felt sorry for the bear brother, who had become their stepping stone before even reaching adulthood. To thank the bear brother for his contribution, Covey prepared a grand feast. The body was braised, the paws steamed, and the 2 kidneys grilled for himself to replenish. The 4 of them gathered around the table, relishing the spoils of the day. With top-quality ingredients combined with Kai's culinary skills, a delicious meal emerged, a day that Xiong Shazi had never imagined in his lifetime. The 3 brothers devoured the meat, voraciously savoring flavors they hadn't tasted in ages. Burp. Old man's cooking is still the best. The 3 brothers greatly admired Kai's culinary skills. Having cooked for so long, they had only managed to grasp the essence of the old man's barbecued meat. Even Luffy, who usually cooked poorly, had mastered the art of barbecuing. There was no choice. What they cooked most often was barbecue, as it was simple, convenient, and delicious. As for other dishes, their cooking was quite average, just ordinary. Old man, when can we set sail? Sabo asked Kawaii, as he and Ace had long wanted to go to sea, but considering their own strength and how young Luffy was, they had never voiced it. Today they had jointly defeated a bear monster, leading them to develop a false sense of their own strength, believing they were already qualified to set sail. Ace also turned his gaze to Kawaii, while Luffy immediately chimed in. Yeah, old man, when can we set sail? I feel like we're strong enough to venture out now. Kawaii found it absurd. These 3 brats wanted to go to sea without any real-world experience. Defeating a small bear monster had made them so arrogant. Want to set sail? With your current level, surviving 10 days at sea would be a challenge. The 3 little ones were unconvinced, saying, how could that be? We managed to defeat a bear monster. To be told they couldn't survive 10 days at sea, honestly, they 3 did not believe it. Kawaii didn't want to discourage them with the truth about 10 days. Realistically, they might not even last a single day. Looking at Sabo's experience of going to sea, where he almost died before the ship had barely set sail, had it not been for the revolutionaries passing by, he would have been dead. Don't think the bear monster is that strong. Even 2 random adults could easily kill it. The bear monster is ultimately just an animal. With human wisdom, it's too easy to take it down. At sea, you're not facing bear monsters, but pirates, the navy, and other forces. They are not comparable to a bear monster. You got injured just from dealing with a naughty adult bear monster, and you're thinking about going out to sea. Kai's words made the 3 of them lower their heads, falling into contemplation. They knew that every word Kawaii said was true. The 3 of them had begun to lose sight of their own status and strength due to their victory over the bear monster. Kawaii glanced at the 3 of them and continued, if you want to set sail, train for another 4 or 5 years before thinking about it. You want to venture out before you're even adults, you really have no sense of caution. Should he let the 3 of them witness even stronger power to help them understand that their strength was no different from that of ants? You 3 come with me. Kawe stood up and found a large rock. He decided to showcase a small portion of his strength to stabilize the three restless hearts and make them aware of the dangers of the outside world. The three brothers were puzzled and followed Kawe to the side. Kawe pointed to the large rock in front of them. Do you see this rock? Do you think your bodies are harder than this rock? The three little ones looked confused and replied, of course not. Exactly how could a human body be harder than a rock? Little Luffy poked his own body, unable to understand why Kawe asked this question. Kawe smiled slightly. Yes, your bodies are indeed not harder than a rock. Watch closely. He extended a finger and gently poked the rock. With a loud bang, his finger easily penetrated the stone. The rock seemed more fragile than an egg before Kai's finger. He slowly withdrew his finger, leaving a deep imprint. Hiss! The three little ones widened their eyes, carefully examining the rock and reaching out to touch it, trying to see if it was fake. Luffy, after examining the rock, picked up Kai's hand to inspect it, finding not a single scratch. Old man, how did you do that? The three brothers were astonished, wondering how the old man could be so strong. Why did such a small finger possess such immense power? It's quite simple. Just concentrate your power on your finger, Kawe replied expressionlessly calmly, poking a few more holes in the rock. See, very simple. Do you want to give it a try? The eyes of the three brothers sparkled with excitement. Let me try. Luffy took the lead, stepping forward to have a go. He extended his little finger towards the rock and jabbed it hard. Crack! His finger bent awkwardly, and the rock remained still. That didn't work. Luffy sulked, clearly unsatisfied. Let me try. Luffy, you're too weak. Ace stepped forward, eager to give it a shot. His strength was greater than Luffy's, and he believed he had a chance. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength. Focusing his power into one finger, he suddenly exerted force. Luffy and Sabo watched nervously from the side. Can he do it? Crack. Hiss. It's broken. It's broken. Without exception, Ace's finger was fractured. Ouch. Haha, did you really think it was that easy? With your skills, you'd need more practice before you can even attempt it. Kawe mocked mercilessly. Now they should learn their lesson right. Sabo, do you want to give it a try? Your strength is the greatest among us three, so you might have a chance. Ace, covering his finger, turned to Sabo. Sabo glanced at Ace with a strange expression, as if to say, do you think him an idiot? I think I'll pass. The old man already said we're far from being ready. He waved his hand, directly rejecting Ace's suggestion. All right then. Ace nodded regretfully. Did he really want to drag Sabo into this suffering? Only Luffy, scratching his nose in confusion, didn't understand why Ace got hurt just poking a rock. How disappointing. Do you still want to set sail now? There are numerous such strong individuals at sea. Did you think I was lying to you? Sabo quickly spoke up. Let's train for a while longer. I believe we have a lot of potential for improvement, don't you think? Ace and Luffy nodded. Yes, old man, we won't set sail for now. The three brothers' desire to go to sea was temporarily shattered by Ace's fractured finger, likely calming their restless hearts for a while. Ace's fractured finger healed within a week, and Kawe had long since grown accustomed to it. A mere fracture, could it really keep him bedridden for a month? It was just a matter of having a meal and drinking some milk to recover. Days passed in serene tranquility. The three brothers trained diligently each day while Covey relished the leisurely rhythm of life. Calm, unhurried, and almost meditative. This peaceful existence endured for a full year. One day, an uninvited guest drifted past Windmill Village. The brothers were deep in their self-guided training, while Covey sat at ease sipping tea with quiet composure. Sabo, Luffy, look up in the sky. Ace cried out, pointing skyward. Sabo and Luffy instantly tilted their heads, following Ace's outstretched finger. There, suspended amidst the clouds, vast, spectral, and half-concealed, floated an enormous island ship. What in the world is that? Surely it can't be a ship. Sabo stared stunned. The object above resembled both vessel and landmass. How could a ship possibly soar through the heavens? Ace murmured, all warring with bewilderment. Only Luffy's eyes sparkled with pure, unadulterated wonder. So cool. I have to get up there and see. Reason mattered not. He cared only what lay beyond that celestial threshold. Covey set down his teacup, gazed upward, stroked his chin, and murmured softly, brow furrowed. Shiki. What brings him here? Instead of retreating to pursue his research and ultimately realize his dream of world domination, he wanders aimlessly across the East Blue. Though curious, Covey paid it little mind. After all, the East Blue was small, as Shiki's aerial wanderings made a single pass over Windmill Village hardly extraordinary. Minding his own affairs, he poured fresh, boiling water into his cup and resumed his tranquil sipping, when suddenly the teacup trembled violently, spilling tea across the table. An earthquake! The three boys cried out in unison, feeling the ground shudder beneath them, convinced disaster loomed, and rushed to Covey's side for safety. Covey's eyes narrowed slightly. My, what on earth was Shiki up to? Stay here. I must step away for a moment. Grandpa, where are you going? An earthquake's coming. Be careful. He waved dismissively. Go inside and wait. Worry not for me. Then bending his knees low, he exploded upward with explosive force. Boom. A plume of dust erupted as he shot skyward like a meteor. Cough, 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 cough. Moments later the dust settled, leaving behind a massive crater and 3 brothers whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Hey, was that really Grandpa Covey? It sure looked like him. Whoa, seriously. With that single effortless display, Covey had once again shattered their understanding of him entirely. High above aboard the flying pirate fleet, Haki activated the powers of his float fruit, preparing to wrench the entire island below clear from the earth. Captain, with an endless supply of beasts, I can perfect a fully controllable army of savage creatures. Your dream of world domination will then be inevitable. Haki's expression was fierce and arrogant, a wild, triumphant laugh bursting forth. He'd chanced upon an unknown island where a peculiar plant drove animals into frenzied battle-enhancing rages. From it he'd extracted a substance he dubbed IQ. Mastering it would allow him to manufacture legions of obedient, ferocious beasts. Harnessing the raw might of beasts, world domination now seemed not merely possible, but imminent. To gather sufficient specimens, he scoured the seas. Upon spotting islands thick with forest, he simply uprooted them whole, scouring every inch for wild creatures. Hey, Haki, stop now. A stranger's voice rang out, unexpected, calm, and utterly unfamiliar. Covey materialized before Haki face to face. For a breathless instant, the air itself froze. Haki reeled inwardly. How had this man appeared without warning? Not a whisper of presence, not a ripple of energy. Yet here he stood, undeniably real. Who are you? Covey idly picked his nose, studying Haki with mild surprise. Why did this legendary pirate look so diminished? He recalled Haki's youth, striking, commanding, radiant. Now balding, crowned by a ship's wheel, his twin swords embedded in his thighs. His aura remained sharp, yet his bearing evoked a fallen elder. This island belongs to me. Leave now. Haki's expression flickered, astonishment mingling with disbelief. Who was this man in the East Blue? Yet who was he if not Haki, the man who dare curse even Admiral Garp to his face? And if I refuse, what then? Covey's face remained placid, his tone unruffled. Refuse? Well, I suppose I won't kill you. I'll simply give you a thorough beating. Rest assured, I bear no intention to end your life. Killing Haki served no purpose, and worse, his death would nullify the float fruit's power. Should the colossal island ship plummet, its inhabitants below would perish instantly. Though Covey could shatter it with a single blow, such devastation would rival the crash itself in scale. Haki nearly staggered, clutching his belly, tears streaming. Never in his life had he encountered such audacity. A beating. Did this man take him for some petty street thug? Wiping away mirthful tears, he barked, "Are you here to entertain me? I've no time for games. Get down, or else I'll show you no mercy." So Haki possessed more restraint than expected. He hadn't struck outright. Covey regarded him with faint newfound respect. He recalled the film, how Haki had taken Nami yet treated her with surprising courtesy, seeking only her skill as navigator for his flying pirates. Perhaps beneath the legend there lingered a sliver of dignity. Still, dignity or not, discipline was due. He cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders. Looks like today's lesson is unavoidable. Fwoosh! He vanished, then reappeared before Haki, smiling gently. Time to fly. In one fluid motion, his fist rocketed upward, crashing into Haki's jaw from below. Haki, once peer to Roger and Whitebeard, still bore the reflexes of legend. Though his body lagged, his armament Haki flared instinctively, sheathing his skull in hardened black armor. Clang! Sparks erupted like starfire as Haki launched skyward, vanishing into the cloud layer. Covey stepped onto empty air, boom, and surged after him. Fwoosh! Fwoosh! 2 razor-edged shockwaves sliced from the clouds toward Covey. He swept his legs sideways. Rankyaku! Krokum! A clash of supreme mastery. The Navy's 6 powers met Haki's blade arts, Hedon neutralizing them midair. Then Haki emerged from the mist, face dark laughter gone, replaced by cold, simmering fury. Who are you truly? Covey shrugged lightly. Merely an ordinary resident of the island below. You refused to leave, so correction was necessary. Ordinary. Rage seethed in Haki's chest. That punch nearly rattled his wits loose. This was ordinary. Who else could feign humility with such flawless, infuriating artistry? The Golden Lion could not comprehend why his luck was so poor. He merely wished to catch some wild beasts, yet he encountered such a formidable opponent instead. He only wanted to dominate the world. Why was he always being thwarted? Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. He was furious, raising his right leg for a sweeping strike. Armed Haki enveloped his sword, unleashing a flurry of slashes towards Cavey. Swish! Swish! Continuing his sweeping attacks, Cavey was instantly shrouded by a tempest of slashes. Die for me. With golden hair billowing in the wind and an arrogant expression, he laughed heartily towards the sky. No one could thwart his dreams. KV gazed at the incoming attacks, unable to help but admire the golden lion Shiki, whose body was in such a state, yet could still unleash such powerful slashes. Compared to the strike KV encountered at the Holy Land Mariewa, it was no less impressive. Perhaps it was time to take things a bit more seriously. Ha ha, no one has been born who can kill me. Clenching his right fist, veins bulged as he bellowed, "Power!" Thump! Thump! His heart suddenly surged twice, and his body shot up several meters, muscles swelling. Rip! His clothes burst apart under the strain of his muscles, dark golden patterns slowly emerging, spreading across his body, converging at his back, to form a terrifying demon visage. With a mighty punch boom, countless terrifying slashes instantly shattered, creating a vacuum in the sky ahead. The distant golden lion sensed the lethal danger a second too late, and quickly activated his float fruit, ascending several hundred meters. Gulp! Looking down at the vacuum created by Covey's strike, he wore a shocked expression and swallowed hard. Who is this person's subordinate? Such power, even Whitebeard's tremor fruit might not achieve this level. Another humanoid natural disaster. Damn, who has the golden lion ever feared? He had nearly felt fear for a moment, but his proud heart would not allow him to bow down. Lion's Might, Imperial Land Roll. He activated his fruit's ability, manipulating the clouds above to form a gigantic lion's head, exuding dominance. Roar! The lion's head charged down towards KV. KV grinned. I thought you were afraid. He then charged toward the enormous lion's head like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, delivering a fierce punch. Bang! The lion's head exploded. All of the golden lion's attacks appeared feeble against Covey's overwhelming power. Swish! With a sound, KV vanished from his spot. The golden lion's nerves tightened as he released his observation Haki in a frenzy. Can't find him. In the next moment, KV appeared behind him, his voice monstrous. What are you looking for? The golden lion paused. His armed Haki surged forth, enveloping his entire body with all his might. Bang! A punch struck the golden lion's back. Puff! The golden lion was sent flying hundreds of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Cough cough. The golden lion's old bones nearly shattered completely. His Haki could not withstand it. Covey's Haki strength surpassed his, and with one blow the terrifying power pierced through his defenses, striking deep within. Tisk tisk, I might have gone a bit too hard. Are you alright? KV returned to his normal form, walking over slowly. Seeing the golden lion in this state, he realized if that blow had directly struck the golden lion's head, he probably would have been dead by now. The golden lion's consciousness was somewhat hazy, the pain from within his body continuously stimulating him. I admit defeat, kill, or torture, do as you please. Even severely injured, the golden lion would never beg for mercy. That was his character. KV picked his nose. Didn't I say I would just give you a beating? I'm getting old. Isn't it bad to be always fighting and killing? Don't you think? The golden lion was speechless. If he could fight back, he would have wanted to slap KV hard. Yes, you're right. It's not good to fight and kill, but if someone else were here, would they have survived? Had it not been for his hard bones, he would have been dead a long time ago. Alright, I just wanted to tell you to mind your research. Flying around all day, aren't you afraid of scaring the kids? Fortunately, you encountered me. If it were someone else, you wouldn't be so lucky to let you off. The golden lion felt quite displeased. If it were anyone else, he would have dealt with them by now. Did he really think everyone was as twisted as him? The golden lion had never encountered such a fierce old man, seemingly frail, yet capable of transforming. Shiki grinned through the pain. You really won't kill me. KV sighed. Why was it that no one believed the truth? What benefit is there to killing you? Looking at the miserable golden lion, a thought crossed his mind. If you ask me, you should give up on trying to dominate the world. Look at you, you can't even defeat an old man like me, yet you want to rule the world. Isn't that a joke? Shiki forced a defiant smile, glancing at KV. This is my dream. Do you understand dreams? KV picked his nose. Aren't ideals only realized in dreams? Shiki twitched at the corners of his mouth. Who the hell said that ideals could only be realized in dreams? How come I've never heard dreams explained this way? KV looked disdainful and continued. Do you really think you can dominate the world just by catching a few animals? Do you really think the world government and the Navy are pushovers? To think you could dominate the world with animals that can't even use Haki, you must have hit your head on the door to come up with such an idea. They might be enough to deal with ordinary people. If merely dealing with ordinary folks could lead to world domination, the Revolutionary Army would have succeeded long ago. The golden lion fell silent. Today's battle with KV had slightly cleared the fog, clouding his mind, influenced by the ship's wheel. It also reminded him that there were many powerful beings in this world. Ferocious beasts were utterly insignificant before these strong figures. Reality told him that his plans were impossible, yet he was unwilling to accept it. He just wanted to dominate the world once. Why was it so difficult? It must be said that the Golden Lion was indeed quite unfortunate. Early on he teamed up with Roger, yet fate did not favor him, and he ended up with a decorative item stuck on his head, causing him to have strange thoughts from time to time. He went to the Navy headquarters to rescue Roger, only to be captured and impelled down, losing his legs before finally escaping. Afterward, he shrank back in the East Blue, wanting to realize his ambitions, only to run into Cavey and get beaten up. If he still wanted to continue with his animal army, he would probably face a storyline death at the hands of Luffy. In his entire pirate crew apart from the Golden Lion, there wasn't a single capable fighter. How could he still think of dominating the world? The Golden Lion Shiki, a pirate of the same caliber as Roger and Whitebeard, even boasting greater wartime maneuverability than the two, lived such a miserable life in his later years. Was it a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? In terms of luck, he and the Luckbearer Buggy were at opposite extremes. If Buggy's luck and the Golden Lion's strength were combined, perhaps there would indeed be a chance of dominating the world. How do you know my plan? Setting aside whether my plan will work, the Golden Lion is currently very curious about how Kaiway knows his plan. Aside from his own crew, no one should know, right? Cough cough, don't worry about how I know, just tell me if I am right or not. Kaiway said earnestly, what you're doing won't work. Don't even think about dominating the world. You can't even dominate the East China Sea. The Golden Lion was left speechless. What could he do? At least doing some research offers a glimmer of hope, right? He can't just do nothing and wait to die of old age, can he? With no one to help him, he can only think of other ways with a group of misfits. Anyway, this is my last chance. I will not give up until the very last moment. The Golden Lion was stubborn. Even with a slim chance, he wouldn't give up. When did I say you should give up? The Golden Lion looked confused. Aren't you telling me to give up? Kaiway smiled slightly. I just want to tell you that your method won't work. If one way doesn't work, you can always try another method. Kaiway's tone was filled with temptation. How about I help you come up with a solution, eh? The Golden Lion looked at Kaiway with a strange gaze. What solution do you have? He was very curious about how Kaiway could help him achieve his dreams, something even rocks couldn't accomplish. Kaiway's lips curled slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Do you know why Rocks, despite his tremendous strength, couldn't dominate the world? Why? Because you and Rocks were never united as one. Although each captain of the Rocks pirates was powerful, did you really go all out during the battle at God Valley? Kaiway looked at the Golden Lion with a mocking expression. The former Rocks pirates were incredibly powerful, as evidenced by their crew, including Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte, Lin Wang Ji, and other formidable figures. Kaido and other intern crew members weren't even counted. With so many strong individuals, only Rocks fell in the battle at God Valley. This shows how much those crew members slacked off. Even if they couldn't defeat the Navy and the world government, shouldn't they have been able to escape? The reason was simple: only Rocks fought seriously, while everyone else was slacking off, trying to take advantage of the situation. Hearing this, the Golden Lion looked embarrassed. He had wanted Rocks dead for a long time. Rocks was the biggest obstacle in his pursuit of dreams. How could the Golden Lion save him? He was the first to run away, which was already giving Rocks face. Your strength is enough to threaten the world, but your lack of unity led to your ultimate failure. The Golden Lion was still confused. What does this have to do with the method you're going to suggest? Rocks had already failed, and there was no way another force comparable to the Rocks pirates could emerge at sea. Kaiway paused and said slowly, as long as you join an organization that is stronger than the Rocks pirates and united, wouldn't it be possible to achieve your dream? The Golden Lion was speechless. How could such an organization exist? Even if it did, it would only be the Navy and the world government, right? Haha, who told you it was just those two? Haven't you heard of the Revolutionary Army? The Golden Lion paused, a look of confusion on his face. The Revolutionary Army. Aren't they a bunch of lunatics? An organization dedicated to overthrowing the world government, labeled as the greatest threat to world stability by the world government. The Golden Lion didn't understand the Revolutionary Army, thinking it was just a group of crazies. He was merely thinking about world domination, while those lunatics were bent on overthrowing the ruling powers to establish a whole new world. Kaiway twitched his lips. Aren't you the same? How can you criticize the Revolutionary Army? Who would be so delusional as to consider world domination a dream, making you seem less insane? Your dream of world domination is nearly impossible to achieve now, but what? Kaiway smiled and said, if you join the Revolutionary Army, who knows, one day you might personally participate in the revolution to overthrow the world government. That's much cooler than dominating the world. The Golden Lion looked dazed. Overthrow the world government. Didn't Captain Rocks want to overthrow the world government and become the ruler of the world? But does that mean I would be dominating the world? Kaiwai's lips curled upward. Who says it wouldn't count? You are part of the Revolutionary Army. When the Revolutionary Army overthrows the world government, isn't that equivalent to you overthrowing the world government? From the moment the world government is overthrown, haven't you already dominated the world? The golden lion stood there in a daze. Dominate the world. I dominated the world. But how do you know the Revolutionary Army can overthrow the world government? Besides, I still don't know how strong the Revolutionary Army really is. To be honest, hearing Kaiwai's words made him somewhat tempted. A glimmer of hope appeared for a dream that seemed unattainable. But reason told him that the person in front of him was deceiving him, and he couldn't trust him. Seeing the golden lion gradually becoming interested, Kaiwai prepared to lay it on thick. Let me tell you how strong the Revolutionary Army is. You know their leader, right? The golden lion nodded. He had heard of it. Isn't it a guy named Monkey D. Dragon? Yes, that's right, Monkey D. Dragon. Does that name sound familiar? The golden lion recalled. Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Garp. What is his relationship with Garp? He finally remembered why it sounded familiar. Kaiwai was speechless. Did he really need to ask such an obvious question? The leader of the Revolutionary Army is Garp's son. Off. Kaiwai said seriously. Now you understand, right? Monkey D. Dragon's father is Garp, and Dragon is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, which means Garp can also in a sense be considered part of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army also has 4 major commanders, each leading specialized troops. Aren't they stronger than your motley crew? Moreover, Dragon's strength is no less than your peak self. Tell me, does the Revolutionary Army have a chance? The Golden Lion's mind was a bit chaotic. How did Garp also become part of the Revolutionary Army? Listening to Kaiwai, the Revolutionary Army indeed seemed quite powerful. The Revolutionary Army also has the support of the common people. Once they overthrow the world government and the aristocrats, they will immediately gain the support of the common people worldwide. Does this not excite you? The Golden Lion's eyes began to shine. Is it really possible? Of course. By the way, let me tell you one more thing. I am actually part of the Revolutionary Army. What? You are also part of the Revolutionary Army? The Golden Lion was shocked. If someone as strong as Kaiwai is part of the Revolutionary Army, it shows that the Revolutionary Army indeed has strength. Anyone you encounter could potentially be a member of the Revolutionary Army. Our Revolutionary Army is stronger than you can imagine. Hiss. The Golden Lion gasped. He never expected the usually low-key Revolutionary Army to be so powerful. The Golden Lion lowered his head in contemplation. The Revolutionary Army had grown so powerful. Could he perhaps leverage them to realize his own dreams? Kaiwai noticed his hesitation and continued to weave his enticing vision, speaking with a resonant tone. If you join the Revolutionary Army, I can personally establish an independent unit for you named the Aerial Combat Division, abbreviated as the Air Force, and you will be its commander. Just think about it. Once the Revolutionary Army achieves true victory, it will inevitably create an entirely new world. At that time, as a senior member of the Revolutionary Army, you will be one of the creators of this new world. Isn't that better than dominating the world? The Golden Lion was momentarily dazed, murmuring to himself, create a new world. Can I really create a new world? He imagined the future scene where he stood before countless people, becoming a creator of the new world with the entire world worshipping him. Wasn't that the world domination he had longed for? His eyes grew increasingly bright, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Yes, it is about creating a world, a happy world where all races are equal, free from war and casualties. In that time, all people, including those of other races, will respect and admire you sincerely, not out of fear, but out of genuine reverence. Kaiwai's words captivated the Golden Lion, much like a mesmerizing doji, enticing an old virgin, completely irresistible. He furrowed his brows as if making a certain resolution, calming his excited heart. What are the odds? Kaiwai raised an eyebrow. Originally about 50 to 60% with you involved, it should be around 70 to 80%. This doesn't account for my own probability. I'm merely a mascot for the Revolutionary Army, providing some indirect assistance. The specifics still need to be handled by them. He planned to bring the Golden Lion into the Revolutionary Army. The ability of the float fruit was too convenient, whether for support or transporting supplies. It would save the Revolutionary Army a great deal of resources. Rather than sending the Golden Lion to engage in some IQ endeavors, it would be better for him to work for the Revolutionary Army. All right, I'm in. Commander of the Air Force, huh? I will definitely make the Air Force the strongest unit of the Revolutionary Army. No, the strongest force in the world. He felt relieved. Rather than working with a group of misfits to pursue that ephemeral dream, it was far more practical to join the Revolutionary Army. At least the Revolutionary Army had real substance. At this moment, his waning ambitions reignited once more. Dominate the world. That was merely what Rox had left behind. He was determined to create a world. Quaha. Haha, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. But I must inform you in advance, the Revolutionary Army is like a big family. Oh, everyone inside is one family. Suggestions are welcome, but there must not be any differences in action. However, you don't need to be too constrained. After all, as a commander in the Revolutionary Army, you will be among the highest ranks. Kawi was quite pleased with the Golden Lion's decision, but he reminded him not to bring the pirate mentality into the Revolutionary Army. Kawi had arranged a position above thousands for him. I know. The Golden Lion understood that the Revolutionary Army had a structure unlike the pirates who acted on a whim. Since he had already made up his mind to join the Revolutionary Army, he was naturally mentally prepared. Recognizing his mistakes and being able to correct them is a great virtue. This describes the Golden Lion well. Kawi believed that once he entered the Revolutionary Army under the indoctrination of Long and the many revolutionaries, the Golden Lion could become a loyal revolutionary warrior. Kawi then performed a purification technique on the Golden Lion. The injuries on the Golden Lion slowly healed, and he stopped spitting blood, feeling a little lighter overall. He looked at Kawi with surprise, thinking, if you had this ability, why didn't you use it earlier? I was about to bleed out. Seeing the astonished expression on the Golden Lion's face, Kawi smiled. Just a little trick, nothing to mention. The Golden Lion couldn't help but roll his eyes. Indeed, it was a small trick. All right, leave me a snail phone, and I'll call you once everything is arranged. With the matter settled, bringing a great general to the Revolutionary Army, Kawi felt quite good. The stronger the Revolutionary Army, the fewer issues he had to deal with. He had to admit being a mascot was rather nice. Occasionally bringing a little surprise to the Revolutionary Army, and then leaving quietly once everything was done, hiding his achievements and name. Monkey D. Dragon. All members of the Revolutionary Army, remember, Commander Kawi has brought another great general to the Revolutionary Army, and we have moved one step closer to our revolutionary success. All members of the Revolutionary Army, long live Commander Kawi. The Golden Lion nodded, tossing out a snail phone. He was in a good mood. After running out of impel down, it had been a long time since he felt this relaxed. In the past, he had only goals without direction. Now he had clear goals, a clear direction, and abundant motivation. By the way, this is for you. Kawi pulled out a devil fruit. This is the bird fruit, golden eagle form, perfectly suited for your Air Force. You can decide who to give it to later. Kawi thought he finally got rid of this fruit, which was almost moldy. The Golden Lion replied, well, you're quite generous. Not wanting to miss out, he accepted the fruit, considering it as medical expenses. This beating wasn't in vain. I'm off. With that, Kawi jumped directly from the sky, falling freely. Whoosh. The sound of the wind whooshed by. The three little ones from Windmill Village gazed at the island ship above. Why is it leaving? Seeing the island ship depart, the three little ones felt a bit regretful, still wondering how to go up for an adventure. Whoosh. How could there be a shooting star during the day? Luffy looked blankly at the streak of fire in the sky, puzzled. A shooting star? Why do I feel like it's a person? Ace also stared at the streak of fire, raising a question. Sabo observed carefully, and then said in a trembling voice, could it possibly be Old Man Kawi? Ace and Luffy didn't believe it, saying, how could that be? If it were the old man, he would have smashed into a pancake. Looking at the approaching streak of fire, their expressions gradually grew serious. Regardless of whether it's Old Man Kawi or not, don't you think we should hide? Yes, indeed. Then why aren't we running? The three of them took off running, but before they had covered even 10 meters, they heard a loud bang behind them as something crashed to the ground, instantly creating a large crater. The shockwave rushed toward the three of them. They were instantly blown away, tumbling over each other, one buried in the ground, while the other two hung on a tree. My apologies, I didn't see you there. The speaker was Kawi, who had just fallen from the sky. Ace exclaimed, old man, you went too far. Exactly, that was clearly intentional. Luffy shouted, damn it. Old man, we want to challenge you on Ion. Ace and Sabo looked at him with a sideways glance. My apologies. In his moment of joy, he hadn't noticed the three brothers below. Fortunately, he discovered them at the last second and managed to control his strength, so they were mostly fine. Old man, did you just come down from that island in the sky? Luffy asked with wide eyes, a look of anticipation on his face. That's right, I went up to meet a friend. Thanks to Covey's intervention, the Golden Lion finally saved himself from complete disgrace, having been defeated by Luffy, or rather his foot. If memory serves, the Golden Lion was taken down by a kick from Luffy. Hiss, can the old man take us up to sea? The three brothers' eyes sparkled with desire. Are Covey's friends really that powerful? They were deeply shocked. Every time they thought they had a good understanding of Covey, he would unknowingly refresh their perceptions. That might not be possible. My friend has already left. He spends all his time flying in the sky, and I can't find him. Covey showed a helpless expression, casually finding an excuse to brush off the three. The three brothers felt somewhat disappointed. However, it wasn't long before they forgot about it. Life once again returned to tranquility. At this moment, on an island somewhere in the sea, a massive pirate ship was anchored by the shore, accompanied by a smaller boat. It looked oddly amusing. Ding, 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 swish. Sounds of battle erupted from the island, and the surroundings were a mess with broken branches of flowers and trees scattered everywhere. One of the red-haired men with a stern expression wielded a sword in one hand and swung it fiercely forward. Divine avoidance. A terrifying slash shot out, targeting the man opposite him. The man in the high hat opposite had sharp eyes, gripping the sword hilt with both hands raised high, exuding a dominating aura, and slashed down fiercely. Swish! Another equally terrifying slash flew out. Boom! The slashes collided, creating a massive explosion, the force radiating outward, lifting the ground and exposing solid earth, turning a radius of several hundred meters into a barren clearing. Both were pushed back several meters by the force. Ha 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 ha, my hawk, where did you learn such swordsmanship? It's so strong. The red-haired man was Shanks. A few days ago he encountered Mihawk, who had just set sail, and they became friends after a fight. Mihawk maintained a serious face, speaking calmly, self-taught. TCH, if you don't want to say, then forget it. Shanks rolled his eyes at him, secretly complaining to himself, self-taught. Why not just fly to the heavens? In truth, Mihawk wasn't showing off, he simply didn't want to bring up that old man. He had truly believed that old man's words back then and practiced swordsmanship on the island day after day, afraid to set sail. It wasn't until 2 years ago that he forced himself to gather the courage to make that decision. When he first encountered a billion bounty pirate, he was quite nervous. It wasn't until he split that bounty over a billion pirate in half with one stroke that he realized he had been deceived. Every enemy he encountered along the way was unable to withstand his sword until he met Shanks. Mihawk, feeling deceived, was not pleased. He didn't want to mention anything about Covey. He would not allow anyone to know about the time he had been scared into hiding by that one move. Mihawk, where are you planning to go next? Shanks inquired. He had already stayed here for several days, and although he initially invited Mihawk to join the red-haired pirates, it was predictably declined, and he could not continue to linger. Mihawk pondered for a moment, then looked up at Shanks, a fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes. I am going to challenge Admiral Candidate, Baizé. Shanks was surprised. Baizé was currently an Admiral Candidate. A woman with exceptional swordsmanship, she had made many pirates tremble in the New World. It was said that she had been furiously capturing pirates lately to prepare for her promotion. He hoped she wouldn't set her sights on him, otherwise it would be troublesome. What made you want to challenge that woman? Mihawk glanced at him. I once lost to her. He, Mihawk, had never been weaker than anyone. The embarrassment he suffered back, then he intended to reclaim it all. Cough, that was a bit excessive. Mihawk just wanted to see if he could defeat her now. After so many years of effort, he believed he wouldn't be as helpless as he was back then. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed heartily upon hearing this. I didn't expect you to have that experience. Mihawk looked at him in confusion, not understanding what was so funny. Losing to a woman in swordsmanship was indeed a stain on his life, but wasn't it a bit too funny? Shanks' crew watched the scene with amusement, while only Beckman remained calm, seemingly with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Mihawk's strength could be roughly gauged from his battle with the captain. He was very strong. However, even he had once been defeated by that admiral, Baizé, indicating her formidable power. He hoped they wouldn't cross paths, otherwise it would mean another fierce battle. In the New World, a pirate ship was fleeing at a high speed, with the crew nervously glancing back from time to time. Several naval warships were pursuing from behind. Damn it, how did we get targeted by her? A burly pirate swore angrily. Damn it, hurry up. Keep accelerating. His heart was racing as he looked back at the approaching warships, his body shaking slightly. He couldn't help but tremble. If that devilish admiral caught him, he might as well be dead. Admiral Baizé's name was Thunderous in the New World. This admiral had quite the explosive temper. Pirates caught by her would at least lose arms or legs as a starting point. Known as the Queen of the Banshees by the Navy and the Devil Admiral by pirates. He was just a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. How did he get targeted by such a strong admiral? It would be better if it were someone else. At this moment, aboard a naval warship, a striking blue-haired beauty stood straight at the ship's bow. Her erect posture and proud presence made one unable to resist wanting to take a closer look. She wore a long knife at her waist with a cigarette dangling from her pink lips, calmly gazing at the fleeing pirates ahead. Stand back. A crisp voice came from her mouth. Yes. A female officer behind her led the Navy to retreat to a safe distance. The blue-haired beauty drew her long knife with one hand. With a swish, a pitch-black blade appeared before everyone. Calmly raising the long knife, she aimed at the pirate crew ahead and suddenly slashed down, sending a white slash from the tip of the blade slicing through quickly. Bang! The seawater was sliced open, creating a crack that extended outwards, accurately hitting the pirate ship ahead, which instantly split in two. All pirates fell into the sea, some died, some were injured, and a few desperately swam in all directions. The blue-haired beauty slowly sheathed her sword, delicately holding the cigarette, and commanded, "Capture them all." Yes. The Navy soldiers' eyes were filled with admiration. This is their commander, the queen of the military, not only beautiful, but also terrifyingly strong.